Chapter 68. Ghosts of the Great Past. Chapter text. It can manipulate the dead through the conduit of my touch, Snape announced, as he pressed the black stone to the awaiting hands of the Baron. This physical touch, already an impossible occurrence. Dumbledore leaned forward at his desk. A mild expression was upon his wizened features, but his piercing blue eyes betrayed his gripped interest. Even Fawkes seemingly leaned forward upon his perch, black eyes glinting with intelligence beyond what one would think of the average non-humanoid creature. Beyond that, even, the Baron supplied in a booming voice as he released the offered stone. He swooped down to demonstrate the extent of this aberration by picking up a paperweight from upon the headmaster's great oaken desk and manipulating it in his ghostly hands like no incorporeal being should. After breaking contact, I can pick up weight to the range of several pounds and hold it indefinitely so long as this stone is on my being. They had discovered this trait together, fetching down Snape's cloak from the chandelier. Tentative experimentation that had borne fruit beyond any rightful expectations. For this was something that should not be possible in the realms of magic and reality. A power that should not exist. The power to bridge the gap between the living and the dead, but Snape had long since stepped past such borders and lived a life of far stranger occurrences. In the grand scheme of things, this was just one more eldritch happening to add to his ever-expanding list. How long does this effect last? Dumbledore asked, with an air beyond that of academia interest. 28 seconds, Snape answered, with a gesturing flick of his pocket watch. True to his observations, as the seconds ticked over, the weight began to slowly sink through those translucent hands until with a thunk it fell back onto the desk. With a smile, Dumbledore bade the ghost with a polite nod. "Thank you, Baron. You've been very helpful tonight, but I must ask you to take your leave." A softened dismissal, but a dismissal nonetheless. Without decree or complaint, the Baron did as he was requested. The sway the headmaster held over the denizens of his castle extended beyond mere magical compulsion. Once all other ears were turned out, and wards reinforced about the office's circular border, Dumbledore finally turned his attention back to the young professor sitting across his desk. "I believe we have once spoken about how focus stones were bridges between one element to another." Snape gave a slow nod, feeling the conversation turning to the realms of sensitive information. "I believe we have. I had thought long on this, but you appeared to have created a focus stone that is a bridge between this world and the next." The headmaster folded his hands before him, regarding the stone and its owner with a serene calm. "You have formed the stone from a memory so foreign to any mortal here on this world that it goes to reason, then, that there would be no other that could replicate its effects like you can, Severus. You are unique, truly. The stronger the associated memory, the more an alchemist could do with a focus stone that is not crafted by their hand. Empathy is a strength upon this craft," Snape muttered, recounting by a force of habit more than anything. Dumbledore offered a solemn nod. "Up until this point, that had been but a theory, for who could measure a memory against another? I believe you have offered upon this theatre its first definitive proof." Dumbledore continued, his tone light, but rife with agenda. "A second theory I had once posed, provided the first part held form, was that a stone's power could be emulated, provided the memory that held it be shared. But not just shared, but threaded into another's mind." Silence pressed in between them again, a ponderous weight. But then those blue eyes were upon Snape, holding a request that he felt himself bracing for. "Would you care to prove my theory, Severus?" Snape's black eyes narrowed, meeting those blue ones challengingly. "Mind tampering with legilimency is not something to be trifled with lightly. Madness has taken healthier minds than yours. What is identity but a series of memories, assigned emotional value?" Dumbledore's tone was light, almost dismissive. "I am willing to take the risk to mine, a smaller risk than any of the ones I have asked of you." "Don't flatter yourself," Snape growled, his expression fixed upon grand disapproval. No offense touched Dumbledore's serene countenance. He dipped his head, as if acknowledging Snape's defensive refusal, and simply took it in stride. "Then all the more I must match your vigor. I must take my risks alongside you all. Your concern for me is appreciated, Severus, but this is a battlefield of my choosing." "Yet again, you flatter yourself," Snape muttered, but little feeling in his barb. Alchemy was not his strong suit, at least not yet. The secrets behind this creation of his might as well be otherworldly, for all the good 2 years of study served him. And with the unknown came the measure of danger he no longer found himself willing to bear unreasonably. Not that he was able to any longer, not with any form of finesse anyhow. But as an alchemist with decades in the craft, Albus Dumbledore might be able to unravel the secrets of his creation. At the very least, he was more willing to bear the risks. And with the war nipping upon their very heels, there was no good reason to deny exploring a weapon to temper its risky utility. With his own natural affinity for legilimency, and with Dumbledore's consent, Snape's reluctance could only be ascribed to reluctance to cross that threshold. There were few minds the young wizard was unwilling to touch, whether by fear or respect. Dumbledore was the latter, though he would never confess it aloud. "Just remember, you asked this of me," Snape warned, a concession to the man's unreasonable demands. Dumbledore nodded once, before that iron wall of his mind was drawn away. As good an invitation as any. Snape stepped past that barrier for the first time in 2 lives and touched upon that eldritch mind and felt the press of a century. This was the first time Snape had broached upon a mind deeper than his own, as fathomless as the darkened depth of the great lake in winter. Images flickered before his eyes. Wizened hands, the flash of spell fire, a sense of great lonely grandeur, all the while the sound of a phoenix song permeated that consciousness. With the force of will, Snape pulled up his own mind barriers, trying to ease this invasion of privacy by limiting what he could see and sense as he worked to weave his own memory into this heavy tapestry. The memory of another Dumbledore, clad in midnight blue within a world of white, offering him a chance he had been so reluctant to accept. A chance to redo his failures, to be able to taste this life that he could not be more grateful for. But that memory of a dead man was sewn into the mind of that man himself, and as Snape withdrew back into his mind, he felt those powerful wards close around that vast mind once more. He glared cautiously across the table, watching for any sign of damage rendered to that man's psyche. But those blue eyes met his calmly through the panes of those half-moon glasses, not a flicker of strain to be had, until his hand fell upon that black spit-tip stone. Snape did not need to see the man's mind to know the sight before him, as he turned his sight about the room, peering about it as if with eyes that had not seen this sight 1,000 times before. He stopped upon Snape, a strange look touching his wizened features and dipping his brow, a look as if caught between amusement and concern. "It seems in your quest to appear your age, you have overshot, Severus," he remarked lightly, not at all treating this exercise with the appropriate gravitas. Snape scowled, and wondered if the headmaster saw his elder soul mimic his motions, crinkling the lines that had furrowed into a face aged beyond his years. 38 was the age at which he died, but his heart and his bones had since marched to the tune of the years beyond. Setting that stone carefully back onto the table, Dumbledore withdrew thoughtfully in his throne-like seat. "If you do permit me, I would like to borrow your creation to further my understanding." "Be my guest," Snape offered without a moment's thought of resistance. There was no doubt valuable gains were to be made by delving into this discovery, but the mind to solve this riddle was not his own. He was still too green in the field of alchemy, and too cautious to leap without extensively looking. And against the likes of Albus Dumbledore, a famously adept alchemist with more than half a century's experience in the craft, Snape's attempts would be mere floundering in the dark. With a nod of gratitude, Dumbledore conjured a box, as ostentatiously gilded as anything he'd ever seen the man own, and stowed the stone within. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore sent the box floating into the sanctuary behind a portrait, the unfortunate headmaster that resided within that frame bracing himself in a resigned and weary manner. "Understand this, Severus. I had not been meaning to keep anything from you that I thought to be relevant." Snape's brows drew together at the offer of such foreboding words. The headmaster brought his hands together over the desk, his fingers taking grasp of the cursed ring upon his left and sliding it off that finger. Bridges between the living and the dead are not as impossible as it seems. There exists one other, albeit in another form. This ring that I had so desperately coveted is that one such bridge. "What?" Snape breathed, his eyes drawing to this unassuming gold trinket with its unblemished black gem. He met those blue eyes as the words fell from Dumbledore's lips. "Have you heard the story of the three brothers?" "Beedle the Bard," Snape confirmed, his eyes narrowing with cautious pause. "A children's story, a mere fairy tale." A smile flickered across Dumbledore's lips, so unlike any smile that Snape had ever seen upon his visage. A wry smile so knowing, yet with an odd air of defeat. That is the prevailing belief of the world. Yet we all know there are truths out there that are far stranger than fiction, that defy all collective knowledge and belief to stand as a singular wonder. You are implying there is a truth embedded within that story that is somehow relevant to this circular conversation. Snape growled, slowly turning the fable over in his mind. A story he had barely glanced over once years ago in a life gone by, a no more significant moment than a bedtime story he had read to a young child. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk before him, his words falling from his lips too even in cadence than to be anything but recited from memory. There were once three brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. Familiarity tickled upon the fringes of Snape's memory, those very same words once passing his own lips. They reached a deep, treacherous river where anyone who attempted to swim or wade would drown. Is this the one about how the brother with the cloak had used cunning and patience to trap and strike down death and superseded his immortality? Snape interrupted with a scowl, already exhausted by Dumbledore's inability to simply get to a point. Ever the patient man, the headmaster merely smiled. "I confess I've never quite heard the moral of the story being interpreted as thus. Which version did you read?" "The Emerald Estone First Edition." It had been bound by leather with pages gilded with soft-spun gold, perhaps only just ostentatious enough to sit upon a Malfoy bookshelf. "Ah, I understand now. The 14th century rewrite of the Bard's good works, a little bit of a macabre twist to every one of the tales." Dumbledore observed with amusement upon his features. The true ending of the story was not nearly so dramatic. In the tale I know, that brother had indeed used that cloak to hide from death and survived to a ripe old age. But when he felt his time was done, he passed his cloak to his descendants and left hand in hand with death as old friends. Snape raised one unimpressed eyebrow. "And do tell, what sort of a moral lesson was that supposed to teach children?" "Not to trifle with death, for one," Dumbledore answered with a wry smile, "and perhaps that nobody can escape its clutches forever." "Get on with it. Why is this relevant?" Already well beyond his patience with this conversation, Snape demanded a little more sharply than intended. With naught but a patient smile, the headmaster folded his hands once more, seeming to take a moment to compose his words. A sight that sent tension lancing through Snape's body, for anything that gave Dumbledore pause was a confession he may not wish to hear. There were three objects mentioned in the story, three artifacts of such immeasurable power that they could not possibly have come from mortal hands. A parchment flew seemingly unbidden from a cabinet, a quill finding its way into the headmaster's hand as he pressed tip to vellum. With deliberate strokes, he traced the edges of a triangle bordering those of a circle through which passed a single line. The cloak, the stone, and the wand, the deathly hallows. He then slowly passed his free hand over the ring he had set upon the table, running his finger down the ominous black stone. Snape could stare with skepticism, unable to wrap his head about the implications. Those three death-gifted artifacts were that of a wand spun from elder wood, powerful enough to strike down any wizard, a stone that could resurrect the dead but not pierce the veil to bring them back in true, and a cloak that was honestly no different to the 12-galleon invisibility cloaks one could purchase spun from the hair of a demiguise. "Are you telling me this ring is one of these fabled hallows?" Snape inquired, not for a moment believing it to be true. But slowly, his logical mind began piecing together the discrepancies he'd observed, but ignored through some sense of misplaced politeness. Why an age-tested wizard like Dumbledore could lose his sense like he did and place upon his finger an obviously cursed ring. Why, even after he knew of his purported fate, he still went to such lengths to preserve the accursed ring. And why, after all was said and done, after the dark magic had been stripped from the artifact, he would wear it upon his person like some hard-won trophy. It had brought him a measure of peace. He had once said, a stone that was said to be able to call forth the dead and give them a voice. Ariana. That name passed his lips unbidden as his eyes widened with realization. Those blue eyes shrouded as the headmaster slowly dipped his head. I had so desperately wanted to apologize to my sister. My heart yearned to see my family again, my father who died in Azkaban through actions he should not have committed, my mother who died by an accident through no fault of anybody's, my brother, estranged by decisions I made in the foolishness of my youth, and my sister, dead by my actions. And that stone. You sought the stone to call the dead back to your side. Snape breathed as understanding dawned on him. A piece of the puzzle that was Albus Dumbledore had finally fallen into place. Those blue eyes dropped from his as Dumbledore dipped his head in a slow, deliberate nod. I had sought this stone since my youth. At first, I had simply sought closure from my father. My list had grown since, and my reasons too. When the curse had been lifted from this stone, I had called forth from the veil my family, passed on from this world. So, it is real. It can call back the dead. Snape's eyes hooded with outrage and disbelief. It was real, and you had hidden it from me, knowing I needed the same absolution. I do not doubt that I would have, Dumbledore confessed without a whisper of hesitation in his voice. This is not a secret that I would have shared. And you denied me a similar chance for peace. Snape snarled, wand in his ineffectual hand, as if he were to hex the seated man. Had his magic been still within his realm to call, he might have. Dumbledore's clear blue eyes watched on, steady and calm. You have every right to be angry. Angry. You think I'm angry? Snape growled, unable to contain himself from looking anything but. He was angry, but he was more than that. He could find no words to describe the magnitude of betrayal he felt. He was suffering. A life lived with no relief. He went to the grave holding on to those regrets. Regrets that Albus Dumbledore held the key to alleviate, for he had sought the same peace. I had died for your war, Snape seethed. I have suffered for your goals. You did not even offer me a chance at the peace that you sought. Those blue eyes did not waver. And the fact that you sit here now in a different life, a better life, that would not have been possible had your heart found its settled rest. You could not have possibly known. Snape roared, making to slam his fist against the table, only to send a stab of shooting pain up the arm no longer whole. A lance of pain stole the wind from Snape's lungs and the wand from his fingers. He sunk into his chair, his entire body deflated along with his fight. Without a word, his wand was levitated to the table, its handle facing him in offering, and in equal silence, Snape retrieved and stowed it. The silence that followed stretched hollow and hurt. Snape could no longer meet those blue eyes. He was a fool to have thought that he had even one ally in that world. Slytherins did not have friends, and this was why. Betrayal was the cruelest cut of all, and it seldom ever came from enemies. You're right, Severus. Those words came from Dumbledore's lips in little more than a gentle urge. I had not been fair to you. I had chosen a selfish path and denied you a peace I could have granted you. It was no apology, and Snape would not have accepted one. It was acknowledgment that Dumbledore gave, acknowledgment of the wrongs that Snape had suffered in ignorance, and that was enough to quell Snape's rage enough to listen. I will not hide this from you this time around, but understand, this was my reason for secrecy. Dumbledore brought forth his wand from the folds of his robes and laid it gently upon the desk, its hilt resting beside the thrice-cursed ring. There were 3 hallows. Then the realization struck Snape once more, but instead of reigniting his furore, it settled in Snape's mind like a creeping frost. Realization that slid down his spine and formed an awful clenching coldness in his gut. The wand that Dumbledore prized from the hand of Gellert Grindelwald, the wand that the Dark Lord had killed Snape in pursuit of, the Elder Wand. The words issued from Snape's mouth in barely a hiss. He did not need the headmaster's calm, muted nod to confirm this to be true, for in his heart he had taken count of everything he knew to be true. This was the only conclusion he could have come to protect the existence of such a deadly artifact from the risk of falling into foul hands. A justification in that man's age-wizened mind, a decision made on the merit of what he was risking measured against the peace of mind of a few that might need it. Snape would have made the same decision, except, you failed, Snape muttered, the venom leaving his voice. The secret left your grave not long after you entered it. I know it. I saw it of your memories, Dumbledore confirmed, with gravity to his words. My worst fears realized, and it came from an angle I should have foreseen. This child, Harry, that Tom so desperately wanted to strike from this world, shared a wand core from Fawkes' tale, the same core held within Tom's wand. It would have been no stretch of the imagination to realize Tom would seek another wand to supersede this perceived weakness. Snape had lived through those dark days. It began with the kidnapping of Ollivander, the old craftsman tortured for all that he knew. It was by his suggestion that the Dark Lord crossed the Channel to Europe to seek out the wand maker Gregorovitch, and from there Snape had heard no more. That was until the Dark Lord had passed through Hogwarts' borders on the unwilling headmaster's watch and desecrated Dumbledore's grave. At the time, Snape had been only too relieved that a dead man's rest had been the only thing the Dark Lord had trespassed for his goals, and not the life of another teacher or student for his sadistic slaughter. But it was in Europe that the Dark Lord learned this secret. There was a loose thread unaccounted for in that region, and with all that Snape knew now, that mystery too saw an answer. Gellert Grindelwald, Snape uttered as his black eyes fixed those unwavering blue ones. You had left him alive after your famous duel. I had. Dumbledore confirmed what needed no confirmation. The words formed on Snape's tongue, a demand he only realized how cruel after it passed his lips. Then end him, and end this risk. He hesitated, feeling the stinging bite of inconsiderate empathy that came knocking at his conscience. The knowledge of the strange attachment the Grand Wizard had once formed with this dark force changed the gravity of the thought. Snape remembered the dreams. He remembered the feeling, and as much as it unsettled him to cast too much thought on the matter, it was something he could not help but recognize now. Foolish love that became a destructive force, and one not easily forgotten. He could no more ask Dumbledore to do this than Dumbledore could ask Snape to raise his wand against his wife. But he did not recant his words, nor did Dumbledore shirk from or decry such an unsavory notion that reeked of the dark length Snape was willing to sink to. Slowly those blue eyes dropped, and the next words uttered were an inelegant shift of the conversation. For now, I wish to focus on our main task at hand. A hunt for the fourth Horcrux. You have another lead, Snape asked, willing to depart from that confronting conversation. Though he did not wear it upon his features, Dumbledore was likely equally relieved. I believe your discovery has opened that path for us, for you have given us a way to interact with the dead in a manner that, before now, has never been possible. He reached over to take and stow his wand before picking up the ring with a slow, deliberate motion. This stone gives us access to those in our lives we've lost, those we hold close within our hearts. It does not give us access to those our lives have never touched, such as the like of a great and noble mind, Rowan a Ravenclaw. His words hung upon the air, a hint that Snape's all too keen mind readily grasped. You wish to have the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, call forth her mother, Snape muttered with a scowl. Yet I do not understand why you have not simply compelled her to speak of where she had hidden that diadem. With folded hands and a calm patience, Dumbledore asked, when you had taken on the mantle of headmaster, Severus, had you attempted to compel the ghosts? It was the only way to get anything done, Snape growled, remembering that difficult time. I did not anticipate receiving cooperation in any other manner. Dumbledore did not look the least bit surprised. Had you noticed the wording that you used mattered in how your orders would be followed? I had. Snape's scowl deepened. The first time he compelled the Gryffindor ghost, Sir Nicholas, to report back to him on Gryffindor rule-breaking, the ghost came back with the most trivial list of loitering and mild swearing. When Snape specified further that the rule-breaking that the ghost was to report had to be relevant to Snape's interest, the ghost returned with the same list, albeit delivered in a slow and demeaning tone. I do not need to know if you have tried to compel details about me from the ghosts, but just know it is very easy to find answers if you know the questions to ask, such as, what requests had your predecessor put to you under compulsion that you had been unwilling to take to task? Dumbledore explained in a manner that seemed to stem from experience. The future is ever so uncertain, and should an unfriendly soul take my seat in this school, every conversation I have ever had with the magical denizens bound within this castle is theirs to discover. I do not need to lay my greatest secrets out through questions so simple. The brewing of Wiggenweld potion had been one of the simplest brews that Lily knew of, yet somehow she had managed to receive a myriad of colorful liquids bottled for her scrutiny. It was a simple follow-the-recipe lesson, nothing so comprehensive as to warrant such a violent dispersion of results. Yet somehow, the resulting potion she received presented effects that veered in so many directions that she was given cause to wonder how such conclusions were come to. But given how poor in the craft she had started as, she could give no blame to the lack of enthusiasm shown in the coursework, though technically marking homework was not part of Lily's official job requirements. Horace had started her off on the 1st and 5th year's potion hand-ins. To better prepare her for the role of succeeding him, he had said, but Lily suspected the old professor was simply looking for some extra time to plan his social on the weekend. Not that she minded, if truth be told. The idea of becoming a professor tickled her fancy. She sat at the small square dining table by the window of her lounge, red-stained quill poised over stacks of marking rubrics. She was hesitantly circling less than flattering scores and scribbling gentle criticism in the margins when she heard the telling, rattling click from the locking mechanism in Save's office. It was especially loud when applying a key to the lock, rather than unlocking it by magical means. There was a sudden mad moment where Lily found herself panicking over not having anything prepared or planned for dinner before she remembered where she was and what their circumstances were now. Add to that the fact that dinner time had already come and gone. It was honestly rather late according to Lily's silver wristwatch, and her response was more a reflexive grasp for some form of normalcy in their lives, to have something to welcome him home with. Save stepped through the shelf-hidden door, his black eyes immediately drawn to her form as he entered, his shoulders seeming to lose a modicum of tension. "Is everything okay?" Lily asked softly, remembering her husband sweeping into the great hall during bustling meal time to fetch the headmaster. At that moment, every single alarm bell went off in Lily's head. Severus shook his head. "Nothing to concern yourself with. It was a matter of alchemical query." But before she could press with further insistency, he glanced past her towards the small square table she had unpacked her potions for marking on top of. "Lily, the living room is not a potion lab. I had a window open." She glanced behind her with a sheepish grimace. "And it's just Wiggenweld. It won't stain, poison, or corrode." "If brewed correctly," Save replied with a bit of a whippish tone, "and I put no stock of faith into a Wiggenweld that's glowing purple and still fizzing in the bottle." "Speaking from experience?" Lily asked with a wincing grimace. He was right, of course, especially considering she had witnessed one particular mise brewing eat through the belly of a pewter cauldron. Needless to say, nobody attempted to bottle that for marking. "I'll keep the practical marking confined to the dungeons then," she relented. "But if I be perfectly honest, I'm not exactly fond of the dungeons, and recently I've been spending much more time down there than I honestly ever wanted." Not even the brewing of the Wolfsbane had her confined so often. That had been a weekend a month, and an evening each day thereafter. Never whole days like she found herself spending now. And with the short winter months, she saw the sun seldom and briefly through the windows of the dining halls at noon, and only if the notorious Scottish weather would be so kind. She could see why Save might like it, even if he hadn't been conditioned by 2 lifetimes of close association. It had a quiet isolation about it that he would enjoy, while to her it was a gloomy solitude that was likely to drive her balmy. She was honestly thankful that Save didn't take the potion master role again, just so they got a room on the 2nd floor rather than in the sunless dungeons. Save paused a fraction before dipping his head at her answer, his voice pitched low. "If you earnestly wish to pursue this course as the potion master of this school, you might just have to learn to make peace with the dungeons." His words were a reminder that settled about her like a cloak of chill sorrow. The dungeons had been his domain because he had once been the potion master of this school. He hated that job. How he professed he hated that job. But that path would be forever denied to him now. All but the simplest of potions were denied to him now. And here she was complaining about the domain of potioneering when he might never dabble in the craft again. He shed his cloak awkwardly with his offhand, handing it to the coat rack by the entrance that took it and hung it neatly. The tired look on Severus' face seemed to age him in a way that Lily could almost see the nearly 40-year-old he purported to be, which was a ridiculous thought to have. Lily shook the sorrowful thoughts from her mind, almost physically as ridiculous as that must look. She slipped a smile back onto her lips because she didn't need their time spent together to be spent on pity and mourning. With a swift motion, Lily crossed the room to pull Save into a tight embrace, wishing she could wring all the sadness and tragedy from his life. She felt his arms pull about her in a returning gesture, his wounded arm held at odd angles to her body, so careful as to not touch her. "You took so long to get back. I missed you," Lily murmured under her breath, feeling Save's chest rise and fall in her arms. His grip loosened, his arms unwinding from her body. "I had to meet with Madame Pomfrey to get my bindings redressed. Are you all right?" Lily asked, shrinking back to look. Her attention caused Severus to tuck his injured arm behind him and away from sight. "It's nothing," Save muttered, his black eyes turning away from her. "The bandages need daily change to prevent infection." In that moment, sorrow threatened to overwhelm her like a tide. "I'm sorry," she whispered in a choking voice, unable to stem the welling tears. The pain he must be in, the helplessness he must feel. To have lost such a large part of himself so suddenly. A trade he had made for her life. "I'm so sorry." But he only stared back blankly. "For what?" he asked, his dark brows heavy with concern. He reached out with his remaining hand to brush the tear from Lily's cheek, his concern for her so singular and painfully genuine. "I cost you your hand," she sobbed, feeling her words burn a trail of guilt down her throat. "If it weren't for me, if I didn't fall for that trap, I was fooled, just as you were," Severus barked harshly, curtailing her spiral into blame and pity. "But I regret nothing." Lily's eyes widened as Severus brought forward his mangled arm, pulling up his sleeve and turning the damaged limb. "I once promised any price to have your life spared." He allowed that arm to drop, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Don't for a moment believe that I would regret that price." That clawing guilt that threatened to strangle her still coiled about her throat. He didn't blame her for her part, but she knew how heavy the weight of her folly weighed. Misstep, ill observation, blind trust. Hot tears stung her eyes. "This wasn't a price I wanted you to pay." A hand upon her sleeve, he pulled her in close. She braced upon his torso, feeling the strength cut into his body from the months of physical training already sapped by these wasting weeks. He leaned in. She felt his breath tickle her skin through her veil of hair about her neck. She felt his one arm coil about her, pressing into her back in a tight and desperate embrace. "I already know what a bitter life it would be to lose you." Lily squeezed shut her tearful eyes and buried her face into his shoulder. "You were whole. I was not." His voice sounded harshly in her ear as he pulled away, his black eyes flashing as he met her green eyes startled wide. "Your death tore my world apart. The knowledge it was my fault nearly destroyed me." He brushed the back of his fingers across Lily's cheek, ever so gently, as he caught a tear rolling down her pale white skin. "The price of one hand is a price I'm willing to bear, and I would rather suffer this than the burden and guilt of solitude once more." Lily's heart twisted at the memory of that aged and haunted Severus, the man he once was before he took another breath of life. She didn't want that solitude for him, not again. But if, for whatever reason, the unthinkable were to happen, if fate conspired to take her from this world again, an unhealthy gurgle suddenly tore through Severus' torso. "Apologies, Lily, but I have not eaten yet," he muttered as he stepped away sheepishly, releasing her from his hold. A smile came unbidden to Lily's lips before it dropped suddenly in place of panic. "I don't have anything prepared," came her exclamation before she realized that the responsibility was no longer hers, nor was the means. She gave a sheepish smile as Severus arched an eyebrow. He strode around the lounge room and sat at the small dining table by the window. "I request the assistance of an elf from the kitchen," he called aloud, and in immediate response, a small humanoid creature appeared at his table, clad in a white toga emblazoned with the school crest. The house elf bowed down low, its goblin-like nose almost touching the ground. "Does Professor Snape require the menu for tonight?" The elf offered quickly, evidently familiar with such summons. "Not tonight. Just bring me a bowl of tonight's soup with a serving of bread." "Brown," Severus commanded, and the elf bowed and was whisked away by its own brand of unique magic. Lily took a seat opposite at the table, worrying her bottom lip as she battled with the thoughts set a-whirl by guilt and stress. Severus glanced across the table, his black eyes hooded as he no doubt noticed her angst. Speak, he urged gently, anxiety also wearing a place upon his visage. Just lamenting the choice of brown bread, Lily quipped with a casual aversion of her eyes. Despite how empathetically block-headed Severus had once been, no small deceitful tell seemed to slip by the notice of this version. You were not, he stated, black eyes beckoning hers. What are you, a mind reader? Lily grumbled, still unwilling to meet his eyes, then the thought occurred to her. Are you? She met those black eyes, deep and fathomless, and felt she knew the answer before the words left his lips. I am. The breath left Lily's lungs, her eyes turned to the ceiling as if to beseech the heavens, secrets upon secrets. When were you going to tell me? It wasn't relevant, Severus replied, his voice holding no hint of shame. Lily turned her green eyes upon him, no doubt burning with indignation. Really? But Severus merely met them calmly. I've never used the mind arts upon you. Never. Lily arched an eyebrow, giving save pause as a look of sheepishness finally crossed his features. Once, he muttered under his breath, those earnest black eyes not leaving hers. When I thought I was saying goodbye, anger fled Lily's heart as a tremor lanced through her body. It'll be okay. That moment when she thought death loomed before her, when fear clawed at her heart and throat, and her voice denied her to scream or whimper, she heard his voice in her mind. Calm, it'll be okay. She had thought it imagined, a comfort her terrified mind had conjured to ease her last moments, so she didn't face her end alone. A hand touched hers gently, a single hand to offer comfort, for that was all Severus could spare. Empathy he had learned through the trial of 2 lifetimes. Believe me. I would never violate your mind, he murmured softly, and wonderfully reassuring in his incorrect assumption. I believe you, Lily returned, turning her hand upwards to hold onto his. Their hands clasped across the table. And honestly, that's more restraint than I could have shown, she added with a sheepish grimace. Well, thank Merlin that you have no natural talent in the mind arts, Severus muttered dryly, but his thin lips lifted in a faint but tangible smile. Not one to leave an avenue of curiosity alone, Lily probed further. How does one learn these mind arts? Severus arched a black eyebrow. I believe you are already at saturation with rare talents. I just meant, how did you learn it? Lily quickly deflected. Severus considered this question slowly. My mother, he began, a measure of discomfort flitted across his features. She was a Legilimens. I had blood as my precursor. So it's inherited? Lily asked, a little disappointed. That is a large part of it, Severus confirmed. But even then, that is no guarantee. My skills developed through my mother's influence indirectly. He cleared his throat awkwardly, distinctly uncomfortable, but he always was whenever he spoke anything of family. She was not a happy woman, a despondent mother who was only ever there to remedy my follies. He trailed off, eyes distant, thoughts upon a mother no longer by his side, or perhaps one that never was. I closed my mind to her. I pursued a clumency out of necessity to reap myself a measure of privacy. My own talent for the deeper veins of the mind arts opened through that same course of study. I can't imagine having to live with your mind guarded, even within your own household, Lily murmured, shivering at the lonely thought. Yet it perhaps saved my life, came Severus' surprising reply. He glanced away, his slender fingers fidgeted, clenching briefly about Lily's smaller hand. I would have never been able to endure the rigors of spying upon the Dark Lord had I not immersed myself in the craft so young, a blessing only welcome in hindsight. He scowled, seeming to withdraw into himself. Reaching over with a gentle motion, Lily clasped his hand between her two and squeezed. His black eyes drew back up towards hers, tension leaving his shoulders. His gaze held that haunted look, but softened as they met her green eyes. But no more words could be exchanged in that moment, as with a rude crack, the house elf returned bearing that soup on a platter. A brass tureen of pumpkin soup was presented upon a platter almost as big as he was, steam seeping from the seams of its lid and through the channel molded in its edge to rest the ladle. Lily withdrew back to her side of the table as the elf set it upon the table, along with a small serving bowl and a plate with a thick-cut slice of crusty bread. Then, without a word, the magical creature stepped back and bowed low, the massive serving platter balanced expertly still upon its clever elfish fingers, before it disappeared back into wherever elves went. Lily immediately reached across the table to uncap the lid and dole out Severus a hearty bowl of soup. She would ease his burdens whenever she could, whether or not he would ask her to. Severus did not immediately reach for his dinner despite how famished he must be. "I would that you not watch me eat," he muttered, turning away sheepishly. "Oh, don't get like that." Lily sighed, sitting back into her chair and digging in her heels, refusing to budge. "I don't want you to eat alone." Severus, lips pulled thin as he pulled close his bowl, a sigh escaping from between them before he finally took the spoon, holding it gingerly within his less practiced hand. He could no longer help the technique of his dining manners. Etiquette learned from another lifetime to hold himself in esteem in circles no longer relevant. Such a small matter to weigh so heavily upon his psyche that he would resolve to dine alone. Lily watched him with gentle eyes as he skimmed his soup with his spoon, a motion no longer as elegant as he once practiced. A careful sip of the soup before replacing the spoon, and slowly and painstakingly tearing off a portion of the crust and dipping it into the thick soup. Such painful adherence to decorum, an overbearing awareness of the eyes of others. Lily understood now the care of his bearing, and how conscious he was of eyes from the outside. Though the circumstances of his youth had their place in his mind, the greater part would be the life and death charade he had played under the eyes of those who would act on his missteps. But that life was no longer his, and the bindings of his past that once served to keep him alive now chained him in solitude. A solitude that even Lily could not seem to pierce, and it hurt her to see him like this. "Professor Kettleburn spoke to me today," Lily began, trying to force her way through the mirroring atmosphere that had seemed to settle. "He told me about the prosthetics currently in the market. There are some quite extraordinary ones out there. Some could even move almost like a real hand." Almost. That same thought must have passed through Save's mind, for a light scowl touched his lips before his spoon did. Silence was his only answer. "Everyone wants to help you, Severus," Lily urged gently. "Don't hide away from them." His black eyes barely flickered upwards as he continued his lonely meal. Only across the table, yet he might as well be a world away. She didn't want this to be his world. She didn't want him to be alone anymore. "Severus," she uttered in a voice so small she might as well as have whispered it, but heard her. His eyes flickered upwards from his meal, hooded with unshaken turmoil. "Don't shut me out." His dark eyes blinked slowly as he lowered his spoon. "I'm not." But he was, not consciously or by choice, simply by being the man that he was. She was the only person he'd ever loved in 2 lifetimes past, but even in her presence he could not find himself at rest enough to weather the shame of less than perfect culinary etiquette. But she was the closest he'd ever had to a family, the only person he had ever loved, and a person he would die for. She did not doubt that. She didn't want that from him. She didn't want his life balanced upon her conscience. A terrible conclusion that, after what had happened, felt too possible a fate. Mortality had never felt so tenuous. She didn't want him to die for her. She wanted him to live for her. Live a life he had never had. Find happiness and wholeness he had never experienced. And for the most part, Lily had endeavored to give him just that. They had been happy and whole, or as whole as they could be in ignorance. But with all that had happened, all that had been revealed, Lily had been given a lot to think about. He had once lived to see to the safety of a child not his own, a child that another Lily had borne and left behind, a promise he did his best to fulfill. He would do the same for a child of his own, of that Lily was certain. A child he would raise and care for, and if the unthinkable were to happen, live for. A soft smile touched Lily's lips. Severus' eyes flickered over her, chewing slowly on his soup-soaked bread. He noticed her subtle change in expression, an empathy not born but learned out of a need for survival, but behind which beat a heart so true. He would make a wonderful father. "Severus," Lily began again, her voice giving a quavering note. Severus noticed her nervousness. There was little chance that he wouldn't. Perhaps there was a slight hesitation to dip his next bite of bread, but otherwise he made no indication. "Severus, I know we've talked of this before, and we've already agreed that we weren't ready, but—" His eyes narrowed marginally, then widened as if he realized where her train of thought was headed, as efficiently as if he were a legilimens without morals. "I want a child, Severus, one with my eyes in your heart, one that you could love, someone to ensure you would always have someone to live for." The silence that answered hung thickly in the air. Those black eyes upon her held an unspoken distress, a suspicion that tanged with fear. "Are you?" Lily's eyebrows leapt up into her hairline, just realizing exactly how ominous her declaration sounded. Oh, no, no. At least, I'm pretty sure no, definitely not. Not yet. She shook her head vigorously, struck by how horrified Severus had seemed. He visibly crumpled with relief, returning to his soup with seeming abandon as if to bury the topic into the dregs of his bowl. But I do want to discuss. Now is not the time, Severus barked, startling Lily with the sharpness of his tone. You had promised me, Lily, that you would not take this into your own hands. Now is not the time. The war escalates by the day. This is no time to raise a child. Not to mention, he scowled, raising his crippled arm above the table edge, only briefly at a glimpse. Lily felt her heart falter as her eyes dropped. Frustration took her heart, but she refused to press on with a combative mindset. Not this issue. Not this way. Don't think so little of me. I would never trick you into a child, Severus. A child is something we must both agree on. She straightened in her seat, holding him locked with her green eyes. Her gaze softened, as did her words. I only hope that one day you will want to be a father, because I do not want to put my life on hold for a war that sees no end in sight. Chapter 69. To find the path forward. Chapter text thoughts mired Snape's mind, rattling him, leaving him off balance and distracted. That topic his wife had forced him to discuss perturbed him greatly, for it served to add another layer of stress into his world. For whatever reason, the desire to have a child had struck her hard and fast, and after he could give her no viable time frame of when he was willing to concede an offspring, he felt her disappointment most poignantly for the rest of the evening. It was a rare mercy that Potter was pulling his weight, for Snape felt presently less than useless as a professor. This was one of the lessons he had slated in the room of requirements, a practical spellcasting lesson that Snape was not prepared to teach. Red flashed as stunners flew across the room, fifth years introduced to the craft for the first time. Their voices rang calamitously through the spacious room, threatening Snape with a splitting headache. Students were organized against training dummies rather than each other, a good precaution to take for first-timers of this simple but easily hazardous charm. An option made a whole lot easier than the tools they would have been given in the restricted classroom setting. Snape watched mutely as Potter ran up and down the firing line, correcting stances and performing demonstrations that Snape was no longer capable of. A Gryffindor boy stood at Snape's elbow, his stance wide and his wand flailing wildly. Straighten your back, Snape snapped, startling the boy into complying to no great improvement. Before Snape could snarl at him further, Potter appeared at his side, able to correct everything by method and display with a greater efficiency than a few impatient words ever could. This was the second last class of the day, running about as smoothly as the morning that preceded it. The only time Snape felt even marginally useful was during the morning when he conducted the theory classes for the two second-year classes back-to-back. Slytherin and Gryffindors in the first period, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws for second. Simple magical principles behind dueling such as spell priority theory and defensive triages. But even then, Snape had required Potter to scribe for him. Never in his 20-odd years of teaching had the professor ever found himself so reliant on assistants to get by. Not even when he first began in the role as a 21-year-old whose Death Eater past followed him like a rumor he could not shake. When respect was non-existent and students tested him at every twist and turn. When he was still unfamiliar with the powers available to him and uncertain of the responsibilities expected of him. The hardships of inexperience seemed but a pebble on a road, and brushed aside just as easily compared to the difficulties he now faced as an invalid, especially when he knew he could not rely forever on those he had to assist him. It was with this solemn understanding that Snape beheld that summoning stone in Potter's possession flashing, a signal to rally, a call to arms for an active member of the Order of the Phoenix. Potter glanced to Snape's direction, seemingly torn between his exigent summons and abandoning a class halfway. Snape made that decision for him. Go, the professor spat, ushering the stricken boy into motion. Without any need of further encouragement, James Potter fled the room of requirements, tearing for the nearest fireplace that connected to the outside world. The class stirred into a frenzy of chatter, their practice abandoned in the face of curiosity. Back to your stations, Snape barked, dispersing the chatter and resuming the head-splitting chanting of butchered spellcraft. Too soon it became apparent there would be no more headway made this day by Snape's limited ability to teach. He called an end to class early, the first time he had ever allowed it, and scowled away the last of the students who were only too pleased to be given an excuse to slack off. This was an issue Snape had anticipated from the first day Potter was forced on him as an assistant. A clash of responsibilities, with play-acting teacher as a far second to battling for the magical world. But all the same, this was now Snape's issue to solve. Typical of Potter, leaving chaos behind him everywhere he goes. 20 minutes before the start of the next class, Snape stood at the desk of his classroom, glaring aimlessly at the blackboard as if his inability to charm chalk onto its surface was somehow its fault. With an unsteady hand, Snape picked up the nub of chalk, feeling the texture of the substance strange between his fingers. Indeed, it had been some years since he'd had to pick one up. For purposes of teaching, it was perhaps the first time. Magic had always been as natural as breathing to him. It was the need to conduct his actions in this muggle fashion that felt most off-putting. The weight of the chalk, though light, sat wrongly in his hand, a hand unused to manipulating a writing instrument, as it were. Placing tip to board, he dragged the tip shakily down the surface, producing a faint line that could barely be called such. Pressing harder, he elicited a screech that set his hair on end and caused his fingers to falter, loosening his grip on the slippery substance and sending him scrambling to catch it, crushing it in two. He felt the powder grate against the roughness of his fingertips, building in the crevasse of his nails, every part of its existence serving a measure of irritation. Resigning himself to defeat against this mundane task, Snape pelted the crumbled chalk bits into the waste bin as forcefully as his left hand could manage, and even that was frightfully unsatisfactory. With a brass key, Snape unlocked his top drawer to fetch a new length of chalk. Everything was slow and cumbersome. The clumsy physical key, the awkward motion he had to turn his wrist to get the mechanism to unlock, the chalk in the box that had to be slid out of needlessly tight packaging. With that chalk held as firmly as he could, he attempted again to write. The word vampires was barely legible by the time he was done in an effort that would bring shame upon a 5-year-old. With a scowl of disgust, Snape replaced his chalk in the holder, then attacked all evidence of his penmanship with the eraser. The white dust got everywhere, most prominently the front of his black robes. Sighing, Snape cleared the mess as best he could. He slumped in his seat, feeling for the moment overwhelmed and unable to take grasp of himself. Lily had suggested prosthetics, but he already knew the limitations of such tools. Movement and mimicry of the form of a real hand were possible for those within high-price brackets, but none would replace the fine sensory touch of true fingertips. None could move as finely as real fingers could, as finely as any true potioneer needed. None would ever allow him to work a wand like he once had. Not one would replace the function of a hand in true. What use was a prosthetic to him, except to disguise the disfigurement? What was another unsightly mark to bear? When the first bodies entered his classroom, Snape pulled himself straight. The second fourth year's class for the day. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff cohort, the counterpart to the Slytherin and Gryffindors. If there weren't enough argumentative children already, the school kept insisting on arranging classes in the most explosive combinations. With the seats filled, Snape stood, feeling his heart weigh down with all that he faced. A hush settled within the room, and the silence that met him was not tinged with fear as he was used to, but with respect. His pride held like a lump in his throat, children's respect being fleeting, their barbs cruel. Vampires. A subject that should have been available to you in first, second, and third year, but has somehow missed your cohort due to misfortune in subject organization and the constant revolving door of professors. Snape began, already listening out for the sound of snarky whispers. He had long known of the unfavorable comparison he had drawn with those creatures of the night. But no voices sounded. They simply watched in silence, listening expectantly. A moment of madness, that was what Snape attributed it to, caused him to gesture to a girl in blue-trimmed robes sitting at a desk in the front. "Ms. Vaughn, come up." She looked momentarily surprised, but complied nonetheless, with an aura of nervously excited energy about her as she approached. "I hear you are particularly talented in charms," Snape stated in a light voice, causing the girl to flush pink with delight. Never had Snape had that effect on anyone in the past. He gestured to the blackboard with his one hand. I require an assistant for today's lesson. Do you think you can manage the task? Yes, sir, she answered without hesitation, striding to the front of the class. Snape gestured for the blackboard with his mangled hand before, with a wince, changing to his other limb, quickly hiding behind him, his erroneously offered arm as if that would erase it from memory. I'll need you to be my scribe today, so make note on the board. With an eager nod and a quick swish of her wand, the Ravenclaw girl levitated the length of chalk and held it magically poised before the board. Snape almost winced at the ease with which children merely halfway through their studies were wielding magic, while he now struggled to move the smallest of objects with his erratic wand motions and magical control. Vampires, Snape resumed, turning to the class. Humanoid, undead, a nocturnal feaster of blood. But what makes them truly dangerous is that they are dark creatures with human cunning and intelligence. A flurry of tapping greeted his words as his selected assistant made efficient dart points of Snape's words, in impeccable handwriting at that. Your penmanship already far exceeds that of my previous help, Snape commented in a light tone, eliciting another flush of pleasure from the girl. He supposed to any house outside his domain, his compliments were few and far between. To Slytherins, he had never begrudged encouragement, but he had held all else at a professional distance. Snape realized belatedly, as blue robes leaned forward in their seats, glaring with jealousy at the girl standing at the front, that he had broken one of his cardinal rules. Never dangle a compliment before a Ravenclaw. Lockhart was positively seething with jealousy over the attention from his seat mid-center in the front. Page 398. Eyes to the book. Now, Snape snapped, immediately dispersing the attention-seeking lot of them. But even as he scowled and dictated his class with strict demand, it brought him a measure of comfort to think that for the moment at least, he still held some form of sway with the children, if not respect. And though he personally would be unable to meet expectations in his role, utilizing this influence, he could still perform his responsibilities. Teaching. But that wasn't the only responsibility he had. Even as Snape looked about the class at the furious scribble of note-taking that rang forth, along with the tapping of the chalk along to Snape's lecture, he realized he had neglected his primary duties. These students, though his responsibility to teach, were not his duty to care for. His Slytherins. He had been neglecting them. Too long had they languished under Slughorn's careless management. The onus should have been on him to pull himself together enough to reassert his influence upon his darkness-touched house. It was cowardly of him to have avoided it for so long. No matter his fears for their views on events past, no matter his lessened capabilities to deal with dissonance, their guidance was his responsibility to bear. James' absence was sourly missed at the dinner table. Lily never felt so alone as she did sitting in this unfamiliar corner of the great hall with only Slughorn within conversational range. And though Lily loved the old professor, despite his many glaring faults, there were only so many times she could listen to the achievements of great slugs past and present before she grew tired of the boasting. It was a wonder how the professor never got on with James. They could have gotten into a right strut-off. With a suppressed sigh, Lily lent one more glance at James' empty seat before resigning herself to an unstimulating dinner. She had been working herself into knots over the guilt of spending so much time with a man who she had unknowingly shared such a painful history with in Save's past. But it wasn't her she justified to herself. Another Lily. A Lily who had long since left existence, or perhaps more aptly, never existed at all. Not in this lifetime, anyhow. She was not married to James. She did not plan to bear his child. She wasn't even a fighter like she was supposed to have been. That had been the point that grated on Lily the most, that she was denied her destiny as an Order member and warrior. She hadn't even died due to that role, not directly anyway. If she had the skills and power, perhaps she could have freed herself. Perhaps she would not have cost Severus his hand, but these thoughts that came sent her too easily into a spiral of doubt and blame. Something she did not need. Something Severus did not need. She could no longer see herself as that warrior, brave and strong. She had too many fears now, too many doubts. Something had rattled loose in her heart and taken with it a portion of her courage and worth. As she struggled to wrestle her mind back under control, a hush settled over the hall. Lily glanced up as the chattering began, low and curious. As if summoned by her thoughts, her husband had stepped into the hall through the furthest door, striding purposefully towards the high table. He was not as subtle as he had been the last time he entered, nor did he shy away from the curious eyes. He commanded all stares, student and teacher alike, as he stepped about the high table and approached Slughorn. Professor Slughorn, I thank you for relieving me these past weeks. I am able to resume full duties, Severus announced in a clear voice, though directed at the professor in question. Lily had no doubt would be heard clearly by at least half the hall. Certainly heard by the Slytherins, whose table was situated right before the high table seat of their head of house. Already heads turned, eyes watching the exchange, some with eager delight, some with great dread, and some so unaffected Lily would have thought them utterly disinterested if not for their eyes following their professor's movement with unmitigated attention. Slughorn glanced up from his plate piled high with cuts and gravy, seemingly surprised but not displeased by Severus' announcement. Why, Severus, my boy, of course. But are you certain you're up to it? He asked with no small concern. Rest a little longer. It is no small injury you're nursing. With a slow and deliberate shake of his head, the young professor reaffirmed, I thank you for your concern, but I am quite up to task. I will resume immediately. With not another word of argument, Slughorn stood from his seat, the seat of a head of house, and offered it to Severus without a hint of chagrin. Then sit, my boy. Do as much as you can do. I'll be here if you ever need a hand, the old potion master offered, seemingly oblivious to his unfortunate choice of words. Severus sat in that seat of Slytherin with the bearing of a man who belonged upon that throne. His eyes were hooded, his gaze far, his sight cast upon his charges. The responsibility he'd borne over 2 lifetimes, not just for Slytherin, but every young mind and soul within the grand stones of this magical castle. So too did I stare back, curious eyes, chattering excitement from all colors and creeds of various houses, not just the Slytherins he presided over. Admiration he had long deserved. There was even the odd mooning sigh or blushing giggle from several pockets of girls darted throughout the hall. Lily couldn't help but smile at that, and the thought of what Severus must make of it all, that is, if he noticed at all. If he did, he gave no indication. Instead, he turned his eyes to the empty plate before him, newly summoned after Slughorn moved his laden plate with him down the table, sitting by the aging divinations professor, who seemed to be peering through his thick-paned glasses, utterly entranced at the spilt stuffing of the roast chicken. With slow and deliberate action, Save began loading his plate with a scoop of mashed potato and parsnips. He hesitated on the roast beef before passing over, no doubt due to having no way to elegantly wield a knife against it. That was something Lily knew she could help with. Without being asked, she reached over to shave off 4 thin cuts of beef at bite-sized pieces and transferred them to his plate. Severus graced her with a tired smile, accepting her help without a fight. "How was your day?" Lily asked, feeling concerned over James' absence. Taking a small scoop of braised Brussels sprouts, already halved and prepared, Severus replied lightly, "Today was fine." "I can't help but notice James is absent," Lily continued. "Did you manage to still teach okay?" From the center of the table, across the empty throne-like seat that Dumbledore should have occupied, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded distinctively, even from that distance. "I too had wondered how you would solve that issue that presented," she mused, not framed as a question but no doubt inviting answer. "Slytherins are known for our resourcefulness," came Severus' only reply as he ladled out a small bowl of soup. But after a moment of weathering Lily's wide green stare, Severus finally conceded. After he left, there was only one theory lesson left in the day. I coped. More than coped, it seemed. Professor Sprout chirped from her seat part way between the Gryffindor and Slytherin heads. "I've been hearing chattering students on the path up from my greenhouse. It seems they found you exceedingly engaging today." Severus didn't seem particularly surprised by this revelation, nor particularly pleased. "I had need of a note-taker to replace my absentee. I simply made use of some of the more talented students." "Oh, I'm not criticizing, Severus," Sprout reassured him with a kindly smile as she arranged a medley of garden greens and tubers on her plate. "Quite the opposite. I'm thrilled to see you build rapport with the children so quickly." Severus glared off into the distance, as if he felt that sentiment rather insulting, but did not wish to voice it. Nor did he bristle at the approving smile Professor McGonagall graced him with, along with a brisk word of approval. And I too am gladdened to see you adapting around your terrible situation and striving to ensure your students' education not suffer. It was hard not to think about the fact that Severus had once before held this role, and that this all must all be terribly familiar to him. Every one of these professors, a friend long met. Yet now he had to hold everyone at arm's length, act the part he had to play. Just another mask to wear. The knowledge of the truth of it all rattled about her head, refusing to allow her to see the world in the innocent way she once had. She was an empathetic soul, and she could not help but ponder the hurts that Severus must feel. The helplessness, their isolation. Lily tried to shake that lonely thought away. With a grounding breath, she busied herself over the table, absent-mindedly piling upon Severus, plate with everything she could reach, as if trying to make up for all that by being twice as helpful. Severus, however, was not so receptive. "Hold on, I didn't want peas." Lily glanced at him with upraised eyebrows. "Since when did you dislike peas?" With a hesitant grimace, Severus picked his spoon up and pushed it against the scoop of peas on the edge of the plate, pushing them in all directions with his awkward left hand. Though he said nothing as he ate all he managed to scoop, Lily could somehow tell he was disheartened by every reminder. As she watched him, unsure as to what to do to aid, the remaining peas that evaded Save's attempts lined up upon his plate and marched onto his offered spoon. Flitwick appeared at his elbow, barely peeking over the table. "We're all looking out for you, dear boy. Don't hesitate to ask for help." The professor offered with a kindly smile and a pat of Severus' forearm, highest part the diminutive professor could reach. With tight lips, Severus nodded. Too proud to accept help, too smart to refuse it. The descent to the dungeons had long been Snape's call to home. Once his office, and once his only respite as a student persecuted. Those familiar worn stone steps, the darkened corridors, the smell of dry must met his nose. A familiarity that should have been comforting, that stretch of wall drew before him, the entrance to the common room where he had lived and governed. Snape paused before it, unable to shake the vulnerability he felt. His bandages newly removed, that twisted flesh felt the bite of the chill. With an absent motion, Snape grasped at his sleeve as if to check it still hung over the unsightly wound. He could not hide his injury. He doubted there was a single soul in the castle that had not seen it. But regardless, this was instinct learned through years playing politics within the snake pit. Weakness was exploited, and sympathy was rare. It was not a place for a man who had lost a hand and his mastery of magic. He had spent hours attempting to reteach himself the craft, relearning his flow of magic, and not just the movement of his wand. He never had a talent for casting with his left hand. His magic had never naturally channeled in that direction. But with his right hand gone, a gate had closed upon his flow of magic. Like a dam closing over a river, his magic no longer flowed as it should. A broken path he had to learn to bridge, a new path his magic had to take. But like the river, it took time to carve this path, and at the very least, it wasn't impossible. And dedication was not a trait Snape was without. He had to hold on to hope, so too for those young and foolish minds that were at risk of straying into darkness. A responsibility he had left unattended for too long, something he had to rectify today as subtly as possible. He tugged one last time upon his swaying sleeve, his finger tracing over the embroidered dough upon his sleeve. What the children thought of that sentimental little motif seemed so minor in retrospect. Time had a way of resolving burdened perspectives. "Liquid death cap," Snape announced to the unassuming stretch of wall, and in response the stones shifted. He stepped through with a sweep of his cloak, his footsteps echoing off the stones with each deliberate pace, announcing his presence to all who resided within. That murky green light met Snape at the threshold, the dim lake-filtered light that permeated the room and worked in conjunction with the roaring fire to draw long shadows from every form. Eyes turned to him, some wide with curiosity or surprise, some narrowed with obvious suspicion. But they were few and far between and pushed to the fringes of the room. Change was difficult to sow, but once held was just as difficult to usurp, it seemed. For in the center, by the merry fire, sat Rockers, in that seat that once Snape had sat, a symbolic seat of power. Snape! the boy exclaimed with a start, scrambling to his feet. In the mere 2 years Snape had known him, he had already grown a good foot and a half, standing shoulder to shoulder in height with the professor who was senior to him by 2 years. Another child destined to outgrow him. Professor Snape, the man corrected, but without the bite in his voice he usually gave, for it was a mistake without malice. He grimaced but stepped forward regardless. Within his eyes flickered a moment of chagrin, but it quickly passed to make way for a steady acceptance. "Right, Professor Snape. Sorry. Can I help you with anything, Professor?" Those eyes followed the boy as he crossed the room, ears no doubt straining for their conversation. Politics was far from dead within the snake pit, but it seemed Rockers was holding on by his own merits. A little extra help from a professor would not hurt. "Actually, Mr. Rockers, I have need of your assistance," Snape announced in a clear voice, loud enough so that any eavesdropper might hear, but not so loud to seem deliberate. "If I do recall, you are one of my more talented students. Not entirely the truth, nor a lie." There were few in Rockers' year group in contention with his skill, but as a sixth year, there were others in Slytherin able to claim a higher pedestal in the craft. Such a one was Regulus Black. A seventh year now, and still on course for his doomed destiny, he sat in a chair to the fringes of the room, a bored expression upon his face. The young Black had not said a word to Snape since their exchange a year ago, had not made a move to oppose him, overtly or otherwise. But the boy displayed talent in jinxes and curses well beyond anything he had been taught within these walls, an obvious sign of outward influences seeking to mold him into a formidable resource. He would not be an ideal candidate for Snape to be seen outwardly sourcing assistance from. Rockers would suit the purpose for the time being, having no safe bets within the seventh years. "How can I help?" asked the boy as he stepped eagerly forward, beaming to what must amount to high praise. "Am I correct in thinking you have 2 back-to-back free periods tomorrow afternoon?" Snape asked, waiting for the boy's nod in affirmative despite already knowing the answer. He made it his business to keep his finger on the pulse when it came to his Slytherins. "I have 2 practical classes last period tomorrow. I have need of an assistant." The boy's eyes lit up. No hesitation in his acceptance, no ruefulness over the loss of his free time worn upon his features. Whether the boy realized the possibility of political advantage this arrangement might boast was another matter. He had proven himself adept enough to seize the opportunity to fill the power vacuum Snape had left behind. The professor had faith the boy would be Slytherin enough to exploit this. The room of requirements was already bustling when Snape stepped through the whimsical door. Few third years arrived early to class, with fewer still engaged by their own initiative with the training dummies available to them. Snape had decreed no bars upon the students' use of equipment before class began. A generous concession from a man who ran his classes with the strictest of discipline, but one that few ever took advantage of. A mixed class of Slytherins and Gryffindors, this was usually the practical lesson to be wary of. He was beginning to wonder if one Slytherin sixth year was enough to run the class. Rockers, too, was likely wondering the same as he stood 2 paces back from the professor. He would certainly not be left without supervision amongst this rabble. At the arrival of their professor, several of the students stood at attention, too few for Snape's liking. The handful practicing by the training dummies had an excuse for their distraction, the ones lounging and chatting had none. "Right, no more talking," Snape barked, his voice ringing across the room causing all heads to snap around and students up on their feet. "Partner up for defensive drills. I want pairs lying down sides of the hall." A dozen odd students jumped to do as he commanded, dispersing haphazardly about the uniquely equipped hall. There was an inefficiency to their movement that grated on Snape's nerves as he glared the youths into expediency as he strode down the center of the room. The door opened behind him, and a cluster of students strode in late. Gryffindors, typical. They hesitated on the threshold, seemingly surprised to find class underway despite the allotted time upon their timetables. 4 minutes late, Snape growled, daring the boys to utter an excuse. Gryffindors were never ones to back away from a bad decision, more willfulness than sense. "We thought class might be cancelled," one had the audacity to utter. "I had no idea such an announcement was given, especially as I have not made that announcement," Snape returned with a sarcastic bite. "But I just thought, since Professor Potter, I'm the professor here, not Potter." Snape's voice took on a dangerous tone, one that caused the trio of Gryffindors to shrink back a step with widened eyes. 5 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness, 10 more for your backchat. Now partner up and find a spot. I want no more delays to this class. The boys were sent scarpering for floor space. The remaining students stilled like startled mooncalves, alert and silent. So too did Rockers, standing frozen beside the dueling platform in the center of the room where Snape had left him when he swept to the door to unload his displeasure. His presence, felt by all students equally, a force he needed to learn to wield with a little more elegance. He began his career on a different foot in his last life, struggling to retain any form of respect. This unwavering strictness he imposed was what he required to maintain control. A persona that was no longer suitable and furthermore had to be kept in check. This was a different path he took, a different teaching rapport fostered, and as such his once effective methods were now more harm than good. To instill a sense of discipline was necessary, but there was no need to go about it in a heavy-handed way. Though it irked him, for the new face of Slytherin he wished to impose, he had to be seen as fair. "Mr. Bradley," Snape commanded in an even tone, singling out one from the late arrivals. Lionel Bradley was a Gryffindor boy of decent talent and too much boldness, had at the very least enough sense to shirk at Snape's voice. But this was not about punishment. "I hear you are practiced in wordless casting, despite never being taught," Snape asked in an even tone, locking eyes with the now rattled boy. Whether through hesitation or defiance, he did not move to answer, but he did not need legilimency to see the affirmative in the boy's eyes. "Step onto the central platform," Snape commanded, ushering him with a gesture. "Mr. Rockers," Snape directed at the stunned boy acting his assistant. At the sound of his name, the young Slytherin unstuck himself, seeming to shake off his startle. "Step up to the platform, Mr. Rockers. I need you to demonstrate the shielding charm." With a brisk nod, Lincoln Rockers stepped up as he was bade, squaring off against the Gryffindor boy 1 year his junior. "Now, Mr. Bradley, you may cast any one offensive spell you have learnt this past year, wordless only," Snape commanded, handing reins to the two in the center. It was a gamble taken, throwing Rockers into the deep end. A calculated gamble, based on Snape's approximate knowledge of each boy's range of abilities. But yet again, Gryffindors had a way of defying expectations. It was clear instructions, or Snape had thought, that there only be one offensive spell unleashed. Instead, a flurry of knockback jinxes and disarming charms pelted towards the Slytherin defender with such a fury, and a proficiency unexpected of a 5th year that Rockers could barely defend in time. No elegant spell parries for the boy. It was pure brute force with a single sweeping protego, but even that was quickly worn down by the onslaught. He roared a command to stop, but whether by adrenaline-induced tunnel vision or egged on by the raucous crowd, Snape's words were left unheeded. Snape drew his wand and made a move to end the duel, grasping for his magic and feeling it once again fail. So too did Rocker's shield, faltering by one hearty crack of a jinx. To his credit, the Slytherin boy reacted quickly, bring his wand about in a sweeping parry. The jinx flew wide, a wildly struck blow that veered into the crowd. A girl took that blow. Unexpected and unready, she was sent flying outwards towards the fireplace. Snape stepped forward out of the crowd. With a desperate slash downwards, he roared, "Arresto momentum!" For a heart-stopping moment, the girl soared, untouched by the magic Snape had desperately invoked. But then, with seemingly fey timing, she thudded roughly into the floor, falling just short of serious injury. The crowds dispersed momentarily, before drawing together around her out of both concern and curiosity. Snape swatted them out of his way as he strode through to kneel beside the girl as she lay blinking at the ceiling, visibly concussed. "Take Emesso Hale to the hospital wing," Snape ordered a Gryffindor boy gawking at his elbow. At his command, the boy snapped to, bracing the girl up against his shoulder as they stumbled laboriously towards the door. With a sigh, Snape called them assistance through a summoned house elf, sending them off by that mystical apparition, the creatures employed that defied all wards, intended to counteract that magical movement. Even ones as powerful as the anti-apparition enchantments worked into these ancient stone walls. Dispersing the crowds, Snape stepped back through to the dueling square to see Rockers looking sheepish, and the feckless Gryffindor Bradley, grinning triumphantly with a wand in each hand, not seeming to realize the drama he had caused. "I very distinctly said, 1," Snape said, in a soft and dangerous tone, causing that smile to slip off that Gryffindor's face. With a nervous glance about, he finally seemed to notice that there had been a bit of an incident happening around him while he was busy having fun. With an almost apologetic grimace, he handed Rockers back his wand as Snape stepped towards him. 5 points from Gryffindor for failing to follow instructions. Snape announced to the groan of the crowd in red, "Make no mistake, Mr. Bradley. Today had gone badly. MS Hale is in the hospital wing because of a jinx you had recklessly cast. It was by the grace of small mercies that things did not resolve themselves as badly as they could have been." Boy's eyes widened, having not realized what had happened in the fervor of the fight. "But," Snape continued, softening his tone, "credit where credit is due. That was an impressive display of wordless magic beyond expectations of one in your year. 10 points to Gryffindor." Bradley's head whipped upwards, his eyes wide with disbelief. A cheer whooped about the crowds clad in red, so calamitous at every minor victory. "I expect things of you now, Mr. Bradley. You have shown talent in the craft. But that makes it all the more important that discipline is held and instructions are followed." With a solemn dip of his head, the boy responded with a heartfelt, "Yes, sir." Satisfied that the lesson was received, Snape turned to Rockers, still sheepish from his final defeat despite his valiant efforts, and ushered him from the center of attention. "You didn't do badly," Snape muttered discreetly to the boy, knowing how tender his pride would be after what must feel like such a public defeat. "You did everything I expected of you, and lasted far longer against an assault that even I had not expected." The Slytherin boy glanced up, seemingly placated by the words. "Might I suggest next time, when the lesson is getting out of hand, that you do not simply restrict yourself to defensive measures. While you assist me, you have my permission to put in place any student that acts out of hand." With a muted smile and a firm nod, Rockers pulled himself up from his slump and fell in step with the professor. Snape paced onto the platform, wand held in demonstration. "Pratigo is your incantation. The wand motion is a firm flick downwards," he motioned to demonstrate, no longer feeling silly as he did so. "As you've all seen demonstrated today, that motion can be modified for a parrying effect, but for the purposes of not inundating Madame Pomfrey with work, the downwards motion is all that you will attempt today. First half, ready your shield charms, backs against the cushioned walls. For the second half of the pair, knockback charms only. Half strength with the spell uttered, and facing said wall." Students moved to sort themselves out. Snape strode down from the platform formed up by the students down one side of the room, and had the sense to move away from the fire. By Snape's direction, Rockers corrected stances and wand motions, then once satisfied, returned to the professor's side. He was not as skilled or efficient as Potter, but far more gratifying to watch, for the skills he displayed, though rough, were a direct result of Snape's teaching. A satisfaction never afforded when teaching potions, for no student had ever measured up. As he stepped back, satisfied he had a handle on the class, he breathed in deep, willing his impatience down. He felt it, though brief, and but a whisper he felt it. That familiar touch of magic he had lost. That one brief saving spell that to any who witnessed must have seemed a lucky turn, a path forward had opened. A mere crack before his feet, but more hope than he had felt in these passing weeks. Magic that had fled from his world kissed his fingertips but briefly, but long enough to ignite hope within his suffering heart. It took all his self-control to leash his mind and stop himself from turning from task. This class was a mere hour long, and there was only one more class after that. Patience. Lily couldn't help but stomp like a child in a tantrum as she trudged down the first-floor hall to the home she and her husband shared. The very husband that did not make an appearance at dinner in the great hall, despite having shown in the preceding meals of the day. It wasn't that Lily had to spend a meal isolated and bereft of his company. She could deal with that, and in fact had been coping with just that before events conspired to have her join her husband at Hogwarts. Things were supposed to be getting better. She had thought his appearance at the dinner table the previous night meant he was coming to terms with all that had happened. that he might come to accept that though his life was imperfect, he was loved by so many. He once told her, in a memory no longer hers, that he had fallen in love with her because she had been kind when nobody was, and had cared when the world turned a blind eye. Now, a hero to so many, he would never be wanting for kindness or those who care. Help would be there for him if he only asked, but that wasn't the kind of man he was. Lily tapped her wand on the locked door, as the knotted ward Severus had set on his office door was too complex for her to charm open wandlessly. She took a deep breath as she stepped into the office, centering herself. No matter her own frustrations, she could not hold any of it against her husband. Though it felt a tad like tiptoeing about him, she didn't have the heart to add more onto his plate than what he already had. Pushing past the hidden door behind the shelf-mounted wall of Save's office, the grating stones ruining any chance of a subtle entrance. "I'm home," Lily announced herself, smoothing away the concerns that followed her up the stairs, putting on a pleasant smile to greet him, only to find the piping of a kettle whistle meet her as she stepped inside, a cheery cup of tea quickly and automatedly poured. Lily blinked, confused as to how this came to be. She was quite certain she didn't leave anything charmed when she left in the morning. In fact, she was certain she hadn't left the snow globes floating. But there they were, dancing about the fireplace, their movements tight and rhythmic but slow and careful, like an experienced juggler testing new weights. Then, with seemingly no prompting, everything righted, stacking neatly back onto the mantel. For the longest moment, Lily stared, barely daring to hope, before she slowly turned around to the figure that had stepped behind her. Severus, with his wand in hand, and a rare and knowing smile upon his thin lips. "Did you?" Lily breathed, voice trembling. In response, he flicked his wand and whispered, "Lumos." The light that shone at the tip of his wand seemed so much brighter than a simple wand lighting charm ought to be to Lily's tear-glossed eyes. A simple charm had never seemed so remarkable. Magic evoked in its smallest and simplest forms, but magic nonetheless. She threw her arms about her husband, unable to stop the sobs from racking forth. She felt his arm pull her tight, his one undamaged arm, shared emotion taut upon his hold. Joy, such overabundant joy, colored the tears that she shed. And relief, overwhelming relief. A burden had lifted along with her tears, a shadow that had haunted her mind and heart. Though they were but simple spells, it was one small but significant step forward. By a simple spell taught to those on their first steps on their journey through Hogwarts, a light had beckoned on a path opened. Hope, pure as the light that shone from that wand. There were no words to express her relief, to know that the return of his magic was more than just idle hope, and that in one terrible moment, in one cruel and difficult decision, his courage had not cost him everything. Chapter 70, no less undeserving. Chapter text: The morning army of owls descended with their expected regularity, knocking over goblets and shedding feathers all over the food. It was a wonder why the school didn't magically conceive a way to expedite mail delivery with less disruption to the breakfast table and less food wastage. With a grimace, Lily pushed away her bowl of yogurt, and muesli, after an owl dropping, landed square in the center. A bushy barn owl stood before her, looking almost apologetic as it deposited a letter into her hands. "You're forgiven," she sighed, easily won over by an owl who was actually polite to her. She sent her morning mail bird off with a happy hoot and its pickings of her leftover bacon rinds. The first thought that occurred to her as she held the letter was that the envelope did not feel like parchment. In fact, it was obvious from the barely legible "to Severus and wife" scrawled across the front that the penmanship was not from quill and inkwell. The thickness of the writing was too consistent and without blotting for being scribed by shaky hands. Add the fact the letter was addressed to Hogwarts, yet there was some attempt at a random assortment of numbers assigned to the bottom of the envelope that Lily briefly recalled was a postcode that painted this letter to be of Muggle origin. She turned over the envelope and felt her heart flip and a flock of butterflies loosen in her stomach. The name, Tobias Snape, leapt from the envelope, bringing with it a mixed bag of confused emotions. She had once hated the man with a passion, hated him for everything Severus had endured under his care, every injury, both physical and emotional, he had inflicted on his son. She couldn't understand how anyone could neglect their child to the extent of sending him to school emaciated and in tattered robes and still find it in their coffers to drink themselves blind. But ultimately, Tobias Snape had saved his son's life that fateful night. The wound that Severus had inflicted upon himself was horrifying and raw lifeblood seeping uncontrolled, and Lily could not wrest a solution from her panicked mind. It was by some grace of luck or fate that Lily had stumbled through the front door of that sad little house in Spinner's End, and that the man who resided there not only had the skills to stem the bleed, but was in a state of mind to do so. After that, it felt only reasonable to inform him of his son's survival. A short letter penned with the utmost concise efficiency of details given, but ultimately to convey that Severus had woken and would continue to recover. She had not expected a reply. Lily held the letter close to the table's edge, almost as if ready to yank it under at a moment's notice. Severus had just left the breakfast table to prepare for class. He never took long at breakfast, having eaten not more than a bowl of porridge. He seemed only to stay long enough for the purpose of collecting his morning paper, standing to leave the moment he tucked that one nut into the owl's leather satchel, paper folded under his arm. With hesitant fingers, Lily edged open the envelope and removed the folded paper. It looked as if it had been torn from a notepad, complete with ruled lines and unevenly torn edges. Upon it were written barely 2 lines. "To Severus and wife," it read once more. "Visit when you can." Lily turned the brief letter in her hands to confirm there was nothing else written. It was almost anticlimactic. As estranged as the father and son were, they at least had conciseness in common. With a swallowed sigh, Lily slumped back on her seat, already envisioning how Severus would receive such an invitation, and she would not blame him one whit. It was difficult to forgive abuse. It was difficult to forget all that he suffered. And suffer he did, more than most. The letter weighed in her hands, far heavier than a torn page bearing 2 lines should. The responsibility of putting this letter to Severus and opening old scars with a reminder. Another wound to nurse, added to the many he already carried. What did Tobias Snape hope to accomplish with this visit? Reconciliation? Forgiveness? Neither seemed possible. This was a hurt that 2 lifetimes did nothing to heal. What could mere words and sentiments do to wounds that even time could not touch? Snape never thought he'd see the day when he would receive Potter's reappearance with a measure of relief. As it was, his excuse was that he was running out of options with the postponing of the 6th and 7th year practicals lest the plague and world-ending storms descended. Lounging at a student's desk with his feet kicked up and rocking in a chair, his hair sticking in all directions, Potter looked the very model of a delinquent child. At the sound of Snape's entrance, the graduate Gryffindor scrambled up straight and turned to greet him with a grimace like a student caught breaking rules. "Herr Snape." "You're in early," the man chirped as if that excused his feet on the desk. But as Potter turned, he revealed a gauze taped across the side of his face, still blood-stained and disturbingly fresh. Seeming to realize where Snape's eyes were pointed, Potter brought his hand up to his face, worrying the edge of his gauze in a fidgety motion. "Yeah, just a scratch. It was a bit chaotic out there and I got hit by a curse of some sort. Wasn't very strong. Didn't bite too deep. It just won't stop bleeding." "Could the bleeding not be stemmed?" Snape asked, his suspicions aflame. Potter pressed his fingers to the center of the gauze, then winced when they came away with still moist blood. Poppy couldn't stop the bleed, said it was some sort of curse she's seen before, but had no idea how to undo. Just had to wait for it to stop bleeding the Muggle way. A slow and ponderous process, but one that proved effective in the end. The thought to simply leave the man to suffer through the process flitted through Snape's mind. Once upon a time, he might have relished any measure of suffering this fortune-kissed reprobate incurred. Indeed, even now he enjoyed a measure of misfortune suffered. But not this curse, not again. "Show me," Snape demanded as he stepped forth, to which Potter simply turned his head and offered his bandaged side, no doubt thinking Snape only wanted a look at the dressing. Without explaining what he meant to do, Snape tore the bandage off the wound, revealing an oozing patch of stitchwork. Potter flinched back. "Hey," he exclaimed, grabbing for the gauze. "Hold still," Snape hissed as he deposited the bloody gauze atop his desk and turned his attention and wand to the wound. He felt his heart drop at the sight of it. A great gash stretched from the lobe of his ear to the tip of his cheekbone, held valiantly together by fine stitching, much like the flesh of his wound had been. Sectum Sempra, the cutting curse he had invented. This spell was the embodiment of every darkness stained upon Snape's mind and soul. A spell he had never intended to pass into existence within this life, but circumstance thwarted his best intentions. The night he had cast it upon himself, he had uttered it aloud before a dozen unfriendly ears. Dark souls that would have no qualms about the morality of such a vicious spell, in fact, perhaps relish in it. Once he had taught them this willingly, now he was simply glad for the complexities this spell offered in its wielding. It was not the sort of spell one could learn by mimicking words and motion. It was a spell created in a haze of hatred and teenaged angst, and it showed in its maliciousness and magical demand. Though it would lay cuts whenever it touched, it took an incredible amount of focus to temper it into a purposeful blade, more than even for one such as Snape could wield without words to temper and guide. And the cuts it reaped did not heal by any magical means, whether by spell or potion, save that one counter-curse, a spell Snape had developed at the behest of Dumbledore after his foulest deeds were done. A spell created in the hopes that doing so would go some way to mending the damage he had left in his wake. And the complexity of the curse showed too in the counter-curse. It was no simple chant to utter, but a song he needed to weave by tempo, pitch, and tone. A difficult spell to cast as well as to teach, but if it were to take root in the arsenal of their enemies, it was imperative that he made the effort to pass on the counter-curse, at the very least to the scholastically talented of the Order and their matron healer. Snape pointed the tip of his wand to the wound, feeling his still feeble magic gather on its new path. Potter blanched and turned away. "What are you doing?" he asked, as if he still feared further harm rendered from his once rival. "I have the counter-curse," Snape explained with an impatient snip. Those dark eyebrows pitched upwards above those thick-paned glasses in the very image of insulting surprise. "Your magic's returned. Not enough that I should be rid of you," Snape growled, losing patience. "And if you disrupt me one more time, I will leave you without to lick your wounds the Muggle way." Potter didn't need to be told again, surprisingly, with his willful and contrary streak that all Gryffindors seemed to share. He sat quietly with his oozing cut offered for Snape's appraisal. With one swift sweep and an utterance of "Defindo," Snape clipped the stitching that held the wound together. Potter winced, but did not pull back, a show of trust Snape hadn't expected. With slow, deliberate passes of his unsteady wand, Snape began his sonorous chant, weaving together the flesh with more methodical care than he ever thought he'd offer his most hated rival. It was more complicated magic than he had attempted since his powers returned to him, and more demanding wand motions than he had asked of his left hand since. However, slowly but surely, the wound responded, closing by increments, healing until only a raw scar remained. Snape withdrew, siphoning away the blood from his hands and vanishing the bloodied gauze from his desk. Potter raised a hand to appraise the raised scarring that marred his irritatingly handsome face. "Apply essence of Dittany to smooth away the scarring, but I doubt you'll be rid of it completely," Snape muttered, annoyed that he couldn't even find it in himself to leave his good deed at that. Potter raised a conjured hand mirror and turned to appraise himself like a vain prat. "Dunno, I think a scar might make me look dashing. Does it make me look dashing?" "It makes you look like a dunderhead who didn't block," Snape scathed as he stepped up to his desk, summoning the homework he went to such lengths of care to mark without smearing them in red ink. One of the scrolls he had actually managed to accidentally transfigure into a mouse during his still erratic spell practice. Thankfully, he had actually managed to reverse the unintentional effect and was spared the embarrassment of having to admit to a student that he lost their homework. With a flick of his wand, Potter cast away the mirror. "Like that scar on your face, I suppose." Snape scowled as his hand automatically flew up to the notch on his chin. He had faded it with essence of Dittany until it was but a white upraised streak upon his chin. Snape hadn't thought it prominent, but evidently even a half-blind Gryffindor with the observation ability of his house repute was able to pick the pale scar from his pale skin. "I wasn't exactly afforded an opportunity to block," Snape spat, causing Potter to blanch and drop his eyes, mumbling apologetically. It was a part lie, as Snape had allowed his words to implicate far worse than the truthful origin of this injury, incurred through an embarrassing mishap while shaving. Students began trickling in, fourth-year Slytherins readying for their joint class with the Gryffindors. Upon notice of Potter standing up the front, their faces fell. Snape knew the feeling. "I'll not be troubling you for your assistance, Mr. Petriscu," Snape informed the Slytherin boy, who stared questioningly at the board. For reasons Snape could not quite fathom, his face seemed to fall at the announcement, as if the notion of standing up at the front for an hour assisting a cripple was somehow appealing. A mixed bag of emotions flitted across the faces of students entering, both Gryffindors and Slytherin. Some seemed delighted at the reappearance of Potter, most of which were Gryffindors. Some didn't seem to give a damn either way, understandably mostly Slytherin. And some looked utterly crestfallen by the restoration of status quo, a category to which belonged a confusing mix of reds and greens. Snape had briefly considered gleaning some understanding of this nonsensical division of opinion with a brief dip of legilimency, but quickly thought better of it. His magic was still shaky at best, and no matter his affinity with the mind arts, he was unpracticed in his current state, and did not fancy the embarrassment of fumbling the attempt and dropping his own thoughts into someone else's mind. The students had warmed to him in the past week for reasons unfathomable, in ways most unwelcome. Some began treating him with far more familiarity than the strict professor was used to, as if he were Flitwick or Merlin Forbid, Slughorn. Even the first years who had never known him as a student popped out of their shells in some noticeable fashion, but mostly they still regarded him with some abject dread. Their fear of familiarity Snape knew as a professor. It was reassuring to see some traditions kept alive. Potter moved to his station, putting chalk to board with a flick of his wand, as students took their seats. It seemed the man was less buffoonish than Snape had credited him, as he correctly recalled which day of the curriculum they were on, and what was needed to be scribed on the boards, the minimum of Snape's expectations. Satisfied that Potter was handling the job required of him, Snape turned his attention to the stack of homework scrolls upon his desk. 2 students up the front. I want these marked homework assignments returned to their makers. More than a half-dozen students found their feet, with several more braced, as if they were about to stand, but had been beaten to the punch. Eager hands willing to help, eager souls willing to contribute. A sight still so unusual to a man unused to cooperation. And yet he remained the only man surprised by this outcome. Potter did not bat an eyelash as students poured forth to expedite Snape's command, where once no doubt a smart comment about the like might have been uttered. Respect was something Snape had always struggled to acquire, now offered so freely that he did not know what to make of it. Lunch wasn't over, and it had already been a thoroughly exhausting Monday. The third years had been run through what should have been a routine brew of antidotes for counteracting deathcap poison. Instead, it ended with 4 cauldrons exploding. It turned out that Slughorn had made no attempt to double-check the newly released edition of the Beginner's Guide to Common Antidotes he had asked his students to purchase, no doubt to ease his teaching workload, which resulted in an increased cleaning workload for Lily. She was straggling by the time lunch came around. 20 minutes after initial table set, Severus might have already dined and disappeared, with or without his tricky meal pieces cut to appropriate size. She was pleasantly surprised to find her husband still working valiantly through his meal, aided by magical means. Beside him sat James Potter, of all people, reappeared from his unspoken duties. They were actually making eye contact and speaking, without coercion or peer pressure, conversing civilly if her eyes and ears were to be believed. Lily paused a moment to check she was actually awake and not passed out in the fumes of the poorly ventilated dungeon classroom. Not wishing to disturb this miraculous upheaval of the natural order, Lily edged skittishly around to Severus' side and took a seat. Both men broke off conversation to greet her, not at all sheepish for having seemingly been caught interacting amicably. "What were you two talking about?" Lily probed, having broken the magic moment and simply making the most of their diverted attention. She had already decided not to bring up the topic of the letter from Save's father at the high table. That would turn any pleasant meal sour. "Lesson plans," Severus answered calmly, but the look on James' face told her it was at the very least not quite the full truth. Lily's eyes tunneled past her husband to fix the man who was not tempered by years of spy work with an appraising stare. Was it really James? Severus glanced back with a look of mild exasperation before sparing the man the burden of answering. If you must know, we were discussing the situation outside these walls. Lily felt her amusement ebb as fear gripped her heart. Once she thought to stand shoulder to shoulder with the warriors of the Order, but now the mere thought of facing those vile creatures in human skin turned her stomach with numbing terror. "How is it out there?" she whispered as both men turned worried looks upon her. Severus, though suffering far worse treatment in their hands, seemed so calm albeit concerned for her. James glanced her over nervously, as if he was unsure if he should say anything by her shaken response. "I mean, it's not great out there," he offered with a smile, then quickly added, "but we've struck a few key blows, some real beauties of battles. This can't go on much longer." But this could and would. Lily knew this to be so, a truth she was given and did not ask for, the knowledge that this war would go on for many more years to come. The end of which, if one could call it that, rested solely on a child whose existence would no longer be possible. She turned silently to Severus, willing him to meet her eyes and tell her otherwise. To tell her everything would be all right. He said not a word. He didn't even look up from his meal. Not that he would have told her what she wanted to hear. For a man whose 2 lives had been full of lies, he remained unerringly honest about everything, even truths that did not lend her any comfort. Perhaps it was the look on her face or Severus' insistent silence, but James cleared his throat uncomfortably. "It'll be all right, Lily. We'll win," the Gryffindor boy insisted. He at the very least had no issues with a white lie or two, or perhaps he still believed that she met those hazel eyes, wide and earnest through those thick, round glasses. If there was doubt, he didn't wear it on the outside, not even when his face now carried stories of battle. She did not recall ever seeing James wear scars upon his face, yet here he sat with one now, dull upon his skin, but visible and new. Bearing the tales of his close calls, Lily began making her plate, with her head down and feeling the press of her thoughts rattle her from the inside out. James glanced her over with a worried look on his brow, seemingly unwary of the fact that it should be she that was worried about him. James was the one out there facing danger. James was the one risking his life. If he got hurt? What if any of her friends got hurt? What if they got killed? Lily's mouth was so dry she could barely swallow the cut of potato she was chewing, but she endeavored before clearing her throat. How is Marlene James?" Lily asked hesitantly, uncertain she even wanted to know. James' eyes went wide as he set down his cutlery, causing Lily's stomach to flip with fear. But that start gave way to a wide smile. "Good, great, actually. Thanks for reminding me. I had news to give to you." With a grin so radiant it chased away metaphorical shadows, he announced, "Marlene and I are getting married." The fork fell from Lily's fingers to clatter upon the plate as she brought her hands to her mouth in surprise and delight. "Congratulations!" Lily gushed, the anxious shadows that nipped at her mind swept along by the force of such elating news. "How did you propose?" With a roguish grin, James ruffled his hair. "During an inappropriate time again. Battle just finished, and I got hit in the face with a curse." His finger traced the scar, pale but vivid upon his skin. "She said yes so quickly while they were all trying to fix me. Guess she thought I was dying." He had the gall to look amused by the thought. He sobered, though, perhaps by the lack of amusement that greeted his words. "Honestly, it wasn't all that serious. Just a cut. Only it wouldn't stop bleeding. Your husband fixed it for me, though, without even needing me to ask." Both Gryffindors beamed at the Slytherin sitting between them, who seemed to do his utmost to ignore the gratitude, sipping his soup with the utmost focus and care. "We're planning it for the coming winter. After the new year, we think. Perhaps right on the winter solstice," James continued, his grin so wide it could split his face. "And Marlene wants," he paused, seeming to think better of what he wanted to say. "Well, she can tell you herself, I think. Either way, just know you're invited." But he paused, glancing at the silent Slytherin sitting between the two of them. "The both of you." Severus' eyebrow twitched, but he did not turn nor say a word. "We'll be there," Lily promised, ignoring her husband's silent objections. But it seemed even Severus could not hold his tongue forever. "If you must go, then go, but I have no such desire to attend another such wedding." "You've only attended 2, and one of them was your own," Lily insisted, putting on wide, pleading eyes. With everything happening out there, surely you're not going to let me go alone. Those dark eyes softened as Severus muttered, I assume a wedding between two Order members would not be lacking for protection, witches and wizards who are qualified and up for the task. I doubt I would be of use any longer in that department. Lily's tone changed like whiplash. Don't say that, she pleaded, reaching to brace her hand upon the crook of his elbow. In such a short amount of time, you've already learned to cast so many spells with your left hand. You have so much ability. Yeah, Snape, you'll be up and kicking arse again in no time, James interjected helpfully, though Severus looked less than appreciative of his input. Severus said nothing more as he stood from the table, his half-consumed bowl of soup vanishing as he stood. I'll see you later tonight, he murmured, making to leave, but Lily wasn't going to let lunch end on that note. She grasped his sleeve, the one that wasn't folded and pinned up over his wound, folded at the silver doe on his sleeve. With a sudden rush of romantic notion, she beckoned him down with a grin. He obliged, bending down discreetly as if to receive a secret she could only convey by a whisper, only to have a light kiss pecked onto his cheek. With an arched eyebrow, her husband straightened where he stood. Honestly, Lily, he asked in an exasperated tone, but not sounding entirely displeased. Just wanted to ensure those girls eyeing you up and down know a claim has already been staked, said Lily with jesting grin. Severus looked positively confused by that remark as he cast a quick look about him. He didn't debate the point, however, taking his leave with a soft smile as Lily waved him off from the table in this emotionally confusing morning. Want me to point the girls out to him? James asked with a chuckle, no doubt noticing this unprecedented shift in popularity. Let him be blissful in ignorance, Lily remarked as she returned to her plate with relish. A little bit of good news and her appetite came flooding back. James, having started lunch on time, pushed back his finished plate of dessert of caramel slice and sat back in his seat with a good-humored smirk. So, do you think he really doesn't know? If he does, he's certainly good at pretending otherwise, Lily remarked as she swallowed a bite of beef pie. It was gratifying to know that no matter how different her world had become, no matter how terrifying her world was becoming, there was one thing in her life that would always be constant. Severus' unchanging love. Actually, I believe that. He's batty for you. It was like the two of you were destined, or something. Makes me wondered why I ever thought I had a chance. James trailed off, his words ponderous and without malice. The wince that followed seemed to suggest he had spoken his thoughts unintentionally. A stray thought that his brain-to-mouth filter did not pick up along the way. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy with how everything turned out. I don't have any regrets with Marlene, James quickly backpedaled. He seemed to pause, composing his thoughts when no judgment confronted his words. I just can't help but think now, why did I chase you like I did? You clearly weren't interested. It was always Snape. Why didn't I get the hint sooner? I never had a chance. I just feel like an utter prat. Lily felt her heart thud dully as the weight of knowledge never meant for her prickled her throat. James never knew how close he came, and he never would. It's just how life turned out, Lily offered in a gentle voice, for the best. James gave a crooked smile and a small nod. Yeah, I suppose it did. This was something Lily had come to terms with, without ever realizing that she had to. The shock of finding out what could have been, and the subsequent acceptance of what was. That wasn't the course that Lily's life took, and though she had no doubt that in another lifetime, James had made her very happy. In another lifetime, she had loved him dearly and loved the child they had together. But that was another lifetime, and she another Lily. She had no regrets. Congratulations again on your engagement, James. You and Marlene will be very happy, I'm sure, Lily offered sincerely, prompting a wide, beaming grin from the boy she once might have fallen for. And you'll bet we'll be there. Yes, Severus too, she added as James gave her a doubting grimace. If you can manage it, I look forward to seeing the both of you there, James remarked graciously, not easing the least bit on his doubt. But Lily already knew this was something she would not compromise on. No matter her husband's objections, he needed to be there. He needed to see that James Potter was marrying, and Lily was not that woman. That any fears he might still hold about where their paths might turn would be quelled, and both halves of his past life be laid to rest. Blooming out of season, irises grew by magical means in a makeshift garden arranged from flower pots placed in a window box upon the bathroom sill. The smell tickled his nose, bringing him a measure of comfort. With a sigh, Snape sunk into the bathtub, allowing the scalding water to submerge past his shoulders. Slowly, he brought his wounded arm under the surface, feeling stinging prickles in his tender flesh throb, then slowly abate. Constructed of solid copper, the tub was situated square in the middle of the bathroom, its belly held from the floor by clawed feet. The rim of the tub was fashioned into the likeness of a coiled dragon, with its head lowered over the lip to disgorge water as its living counterpart might breathe fire. Its wings were scooped over on one end and fashioned into soap and potion racks, its tail curved and coiled, fashioned into handles around the one side of the tub free enough of frivolous decorations, so that someone might actually be able to step into it. It was as grand and old as anything in the castle, but despite its decorative whims, Snape still felt like a potion ingredient whenever he sought to bathe. The long, luxurious soak had not always been his first choice of bathing options. A shower had always been more efficient by time and water usage, and achieved all the necessary functions he required of the process. But he had since found himself appreciating the time-taxing bath and the soothing effect it had on his abused body. Regardless, this was not a luxury often spent on himself. Time better spent marking homework, a task made highly time-intensive by sole reliance on his left hand, or reteaching himself basic magic as he had earlier this day. Free period last, Snape had committed his afternoon to the room of requirements, taking his body and mind to refining his offensive spell work. Simple spells were beginning to respond wordlessly. Levitation, wand lighting, simple useless cantrips. Not a single dueling spell made that exclusive list. It was an afternoon of revision he had long thought behind him. The words almost felt foreign on his tongue. If not for teaching obligations, he had no need to invoke the spells by name for decades. Had it not been for the privacy of a magical room tailored to the user's whims, Snape might not have been able to bring himself to practice for fear of being overheard. There was a humiliation to be felt for being unable to manage what even fifth years were able to do with varying competency. Bolts of red streaked past the targets, missing as many blows as he landed. Though his left hand proved less competent by a significant degree, it was improving, slowly but surely. It was all down now to Snape's self-discipline, not just for managing his practice, but ensuring he did not recklessly grasp for unrealistic goals. No matter his frustrations, the main focus for the afternoon's efforts was not accuracy, but to test the limit of his power and the complexity of the spells he was able to wield. A simple, stunning spell defied him for near a week, its casting responding inconsistently, the quality weak and uninspiring. Now, inspired by his efforts, it came when he called. Not just stunning spells, but a slew of mid-ranged magic fit for fifth years. Overcoming the initial hurdle of rediscovering his magic was the hardest. When his magic returned to him, it returned quickly. Practice truly was the best remedy. But in his excitement, or perhaps blind pursuit of his goals, Snape had flown too close to the sun. Sectum Sempra, he had commanded, drawing forth that dark spell to test the limits of his magic. And forth it came, driving a shallow cut into the wood of his training dummy, sending out a spray of splinters. In that moment, the world seemed to sway. Red tinged his sight as he stumbled, his heart thudding fast and heavy in his throat, the memory of his own screams ringing in his ears. Before he knew what was happening, he had fled down the hallway and braced against the wall as he heaved calming breaths. Clarity returned to him, as did the realization he was standing in a Gryffindor thoroughfare. Snape composed himself, scowling away curious eyes and those approaching with some ill-advised mind to help. With a snap of his cloak, Snape swept away from the body of traffic, taking shelter in a hidden passageway until he was able to shake that unsettling moment. Trauma. He knew what it was. He had experienced it all before. This terrible deathly fear over a moment long past, invoked by the utterance of the spell that changed his life. A moment he thought he had come to terms with now circled incessantly in the fore of his mind. Snape made his way back to his office as discreetly as he could, slipping through by the secret passages that wound their way throughout the magical school. It was only when he found himself in the comfort and privacy of his room did Snape finally allow his emotions a moment to breathe and crumple upon his couch. There was little point in dwelling on what had passed, but he was unable to stop the thoughts from peaking in his mind. A familiar symptom of an affliction brought upon him by his own actions, and that being another familiarity. The bath was simply a means to seek calm. He had been fearful that it might cling like episodes from other traumas had, but thankfully, the moment was passing quickly. Perhaps he was simply used to dealing with such turns now, or perhaps he was simply in a better state of mind to deal with it. He had certainly never had what he had now, in terms of friends, family, and happiness. Where once he simply had to make do and deal with things out of necessity, he now had an abundance of support and well-wishes. Or perhaps this was simply a less remarkable horror to have befallen his life, and he'd simply grown enough in courage and character to deal with it. The sound of a wall grinding open caused Snape to tense, his one hand automatically reaching for his wand, stowed in its holster that was slung upon the tip of the bronze dragon's wing to hang among the bottles. "I'm home, Save," Lily's voice called from the room beyond his bathroom door, causing all tension to flee from Snape's body. More tension than that came with the prospect of an intruder. His ring had reassured him warmly from his finger, that faint but ever-present tug in the direction of his wife. A faint feeling that was so easy to miss, and so familiar that it faded from notice, should he not actively seek it. But so too did it not disclose what distance separated them. Unless they had stepped out of range of one another's ring, there were no marks to measure distance by. And that range was too uncertain at best, for unlike charmed objects, enchantments only ever grew in power the longer they existed within magical company. Perhaps one day there would not even exist a distance that could possibly separate them, or at the very least it would be able to tell when she was right by his side. But until then, he was doomed to being taken by surprise. Snape startled when next he opened his eyes, for Lily was standing right over the tub, peering intently at him. When he jumped, she jumped, before a snort of laughter tore through her lips. "I thought you were asleep," Lily gasped. She composed herself through her laughter and surprise. "So you thought the best way to test that was by giving me a heart attack," Snape muttered as he struggled to steady himself in the slippery tub with only one hand. She grinned unapologetically as she stepped in close again and conjured a stool for herself, communicating that she had no intention of making a graceful exit. Snape's eyebrows arched questioningly as he squirmed under her gaze, never entirely comfortable to be seen naked, despite the redundancy of such shirking feelings in the presence of his wife. "I actually wanted to talk to you," she began as she sat down, her smile softening as she spoke. Snape pulled himself up straight to better meet her eyes. "If it's about attending that damnable wedding, then I have already made my views on that abundantly clear." "Oh, I'll weigh you down on that, don't you worry," Lily quipped so lightly Snape couldn't be absolutely certain it was in jest or all seriousness. "I actually had something else to speak to you about, something I thought we need to talk about in privacy and comfort. And while I'm in the bath was what met those criteria," Snape bemoaned in exasperation, to which Lily replied with a quirk of her lips. "Tactically speaking, you can't escape easily. I got you right where I want you." Couldn't fault that logic. Snape sighed and leaned back in the tub, relenting. "Then speak. What is it that is of such paramount importance that you must have me pinned so that I'm unable to escape?" He turned his gaze upwards, only to find those green eyes hooded with worrying thought, her smile retreating as a small crease appeared in her brow. She began, not promisingly. "It's about your father." "Please let your next words be that he drank himself into an early grave," Snape growled, instantly agitated by the mere mention of the man whose only contribution to fatherhood was a last name and biology. "Save," Lily uttered in a voice so quiet Snape felt no bite in chastisement. "I know how you feel about him. I don't blame you." Indifference colored Snape's sigh. "He's not a man I care for, so conversing about him seems a moot point." Lily drew her chair close, her white teeth worrying her bottom lip. "He sent an owl, or at the very least his letter was picked out of the Muggle mail system and got attached to an owl," she rambled, uncertainty reflected by her face and fidgeting. "He wants us to visit." "Certainly not," Snape answered without a moment wasted on consideration or hesitation. But his final answer did not end the conversation as it should have. "I think we need to have a talk about that night." A vague notion, but one delivered in a way that left Snape with no doubt about exactly what night Lily had meant. A shudder tore through Snape's frame. Despite the heat of the water, a chill fear clawed Snape from within. "What more needs to be said?" he asked through suddenly dry lips. This was not a conversation either of them wanted to have. Lily's eyes dropped from his. A shadow of raw emotion fell over her features, emotions evoked by mere memory. You were dying. The words fell from her lips in barely a whisper, lancing a shard of ice into Snape's heart. You were dying, and I didn't know what to do. This had not been discussed between them. He did not know what happened after he severed his hand and lost consciousness, and he did not know whether he wanted to. But Lily seemed intent on speaking of it, and he was not about to stop her. Dumbledore had done something, she continued valiantly despite her own struggles with the story. I only had probably seconds to act. Merlin, it felt like an age, but it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. Her eyes dipped again as her hand flew to the crook of her opposite arm, a motion that spoke of fear and vulnerability. But seconds they were, and we were in Sherwood Forest, deep in the Midlands, so far away from Hogwarts and from London. I couldn't think of anywhere else I could take you. So you took me to Spinner's End, Snape muttered, recognizing the conclusion of her tale. You took me to my father, and somehow that drunken oath saved my life. Lily gave a small nod, her eyes distant and misted. I couldn't stop the bleeding. No magic had worked. But your father had used Muggle means to stop the wound. He used Muggle means to put his own blood into you and replace some of what you lost. If it weren't for him, she trailed off into a hiccup. Emotions raw. Too raw for Snape to endure sitting naked in a bathtub. He drew his wand, and with an uttered word summoned his bathrobes. He heaved himself out in a clumsy motion, wrapping the robes about him as he magicked himself dry. With a look and a gesture, Snape beckoned Lily to the lounge, an invitation the sobbing girl accepted without protest. They sat together on the sofa, Lily's arms coiled about his waist, as if his presence could somehow ward off the dark memories that had been awoken by reckless recollection. He saved your life when I couldn't, she whispered as she leaned back from their embrace, her earnest green eyes searching his. I don't know if that makes up for any of it, his childhood terror. A man who should have protected him when he could not protect himself, instead bringing him naught but pain and fear. A man who chose to drink away what little he had instead of putting food on the table or clothes on the backs of those who depended on him. It does not even come close, Snape found himself conceding with a bitter tone. A twisted knot wound itself around Snape's throat. A hurt he rarely dwelled on and never spoke of if not for the only person in the world he would ever confess to of his pain. And his world did not feel any lighter at those spoken words. Spoken woes were given form, as would pain and sorrow be shared by those who would listen. Tears that glistened Lily's green eyes threatened to prickle in dark ones. Emotions he had not been prepared to deal with for 2 lives passing. But of all the trials in his life, he had fostered hatreds deeper and had forgiven things that he once thought unforgivable, forgiven the likes of James Potter, forgiven, perhaps, himself. We will need to speak to Dumbledore then, he heard himself say. Conceding words fell from his lips without prompt, as two from his heart. We need to make provisions to protect ourselves if we're venturing outside of the castle walls. He felt Lily tense in his arms. Disbelief, perhaps, a sentiment he shared. He met those wide green eyes with a gentle smile. He felt those arms about him holding on tight, a reminder of the different life he was leading, the different man he had become, a reminder that whatever happened, he would not have to face it alone. The second chance he was given despite all that he had done. To have hurt someone he had loved, Snape was no less undeserving of forgiveness. Chapter 71, of Second Chances. Chapter text exhausting. That was how Snape would describe his reluctance in meeting with his father. A weekend afternoon spent in frigid discomfort. Tension hung over the meeting, laced through every word uttered, every glance exchanged. Snape had never wanted to lay eyes on the man again, yet there they sat, face to face across the room upon frayed and musty lounge chairs. The springs creaked at every movement, piercing the silence that would linger between surrendered words. They spoke over cheap black tea, almost like strangers. No warmth in any of their words exchanged, but no animosity either. Perhaps the best either could expect or hope for. A world of difference from how their last lives had turned. The man had even inquired as to the health of his son through their terse conversation. It was perhaps the cynic in Snape that thought the question sounded more like indifferent platitude than any form of concern. And in return, Snape made an almost unsarcastic remark about how sober his father looked. Indeed, it had been the most together he had ever seen of the man. Shaven and wearing a worn and frayed, but stain-free buttoned-up shirt and slacks. It seemed his father had finally made some effort to clean himself up, if too little too late. But that again was family resemblance. To have found it in themselves to change only when they had already lost everything because of their destructive ways. Snape's eyes had wandered about the cramped confines of the dingy lounge room, doing everything they could to avoid making eye contact with the man sitting across from him. His gaze lingered on every stain, every mark of poverty and dilapidation upon the household, but it felt more of incompetence than of uncaring. It seemed the man had made an effort to clean up in the face of visitors, both expected and otherwise. The young couple did not visit alone, for Dumbledore had sent with them a detail of Aurors from the Order. Moody at that, for there were few more capable than the mad Auror at his prime, and there were fewer still less interested with the happenings of a dysfunctional household. The paranoid old wizard had spent the rest of his time pacing from window to window and winding wards about the dilapidated household. Unfortunately, his trainee, Alice, made up for all the curiosity he lacked, choosing to sit in as a guard, while her mentor conducted a thorough security sweep. Still, it was better to have a nosy aura than be without. A wise precaution taken in light of what had happened, despite how uncomfortable it was to have strangers intrude on personal affairs. At the very least, it wasn't any of those childish marauders or their similarly age-grouped associates. They left before the sun touched the horizon. An early evening by all accounts in these shortened days, but it was none too soon for Snape. He and his father parted on impersonal goodbyes, but it was perhaps more familial than any words they had ever exchanged. Returning to the castle, Snape felt oddly numb. They parted ways with the Aurors at the castle entrance. The paranoid Moody insisted on seeing the pair of them through the doors, lest they run afoul of the enemies hiding in every bush and shrub along the winding path from the gates. It was only as they stepped behind the privacy of Snape's office walls did he finally feel he could breathe, only to feel that breath get knocked straight back out of him by the sudden tightening of arms about him. "I'm so proud of you," Lily murmured into his chest, a baffling notion for a man who had barely spoken a dozen sentences over the course of a quarter as many hours. Snape said nothing as he returned the embrace with an affirming pat, feeling no real energy to respond with anything more. Lily released him, her green eyes glistening despite her smile. They entered their quarters together, through the shifting wall and into the comfort of their familiar lounge. Snape stripped off his cloak and hung it at the rack by the entrance, and with a point of his wand and a conceited utterance, Snape set a fire roaring in that fireplace, invoking seeping warmth throughout the living space and the sleeping quarters that laid on the other side of that grate. Though magic was steadily coming back to him, he was still struggling to perform any function wordlessly, a far cry from the mastery he had once commanded, and though the situation lent him a measure of frustration, it was not intolerable. The simple knowledge that through practice his magic was finding its way back to him was encouragement enough. He was never one to shy away from a little hard work. Lily had disappeared into the bathroom, and Snape took himself to the only other room that could be considered a living space in their far smaller accommodation, the bedroom. She had not complained once of their situation, far from it. She seemed to revel in this cramped living condition, calling it cozy and assuring him their previous home, the one that Dumbledore had so graciously lent them, had been so spacious that it seemed consistently lonely. Snape supposed he could understand the sentiment. There was something comforting about knowing Lily would never be more than just one room away if ever they were in their living quarters together. Even when he worked in his office, marking homework, preparing classes, or the like, the fact that Lily had to walk past him to enter their room or leave meant so much reassurance of her presence and welfare. Though a workload sat in his office demanding his presence, Snape felt no inclination to attend to it. Felt utterly drained, barely finding enough energy to charm the curtains shut and remove his boots, placing them neatly by his side of the bed. With a sigh, he laid himself down, shutting his eyes to the orange firelight that poured through the door. "The day took it out of you, huh?" Lily's voice sounded softly in the gloom, as softly as the glow of the candle she lit without a word and barely a gesture. "Think you got enough in you to come downstairs to have dinner?" Snape cracked open his eyes as he heard clothing rustle. Lily stood before the open wardrobe, browsing her selection of jewel-colored robes. Lily had insisted on dressing in muggle-wear for this visitation, despite her husband refusing to do the same. They were visiting upon a registered magical household, despite the muggle location and residency. He felt no need to subject himself to that sort of discomfort. Choosing a Gryffindor-red item of modest cut and a trailing pattern of white flowers about the hems, Lily allowed it to hang beside her as she stripped out of her blouse and skirt, allowing the muggle clothing to fall to the floor in an uncaring heap. Her green eyes met his black ones then, perhaps sensing his leering stare, or perhaps expecting it. She did not hurry into her wading robes, instead pulling out another set of robes to compare side by side, this one mint green with flowing silks and weaving embroidery of silver roses starting from one shoulder and blooming about her sleeve. Slytherin colors that paired so perfectly with her striking eyes, something he had once mentioned, and one she had likely taken to heart. "What's your opinion?" she asked, but her smile suggested her question was not in regards to her evening wear. Snape pulled himself upright. The fatigue had been entirely of his heart and mind, and at this moment neither felt ready to rest. "Must we dine downstairs?" Snape asked in a soft tone, feeling that youthful urge viscerally. Those alluring lips curled in a smile so full of promises. "Oh, I'm open to suggestions, Severus." She made no move to garb herself, welcoming his lustful attention. She approached when he did not answer, scattering any wits he had left about him. "Can dinner wait?" Now. "The dining hall will be closing soon," Lily replied lightly, as she traced one finger about his collarbone, teasing him with her proximity and touch. "Or we can call a favor from the kitchen. Have our own private dinner date tonight. How does that sound?" She knew perfectly well how that sounded. Snape's black eyes affixed upon hers intently, still wishing the dinner could be averted entirely, but knowing better than to entertain impatience. "That sounds wonderful," he replied thickly, reaching for her bare waist eagerly, only to have her slip out of his one clumsy hand and step away. "Dinner first," she teased with a smirk, stepping back with a smile and pulling on the flowing green robes, hiding her enticing form behind robes of Slytherin colors. Snape tried not to show his disappointment too keenly as he stared on with a glum sense of betrayal. His appetite was certainly not cooperating with the turn of the night. Conceding, he strode from the room to take care of dinner demands as quickly as possible. "I'll have pasta," Lily called after her husband as he summoned an elf from the kitchen. All he could stomach was the soup and rolls. There wasn't enough room for much else with all the butterflies loose in there, reveling in the utter folly of youth. It wasn't as if this was a rare privilege either. He was simply in the moment now, the state of mind where he did less thinking with his upper half. One that he had once tried to control and temper, lest he humiliate himself. Before Lily, nobody showed him the slightest interest, and as a result, he rarely indulged that side of himself. For the most part, it had worked, garnering him an image of aloofness. He had even fooled himself into believing he had been above it all in his youth, for he certainly never thought himself so susceptible to the whims of his hormone-poxed body. But with Lily in his life, he was given very little reason to be embarrassed by his urges. Oftentimes it seemed she took great delight in his struggles, teasing him and prodding him, encouraging his affections, and he felt no inclination to stop himself. Dinner could not arrive soon enough, nor end for that matter. A plate of spaghetti arrived on his square lounge table, as did a tureen of thick cauliflower soup and bread rolls. Lily emerged then to take her seat across the table from her husband. A cool breeze wound its way about them through the open window the table was set before, playing with the tendrils of steam that coiled from his soup and the strands of red hair that cascaded from Lily's shoulders like red silk. Snape averted his eyes as he ladled a bowl with a point of his wand and a muttered spell, settling himself to patience as he dined lightly in pleasant company, not altogether an unpleasant alternative. "Pasta's good. Want some?" Lily offered as she slurped down a mouthful of her Parmesan-dusted fare. Her table manners were always questionable, but Snape had long accepted her messy eating habits as a charm of her character, to which Snape replied with a smile and a silent shake of his head. With his mind retaining grasp of his thoughts, He found his mind wandering again in the direction of the day that had passed. Ever sensitive, Lily glanced up at him, swallowing her bite before asking with a touch of concern, "Do you want to talk about today? Are you sure you're not a Legilimens?" Snape muttered lightly as he worked through a spoonful of soup. "Like you could be vulnerable to mind-reading," Lily returned with a good-natured eye-roll. Two commonly misheld beliefs over the concept of legilimency expressed in one comment. Legilimency was akin to the concept of mind-reading, and that occlumency offered absolute protection to the user. But Snape felt no inclination to argue that point and was willing to pass without comment. Instead, he found himself accepting her invitation, speaking his heart without further prompting, something he had never thought himself inclined to do. "I don't know how to feel after today," he confessed, unable to look his wife squarely in the eyes. "I don't know what I expected to feel." He trailed off, turning back to his meal. He took a slow sip of soup before releasing his spoon to reach for a bread roll. He was slowly adapting to his disability, learning to live with inefficiency. "Do you feel worse?" Lily asked hesitantly, setting down her fork to peer across the table with such wide-eyed concern. Snape didn't answer straight away. Instead, he dipped his bread roll into his soup and took a tearing bite, giving him time to think before answering. Though his table manners had since become noticeably cruder, out of necessity more than complacency, at the very least he refused to give in to the slovenly habit of speaking through an occupied mouth. "I don't feel worse," Snape finally conceded after swallowing his slow and ponderous bite. "Nor do I feel absolved. I feel," he struggled for a moment, both with expressing his long-repressed feelings and understanding them himself. "I simply feel weary." He glanced up to see a small smile etched upon those sauce-stained lips. "I'm glad you're not upset," she said, quite sincerely, as if that had been one of her long-held fears about the day. "If I were, it would not be directed at you," Snape assured. That earned him a smile. "That hadn't been one of my concerns, but good to know regardless. I just didn't want you to be upset." "Then rest your heart." "I am not upset," Snape confirmed as he took to his meal, surprised by how famished he had actually been. It took the first few bites to whet his appetite, but after that his hunger made its presence known. One of the few drawbacks of youth he was not sorry for that urge caused him little grief and was easy to satisfy. The sight of him feasting perhaps rested the worry in Lily's heart, for the corners of her lips tugged upwards in a lopsided smile. Then would this be a good time to bring up Marlene's wedding? "There is never a good time," Snape muttered low between sips of soup. He could see from the fringes of his vision Lily pulling a face. "I should have asked you before we sat down to eat. You would hold my inhibitions above my head as a bargaining chip?" Snape asked, a little worried about where their evening was headed. "It would have been the Slytherin thing to do," Lily confirmed sagely before taking another bite of her meal. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Then I thank my lucky stars that you are a Gryffindor." She grinned as she sipped from a cup of pumpkin juice, seemingly summoned out of nowhere. "Well, we have a whole day to ourselves tomorrow, after all," she said with a suggestive wink. "A whole day to change your mind." "Please don't exploit my weaknesses," Snape muttered as he turned back to his soup. The knowledge of how successful an attempt that just might be sent a flush creeping up his neck. "Who says this has to be exploitative?" Lily continued relentlessly, her smile laced with mischief. "I was more thinking bargaining, all day to do whatever you want if you'll just agree." Snape brought up his black eyes, distaste for the notion weighing heavy upon his chest and his brow. "Don't trade yourself. It demeans us both." He didn't mean to be so harsh with his words, and from the look of surprise and hurt on Lily's face, his tone had been just as abrasive. "I just meant, no, thank you." Those wide green eyes stared on, as if expecting him to explain further, her fork in hand, but plate untouched. Snape tried to avoid exploring this topic any further by taking a sizable bite of bread and chasing it with a spoon of soup. With a muted dejection, Lily returned to her dinner, slurping at her noodles with less enthusiasm, a silence that weighed upon Snape like an evening derailed. "I'm sorry," Snape muttered, scowling into his bowl to himself more than anyone else. "I don't want to feel like that you're somehow obliged, or that this is some sort of paid service." Those red brows arched as those green eyes glanced up, but this time a smile followed. "I suppose the assurance that this is all make-believe doesn't cut it." Snape scowled again, this time not making any effort to hide it. I don't know why you enjoy playing make-believe. These are all things I'd rather not think about. And here I thought I've gotten to the bottom of your little quirks, and here you go surprising me with more, Lily said teasingly as she wound another forkful of spaghetti. Is it honestly that strange that I do not wish to treat you like a night caller? Snape muttered, unable to temper the barb in his words. He flushed again and glanced away from those green eyes that rose to regard him, busying himself with the last dregs of his soup. I forget that. Well, that's what you'd think of, Lily mumbled, her words soft but uttered so gingerly. She turned back to her pasta, a strange air about her, one that Snape felt the need to dispel, lest she got the wrong idea. You have to remember, Lily, I lived a whole life before this one, he said as he pushed aside his empty bowl. I made a lot of bad choices in that life. There is very little that I'm proud of. I know that, Lily quickly reassured him, looking a little flustered as she dabbed her plate clean of pasta sauce with her last wad of noodles. His stomach was not yet satisfied, but Snape pushed away his empty bowl along with the soup still in the tureen and allowed it to be whisked away by elven magic. He turned his attention to his wife. But you are bothered by this still. Swallowing her last bite, Lily grimaced coyly as she dabbed her lips with the napkin. I get it. I really do. It's just all a bit overwhelming to think about. She twisted the napkin in her hands, momentarily in thought. So how many other women were there? Snape tried not to bristle defensively at that question. He could let go of hardly anything. He could not expect her to. I cannot honestly say, Lily. It was a long time ago. Lily pulled an odd face. That just makes it sound like there were too many to keep count of them all. It's simply that I'd rather not think on them at all, Snape mumbled, feeling his cheeks burn with mortification to have to discuss this with the woman he loved. They were all women of the night, purchased with blood money from deeds far worse than hiring rent girls. So, it was only when you were young, she asked, before a startled giggle tore through her lips. Oh goodness, that feels odd to even say. When you were young. Why, you couldn't have been younger than, she trailed off, eyes widening with self-come realization. No younger than I am now, Snape confirmed with a self-disparaging grimace, hating his past self for all the poor choices he had made. Those green eyes did not turn from him, but he found he could not meet them, could not bring himself to see what was held in those eyes, whether they be disgust as he felt, or pity as he did not deserve. You were engaged to be married, he felt himself say, memories that once burned like bitter bile now passed numb through his lips. To James, Lily murmured, her eyes trailing downwards if struck by the sensation of shame, despite bearing no responsibility of what transpired. That was another Lily, and she had every reason to have made the decisions that she did. A conclusion Snape had come to accept, for there had been no place within his selfish heart to love her as she deserved. I had lost all inhibitions and any semblance of sanity or self-respect. He shook his head, burning with shame. He had chosen women with red hair, indulging in a fantasy that had been, in that lifetime, far out of his reach. A vice he indulged with the coin he earned in service through terrible deeds. But after Lily's death, and his own terrible actions that lead to her fate, he had ceased such behavior. Guilt rendered him unable to enjoy any faculty of life, as shame for all that he had done had threatened to swallow him whole. It must have been a very lonely life. Lily's voice came softly from across the table. There was pity in her tone, pity he did not deserve, for the choices had been his, as had his mistakes. She breathed out suddenly, a rush of breath that resembled laughter, an alarming reaction in its suddenness and its lack of context. I'm sorry. It's such a silly thought. I know it's petty with everything that must have happened to you, but... She shook her head almost as if to dispel a thought, or perhaps in disbelief. I just can't help but dwell on the thought. Well, she looked positively abashed as she uttered, I had thought we shared our firsts together. It was a strange thought to have formed out of the confessions he gave. A biting sentimentality, but one that Snape did not treat lightly. He glanced coyly upwards, cheeks radiating embarrassment as he confessed, Our kiss was my first. Really? She asked, her eyes wide. All those women and you hadn't. They're not women you kiss, Lily. He stared pointedly at the stone walls behind her, willing the redness from his cheeks. Laughter met his ears, not at all helping his sinking feeling of mortification. I'm sorry, she gasped between uncontrolled giggles, her expression conversely mortified. I don't know why that's so funny. Once upon a time, such blatant joviality at his expense would have cut him deep, his pride easily wounded, his own riposte sharp and forthright. But not for Lily. Never for Lily. Only when her laughter died did he finally raise his eyes. In place of the mirth, Lily's lips curled in an apologetic grimace. Without a word she stood, hand held out to him in a beckoning gesture. No hesitation bound his limbs. Snape stood and took it with his only hand. Those green eyes met his, a smile held within, so beautiful and sweet. She tugged his hand gently downwards. He obeyed, leaning in. A gentle kiss met his lips, as sweet as any she had ever gifted him, but one that spoke of so much shared significance. It was a chilly morning that Lily woke to. The evening's fire in the room beyond had been banked to smouldering coals and did nothing to ward off the chill of the Scottish mornings. She snuggled down into her quilt, bringing the covers up above her nose as she dozed lightly, but intrusive things like consciousness and thought were beginning to disrupt her cozy bliss. A warm form was pressed against her, an arm draped over her waist. They had fallen asleep tangled together, and he had not released her in the night. She could feel Severus' breaths, slow and steady, tickling her hair. Lily wound her hand around his, holding that enveloping arm tight about her. Her fingers brushed across those long, slender fingers, tracing about the silver ring in an absent-minded way. She felt him shift, his deep, slow breath give way to conscious silence. With one eye cracked open in a whisper, Lily muttered a time-keeping charm and took a moment more to register what she had read. Mid-morning. The time limit on her sleep-in was up. With a stifled groan, Lily pushed upwards out of bed, moving to slip out of the arm that held her so warmly. That same arm coiled about her, pulling her back in so suddenly and fiercely, laughter was startled from her lips. "And a good morning to you too," Lily gasped through her giggles. The chill bit into her as the sudden movement unseated the blankets from their firm coil. "Good morning," he replied, voice husky from sleep. He felt his warm breath on her collarbone as he nuzzled into her shoulder. She felt his hand trail little circles upon her bare navel, tickling her in ways that made her squirm. So tempting was the thought to stay tucked in with her husband in a playful mood, but she too had promises to keep. "Come on, Save." "I've got to get up," Lily sighed, conceding to her day as she pulled against his hold. Even with one arm he had a grasp as tenacious as a devil's snare. She felt him nuzzle her again, his breath in her hair. "Do you?" he murmured, no sense of urgency in his movements. "Does this mean you actually want a child?" Lily asked in jest, but still felt the disappointment when his arm immediately retreated and released her. She slipped from the warm folds, shivering as she reached for her bathrobes, chasing a hastily cast heating charm already dissipating by ways of a draughty castle. By contrast, Severus didn't seem to feel the cold in the least, lying with the blanket draped around his midriff, half his torso exposed. His black eyes wandered over her, even after she drew her robes over her bare form. He never slept bare, even if nightly activities provided. He always drew on at least a pair of his black shorts before he returned to rest. At the very most, he would sleep without a top on, to better feel her skin against his, she assumed. He never really said. Thinness was returning to his form. Not surprising if he kept pecking at bowls of soup, and how reluctant he was to attempt to eat anything that required a knife to get involved. The definition that lined his chest and abdomen was beginning to fade, to no real fault of his. She could not expect him to toil upon his fitness for the sake of aesthetics, nor did she want him to. She loved him as he was. Her heart ached to see the pains he took to guise how troubled he was by his injury, the white mass of scarred flesh that stood at the end of his limb, his clever hand gone forever. For the longest time, Lily had thought the injury still pained him from the lengths he went to avoid touching her with his injured limb. But she had since witnessed him brace his weight against it happily. Even now he lay upon that limb, hiding it from view by the weight of his body, reluctant to expose it even in his wife's sole presence. Lily hurried away, partially to stop herself from verbalizing these thoughts, partially to down her potion in time. She was really getting sloppy with her timekeeping. She doubted Severus would consider carelessness was an adequate excuse for breaking promises. She certainly didn't. Freshened up and certain obligations met and seen to, Lily returned to her sleeping quarters, only to find Severus already dressed and their bed made. "That was quick," Lily murmured, feeling a little disappointed. She was eager to return to cuddling under covers for a little while longer. No doubt misinterpreting her disappointment for comment, he replied, "My magic has facilitated my dressing. Buttons no longer prove such a challenge." Lily watched him fold his sleeve over his injured arm, pinning it over the white embroidered dough. A motion he was close to becoming an expert with. Normalcy achieved in a twisted way. With Severus busying himself with his wake-up routine, Lily relented to dressing herself. She found her previous evening's green robes not haphazardly discarded at the end of their bed as she had left them, but cleaned and hung up inside her wardrobe. Similarly, her underwear was laundered and folded neatly back into her drawers. House elves had called in on their cleaning duties, and though this was a nightly affair, Lily couldn't help but still feel that touch of self-consciousness at the thought of someone intruding on her nights of intimacy. At the very least, she hoped they had enough sense of timing to leave things till after the occupants had settled in for the night, and not any time before. Glowing with embarrassment at the thought, Lily debated whether she wanted breakfast to be brought up by elf service. On a weekend, breakfast went on for longer in the great hall, but she and her husband had overslept quite notably this morning. If they hurried, they might catch the tail end of the breakfast service, but a frantic rush was not how Lily wanted to start a Sunday morning. In the end, convenience won out, and through glowing cheeks, she sent an elf down with an order of 2 bowls of porridge and a small pot of honey. A simple breakfast, but Lily did not want to overly trouble the elves on a morning after they had to pick her knickers off the ground. Goodness, that thought was mortifying. Freshly showered and clean-shaven, Severus emerged from the bathroom just in time for the oatmeal to arrive at their dining room table. Severus, however, moved past the table and headed straight for the hidden door, kicking off his slippers and stepping into his summoned boots. "Hold up, young man. Where are you going without breakfast?" Lily asked in a comically chastising tone from the table, already a few bites into her honeyed oats. "My desk," Severus answered, not bothering with his cloak. "I have a number of markings to do. I'll take my meal at my desk." His bowl shot up into the air and followed him out that sliding wall. Lily huffed a sigh as she finished her meal, pushing away the bowl to be collected by housekeeping magic. Save really knew how to make a girl feel special. Well, actually, he did. There were few people in the world that made Lily feel as special as Save did, but she didn't get any extra cuddle time, so she felt she was entitled to sulk. Lily had come into this weekend with marking on her plate as well. 6th and 7th years. The only years made to hand in ink and vellum homework in Slughorn's potions classes, and only because the professor was forced to set them, the first of which would due Tuesday. She had planned on leaving it until Monday evening. Procrastination was a terrible habit that followed her through graduation and would rear its ugly head whenever she sat down in front of vellum with an open inkwell. But the fact that Severus had hunkered down to work kicked a sense of urgency into Lily. Or, at the very least, a sense of opportunity, for it meant she had an excuse to intrude upon his office and watch him do professor stuff. She didn't get to see him in his element often enough. Gathering up her armful of unmarked homework, she barged into the office, finding Severus bent over a scroll, half of which was already marked quite thoroughly with red ink. He glanced up, moving enough so that Lily could see the ink staining his fingers and blemishing the meaty side of his palm. It unfortunately meant half the red marks upon the page were not entirely intentional. Lily's attention was noted, and a self-conscious scowl flitted across Save's features. His left hand was still unwieldy, and this messiness was of no fault of his own. Almost in an attempt to contravene comment on this saddening reminder, Lily glanced quickly about his desk, looking for a place to set her far smaller pile down upon, only to find that bowl of oatmeal sitting untouched by the end of his table. "Severus," Lily exclaimed, glaring pointedly at the cooling porridge. He followed her eyes and gave an apologetic grimace. "It takes me too long to mark now. I have no time," he muttered, indicating the tremendous pile of homework at his elbow. "You always have time to eat," Lily demanded, heeding his meal with a wave of her hand and setting it insistently before him. "And honestly, Severus, you set way too much homework. Scale it back and you'll have to mark less." "I would not compromise the student's education for my convenience," Severus muttered, as he wiped his hand clean with a quickly uttered spell and surrendered to Lily's demands. Finding a small nook on the opposite end of her husband's quite imposing black lacquered desk, Lily set up her own handful of marking. Very basic paragraphs written for each working component of a wide-eye potion. It wouldn't take her much more than just the morning to complete. A comparison, Severus. Work looked as if it might actually be a struggle had it not been for the fact that more than half of that homework was due to be handed back in the later half of the week, and most of what had to be returned on Monday was already sitting marked and neatly rolled up in a box on a small table by the door, ready for James to collect for Monday's class. "Why don't you get James to mark some of it?" Lily asked as Severus scoffed down his food. Well, scoffed by his standards. A Gryffindor would ordinarily consider 5 seconds of chewing as a regular eating pace. Save never spoke before he swallowed his bite, but when he did he simply repeated, "I would not deprive the children of a proper education for my convenience." Lily could not stop herself from rolling her eyes. Seriously, Save. James has always done well in defense. She didn't doubt it was his ardent dislike of that Gryffindor boy speaking on behalf of his judgment again. Lily remembered James kept a good average of exceeding expectations despite the erratics of the quality of education for the topic. But Save was not conceding the point. "I think you'll find Potter's talent in any craft had always been on the practical side. I would trust him to display a textbook cast of any defensive charm, but I would not trust him to list even the differences between a manticore and a grindalo." "You said trust." Lily murmured with a grin, causing a self-conscious scowl to split upon Severus' face. Without another word, Severus pushed aside his empty bowl and returned to his work as an unseen magical force whisked away his bowl. Almost immediately red ink began crawling up his fingers and leaving smudges upon the page. The quill was not a friendly implement for the left-handed, much less one who was not accustomed to this curse. A pen. The thought tumbled straight from Lily's mind out through her lips. Without a word of explanation, she fled back into their lounge room, summoning her box of muggle knickknacks from the top of the wardrobe, then enlarged it from its shrunken state. In there she had kept the non-magical gifts her father had gifted her over the years. Puzzles, books, toys, and pens. Pens that came in the colors of the rainbow. Throughout her schooling, Lily had refused to use this handy tool despite acknowledging how much more convenient it was than its magical equivalent. A desperate desire to fit in, she supposed. Such a silly worry. How much difference 2 years made in the gravity of a concern. "A pen!" she exclaimed again triumphantly, bearing a muggle-forged plastic pen into the office and setting it down before Severus. He glanced up with confused concern at the implement Lily had borne him. By means of explanation, Lily unfurled a length of homework from her own pile and circled corrections on obvious errors she picked up on a glance. Red ink emerged from the tip of the implement, marking the sheet with a smooth, consistent line with little blotching. "You want me to use a pen?" he clarified in a low and careful tone, seemingly struggling with that idea. "Nah, I wanted you to stare in jealousy at how easy it makes my life," she replied with a roll of her eyes and a lopsided smile filled with cheek. "Of course I brought it for you." She held it outstretched in offer. He did not move to accept it, because of course she knew he wouldn't. Severus had always shunned his muggle side, and for greater reason than Lily ever had. "It's less unwieldy," she offered lamely, feeling the wind leave her sails. All the fight had left her with that realization. It hadn't been all pride that bound him in pureblood antics. Childhood scars seldom healed. It suddenly seemed wholly inappropriate to push this issue. But before her hand dropped to tuck the pen away and retract the offer, Severus plucked it from her fingers. "Thank you," was all he said as he pressed the tip of the muggle implement to his vellum scroll. Lily was left blinking dumbly for a moment, not quite processing what had just transpired. Severus capped his red ink and wielded the pen inexpertly, but the muggle writing implement was far more forgiving. His lines were made with crooked and shaky strokes, thin upon the already red, stained page, as the tip was not made for variation of width. A soft smile came to her lips. "I thought you put up more of a fight. Would you like me to?" he responded without glancing up, but she could hear the humor in his tone. "No, I'm glad you've surrendered," Lily responded with a knowing smirk, one that Severus did not see as he withdrew back to his work in a thoughtful silence. She had cause to wonder, but shirked lest her questions cause the mood to sour and his unargumentative acceptance be recanted. It was he who broke that silence, to offer an explanation to the question she was too concerned about to ask. It was almost like he was a mind reader. I have nothing against the non-magical world. Not any more, Lily. He glanced up, a faint smile upon his thin lips. Lily could not have stopped the smile that slipped out if she wanted to. Such heartfelt, earnest words from a man who never wasted breath on platitudes. A smile touched his lips too, rare and warm, free of the distress and turmoil that had been his passing weeks. But she should have expected as much. He had said it himself. He would not compromise his students' education, not for his own convenience, nor too, it seemed, to surrender it to the traumas of his past. The 1st of December was always the herald of the season of headaches, the month where the already rowdy, undisciplined lot become that much more unbearable. A month's worth of dodging Slughorn in the hallways, lest he be roped into one of the insufferable man's vanity projects, disguised as equally insufferable parties. No doubt Lily was luckless in that endeavor, but she had always borne that fate with placid acceptance. The classrooms were almost a respite in comparison, whereby the students acted in a manner he assumed to be as well behaved as they could possibly manage. A notable contrast to the disrespectful rabble Snape had come to expect from his decades of teaching, but even they were not unaffected by the abrasively jovial season. As the month of December rolled across their calendar, the impending loom of home visitations struck in them a restlessness Snape could not quell with presence alone. His reputation for being inversely affected by seasonal cheer was an inescapable symptom of his work. "I will have silence," Snape demanded in a voice unraised. But hush they did, even if it were in anticipation for lesson's end. It had been a difficult theory lesson to exact upon these 6th years. Spell kinetics and dynamics, the theory on how magic was formed within the body and how the body was able to express that raw power and give it form by word and motion. The 3-part lesson had already taken the best part of 3 weeks, one for each of the 3 components of a cast spell: the source, the intent, and finally, the expression, which was particularly involved. And of course it would be, considering Snape's own experience in the past month of the complexities of spell expression. There was no simple linear path of magic from source to expression. Otherwise there would have been no need for wands. Unfortunately, the students switched off with the changing of the month, rendering his efforts of teaching such a complex lesson utterly wasted. Gryffindors being the primary antagonists to his teaching. If they weren't whispering among themselves and requiring him to dock a point to remediate their behavior, they had been staring gormlessly as he spoke, likely taking in not a word. The Hufflepuffs made valiant attempts to follow, but Snape could see the blank stares he received from that lot as a testament of the lesson's failure. Even the Slytherins faltered in their attempts to focus. The distant look in the eyes of the usually attentive Rockers almost physically hurt. Only the Ravenclaws managed the feat of concentrating through a 1-hour lesson, and were perhaps the only house that would be able to demonstrate any retention of knowledge come the homework collection in the coming week. Snape would have to steel himself for the likelihood of awarding points to the smug raptors and incentivizing their deeply annoying know-it-all behavior. It was with profound relief, for Snape even, that class drew to an end and began the obligatory 15-minute morning tea break. Books disappeared into bags and chairs went under desks before Snape had even finished setting his homework through his excruciatingly slow scribe. "Still yourselves. The class may be over, but I have not dismissed you." He barked, eliciting stifled groans from the mass he could not accurately pinpoint. He glared silently until every restless bottom had found their seats again before he conceded his announcement. "I have the Christmas sign-up sheet for Slytherin House. Anyone of my house wishing to stay on for the holidays, put your name in ink on this sheet. You have 3 more lessons to do this. Do not delay. You have had 6 years to learn how to do this. I should need no more reminders." And with that he released them, bodies scrambling for the door and joining the torrent of students, already bustling through the hall. Of the Slytherins who approached, only those of known associates to Rockers remained to sign on, and of them, only a handful. A poor sign for how the reformist mindset had grown this year, for there were few new faces to add to the list of Slytherin children who wished to spend some time away from the dark influences of their families. Even then, of the lower years especially, it was more likely due to the novelty of boarding in a magical castle having yet to wear off. Some were from loving, supporting families, of course, such as Rockers himself, being a half-blood in desirable circumstances, but those children had never been a cause for Snape's concern. As the head of Slytherin, Snape owed a certain level of responsibility to these children, and for the most part, he had been seeing to his duties to the best of his abilities. But it was too easy to lose sight of the herd in pursuit of a handful. Too easy to forget there were more lost children than just his Slytherins, a reminder of which remained still in his classroom despite the exodus of his fellows. Bartemius Crouch packed his tomes and scrolls at an excruciatingly slow pace as he waited for the couple of Slytherins to finish inking their names. If he was attempting to look nonchalant, he was failing abysmally. The boy's grey eyes kept darting between the still-occupied desk and the door, as if second-guessing whatever spurred him to hang back. "Potter, when you return, fetch the marked first-year homework. I want it on my desk 5 minutes before class starts," Snape ordered, a subtle dismissal. "Sure thing," Potter replied without a hint of contention as he finished sweeping clean the board without being asked to. The arrogant man took to the subservience of his role with surprisingly little contention and far more maturity than Snape had ever attributed him. It went some way to easing the discomfort of this forced proximity that Potter behaved like a different man to the tormentor in Snape's mind. As the last intruding soul stepped from the room, Snape beckoned forth the still hesitant Ravenclaw. With a sheepish grimace, Bartemius Crouch approached, eyes darting to the door as if still second-guessing whatever decisions that brought him to approach. When Crouch stood before him, hesitation struck once more. The boy's grey eyes dropped, and an immediate and obvious lie fled his lips. "I was just looking through my bag for my arithmancy homework." "Then that article must be lost indeed for it to be so entirely resistant to your summoning charms," Snape retorted, in a manner snider than he had intended. Crouch blinked sheepishly before turning to his bag with his wand raised, summoning a sheet of well-inked vellum to leap from the first compartment of his bag. "So, there it is. My mistake. Sorry to have bothered you." The professor internally reprimanded himself for not managing his tone. "Hold, Mr. Crouch. Since you have taken the time to hail my attention, you might as well speak your piece." Snape had never taken the boy to be one so meek as those grey eyes lingered upon the floor, his body poised to flee. But some spine must exist within him, for he aired his opinion so boldly upon their first meeting as professor and student. But an inkling of what the matter might be touched Snape's mind, for even without the aid of legilimency, Snape had a notion of the shadows that lurked in this boy's mind. "Is the prospect of a sour homecoming what prompted you to seek me?" Snape asked, startling those coy eyes to meet his. "If you are of a mind to stay for Christmas, the Ravenclaw sign-on sheet is with Professor Flitwick." "I know that," Crouch retorted defensively, his entire demeanor changed by the touch of a raw nerve. "But it's not so easy as that." He understood the worries that plagued the boy. Snape leaned forward, placing his one hand upon the table in a manner that would have gestured patience had he a second hand to fold over the top. "Then how may I help?" Crouch paused, but his grey eyes did not drop, seeming to gather himself from that moment's outburst. "Write a letter for me, please, to my dad," he requested, the words falling from his mouth in a rush. "Tell him I am needed for duties at school and cannot return to attend Christmas at home." Snape's black eyes narrowed, but his words were not intended to be accusatory. "And are you?" The young Ravenclaw flushed. "I know. I mean," he trailed off. Those grey eyes dropped once again. He did not need to answer for Snape to understand the situation. "So, you wish for me to lie to your father, the head of magical law enforcement?" Silence answered him. Crouch would not lift his eyes from his own shoes. His lips curled downwards, dejection written upon the slump of his shoulders. "I'm sorry to have wasted your time," he uttered as he made a rush for the door. "Hold a moment, Mr. Crouch. I did not say I would not help you." The Ravenclaw stopped mid-stride, almost tripping from his halted momentum. He swung back, grey eyes wide, not daring to believe it. "You would lie for me?" "I would not," Snape answered, to the boy's unveiled dismay. "But I have the power to make your excuse a legitimate one." "How?" Crouch asked, moving from the door, his grey eyes staring with some unspoken emotion. Snape summoned a chair and charmed it into position before his desk. Crouch did not need to be told, and sat as he was bade with hopeful haste, pulling up and sitting ramrod straight, straighter than the already unforgiving lack of contours of the wooden chair. With deliberate pause, Snape collected his thoughts. A turning point, in the future, in this boy's life. That was the power he held in his hands. The gravity was not lost on the professor, as his sharp mind worked to turn this boy's trauma to his advantage. No less a manipulation than what had been worked upon the veteran spy, and for no nobler reason than the greater good. This was what it meant to stand upon the pedestal of the light. "I have need of a potioneer," Snape began, watching Crouch carefully for his reaction. "But you don't teach potions," Crouch replied reflexively before wincing, as if regretting voicing his thoughts. Snape did not react as he spoke, his voice as steady as his dark, probing eyes. "Well observed, Mr. Crouch. You are correct. I am not the potions master." He could not get a hint of what was behind the Ravenclaw's eyes. Occlumency obstructed any glimpse of the boy's mind. If self-taught or naturally obtained, then it was a protective necessity or a symptom of an enclosed soul. Neither bode well for his home life. The boy's mind was shielded well, and the one spy was not ready to test how well. "I have a class planned for after the Christmas break to display several types of potions commonly used by dark wizards that are not considered poisons or toxins," Snape lied. Or it had been a lie until voicing it brought it into his plans in true. "As such, there are several potions I need assistance brewing. For obvious reasons, I am no longer capable, and I would no further trust Potter with a cauldron than I would with a fanged frisbee. And you want me to help you brew it?" Crouch uttered with an air of hopeful disbelief. Snape gave one steady tilt of his head in affirmation. "I heard you are an admirable potioneer." Pride swelled Crouch's chest and caused his eyes to glisten dangerously. Such a simple compliment, able to draw out such a powerful emotion from the boy. That snake in Snape's heart flicked its tongue at the taste of a weakness sensed. These potions are difficult and require a steady and talented hand. He pressed relentlessly upon this advantage, manipulating whatever traumas that were entrenched in this child's heart, as Snape once was. Greater good indeed. It will not take the entire 2 weeks of Christmas, but it will take long enough to warrant your stay over the holiday. Snape laid it on thick, asking the question despite already knowing the taste of victory. "Are you willing to accept these conditions?" "I will," Crouch answered without a moment's pause. Snape summoned a roll of vellum from his desk and sliced from it a sheath. He slid the blank sheet across the table to the boy's awaiting grasp. "Then I will need you to scribe for me." He was not about to send out a letter bearing his currently substandard handwriting. Bartemius Crouch made to unfasten his bag to bring out his ink and quills, but Snape gestured for him to put it away. "Write with my pen. It will lend some official weight to a message inked in your handwriting." He produced the Muggle implement from his front row pocket, finally surrendering to the convenience of the utilitous Muggle invention. This was a metallic black pen that required only one thumb to press upon the button on its end to produce its thin, pointed tip. The ink it produced somehow dried fast enough that if he passed the meat of his hand over his freshly laid script, there would only be minimal smudging. This point in his life, he had little excuse to refuse anything that made his life even a fraction easier. Those grey eyes stared. Confusion, perhaps, or curiosity at the very least. Snape once shied away from the scrutiny of these children, too conscious of judgment and mockery. But somewhere in the trickle of time, that self-consciousness that clawed at his soul found itself dampened. Mockery no longer followed his step. Laughter no longer rang behind him. Grins bared in anticipation for his failures. Respect, something so inconsequential, was able to ease a heart set in its ways by decades past, wearing away the edges like a river until the shape of his soul had softened. He met those staring grey eyes, no longer burned by fear of judgment, as he slid that pen across the table. With only gratitude in his eyes, Crouch accepted the Muggle implement without comment or question. Chapter 72. Bridging the Past. Chapter text. At what point did the sight of Severus down in the dungeon become an odd sight to see? Lily had no idea. Despite knowing all his responsibilities to the student body dwelling in this subterranean realm, his presence was no longer a given among the dank and dreary halls. Students with individual issues often brought it to Save's second-floor office or discussed it with him privately after class. At this point in the year, most drama within the house's respective dormitories tended to settle, and she heard nothing too alarming from within the Slytherins. When she stepped out of Slughorn's office after collecting her portion of homework marking, that was her excuse for uttering what she did after starting at his sudden, unexpected appearance at the door. "Severus, you're not teaching potions," she uttered inanely. The potions she was to grade clinked alarmingly in her wooden glassware carrier after she almost jumped out of her skin upon seeing him. One of those occasions where her brain functioned only after the unfortunate statement had left her lips. Save stared down at her, one eyebrow raised. "Thank you for the reminder that I did not know I needed. I meant, I didn't expect to see you down here." Lily scrambled to amend, grinning sheepishly. "What are you doing down here? Are you looking for Horace?" "I am," he answered, obvious in hindsight. He glanced over her shoulder into the empty office, likely realizing the answer even before Lily supplied it. "Horace is out. What do you need him for?" She was curious about what brought him down into this realm that was no longer his domain. While nostalgia might be reason enough for most to visit, Severus had never been one to be compelled by that force. Sentimentality was not a Slytherin quality. The question hung in the air for a moment, tangible in the silence that settled. Lily peered up at him with another probing prompt of questioning when he finally answered in a low, shy tone. "I was planning to borrow a laboratory off him, preferably the same room I once used." "But why?" Lily asked instinctively, to which Severus replied, "For brewing." His tone muted, evidently aware his answer bore poorly. "Right, but—" Lily winced as she glanced down to that very issue. There was no elegant way of bringing up the omitted obvious. A grimace flickered across Save's face, but he made no move to conceal the draw of her eye. Such coyness between them was past. "Do you know where Professor Slughorn is?" her husband asked, changing the topic with jarring inelegance, a topic that sat comfortably with neither. That question, at least, was one she could answer without further discomfort. "Down in the kitchens. He's running the Slug Club Christmas catering by the kitchen elves." A scowl flickered across Save's lips. "Then I shan't disturb him." He turned to stride back up the dungeon path, leaving Lily standing in the door, blinking stupidly for a moment. "Hold on. Let me walk up with you," she demanded as she trotted to catch up with his head start and long strides. Save slowed his step a fraction, glancing down at the slighter girl, struggling to keep up while hefting her potion carrier by its heavy mahogany handles. She skirted past a gaggle of students descending the corridor, girls clad in green who greeted their professor enthusiastically, and far less so his wife. Save had amassed popularity in a way that had set Lily up for some amusing rivalry with the student body, yet the only person he ever had eyes for was her. An unfortunate quality at this given moment in time. "Where are you bringing that?" he asked, glancing pointedly at the wooden box swinging dangerously by her side. Lily grimaced, realizing a moment too late exactly what she had been caught in the middle of. Upstairs. To our room. Who can say?" Lily could not meet his eyes as she smiled, more awkward than innocently. He was not fooled in the least. She could feel his dark eyes boring disapprovingly into her, making her feel too much like a naughty child. "Lily, we talked about this. Not on the dining room table." "I don't want to stay down in the labs all day and night," Lily uttered, giving up any and all pretense. A sigh hissed from Severus' lips. "I eat at that table. I clean up. And I suppose you take a meal on a student workbench." The Gryffindor girl winced. Even she was not so trusting or reckless. "Yeah, but—" "I clean up better," she uttered lamely, knowing truthfully she wouldn't bring food into Save's personal lab, despite knowing for a fact his workbenches could actually be clean enough to eat off of. Potions and edibles did not mix. Any potioneer worth their salt took precautions, no matter how sterile their hygiene practices were. With a great heave of a relenting sigh, Lily slowed a step. "Then I'll see you after dinner," she muttered, lamenting the fact that when she would next see the world above again, it would be when the dark had well and truly settled. Winter months had never felt so desolate, and with December only in its initial weeks, it was a winter long in its passing. She turned her sight up the dungeon passage, the rattling of her carrier echoing down that depressing path. She couldn't help but spot mean-spirited smirks light up at her from the sets of Slytherin eyes that watched from the shadows and fought the impulse to stick her tongue out at them. Perhaps he too noticed it, or perhaps he simply had a change of heart, who honestly knew what happened in that mysterious mind, for Severus braced a supportive hand upon Lily's shoulder. "Bear with it for now, Lily." She turned to meet his eyes. The sight of her visible dejection could shake his demands. But instead of guilt, he appeared thoughtful. "While we cannot fit a potion benchtop into our quarters, I believe I may have a solution to allow you a worktop in our living space." There was finally a use for that alchemical table Dumbledore had assigned him other than decorating a disused classroom on the fourth floor. The shape of the table was compact and circular, able to be secreted into an out-of-the-way corner of the living room, sharing the window wall with the dining room table. Though not the traditional shape a potioneer was used to, it provided every other function required of it. Made for interactions with all manners of material, the runed surface of that circular table would persevere just as well as any benchtop against exposures to even dangerously mise-brewed potions. Though there was too little space upon its surface to prepare and brew anything other than the simplest of concoctions. Ultimately, the only purpose it had to provide now was a medium upon which Lily could interact with potions that might just as well poison a person instead of performing their expected function. Despite all the drawbacks of the makeshift work surface, Lily could not be more delighted, moving her entire operation upstairs and making herself right at home in that tight little corner. He watched quietly from the other corner of the lounge room, having stepped through from his office after seeing to his own homework duties. She didn't notice his entrance, so engrossed in her testing of a bizarre vial of viscous green fluid that had evidently failed to achieve its intended form. It was a strange sight to see, another engaged in the duties he had pitilessly toiled through. Duties he would never again be able to undertake, for a cripple could never aspire to the dexterity needed to be a potion master. Though he had no desire to ever teach potions again, he felt a pang for the loss over everything that it meant. The title of potion master he had always held closely, for it had been an integral part of who he was. No more. Finally glancing up from her marking rubric, she started, noticing her husband's silent presence. "Save!" Lily exclaimed, her grasp thankfully firm about that worrying liquid atrocity. "I didn't hear you come in. What are you doing, skulking back there?" "You've mistaken my skulking for your inattentiveness," Snape replied lightly, eliciting a smile from his good-natured wife. Turning back to her bottled gloop, she gave the bottle an ill-advised jiggle. "I'm having a hard time thinking of constructive criticism. Any advice?" "Don't bother with constructive." "There is little redeemable," Snape replied as he moved from the closing fireplace wall, pretending not to notice his wife sticking a tongue out at him. He unclasped his cloak buckle, finding his skill in managing simple tasks with one hand improving. He hung his cloak as he strode past the rack perched upon the end of the couch. A vantage point to watch from. Voyeurism, in a way. He had not had an opportunity to watch his wife in a new path in life. He supposed he should not be surprised, for he had never inquired after how she fared in her new life and role. A role he knew well. He had not spoken a word about it, despite knowing his experience could help her adjust to her new career, and in turn, she had never asked him to speak of it despite knowing all that she knew now. "Ask me," Snape muttered, turning away to stoke the smouldering fires with a swish of his wand. Starting from small, simple cantrips, his wordless magic was returning to him. "Anything you wish to know, ask me." He turned back to her, meeting those smiling green eyes. She had never needed permission to speak, but he could tell that she hesitated to broach upon his past, and for the most part, he was thankful that she did not prod. Lily absent-mindedly swirled her vial as she seemed to drift into thought. "Well, I have wondered what your trick was in teaching those without natural talent." She gave the vial another swirl as if to illustrate her meaning. "If I knew the answer to that, I would not have insisted so fervently to be spared that role," Snape replied, leaning into the soft back of his seat. Lily's glance turned quizzical. "But you're a good teacher. I've been hearing nothing but praise for you in the staff room and student gossip." Figures. Even graduated, Lily still had her finger on the pulse of student happenings. Perhaps being only newly graduated herself, she had felt a greater kinship with the children, but Snape was long past feeling young. "I simply fare better in my current role than in that of the Master of Potions," Snape answered, as simple as he may. "But you are way better at potions," Lily stated, before quickly backtracking with widened eyes. "Not that you're not great at defense." I mean you were great at both. Are great at both. She winced, uncomfortably tiptoeing around the topic again. Snape heaved an internal sigh, meeting her eyes steadily so not to dissuade her from curiosity. He hated this tension between them that arose every time they tripped over the topic of his debilitation. He did not blame her for what happened, but he knew she did. Guilt was insidious, and oftentimes a beast without mercy. A beast he knew best. He did not want that for her. He answered her worries without a word, with a reassuring display of his magic, with a silent flick of his wand. The wood fire cracked and flared in response to his gesture and died just as quickly as he willed it. His magic responded faithfully to the reassurance of both parties. With the tension banking, Snape answered the question that was asked. I had taught potions for many years, Lily. Not one of them had been pleasant. Too many bad memories. Bitterness at the very thought. Talent is few and far between in the sphere of potioneering. Of those that possessed a spark of dexterity and insight, many lacked the dedication to truly pursue the craft. Teaching the topic was a practice of pointless frustration. I'm not sad to be free of that role. Thanks, truly inspiring, Lily muttered with a dramatic roll of her eyes. She turned back to her sheet of vellum, quill poised over the comment box with brow-creasing thoughtfulness. Honestly, though, it's meant to be a simple swelling solution. I'm entirely baffled exactly where it all went so wrong. Snape stood and strode to her table, observing the vial in his wife's hand with a critical and experienced eye. After near on 20 years teaching this craft, nothing surprises me anymore. He passed his wand down the vial, analytical spells muttered under his breath, his magic unraveling errors that befouled this potion. The answer was as baffling as it was exacerbating, and reminded Snape in every way why he hated teaching his most beloved craft. Your issue is anatomical, for this dunderhead appeared to have been unable to discern a puffer fish's eyes from its gall bladder. Seriously, Lily recoiled in surprise, staring wide-eyed at that bottled cauldron scraping. But the eyes and gall bladder are stored in different jars, all clearly labeled. Snape was glad the ridiculousness of it all was not lost on the fresh-faced and yet unjaded Lily. She returned the vial to the safety of its holder before putting quill to paper. In gentle words, she jotted down a recommendation to read ingredients carefully before committing to the cauldron in the future, and an entirely too generous mark of dreadful. Certainly more generous than any feedback Snape would have offered. They lapsed into silence. Lily withdrew into a singular focus. Admirable dedication to her work, and an effort that not even Snape could claim to match, for he had never found himself enthused by the thankless drudgery of an educator. Snape watched her work, content in the comfortable silence. There was something gratifying about watching his once dreaded work pass through hands more eager. Familiar toil taken to with such zeal. Enthusiasm he had always wished from the students that passed through his tutorage. Perhaps this was one of the reasons, among many, he had gravitated to the role of defense against the dark arts so strongly. With decent content, it did not take much to keep the children engaged in this highly versatile topic. He was not a man to shun hard work, but even he loathed to toil in the face of futility. He watched without comment or interruption, unwilling to trespass into a realm no longer his. Lily's enthusiasm was yet unblemished, and that too was gratifying in its own way. There was a deep yet simple satisfaction to be had in the joy of another, and one he had no words for, as before Lily, he had never experienced its like before. The happiness was not his own. It did not have to be. A borrowed joy that he did not need to return. There was nothing in his life comparable to it. But as with all moments of peace in his life, it would not last as long as he would have liked. A great knock echoed through the room, magically amplified from his office door. The sound startled Lily mid-quill stroke, deep in concentration, and still unused to visitors despite the frequency they appeared. Snape was merely thankful that he no longer had to rely on his gratingly irritating signal stone that would shoot from his pocket and flutter about honking obnoxiously if anyone so much as brushed against his office door. With a sigh, he took to his feet, sweeping on his cloak, a movement he had become adept at with only one hand before stepping through the wall behind the bookshelf. He was no stranger to intrusions upon his life by his duties as a professor, and took his seat with grounding accession. With a flick of his wand, he bade the office door open. The student who stood at the door was not one he expected. "What can I help you with, Miss Bones?" Snape asked, not allowing his curiosity to bleed into his expression. The reigning head girl, Amelia Bones, was not a student Snape had a lot to do with, at least not as a professor. A bright Hufflepuff with no academic issues, and already an expert grasp of time management, the only reason she could come to see the professor was for her role as head girl. His musing proved correct, as she pulled a Slytherin student by the elbow in after her. Shoulders tensed by hesitance or fear, Regulus Black refused to meet them by all intention. Snape turned his eyes to the head girl and simply waited for the explanation. Ever efficient, head girl Bones did not need any more prompting than that. At 4:15 today, Regulus Black was caught abusing his privilege as prefect and trespassing in the restricted section without a permission slip or official approval from Madam Pince. Black refused even an upwards glance, his lips parted only to grind his teeth. I had been studying at a table by the boundary rope when I heard voices from beyond. I crossed the barrier, with Madam Pince's permission, to apprehend the trespassing students, only to find that it was my own prefect, conversing with a house elf, without explanation or contrition. She said those words with such grim disappointment, to which Black barely blinked. I do not tolerate such behavior from my own prefects. How can we be expected to enforce the rules if we do not abide by them ourselves? She cast her stern eyes at the prefect standing beside her, appraising him with a look of solemn disappointment. As he is a Slytherin student, I brought him to you, his head of house, for judgment and punishment. House elf, one of the schools. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. It was not wearing the school livery. Bones confirmed, sending Snape's heart to his throat. He knew of one elf to the Black household, the wretched creature that was creature. If Black was truly consorting with an outside house elf, then there was little doubt it could be any other, and the implications of such consorting were worrying to say the least, especially as Snape knew of where the boy's allegiances lay. With a slow and deliberate nod, Snape dismissed the head girl. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Miss Bones. I will take it from here." "By your leave, Professor," Amelia Bones agreed. Without a backwards glance, the head girl stepped out of the office, closing the door behind her with reasonable firmness, yet with a softened click. Silence fell upon the darkening room, the setting sun carving shadows as ominous as torchlight if not for their lack of flickering. Snape turned his eyes upon the student that stood before him. "Explain," Snape ordered, parting the silence, causing a shudder to pass through the boy as if in flinch. Black the younger said nothing, his features blank, but his grey eyes narrowed a fraction. There was no elegant way for Snape to extract this information on the sly. There was no point in being coy about all this. "Why were you speaking to a foreign elf, Mr. Black?" Snape asked, turning to the boy. "Don't know what you're talking about," the dissident boy replied without even an upwards glance. Snape did not expect an answer. He already had his suspicions and his fears. He stared a moment, feeling that all too present temptation to simply press forth with his mind. The defenses of the boy's mind, while present and firm to a brush of Snape's legilimency, stood little chance against the might of the spymaster's onslaught if he were to press in true. A line not to cross lightly. The mind was a sanctuary. It was impossible for anyone to force themselves through without leaving a lasting imprint. Even if he were to obviate the violation, he would need to do so with every memory he touched. It would leave a deep scar in the boy's mind, perhaps damage it in ways that could not be repaired. Snape leaned forward, his dark eyes not betraying the deliberate thoughts behind them. He carefully weighed the value of the possible non-existent information against the necessity of such an action. Regulus was one of the inner circle. The mark upon the inner flesh of his arm proved as much. Had the boy access to an elf, then so too would he have a way to defy the apparition wards set in place. Elves had magic that could slip by most wards, not by design, but by oversight. Very few would fortify their magical grounds against the trespass of a magical creature born to serve. Fewer still would fear the harm such a creature could deal them. Cloaked and masked, barely an adult, the boy would have been permitted to stand amongst the vilest of men, witness the foulest of acts, perhaps participate. Had he been there when Snape tasted the cruelty of the Dark Lord? Had he been one of the cruel, sneering jeers? Eyes that watched him suffer. Snape stopped the shudder that threatened to tear through him and expose his mind. fear still invoked by a mere brush of such a memory, trauma that he had not yet had time enough to come to terms with. Fear gnawed at him at the thought of allowing anything of that like to come to pass again. As that moment of memory-induced fear abated, Snape found his sensibilities returning to him. The notion of wielding his legilimency in such a heavy-handed fashion felt acrid on his tongue. Such a subversion of subtlety was not the Slytherin way, not his way, not with a young man whose wrought future would be to abandon the darkness of his own volition. Snape steeled himself, settling the black storm in his heart, willing himself not to give in to his reactive fear and anger. "Mr. Black, you stand accused of trespassing into the restricted section without prior permission. How do you plead?" The boy glanced up. For the first time meeting the professor's eyes, a glimmer of confusion shone forth. "Guilty, I suppose," he muttered, taken off guard enough by the unexpected direction of questioning that he didn't even find the time to slip on his mask of indifference. "And this elf, I assume this is one from your household." Snape pursued, but rather than wait for a response, the professor continued as if an affirmative was answered. "You understand the rules, don't you, Mr. Black? As a prefect, that is the very least I expect of you. The only pets allowed to students are owls, cats, and toads. Other magical creatures." "Creature is not a pet," Black interrupted, unexpectedly incensed. "He's a sentient magical being, not some mindless animal." Snape fell momentarily silent, not anticipating such a response to be had. A piece added to the puzzle of the boy and assembled a picture different to one he feared was forming. "You have quite an opinion of your house elf, Mr. Black," Snape probed, knowing that where emotions lay, cracks would form upon a facade and truth would shine through. Almost in response to Snape's intentions, Black fell silent again, perhaps realizing he had revealed too much of himself to a professor known for his cunning. Snape attempted again in a softened tone, hoping to find response. "If there is reason that you need to keep contact with your elf, special permission can be sought from me. There is little reason to slip about like a thief in the night. I am not unmalleable to family emergencies and special circumstance." "I'll keep that in mind," Black replied in a non-committed mutter. But his lack of denial as much as confirmed to Snape the involvement of said house elf. And not for a moment did Snape believe the existence of an innocent explanation. Snape turned his eyes aside a moment, gathering his thoughts. He curled his fingers on his one good hand before laying it flat upon the table, willing himself patience and courage. This was not a moment to act hastily, especially when he knew so little of what might be happening. He could not afford to have the boy continue unimpeded. The next step was evident. "Regardless, Mr. Black, as you refuse to explain your transgressions today, I cannot offer any special considerations," Snape announced in an unyielding tone, raising his eyes to meet those that refused to meet his. "I will be revoking your prefect privileges, effective immediately." Anger flickered across the boy's face. "What, for breaching the restricted section without permission? Half the school has snuck in at one point or another. It isn't enough to simply punish me with points and detention and be done with it." "Points and detention. I'm neither punishing the house nor myself," Snape replied, reassured by this outburst. There was little doubt the boy had been using his role as a prefect to gain access to areas out of bounds and turn away suspicion under the guise of patrol work. Snape could only be thankful that the head girl was alert enough to detect this, and that her concerns did not extend past a perceived abuse of position. At the very least, this way Regulus Black would find far more difficulties keeping his subterfuge. "I still expect you to perform your duties," Snape continued, to Black's scowling displeasure. "I do not plan to deprive the student body leaders of their manpower. The punishment is not for them either. Restriction of freedom of movement alone would certainly not be enough. Eyes would be needed, willing and subtle. But that was a resource not in shortage amongst Slytherins under the tide of change." "Who goes there?" rang a familiar voice down the shadowy corridor, making Lily almost jump from her skin in fright. The seventh-year class was to embark upon the challenge of brewing Veritaserum the next afternoon, and with the third years about to learn basic antidote brewing, it was to be too busy a busy day for prep work. Lily had decided to spend her post-dinner hours in the dungeon, getting ready everything that would not spoil overnight. As the castle fell silent, Lily was only just emerging from the gloomy dungeons. bleary-eyed and so very tired when she was confronted by that zealous cry from that eager Slytherin prefect. "It's just me," she answered, as running footsteps approached, and wan light met her eyes. With the fall of curfew, the braziers and candles in the corridors had dimmed, shadows carved deep into corners and across the path. Not even a year out of graduation, Lily understood how she might get mistaken in the murkiness for a marauding student. As the figures approached, the pointed wand light was quickly turned away, giving Lily a chance to blink away the glare. She could make out the forms of those glowing sashes, green and yellow, before she made out the faces. "I apologize, Madam Snape. I should have recognized you," Amelia Bones offered in her cordial tone, tucking away her wand. Her patrol partner for the night, Lincoln Rockers, gave an awkward grin as he did the same. Lily grinned bemusedly. She was still getting used to that title, and it sounded outright ridiculous uttered by someone she considered a friend. "Really, Amelia, it's still just Lily." "Not since November," the grave girl stated with absolute seriousness. Stickler for propriety, she would be a girl after McGonagall's own heart, or Save's if he wasn't so but-headed about this imaginary rivalry he had with her. Or was there actually something more? Once Lily might have scoffed at this irrational thought, for no man spent less time outside and mingling as Save did. But since discovering he had lived a lot more than just the 18 years, the realization came to her that a lot of his irregularities might have much more of a story behind it. Goodness knows there had been a tale and a half regarding their complex, guilt-ridden relationship alone. Would it be so far-fetched that there might be a story behind Save's animosity with Amelia? A true rivalry from another lifetime, perhaps, or a relationship turned sour? Could there have been intimacy? The thought struck and refused to leave, sending Lily into an awkward flush of speculative thoughts. Surely not. He had said as much that he'd never had any real relationship in that lifetime. "Our patrol only just started. See anything down in the dungeon?" Rockers asked, seeming oblivious to the ridiculous thoughts twisting about in Lily's mind. It took all her might to unstick her tongue and answer, "Nothing at all," in such a guilty tone that she felt more the transgressing student than the teaching staff. Reassuring. "We've been advised to pay especial heed to those found breaking curfew in and around the dungeon area," Amelia added gravely. "Are Slytherins acting up again?" Lily asked, shaking off a bout of childishness to have the decency to be concerned. Student misbehavior had not so long ago been her main area of concern. Honestly, that shouldn't have changed, even more so when it concerned Slytherins. Severus had expended much effort reforming the image of his appointed house, but it had not been so long that she had forgotten the dread whispers of Slytherin delinquency. Amelia shook her head. "I'm hoping it's nothing." Professor Snape simply asked this of us with no context. "Could be about Black," Rockers muttered, his tone not exactly screaming amity. "One transgression does not equate to assignment of every other issue henceforth," Amelia replied sagely to her younger counterpart. "Regulus Black is guilty of only one thing, and he has already been punished for it." "What happened?" Lily found herself asking. Curiosity for the dramas of student life was something she had yet to grow out of, especially when she recognized the name. Sirius Black's younger brother, a far more typical example of one bearing the Black's ancient name. Rockers was quick to answer. Amelia caught him sneaking about the restricted section of the library, probably up to no good. Severus certainly must have thought so, cause he was fast to take his prefect privileges away. "Now, Rockers, that is speculation only," Amelia chastised in an even tone. Not to be dissuaded by the soft rebuke or use of formal pronoun, the Slytherin prefect insisted. "Look, Black may not be your typical troublemaker, but I assure you he's always had his lot with the undesirables in my house. Quite publicly, too, back when it was more fashionable. He's not as innocent as he pretends to be." "I have no illusions about his innocence, Rockers. But as for everything else, I treat it as opinion and hearsay." Amelia spoke with a tone of finality. A well-worn topic, it seemed, for both were quick to flare and equally quick to cool. "Well, I'll let you get back to it then," Lily quickly offered, realizing how late the hour drew. "You both have class in the morning, and you'll get no patrol work catching me up on gossip." Amelia agreed with a brisk nod. "I bid you good evening, Madam Snape," she offered cordially. With a small smile and wave from Rockers, The two student leaders marched off down towards the ground floor corridor and taking up the first leg of their patrol. Lily turned for the stairs, feeling a twinge of empathy at how exhausting their next day would be. They had at least another hour ahead of them, two if they were thorough, and no word described Amelia Bones better than thorough. The new head girl was a rare breed of ambition and talent that persisted outside of Slytherin. Rarer still to be one hailing from Hufflepuff, a house known for its laid-back and social-driven mindset. Amelia was no exception to that Hufflepuff helpfulness, creating a mixture of traits that seemed unerringly suited for leadership. It wouldn't be so far-fetched that a talented and grounded person like Amelia might have been able to see past Save's faults and appreciate his genius. In fact, their personalities certainly would not have clashed. There were few people cut from cloth as similar as they in terms of cool logic and drive. Lily shook the silly thoughts from her mind, nearly missing a trick step on her climb up the grand staircase. She was wallowing in hypotheticals of a time that no longer existed. Since revealing the truth about himself, Save had been utterly forthcoming about these sorts of matters. He had made it exceptionally clear that he hadn't found himself any real companionship that lifetime, painting a rather bleak picture of what his life must have been. Stepping out onto the second floor, Lily pledged to be done with such thoughts before she stepped forth through that fireplace door. Her home was for healing and comfort. She didn't need to bring such unfounded idle thoughts in with her. Severus had never once shown any interest in another woman in the years she had known him. And even in the years she hadn't been there for, those years that had passed in another lifetime, he kept her close to his heart. What they had was special, and it would honestly be silly to feel threatened by another woman, especially when such a threat was more imagined than perceived. No doubt when she stepped through her door tonight, she'd find him there by the fireplace, practicing away his spellcasting like a man on a mission, not an idle thought or shred of energy spent on a thought so frivolous. He even rarely brooded anymore, so caught up in his quest to rediscover the height of his magic. The only thing that could wrest away his singular focus was Lily, wielding her power of feminine seduction, and then there was only one way their night would play out. The thought of such a night tickled across her mind as she traveled her familiar path, weighing against her desire for a full night's sleep. But that was but a moment's musing brushed aside by the sudden snap of cold that swept through her, making her teeth chatter. Not the sort brought by autumn winds, but one that made her glance about her for company. Above her a brazier burned blue, a telltale sign a spirit was passing close, though from which wall it would emerge she could not tell. Severus always had a chip on his shoulder about spirits. He would mutter darkly about his violation of privacy whenever one wandered into their room unexpectedly. Apparently, this was less of an issue down in the dungeons, as most spirits regarded that territory as the Bloody Barrens and gave it a respectable berth. The moment his magic returned to him, Severus thoroughly warded their room against such ghostly intrusions. Not that Lily blamed him. There were few things in the world she would like less than Peeves surprising them mid-intimacy. Glaring at the glowing blue brazier, Lily braced herself for a ghostly appearance. No matter how much Lily expected it, the emergence of a ghostly figure from the walls usually caused her to startle, especially when she was alone out after dark in a giant drafty and unapologetically haunted castle. Hogwarts was so much nicer in daylight, and it was hard to shake off the instinctive fear of the supernatural embedded into Muggle children by fairy tales and horror movies. "Lily, I heard you were about this evening." A soft voice sounded in Lily's ear, causing her to jump a foot into the air. "Oh, Helena," Lily gasped as she turned about and braced against the wall with a hand pressed against her chest. "You startled me." And goodness did she startle. No matter how prepared she was for a ghost to appear, right behind her was exactly the wrong place. The ghostly girl peered down at her with a look of concern. "I am deeply sorry to have startled you." Her voice came soft, as if carried by the wind. She hung floating by a window, hugging close her billowing cloak, moonlight trickling through her transparent form. "Are you all right?" Lily asked, noticing that mournful sadness that seemed ever present upon the Ravenclaw ghost's visage seemed heavier tonight, twisted in distress. Helena seemed to hesitate, her conflict visibly rattling her, causing her ghostly form to shiver in the air. "I had need of you. I had been following for you for weeks." The ghostly girl confessed with a grimace that transitioned into a shy smile. Lily blinked in surprise. You didn't need to haunt me. I would have welcomed a chat. I know, I felt I could not approach. You spend too much time in the dungeons, and in crowds, and in your room where I cannot go, the ghostly girl explained, causing Lily to grimace apologetically for all the inconvenience she caused. Well, I'm here now. Whatever you need, I'm listening. Lily offered earnestly, already looking around for a convenient empty classroom to set up for a private conversation. Even if she had to stay up all night, she'll be there for the poor girl. The grey lady swept upwards, hovering above the mortal. Do you remember what we once spoke of? About my mother? Lily gave a steady nod, remembering that somber conversation in another dark classroom, months ago. It felt like years now. I meant what I said. Your mother would forgive you. Though never having met the woman, Lily uttered those words with conviction. And though her husband's childhood proved the truth of the matter not so clear-cut, Lily could not find herself uttering any other conviction. If nothing else, just to comfort a girl who would never again see her mother. Lily Evans, I have a request, said Helena, evoking a name that Lily no longer went by. The slim spectre swooped down before the young teaching aide, the motion sending a small gust of ghostly wind to dance about Lily's skin, evoking shivers and gooseflesh. It is not your listening I ask of you. It is courage. A frown touched Lily's brow, not over the utterance of her name, but over the unexpected solemnity of the request. With a beckoning gesture, the grey lady turned to glide down the corridor, and it was all Lily could do to gather up the hems of her robes and follow. Where are we going? Lily asked as she strode after the spectre, but no answer returned. There was something in the air, a tension she couldn't quite place, and after a year of being happily married to Severus Snape, she knew the sensation of unspoken tension when she felt it. So wrapped up in her mind, Lily almost didn't recognize the corridor she walked in until that gargoyle was right in front of her. Lily stood before it, blinking dumbly as if not realizing what she was expected to do. As one of the teaching staff, she had been given the password to the headmaster's office and permission to attend whenever she pleased. Yet the newly graduated student in her wilted at the thought of transgressing without permission or pressing matters. Pop rocks, Helena uttered softly, ushering the gargoyle aside for the benefit of the fleshy mortal beside her. As if to highlight that very point, the ghostly woman glided up through the spiral stairwell, passing through the steps unimpeded. Lily followed, her uncertainty dogging her steps as she alighted after the grey lady. She didn't understand what was happening, but her steps did not slow, worry for her friend driving her haste. As she stepped past the last step, Lily pulled to a halt, almost barreling through the suddenly motionless spectre, and treated to an icy plunge. What's wrong, Helena? Lily asked, baffled as to why they were there, lingering by the headmaster's door. But the ghostly girl did not answer, her colorless eyes staring wide at that wooden barrier as if it were some insurmountable, as if it were any obstacle to her at all. Instinctively, Lily reached out to place an encouraging hand upon the girl's shoulder, only to have it pass through the apparition with a tingle and a chill. Are you okay? The mortal girl asked, concerned. But no answer was given. The spectre hung motionless before the door, as if struck still by terror. Lily knocked, the sound echoing throughout the stairwell. So too through the ghostly girl it seemed, for she shivered where she floated, her discolored eyes widened with such dread. But before either girl could rethink her decision, the door swung open. Ah, Lily, come in, came that commanding yet gentle voice of Albus Dumbledore. With a grimace, Lily did as she was bade, glancing over her shoulder at the spectral girl that brought her here, wondering if she might bolt and leave the young teaching aide standing awkwardly before the headmaster without explanation as to why she was there. The grand circular office was lit warmly and bright by the fireplace, its walls lined by the portraits of past headmaster, most of which were snoozing soundly within their frames. The heavy desk upon which the headmaster worked was piled high with scrolls and tomes, his candlewick burnt low. Behind that sat the headmaster, his half-moon glasses glinting in firelight as he greeted her presence with a smile upon his wizened face, his blue eyes seeming to pierce right through to her soul. I see you have brought another guest along with you. Lily started, glancing over her shoulder at the quiet girl behind her, wondering how Dumbledore was able to look through her and spot a ghost hiding in the dark. As if woken from a trance, Helena met her eyes and blinked, then shuddered as if taking a waking breath. A look of momentary indecision took hold of her as she looked away, perhaps on the verge of swooping through the wall and disappearing into the night. Standing from his desk, the headmaster strode to the open door. With a gesture and a gentle voice he beckoned, "Please, come in, Helena. The stairwell is ever so draughty." As if that invitation held immutable sway, the ghostly girl obliged, her eyes helplessly about her as if she regretted every ghostly step that brought her here. Whatever decision she had to have brought her here, the resolve stretched thinner with every passing moment. Without thought, Lily placed a hand upon the shaken girl's shoulder, an instinct to comfort, only to have it pass through the spectral form with a sting of cold. But the gesture was not wasted. Helena Ravenclaw turned, a small smile upon her trembling lips. Dumbledore stepped forward, his hands clasped, his voice gentle. "Have you decided, Helena?" A question that was as baffling to Lily as this moment itself. She glanced between the two ancient souls, uncertain as to what she was even doing there. The Ravenclaw house ghost had asked her for her courage, but Lily had not the faintest idea of how she could help in the slightest. The sudden and weighty silence that fell upon the room held with it a history Lily simply was not part of, context she was simply not given. The ghostly girl turned to seek Lily's eyes, those colorless pastel orbs meeting hers with such painful uncertainty. Was all Lily could do to not attempt an embrace and add embarrassment to the chaos of emotions already residing in this room. "I think so." Those words came like a whisper from those ghostly lips, her eyes turning from Lily's and meeting those unwavering blues. "I want to meet her. I want to lay my regrets to rest." Lily's heart thumped deeply within her chest, her breath caught as the implications of such words fluttered across her mind. Regrets. Helena had once confessed that to be her mother. That she had stolen from her, that she had never the chance to apologize, that she had never the chance to say goodbye. Is that possible? Lily asked in a whisper, her voice broaching on intrusive in that moment not meant for her. Dumbledore turned to her, his blue eyes suddenly clouded as if he were faced with a thought uncertain. "Lily, your presence, while ordinarily welcome, is not one that I can allow. I'm afraid this moment is not for your eyes." Dejection lanced through the mortal girl. So unexpected was this dismissal that she was at a loss for words. She dropped her gaze and cleared her throat, preparing to accept as graciously as she was able through a lump forming in her throat. But a chilled touch upon her hand stopped her. In a small voice, teeming with emotion, Helena Ravenclaw beseeched, "No, she can't leave. I need her here." Her colorless eyes raised to meet Lily's green. "I need a friend beside me." With solemn contemplation, Dumbledore finally nodded. He waved his hand in a gesture not unlike that which Lily would do, but the powerful thrum it evoked was like nothing she had ever felt. A ring appeared between the fingers of his other, as sudden as any sleight of hand from Muggle magic. As too a black shard upon the palm of one hand, one so like the focus stone that she had once seen Severus create. Perhaps they were one and the same. It would not be so unheard of to think that Severus might lend a known great in the world of alchemy access to his work. But whatever it was, the sight of it sent a thrill of fear and anticipation striking through between the headmaster and his ghostly charge. "This is the ring I spoke of," he uttered, holding out the tarnished piece of jewelry, an unimpressive-looking token for all the weight it held in Dumbledore's words. "And this is the stone." He held out that black shard to the ghostly girl, a gesture akin to an offering. But one could not offer an object to a ghost. They were not like poltergeists. They held no influence over the corporeal world. But even as Lily thought that thought, she watched with widened eyes as Helena Ravenclaw reached forth and accepted the black stone, holding it impassibly within the grasp of her transparent hand with dexterity that defied that expected of one that had not handled anything corporeal for the better part of a millennium. Lily reached out unthinkingly, her fingers brushing against the translucent fabric of the grey lady's cloak, feeling it flutter in her fingers like soft silk, so impassibly light. A hand reached for hers, ghostly fingers closed about her own, chilling her at the touch. Lily looked up, meeting those clear, colorless eyes. "Will you be here for me?" the grey lady asked in a small voice so touched by fear. Without a word, Lily squeezed the girl's hand, determined to see this through, whatever this was. Those translucent eyes blinked, one slow motion, as the ghostly girl appeared to brace herself. Her brows set, as to her jaw, as she stowed the dark stone into the pocket of her robe and reached for the ring the headmaster held in offer. A hush fell over the room, stifling. Lily felt the air in her lungs grow heavy as her eyes were drawn to the ring, to the small dark gem inset into the ring, a stone of substantial enchantment. She could feel the magic thrum upon the air, almost taste it upon her tongue. She did not know what was happening or what to expect, but she could not stop herself from being drawn in. I can still recall her image, Helena murmured in a soft voice. Almost 1,000 years and I can still remember. Lily tightened her grasp, squeezing those ghostly fingers, a gesture that eased the trembling girl. Such time has passed. I wonder if you still remember me, Helena murmured, closing her eyes against the spectral tears that formed. I've missed you. For so long I've regretted. I'm so sorry, Mother. The ghostly girl shifted, raising her teary eyes upwards. Her eyes wide as a gasp issued from her parted lips. Lily raised her eyes to the empty room, half expecting to see the conjured form of an apparition. There was no one else in the room, not a soul, save the three that were already there. But something had changed, she could tell. For Dumbledore, too, turned his eyes upwards, a dark stone not dissimilar to the one he had offered the spectral girl clasped within his hand. No one said a word, barely a breath taken. Lily felt those fingers tighten again about hers, this time out of an emotion that was not akin to fear. I'm so sorry, the spectral girl sobbed, her ghostly tears loosened from her fluttering lids, disappearing into a wispy smoke as they fell free. I'm so sorry, Mother. I'm sorry for taking your diadem. I'm sorry for running away. Lily glanced upwards once more, wishing she could see what Helena saw. This vision of her mother that brought her to tears, and compelled a man such as Albus Dumbledore to dip his head in reverence. How he could see that which she could not was a magic unexplained, and one she assumed that black stone he grasped could answer. Lily felt those frosted fingers threaded through hers loosen and slowly slip from her grasp. The spectral girl, her tears flowing freely, reached forth for someone unseen. Embrace with an unseen entity, one she sobbed into as a lost child might a loving mother, with relief that washed away all the sorrow that had once haunted her world. Mother, whispered the grey lady, her smile shining through the tears streaming down her face. Thank you. She drew back, her hands offered upwards as if held in the palms of another. Albania, Mother. I died in Albania, she spoke in nearly a whisper, the smile slipping off her lips. I do not blame you for sending him. The blame is all his. I apologize for interrupting, said Dumbledore, breaking his thoughtful silence, his blue eyes taking on a sharp glint. But I recall another that went to Albania, Tom Riddle. Did he ever speak to you of the diadem? He did, and I answered him. Helena answered, taking her eyes off the unseen form of her mother for the first time since this all began. Those blue eyes flashed, but his words stayed ever calm. Did he ever say what he would do with it? But whatever answer he expected of Helena did not come. Instead he turned to the unseen entity, listening with unfurrowing intent. He bowed his head, his brows locked in disturbed thought. You speak wisdom, Madam Ravenclaw. I cannot hope to find truth in words uttered in manipulation. But the unseen spectre was not done, it seemed, for the headmaster raised his eyes once more, listening to words lost to Lily. You are again correct by what you say. He is a cunning Slytherin, and a man led by his ego. I do not doubt it is why he sought your diadem. He quietened again, listening. Slowly the creases about his brows smoothed as his sharp eyes took on a glint of an idea forming. I understand. Thank you. It is as you say. I knew the man well enough to have known his hubris. I was simply too blind to piece it all together. Albus Dumbledore drew back, offering a deep bow. A figure of legend in his own right, offering his gratitude to one that cemented her place in ancient times. The legends do you a disservice, for you are far wiser than any telling could credit you. With that, Dumbledore was content to relinquish the unseen spectre to her tearful daughter, a moment no longer so raw. Helena's silver tears dried upon her delicate cheeks, her eyes lidded as peace quelled her emotions. I can finally say goodbye, Mother, she uttered, her voice soft as it pushed aside that silence no longer laden with pain. A smile shone from those lips that for so long knew only sorrow. "You're right. It is time. But that leaves one goodbye to be said." Releasing hold of that unseen entity, Helena Ravenclaw turned suddenly, meeting those wide green eyes that had been watching and not understanding. The smile she held was so pure that it cut to Lily's very soul. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes as the ghostly girl approached. Those slender, translucent hands, now corporeal, clasped her own. A grasp no longer a plea for courage, but a gesture of friendship. And suddenly Lily knew who that last goodbye was for. "You found your peace. You don't have any reason to stay. Are you moving on?" Lily breathed, her grasp tightened about the offered hand as realization struck her. "Is this goodbye?" Helena's smile grew sad, her eyes so gentle. "I thank you for everything you've done for me, the courage you lent me." "The courage was why your own. He not done anything," Lily uttered in a shaky voice, unable to stop the tears from sliding loose. Those translucent hands slipped away from hers, but Helena did not draw back. Instead, she approached, pulling the mortal girl into an embrace that chilled her at the touch, but one she was reluctant to relinquish. But as with all things, it must come to an end, and so too her friendship, for death was an obstacle little could overcome. "I'll miss you," Lily sobbed, screwing her eyes shut against the tears falling free onto the back of Helena's ghostly cloak and sitting as a perfect droplet upon its surface. "Goodbye, Lily Evans," the spectral girl murmured. "I will miss you and your sincerity." With those words, Lily felt the spirit fade from her grasp. When she opened her eyes, where Helena Ravenclaw once stood only emptiness remained. Upon the floor clattered the ring and the black stone that gave her form, and Lily could only stare on in numbness. Death is not the journey's end, nor is it always goodbye. Your husband had taught us that very lesson. That wizened voice lanced through the numbing silence. Lily glanced upwards through her tears, meeting those smiling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. Whatever burden he had carried into the meeting that passed seemed to trouble him no more. With a hasty motion, Lily wiped away her tears on her sleeves. "I somehow don't think she'll be coming back to woo me," she muttered, willing her sobbing to cease. "But if we have learned anything about death from your husband's candidness, it's that there is more beyond." Those blue eyes twinkled with a smile that matched. "Why should you think that this world would be the only place you'll meet?" A sorrowful moment turned bittersweet. Lily felt the throbbing pain in her heart abate, words soothing the cracks upon her heart. Goodbyes were always hard, and the pain slow to heal. But what the headmaster said was true. There was such a thing as after death. No goodbyes would ever have to be forever. With one last thoughtful glance, Dumbledore bade her good night. "At the very least our goodbye will only be for the night. I shall expect to see you in the morning." A dismissal, Lily had thought, as she made one last wipe at her tears and gathered herself to leave. "But one last thing before you go." Dumbledore stepped forward, his blue eyes clouded, his expression apologetic. "I am sorry for the loss of your friend, and what this goodbye must mean to you, but I'm afraid there are parts I'll need you to forget." Chapter 73. Mistakes of a Time Gone. Chapter text. Lily had returned late from her potions prep work, strangely emotional, with no better explanation than she was simply weepy from exhaustion. She didn't even crack a page of her bedside reading before crawling under the covers. Snape chose, then, to douse the candles and turn in early to hold her close, while she unexplainably sobbed herself to sleep. One of the many peculiarities of sharing a life with another. Eccentricities he would allow to pass without comment, or listen attentively should she wish to share. He had found patience aplenty for her from a heart he had once thought held patience for no one. Slower to slumber, Snape simply dozed, drawing comfort from her presence and touch. His sleep was less disturbed of late, his body no longer racked with pain, nor his mind. For all that the loss of his hand meant, a clearer conscience had been an unexpected benefit. Even as he lay now, feeling his wife's breath tickle him through his thin nightshirt, he felt assured in the direction his life had taken. That guilt that had once defined him lay dormant in his breast, though never quiet in its entirety. He had found himself at peace. The mistakes he made of another lifetime, a scar that lay across his heart, had finally begun to heal. He could never apologize to the Lily he had betrayed as another man in another lifetime. He could never truly pay for his folly. But the choices he had made in this lifetime had eased his conscience, and that Lily now knew the truth of it all and still loved him as she did, validated all that he was. Snape hated being disturbed at the best of times, worse still in the ungodly hours of the night, tangled in embrace with his sleeping wife as sleep was about to take him. The knock that echoed through his quarters brought him jolting back into the world of the waking. With a silent sigh, Snape untangled himself from his wife's grasp, careful not to wake her from her deep slumber. Quietly, he slipped open the wardrobe and collected a robe to slip on that wasn't a bathrobe. He was ill at ease greeting anyone with his bare legs showing. This was one of the reasons that Snape had always preferred the full-length nightshirt. The model was so close to that of a classic plain robe that there was little hassle when there was a midnight collar, as would happen in a school where a quarter of the student population were recidivist rule breakers. He stepped through into his office, and with a flick of his wand, unlatched his door, beckoning forth whoever it was that disturbed his rest. It didn't feel all that much of a surprise to find Albus Dumbledore striding forth past the threshold. Who else would have stood patiently before the unanswered office door without succumbing to the temptation to knock again? Only Dumbledore had that sort of patience and self-assurance. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Severus, but I believe the location of the last elusive Horcrux has been uncovered." Snape stepped forward, his irritation dispelled by a sudden sense of urgency. "Then I am glad you did not dally with the news." With a flick of his wand, Snape summoned his cloak and drew it about him, no longer struggling with the clasp with his single-handed motion. Stepping forth from his office, the two men walked shoulder to shoulder down the hall. Their steps rang forth as they strode purposefully, the sound lost amongst the groaning of shifting masonry of the grand staircase. It wasn't until they stepped off the 7th floor did Snape feel the need to ask. Until this point, he had expected to be disapparated or headed to a flue point or a secret passage or a separate route to the headmaster's office, but none of that required access to the 7th floor. "Are you to tell me, or am I to be held in suspense?" Snape asked in a waspish tone. Dumbledore slowed a step, his blue eyes brought steadily around to meet Snape's. Even in the dimmed light, the young professor could see the uncertainty. It was but a spark of doubt, but in a calm and controlled man like Albus Dumbledore, it screamed volumes. "I just found out tonight that the last Horcrux that had eluded me had been right under my nose all this time," uttered Dumbledore with a tired smile. "Up till this point, every Horcrux we have uncovered had been tied to a place of significance for Tom. Even the diary, I have no doubt, had been hidden somewhere with similar sentiments. How could it have taken me so long to have realized where the last elusive piece might be?" Snape's eyes narrowed as he glared sidelong at the old wizard, willing the man to dispense with the dramatics and continue. Thankfully, Dumbledore obliged without further prompting, a rueful smile upon his bearded lips. "I have your wife to thank, Severus. It was she who handed me the final piece, or should I say, held her hand." Snape's head snapped upwards, a scowl instantly upon his features. "What happened?" He growled, recounting how oddly Lily had been upon her return. He had been too quick to attribute it to the quirk of human behavior. She had brought me Helena Ravenclaw, held her hand while she communed with her mother, and brought peace to the dear girl. Dumbledore replied calmly, the repercussions of such an occurrence glaring evidently through the steps omitted. "Helena has passed on. So it was obliviation," Snape muttered, making sense of her confused explanation of her emotions. Obliviation had the effect of taking the memories, but not the associated emotions. And saying goodbye had the effect of stoking sorrow in her empathetic heart. With a steady nod, Dumbledore confirmed it. "I was very careful. I did not take more than I needed to," the headmaster reassured unnecessarily. Dumbledore was many things, but someone careless with his casting was not one of them. At the very least, he no longer hid things from Snape, or at least knew better than to lie about the obvious. "I did not think it best that Lily keep the knowledge of the Hallows." "No, it wouldn't be," Snape muttered, conceding to that fact. For Snape's last life had ended by the barest brush with such an artifact. Such knowledge would have posed an unacceptable risk to Lily. Though he hated the violation of Lily's mind that came with Dumbledore's decision, he accepted that as preferable than allowing her to keep such dangerous knowledge. But was it necessary for her to know in the first place? Snape continued, his dark eyes glaring sharply at the ancient wizard striding beside him. Those blue eyes stayed pointed forward as they walked side by side down that dark corridor. Perhaps not, the headmaster conceded, but I was thankful for her assistance when it came. Call me a coward, but I had little wish of compelling the meeting of Helena and her mother, for fear of what pain I could cause to a heart unready, perhaps even have destroyed her final chance of peace. Snape's dark eyes turned away, feeling suddenly uncomfortable at the thought. Empathy for another had never been Snape's quality, but his heart was no longer so anchored against the struggles of others, and a lost soul, searching for peace, was a notion too familiar to dismiss without pang from his past. She is at peace, then? Snape murmured his question, as if it seeped from between his crooked teeth as he attempted to bite it back. A smile shone through the darkness, accompanying those twinkling blue eyes. The very picture of peace. I have never seen the like in my lifetime, a soul finding its way to true rest. Snape turned away, cloaking himself in silence, disturbed by how readily he accepted that trade-off. Lily's peace of mind for that of another. But perhaps it was due to knowing how strong a heart Lily had. Sorrow that could cripple Snape she bore with immeasurable courage and recovered from with such unknowable resilience. She kept memories of loss that ought to be naught but sadness, and turned them into sources of happiness and strength. Mourned and not forgotten, borne like treasure, not chains. They drew to near that stretch of mysterious wall, the one overlooked by the mad wizard and his trolls, and slowed a step. The room of requirements. Snape threw a sharp glance towards the headmaster as they drew to a stop in front of that wall, his sharp mind scraping together the implications. Are you telling me the Dark Lord left one of his Horcruxes in Hogwarts, undetected, while you were headmaster? And undetected it remained, until a wise soul had told me of a room created by the founders to lend a place of sanctuary for the students when they needed it most, and one that troublemakers tended to take advantage of to hide contraband from their teachers. That smile turned rueful again as Dumbledore turned his blue eyes to that stretch of wall. But you are right. The fault is mine for not realizing sooner, for I had always known how precious this school was to Tom, and how his ego might lead him to believe he was the master of this school's secrets, that he might leave a piece of himself within and claim for his own. That door materialized before their eyes, answering the unspoken request of the headmaster. A familiar black stone appeared in the hand of the headmaster, held out for Snape to take, returning the stone to its master. In his other hand was grasped another, similar stone, almost a twin of the one Snape had made. It seemed the master alchemist had been able to prove his theory right. A like memory was all it took to reproduce works locked away by the unique experiences of another. Snape took the offered stone, feeling the monochrome cold wash over him, leaching the orange glow of the burning braziers swinging from chains above. His breath shallowed as the air felt thick and heavy as light glowed from the corners of the castle. The souls of those residing within its walls, human and non-human, living and dead. He glanced down upon his ruined arm, seeing the form of a hand no longer there. It had been long enough for him to make peace with his loss, time enough to no longer feel that pang of angry regret, yet not time enough to forget what his hand had felt like, for his fingers upon his phantom hand flexed like it had never forgotten its form. Dumbledore stepped forward, wand held aloft, his soul seemingly bleaching away the darkness with the force of its light, stepping through the door that opened without seemingly any prompt or command. Great towers stretched out of the darkness, familiar in their ominous structure. Towers of books and toys, and lost and broken things. With a deep thud of his heart, Snape realized he recognized this place, for it was the room Lily had asked for when she required shelter from the world. When she was hurting from a terrible loss and sought to hide from more than just her pain. Snape had walked the paths carved through this very chamber, and had not once felt the presence of dark magic that lingered there now. In this monochrome cast of this vast and echoing chamber, Snape felt more than saw the great shadowy presence embedded within. A soul split from itself and forged into something terrible. They stepped as one towards that terrible darkness, tension dogging their step. Dumbledore lifted his wand in anticipation. A lead Snape followed after tucking his stone into the leather band of his wand holster, freeing his hand to draw his wand. Out of the darkness, the diadem shone with a dark diffusion from the head of a wizard's bust. One Snape realized he recognized, for Lily had hidden at the base of the cabinet it sat on. It would not surprise Snape one whit if its dark power could draw people towards it in their moment of pain and fear. Perhaps trick them into placing it upon their crown. Snape suppressed a shudder at the thought of what might have happened as his dark eyes stared piercingly into the heart of that evil. But it was Dumbledore who moved first. Stepping forward, the light of his own soul met the darkness that hung thickly about the cursed object. In one swift motion, he brought the stone down upon the artifact, splitting forth the darkness in one motion and purging the twisted spirit from within. I honestly had feared far worse, Dumbledore stated lightly as he placed that now exorcised diadem within a cushion-lined box upon his desk. It seemed Tom did not anticipate anyone would find it and took no extra precautions in its protection. At the very least, you didn't attempt to wear this one, Snape muttered from his seat across the table, half in jest, half in admonishment for events that had not passed in this lifetime. Dumbledore took the comment in the good humor it was partially intended as. While the blue gem would have gone wonderfully with my eyes, I fear the style clashed terribly with my ensemble. Its glitter competing too much with your shoes. Snape snarked with no true ill will. He honestly felt more relieved than anything. It was hard to be anything but relieved to have come out of that encounter without a scratch, and heartening to know that there was really only one Horcrux left in the world. Only one. But this Horcrux, its place is still a mystery, for it has not yet found its way to the place that I know it to be, Dumbledore stated so perceptively that Snape instinctively withdrew his thoughts behind their metaphysical walls. Waiting is perhaps the only solution to that. Waiting for Tom to lay it to rest in the place it should be hidden. But should it come to be in its destined place of rest, when that time comes, there will be one more trial to face. What do you mean? Snape asked, because nothing in his life could ever be expected to be easy. Dumbledore did not disappoint. There are no guarantees that, upon discovery of the loss of every one of his anchors, that Tom would not forge one more through desperation, nor ensconce it in a way that desperation demands. We would hesitate on what-ifs. Snape growled, feeling frustration nip at him. We would hesitate on wisdom, Dumbledore replied. With an open palm, he gestured for patience, silencing the snarky retort forming upon Snape's tongue. Allow me time to ponder this, for I think you can agree. History might not give us a second chance. Snape scowled, turning away, his heart gnawed by frustration. The end of this war dangled so alluringly nearly within reach, but he knew the headmaster to be right. It wasn't a simple matter of rushing blindly, for victory hung upon a precipice. They had achieved much thus far through patience and cunning, but it was all too easy to render their efforts for naught by a single ill-judged decision. Perhaps feeling the same, Dumbledore smiled, snapping closed the lid of the box, and sealing away this artifact of the ancient past, no longer afflicted by the kiss of darkness. With a gentle nudge of his wand, the box flew from the table and into the trick-wall behind Dippet's swinging portrait, unsettling the snoring headmaster portrait from his slumber. Expecting to be dismissed, Snape prepared himself to leave, gathering his cloak about his full-length robes, but before he could move, Dumbledore motioned for him to still. There was one last thing I wish to speak to you about, Severus, and I do so now, hoping you take my devising with a grain of salt. A hair-brained idea you wish to run past me first. That's rare, Snape muttered, but obliging nonetheless. Well, this is one idea I cannot pursue without your cooperation, Dumbledore said, with an oddly reserved smile, as he pulled from his sleeve that same black stone he had used to strike down the Horcrux. For events had led me to ponder on mortality and the soul, and the implications of one such as Voldemort refusing to hold life or death sacred. The kind of magic he had pioneered, and why it might have been hidden from the pioneering minds of others. He beckoned with the crystal, his ancient wand held balanced in his palm. Your hand, Snape. Snape frowned as he reached forth, but Dumbledore shook his head. Your other hand. There is no other hand, Snape growled, aghast the headmaster even needed a reminder. But Dumbledore did not seem the least bit coy at his faux pas as he waited patiently for Snape to do as he was bade. And with an internalized sigh, the younger man obliged. Snape held out his stumped arm, hidden by a folded-over sleeve held by a pin which Dumbledore immediately and magically removed, revealing the twisted flesh hidden underneath. Snape hissed under his breath and made to withdraw his limb, only to find himself caught by an unexpected grasp. The touch of a hand in his, a hand that no longer existed, for Dumbledore held it in his own, turning over the invisible mass as if observing one made of flesh. A touch that should not have been possible, for experiments in physicality with his own phantom limb had been the first thing he tried when he discovered the properties of the stone. Hope that turned to dust as he quickly established his stone did not make his own ghostly hand function as a true ghost would. He could not grasp objects with this false hand made manifest by the stone. Objects passed through his desperate grasp as any incorporeal form would. How was it that this was possible? The soul, it seems, had never left you, even when flesh was parted, Dumbledore uttered as he turned Snape's non-existent hand curiously, observing the limb in its monochrome form. This shouldn't be possible, Snape rasped, unable to pull from the headmaster's very real grasp. Those blue eyes met his briefly before turning back to that impossible contact. Ghosts are spirits without a body to tether to. In that you differ, Severus. The stone cannot tether your hand to the physical world while it still exists within your body, but touching another soul, that is a different matter, a bridging made only possible by that stone that bridged the dead and the living. I assume, he added with a smile, breaking that reassuring mask of relentless wisdom. This is all guesswork, of course. I had no reason to believe that it would work. I'm glad that it did, however. Snape took a shuddering breath, feeling the form of the headmaster's hand beneath the curl of fingers that he no longer possessed. Whether or not my soul has decided to stay doesn't change the fact that limbs don't grow back, he muttered, making to pull away, but Dumbledore held him fast. It doesn't need to grow back, Dumbledore stated as he sat the stone down and brought his wand to the phantom limb he held. It just needs a replacement. A silver light shone forth from the tip of the headmaster's wand, washing over the stump of Snape's severed hand. Slowly, it coalesced, form taken into a shape held fast in Dumbledore's hand, diffusing into the shape of fingers twitching in his grasp. Voldemort cared little for his own soul. It would not be so outlandish to think that he would experiment with it in more ways than just tearing it apart. Perhaps herein lies the secret to his miraculous spells. Curses can linger in your soul and follow the descendants of your blood. I have not met another to live a second life, but I imagine for a spell to have followed you from one life to the next, it could only have done so by the carriage of your soul. Before Snape's eyes, his hand appeared in that silver form, but an instant before it dissipated into silver wisps, dispersed by the motion of the headmaster's fingers as it clenched at thin air. The 28 seconds from breaking contact dispelling the bridge between the living and the dead. The silver hand, Snape uttered, his mouth suddenly dry as hope flared within his breast. Is that what you wish to pursue? That same hand that the Dark Lord had bestowed upon that snivelling wormtail? Those blue eyes met Snape's, squared with determination. I cannot promise you anything more than that I will try. Mistletoe hung from the eaves of archways as suits of armor burst into Christmas carols. As usual, Amanda had proven herself efficient when it came to organization and decoration, for within the span of a few days, the hallways of Hogwarts took on a definite Christmas theme. Once upon a time, Christmas was a time of wonder and joy, anticipation of family and fun. But since the sudden and unexplained disappearance of Helena Ravenclaw, the castle took on a somber mood. It didn't take long for the students to notice the Grey Lady's absence. That reticent, ghostly presence that haunted the quiet places, who exchanged soft words with the gentle and studious souls, whose absence was felt by all, regardless of how well they knew her. So long, she had been haunting these halls that her departure left a hole in the hearts of many, not least of all the Baron, for his wailing could be heard echoing through the deepest recesses of the dungeon. The ghostly girl's passing was officially announced by the headmaster at dinner one evening, reminding all in a kindly tone that for those of a spectral nature, the passing from the world they are bound to is a joyous occasion, for it meant they had finally found peace. A beautiful sentiment as that might have been, Lily found it hard to get behind. Celebration was not what she associated with goodbyes. That season that should have been joyous was tainted with melancholy, and for Lily it was not just because of the sudden and unexpected goodbye she had never got to exchange. So too did this season remind her of her father's passing, not so long ago to be considered distant memory. the first anniversary of her father's death. It would get easier with the passage of time, but for now Christmas could not pass without sorrow, just as summer would always be touched by the mourning of her mother. But things would get easier. She had family in the form of a loving husband. The joy of Christmas was not lost to her. She would never forget her father, and she might never truly reconcile with her sister, but she had a new family with the man that she loved. Christmas could still be about joy and family, and that too included her friends. Since everything that had happened, Lily had been separated from a majority of her school friends by, ironically, the stone walls of that very school. She had made a few trips down to Hogsmeade, but that was honestly as far as she would range. Trauma had a way of collaring a person. Not quite fear for her life, but fear for screwing up like she once did, and costing Save more than she already had. With her isolation and her friends scattered to the wind, letters were her primary mode of communication with her old school friends now. Since graduation, Pandora had taken her project to the Committee of Experimental Charms with the help of Professor Flitwick, and it had been approved with full oversight. She was now working out of a workroom in the ministry, devising a way to weave together charms, a topic that had made its way into staff room conversation, for Professor McGonagall, or Minerva as she insisted Lily call her now, could not be prouder of her niece. Susan, it seemed, had moved to a wizarding community in Birmingham. She had family in that city, so it wasn't that much of a sea change from her parents' home in London. There she had found her calling, pursuing a career with the Daily Prophet, the gossip-mongerers that they were. Though it was early days for her, Lily could not think of a better fit. Mary seemed to be living life to its fullest. She simply packed her bags one day and left for America, taking one of those Muggle sky machines for transcontinental travel. How the Muggles found a way to take to the air without magic was truly wondrous. From then, Lily would receive postcards weekly from her adventurous friend, of both the static Muggle and normal magical variety, depicting a new city each time, the stories of her adventures filling the back of each card from corner to corner. But out of all her friends, perhaps the one whose life changed the most, barring Lily herself, was likely Marlene. Since the announcement of the wedding, her best friend had moved to the West Country to the house James had bought in preparation for their upcoming marriage. Marlene had well and truly uprooted herself from her beloved land of windswept mountains. It seemed every letter Lily received from the girl would contain the pining for the crisp Scottish air. But despite moving out, the two soon-to-be weds hadn't moved in together. The beginning of their relationship notwithstanding, the two had determined to lead into married life with some semblance of pureblood propriety. Perhaps largely owing to the fact they had moved into the sleepy village of Godric's Hollow, and right down the road from the Dumbledore household that Lily had grown so fond of at that, into a charming two-story cobblestone cottage touched by climbing ivy and girded by a welcoming garden hedge. Lily, of course, hadn't physically visited, only gleaning her wistful impression of Marlene's new chapter in life from the various photographs she had been sent through the post. Watching the cheery smoke puff from the chimney as Marlene and her fiancé waved happily from the doorstep. But this idyllic country life had its downsides, ones Lily had known a taste of. The cloistered community of mostly old and established families meant there were few there of Marlene's age. Lily knew that difficulty well. Had things turned out differently, she and her best friend's family might have become neighbors, but instead they wound up trading geographic locations. And despite having at least some distant family ties with almost every bloodline that lived there, they weren't exactly relatives she had much to do with. She had left her family behind in the Highlands, kin and clan, moving into a tight-knit village that she had not yet assimilated into. Something else Marlene grumbled about regularly in the letters she sent. Lily couldn't quite recall which of her girlfriends gave her the idea. Perhaps a combination of Mary's sense of adventure, Marlene's journey to marital bliss, Susan's endless gossip, and Pandora's. Well, Pandora was perhaps the only innocent party, but Lily was struck by an outrageous idea that sent her into a fit of blushes and giggles. Christmas was coming, and her first anniversary of marriage was not far behind. And since Save had expressed on various occasions what he thought about the gift-giving tradition, Lily decided not to engage it in a traditional way. She had placed an order by post to a shop, she only found out about in one of the trashy magazines that Susan sent through, an advert she would normally not have paid heed to. And one mail order later, Lily was committed to a daily climb to the owlery each day to comb around for sign of a discreet package. She had specified to the delivery owl that it could not arrive with the breakfast flock or privately at her chambers, because heavens forbid Severus discover it before she had the opportunity to ease him into the idea, or spoil her enjoyment in reveling in the reveal. And though there was still some unresolved animosity between Lily and the school owls, she did not know how to even begin to address. She trusted them to carry out their duties admirably and without personal bias. It was for this reason Lily had ducked out of the dungeons during the 15-minute break between morning classes this day, a brief venture to the owlery in the West Tower in anticipation of her package. But this intention was waylaid by the sight of a familiar face, a very unwelcome one at that. But as Lily stepped onto the grand staircase, she caught sight of an ostentatious cloak fluttering from several flights above her, one that accompanied the sharp click of a heeled boot upon the stone steps. Students parted before his step, edging to the railings as this sinister man walked amongst them. Lucius Malfoy ascended the grand staircase, his black cloak billowing out behind him, the firelight glinting off his pale blonde hair worn long about his shoulders, his heels clicking upon those stone steps as he ascended the stairs. He strode with such purpose that nobody should think to question his presence. He certainly didn't belong, not since he graduated 6 years ago when Lily was but testing her wings in a new world. Having been the prefect that welcomed Severus into Slytherin, Lily had always associated that man with her best friend's dark decline. But since that time, Lily had more reasons than just personal grievances to lie before the feet of that man. Not least because she knew he was one of the evil hooded men behind those white masks that had laughed so cruelly while Severus screamed in pain that terrible night. Lily's blood boiled at the memory. Bitterness tasted upon her tongue from the anger and despair. Hatred for the evil man she had never felt the like of nipped at her mind as she dashed up the stairs, taking her strides 2 steps at a time, ready to intercept the man. But the castle seemed to conspire against her as an ill-timed moving staircase whisked away the path before her, leaving her glaring upwards as the man drew further away into the heart of her school. By the time the stairs reset themselves into position, the man had disappeared from view into the upper levels of the stairwell. Unwilling to wait to simply leave it up to chance and a half-hearted effort, Lily darted up the winding path to the upper levels with speed of purpose. Craning her head upwards, Lily searched desperately for the sheen of that improbably silken dark cloak, fluttering over the edge of the stair rail. The thought of leaving a Death Eater to wander, unchallenged through a hall full of children, made her sick to her stomach. As fate would have it, it was the 7th floor that Malfoy had intended to go to, giving Lily time and opportunity to catch up to him before he disappeared into the twists and turns of Hogwarts' magical halls. Wand raised, Lily stepped up behind that ominous man in his sweeping cloak, feeling a tremble in her exertion-strained voice as she raised it to challenge him. "Hold it there," she cried through labored breath, leveling her wand in challenge. Those cruel grey eyes turned slowly to meet hers, bringing the fear struck into her soul on that fateful night bubbling up to the fore of her mind. A cold lump in her throat stole her voice, and she felt herself freeze, her wand tip trembling in her rigid grasp. Anger her only source of courage. "Not another step. Don't you dare take another step," she demanded in a breathy voice catching with fear. She couldn't help but remember. She couldn't help but see that terrible white mask that covered those cruel eyes. Her stomach clenched, as did her throat, her courage giving out as suddenly as her voice. "Mrs. Snape, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Malfoy uttered with a cold glare as if regarding something scraped off the bottom of his shoe. Never had Lily felt so aware of her muggle-born roots as she did meeting those cruel grey eyes. This was a man driven by pureblood ideologies, and she a victim of his cause. She had almost lost her life to what he stood for, saved by the price her husband paid. Tears of vitriolic hatred prickled in her eyes, but the words would not pass her fear-struck tongue. With a curl of his lips, Malfoy turned away. "Well, if there's nothing else, I must be off. Unlike you, I have actual use of my time." Lily unstuck her jaw, finding her voice, rasped and chipped by her sudden and inexplicable cowardice. Death Eaters are not welcome at Hogwarts. Her voice rang down the hall, turning eyes and ears, turning to the cold grey eyes that had struck her so cold. But this time she felt emboldened, for figures emerged from the halls, clad in black robes streaked with red. The seventh floor was the Gryffindor's domain, and their presence stoked the courage her house enshrined. "Are you accusing me of something, madam?" Lucius asked in a smooth voice that sounded bridled with threats in Lily's ears. "Evil and deaf." Lily shot back, more bravely than she felt. A sneer flittered across Lucius' smooth and pale features. "I see your husband has not schooled you out of your base manners, and yet your ill-refined influence is what we tolerate for our children." He stepped forward, causing the girl to surrender an involuntary step backwards. "In fact, my purpose for coming today had been entirely on that very issue. I am here on the Board of Governors' behalf. 3 new hires in a row, all straight out of graduation. That is why I am here, you uncouth pest." Lily's eyes widened as cold stone met her back. She was unable to stop herself from giving ground as the sinister man approached, her wand held useless in her limp hand. Her voice would not come to her, her righteous anger ensnarled upon her fear. Her wand was still raised before her, useless in her limp grasp. She met those grey eyes, unable to look away, unable to deny that monster of satisfaction of knowing how rattled she felt. But a voice lanced through the hallway, parting the suffocating atmosphere and silencing the muttering of the apprehensive crowd. "Not that I doubt your business here, Lucius, but have you forgotten that the headmaster's office is not accessed by route of the 7th floor? Severus' voice sounded as he strode from deeper within the 7th floor corridor. He had practical classes to teach today, something that slipped Lily's mind until this very moment, even with the magical draw of her wedding ring there to remind her. Malfoy whipped around with a start, wand drawn, as if he had been legitimately threatened by Save's appearance. But just as suddenly as he drew it, Malfoy's wand disappeared back into the folds of his robes. Pulling up straight with a cool sneer of distaste upon his lips, Lucius Malfoy met Severus' eyes. "Nor is your office or classroom for that matter, Severus. Or have you also taken the Gryffindor rabble under your clipped wings?" Malfoy added with a pointed glance to Severus' maimed limb. That rush of hatred that Lily felt almost unstuck her tongue. How could this evil man, this wicked and vile man, look Severus in the eye and utter such a cruel jibe with such glib, and knowing that he himself had been under one of those masks that watched on as it happened? An angry muttering arose from the crowd gathering, a rabble comprised of mostly red-streaked robes, those who shared Lily's righteous anger. But conversely, Severus seemed unbothered by this remark, approaching to stand a pace from the blonde Death Eater, making their difference in height starkly apparent. "My role as professor permits my presence throughout the entirety of the school, while I remind you that outsiders are not permitted to wander freely without permission. And that, Lucius, is only granted by the headmaster." Those grey eyes narrowed. "I was tasked to submit this school to a surprise inspection. Surprise being a toothless term had I alerted the headmaster before my inspection was complete. May I remind you that all 3 employees you are seeking to audit work and reside below the 2nd floor?" Severus quipped coolly, to which Malfoy replied, equally coolly, "Yet here you all are." Those cruel grey eyes glared hatefully past the young professor to the crowd that emerged from deeper within the hallway, at the head of which stood James Potter, his wand drawn in preparation for more than just chit-chat. "Sorry, Snape. I know you told me to continue with class, but we just thought you might need the backup," James uttered with a cool flick of his fingers through his neatly cropped hair. It seemed the looming wedding preparations had involved trailing several haircuts and new grooming techniques over the course of the month. At his back gathered the assortment of 6th years they had no doubt been in the midst of teaching, the green-trimmed rockers standing front and 4 in symbolic opposition. To Severus' credit, he bit back his obvious annoyance. He didn't even glance at his teaching aide that now planted his feet by his once rival's weakened side, wand drawn as if ready to fight shoulder to shoulder. "James Potter," Malfoy greeted with an upturned sneer. Despite being of pureblood family, James had never gotten along with any that toted pureblood ideologies. "I see that your hiring had been entirely to compensate for the actual professor's disability, for I can't see what value a Gryffindor with such legendarily poor discipline could offer without someone to hold your lead." Those hazel eyes narrowed behind those thick-paned glasses. Enough discipline to hex your face in. And enough discipline to not, Severus uttered, as he reached across his own body to brush the wand away with his good hand, bidding his hot-headed counterpart stow away his weapon. Malfoy sneered, almost triumphantly, as if James' actions proved his entire point. That two are needed to complete the job of one entirely proves the farce of giving Dumbledore unfettered leeway to hire. Your resignation from this position should have been instated the moment you became unable to fulfill your role, Severus. A sudden departure would hardly be unexpected of a professor of this particular subject. Perhaps, but certainly not this early in the school year, Severus stated simply, seeming unfazed by the cruel words intended for him. And I think you'll find, had I wanted to, I cannot leave or be made to leave before this school year is out. For you see, Lucius, my contract is unique, approved of and signed by your own father. Those grey eyes narrowed upon black ones, quite the loophole you have prepared for yourself. An unintended consequence, I assure you, one that I intend to exploit. It's the Slytherin in me. You understand, Lucius? Severus, eyes met that stare unwavering. So you'll forgive me if that little snake is hissing skepticism in my ear as to how you knew to find me on the 7th floor. My curriculum and timetable should not be so freely available outside these castle walls. Lucius' head tilted, his grey eyes unblinking. Magic, he answered, in a tone that lilted oddly, making him sound almost smug. Now, if you don't mind, some of us actually have work to do, work that we are actually able to do. And with those words he turned and strode back towards the stairwell. The anger Lily felt rippled through all those who stood opposed. But despite the ill will, the crowd parted to allow the wicked man passage. Anger that was left in that vile man's wake bristled from the face among the crowd, save one. The frown upon Severus' brow was creased by a forlorn touch. Silence had fallen upon the castle when Snape returned to his quarters, or as silent as a haunted castle could possibly be. At the very least, Snape had not run into any students breaking curfew in his brief walk between Dumbledore's office and his own. Though the headmaster already knew of Lucius Malfoy's visitations, Snape had thought it prudent to share his insights. After all, Dumbledore only interacted with Lucius on an official capacity as the man posed as a representative from the Board of Governors. It was Snape who knew of the machinations on the other side, an indication he fears for the diadem. Dumbledore had asked without glancing up from the scroll he had been reading intently. I can think of no other reason for Lucius to traverse to the 7th floor except to seek that artifact, Snape had replied, as he scanned the scrolls and tomes scattered about the headmaster's desk, marked by bookmarks and tabs enchanted to stick to the page, each one pertaining to the magic of conjuration, prosthetics, and treatments for lost limbs, a direction their weekly meetings had turned that Snape could only feel grateful for. Those blue eyes had then flickered up briefly. Then he must not know that the deed has been done. But at the very least, he suspects our actions enough to fear the consequences, Snape had replied. For this is too soon after our play to be simple coincidence. One cannot lose that much of your soul without feeling the consequence, concluded Dumbledore, before returning to his readings, leaving them both to silently contemplate the implications to their battle for the final Horcrux. It was a dissatisfying conclusion to their discussion, if one could call it that, but Snape accepted his dismissal without a fight. Not when the object of the headmaster's distraction was research to Snape's benefit. Even as Snape stepped beyond the hidden door behind his office, he felt the bubble of hope within his breast. Cruel hope, for he knew how slight a chance it was. He braced his hand upon the coolness of the stone as the wall grated closed, willing his pulse to set. Disappointment was always the most bitter following expectations unfounded, and these expectations were not reasonable by any stretch of the mind or heart. At the very least, he did not wish to instill this foolish anticipation in his wife, for she was an optimist without reproach, and no amount of tempering reason would soften the disappointment that would follow. Oblivion be kind. He charmed off his boots and slipped silently through the darkened lounge, the fireplace already banked for the night. As he headed for the bathroom, he noted the candlelight diffused softly from his sleeping quarters within despite the lateness of the hour. His wife had not yet settled herself for the night, despite the next day being a working day. Oral and physical hygiene taken care of, and sleep attire observed, Snape finally slipped into his bedroom. His wife glanced up from her evening reading, greeting him with a smile. Already changed into her sleepwear, she sat snugly in bed, the duvet drawn up to her midriff as she thumbed through the pages of her weighty book. "A riveting read that must be, to keep you up so late," Snape stated in a light tone as he hung his wand holster over the bedpost and slipped into the covers beside her, glancing the title and reassuring himself that it was still Beedle the Bard. Lily had been gifted that book several months ago by Slughorn, who had somehow thought it paramount to immediately put into Lily's possession a book of fairy tales for children, rather than wait for the customary gift-giving season that was not so outrageously far off. This untimely gift had at first piqued Snape's suspicion and apprehensive thoughts. In the back of his mind, he ran the numbers, the knowledge that the days since Lily's last monthly cycle had not yet thrown up an indicator of caution was not in itself absolving. But upon questioning, Lily merely rolled her eyes and replied that Severus had previously made his position on the subject very clear. "Just wrapping up the wizard and the hopping part," Lily answered that unasked question. Snape leaned across to glance down upon the gilded pages, laying a kiss upon her distracted cheek in passing and prompting her to return a grin. "The fable about a muggle-devouring cauldron." Lily's smile faded, confusion on her face. "Surely not." Snape frowned down upon the page, deciphering the black and white inked picture inscribed into the accompanying page of text to be of a far more conciliatory tone than he had expected. Was he misremembering the fable that went along with that title? Does the cauldron not eat the muggle neighbors? If anything, the pot's got that grouchy old wizard warming up to the muggles next door. "What have you been reading?" Lily replied, looking a little perturbed. That didn't sound anything like the story Snape had read, but considering whose shelf that book came from, it made a lot of sense. Apparently there exist less muggle-friendly versions of these fables. "Did your mother read them to you?" Lily asked, her tone lighter than the curiosity held in her eyes. "Does my mother seem like the nurturing kind to you?" Snape asked in a mild tone, but the truth of the matter seemed even less likely. He met Lily's doubtful eyes with a rueful smile, aware of that exact irony. "The book I had read was off the shelf of a pureblood family's library. I just realized that might be the reason the books had a different moral." Those green eyes widened, understandably doubtful of the truth of it all. Snape clarified regardless, lest she come to the wrong conclusion. "In another lifetime, I had been a guest of the Malfoy household. I had watched their young son on occasions as a favor. I'd not have voluntarily read a children's book otherwise." But somehow, Lily did not seem any reassured by his explanation. Her green eyes bored into him as he turned away, working out a way of reasoning by his far too slow version of empathy. Without a word, Snape settled down on his side of his bed, trying his best to shake off what he had just said. He could feel the warmth of her body radiate through the duvet they shared, taking much of the edge off the initial touch of cold covers. He reached across into warmth of his wife's side, laying a hand upon her knee and drawing her eye. "Douse the candle and let us sleep. We both have duties to attend to in the morning." With a small smile, Lily obliged, marking the page and sending it back to the shelf with a gentle toss and an unworded spell. She slid down into the bedding and pulled the covers snugly about her, turning to face inwards on the bed, peering across the pillow with wide eyes untouched by exhaustion. Feeling the weight of this day press upon him, he turned away to douse the candles, reaching for his wand dangling in its holster, but not before a soft touch and a whispered voice stilled him. "Can we talk a little about it all?" Lily's voice sounded softly in the silence. Snape turned back and caught those wide green eyes, holding more than just a build-up of the day's unspent energy. Snape rolled back towards the center of the bed and pulled himself up on his elbow, a motion that no longer pained his missing appendage. He met those bright green eyes, recognizing apprehension held in them where once he might have missed. That slight quirk of those pink lips that hinted of words not yet ready to pass them. A sensitive conversation then, for she seemed so intent on care. "Lucius Malfoy." The lips finally passed her lips, a name he had expected due to his own reminders. "He's a Death Eater, isn't he?" "He is," Snape confirmed. There wasn't a point to any coyness, not when this fact was common speculative knowledge. If possible, those wide green eyes grew even wider as Lily shivered into her swathe of blankets. He was there that day, wasn't he, under that mask? The source of her apprehension became apparent as Snape shared that trauma, a chill that struck to his core at a brush with that memory. Yes, he whispered, unable to soften the horror his words would bring. Without another word, Snape reached across to envelop his wife in his arms. He could feel her shudder against him, fear not yet dealt with, trauma that Snape knew not how to address, for his life was entwined with that very terror. Why was he here? Lily whispered, clinging desperately to his form. How could he be allowed to walk freely through this school? Because he's the son of the current chairman on the board of governors, Snape answered. Those green eyes did not emerge. She tucked herself under Snape's chin, buried in his embrace. Then, could he really get me fired? A threat as old as the history books themselves. Each Malfoy son riding off the coattails of their fathers, promising dark futures they had not yet the powers to enact. Not yet. He may. But he won't. That is not the sort of end he would wield his very limited power to pursue. He's too entrenched in his own ends to bother with a move with so uncertain an outcome. Snape reassured with words he truly believed, fortified by the decades he spent in association. He knew the man as well as any he could profess to know. But Lily lacked his reassurance of familiarity. He ran his fingers through the deep red locks, mimicking her motions that would soothe him so. With a soft tone, he uttered, "While Dumbledore sits as the head of this school, no powers from the outside world can touch us. Rest assured, Lily, we leave this castle by choice only." "You know him so well," Lily murmured as she lifted her eyes, shifting her form so she was no longer hiding in the crook of his neck. Both of them, those green eyes searched his. "You were friends with that Death Eater even after," she trailed off, a silence that begged an answer. "I would not say friends, more associates." Snape replied, suddenly feeling discomfort claw at his chest. A red brow arched as Lily pushed up into a sitting position. "I know that Slytherins speak for friends." "Then we were friends," Snape relented without any fight, for it aptly described their relationship despite the nuances of their mostly impersonal nature. Mostly. A friendship I had left in my previous lifetime. Rest assured, we are now appropriately distant acquaintances. Those green eyes peered down at him. But why, even after? Everything. Yes, Lily, because it was not wise for a spy to drop all connections to his past at the turn of a coat. Snape struggled up to his haunches too. And if I was to be perfectly honest, I had few friends as it was. I could ill afford to lose more. Lily was silent for the longest moment, her shoulders bowed, her legs drawn up under her form silhouetted by the glow of the candlelight behind her. Snape watched her in silence, wishing he knew the machinations of her mind, knowing all too well the burden such knowledge would bring. "Then you were friends with him for a long time," Lily finally spoke, her words barely more than a whisper. 27 years. Snape confirmed. A rush of air escaped Lily's lips as her lips twisted into a mockery of a smile. "That's longer than I had been alive." Snape felt his guts clench at the reminder. A different lifetime. A different Lily. "Different me," he muttered, scowling darkly into his chest. He had thought he had come to terms with it all, but every reminder served to shame him. "Sounds like you must have been good friends," Lily muttered, a statement that begged rebuke, but Snape could not find an honest denial. "It was a relationship built on mutual debts. I was not his equal when he took pity and sponsored me," Snape muttered, recalling those years he spent under Lucius, wing, molded for a destiny that was his no longer. But after the Dark Lord's fall, Lucius spent a period in Azkaban, during which time his wife Narcissa had to care for her young son Draco and the fortune with an absent heir. I took care of his family when he was unable to, and for that he had been grateful. "You took care of his family?" Lily's aghast was perplexing. Snape frowned. "Your tone sounds disapproving." "No," Lily grimaced, turning away so her silken red hair fell between them like a veil. "It's just, I feel." She trailed off, what she felt left unsaid. Snape pulled himself upright, no longer so much a struggle with only his one hand. "Though I have loyalty no longer to the world he sponsored me into, I held none of that against the man. I felt I still had debts to pay, so I paid them to his family in his absence." He turned to his wife, searching out those green eyes averted from his gaze. With the Black family thoroughly affected by the Death Eater trials and the Malfoy patriarch dying, There was little to no support for Narcissa, Lucius' wife, as she was learning to deal with motherhood. "Something you were able to help with, I'm sure," Lily muttered back, sarcasm thick in her tone. "I was able to help," Snape replied dryly, cutting across that snark by not addressing its implications. Lucius' father had died not a year after young Draco was born, and owing to Lucius' incarceration soon after, it threw the inheritance of the household and its assets into question. I assisted by fending off the counterclaims in Lucius' absence and securing his family fortune for his wife and son. "How noble," Lily muttered insincerely, still unwilling to meet his eyes. Snape drew back, feeling bitten by his wife's tone. "Would you have me begrudge a mother and her son for their father's wrongs?" "Of course not," Lily muttered, her green eyes hidden in the shadows of candlelight, refusing to meet his. "So it was all business. You didn't go out of your way to take care for them or anything." Snape frowned. "What do you mean by that?" With a rough motion, Lily brushed back her crimson hair as she turned to meet his eyes. "You know, caring, did you visit them to check on their welfare? Did you even know that child's name?" "His name is Draco." "Was Draco," Snape answered, struggling to understand what it was that Lily felt so incensed by. "And yes, I ensured he was cared for." Snape had visited, hesitantly at first, as his presence at the Malfoy household had always been a source of contention by Narcissa. But after Lucius' incarceration, she accepted his assistance, though always begrudgingly. Eventually, all hostilities between them had ceased. She had even allowed Snape to hold Draco, when she would not trust even the house elves to assist with her baby, fearing their non-human nurturing could corrupt the child's developing nature. And though Snape had no desire to interact with the small child, he knew better than to bat away this offer of an olive branch. Leaving Lucius out of the picture, his wife had not been a Death Eater, less so their son. It was not the child's choice to be his father's son. Those green eyes suddenly turned to him, flashing unexpectedly. "Really, you don't see the irony?" Snape hesitated. Confusion furrowed his brows. Lily spared him the task of asking. "You had held that very thing against my son." Ice slid clenched at Snape's heart. To hear Lily call him her son. "He's not your son." Snape snapped, unable to stop those words issuing as a hiss from his lips. She drew up, visibly bristling. "Yet you told me I'm that same Lily who made different choices. I'm either that woman you loved, or I'm another you replaced her with. You can't have it both ways." Lily's harsh words rattled Snape throughout. "You've not even met the boy," he muttered, feeling at a loss. "That doesn't mean I don't love him," she replied, her eyes softened with her perplexing words. "And it breaks my heart that you hated him for all the reasons you cared for the Malfoy boy. He was Potter's son. And mine." Snape fell silent. He drew back as Lily leant in, her green eyes holding his. Shame burned where it should not have been. He had done what he could for the boy in his own way. "I protected him, Lily, the best that I could, and he made it very difficult in his bull-headed Gryffindor ways. What more do you want from me?" "That you didn't hate him," she murmured, her hands finding his cheeks, her fingers caressing his cheekbones as she turned him to face her. "That you cared for him even a fraction that of what you had for Malfoy's boy." Snape's black eyes held hers. "I didn't hate the boy, Lily. I hated his father." A hatred he carried no longer. Snape felt a stone in his chest as words he had never spoken were allowed past his lips. "And I did care for him. How could I not? You died for him. He was your last living memory, and I resented that he was. I resented that he would risk his life so flagrantly when his life was not his to risk." Her eyes softened as he spoke. His voice caught, feeling the bitterness of the truth in the words that poured from his lips. "That I resented him was a fault in my character, that I hated the union he represented, that I was bitterly jealous of your choices, that he served to remind me of my mistakes." He couldn't look her in the eyes any longer. Shame he felt for his actions. Another lifetime, but one he had lived. How did it take him so long to grow past such pettiness? He wouldn't even afford the child of the woman he loved the same level of consideration he had gifted Draco. But in the end, both their stories ended the same. Sacrifices to that terrible war. He could do no good for anyone. "Would you do anything different?" Lily asked, in barely a whisper. "Everything." But Snape said not a word more. Drawing his wand from his holster, he doused the candles with a flick. He laid down upon his side, face turned away from his wife, choosing to hide his shame in the wallowing darkness. For a moment all was still, casting silent judgment upon Snape's cowardice. But slowly, the mattress shifted and the bedding pulled taut as Lily's form settled down beside him. He felt arms about his torso, warmth seeping through his thin shirt. A kiss laid upon the bony ridge of his cheek. "I know that you would," she whispered in his ear. "And when you become a father, you'll get your chance." With a soft motion, Snape felt for her hands clasped over his heart. He said not a word of the gratitude he felt for the forgiveness she had shown him, more than he had ever afforded a child who never deserved his scorn. Chapter 74. What was once lost. Chapter text. Lily had not spent a Christmas at Hogwarts since her first year in this magical school. This time last year, Lily had thought she would never get the chance to spend another as she packed her bags in preparation for an ordinary family Christmas, one that never came to fruition, one she would never get to experience again. It was funny how things turned out. It was a strange feeling to watch those carriages pull away through the light powdering of snowfall, drawn by those invisible creatures she had since learnt were called the Strals, a winged horse variant with an eerie etiology that did not fit the spirit of the season. Stranger still to be standing outside those carriages, waving goodbye to those returning home for the holidays. Friends from lower years within her old house, prefects she had once led, and all were those who now referred to her by the moniker of Madame. How things changed so in the space of a year. Lily huffed into her hands, her breath a puff of white, watching the last carriage pull away from the ground floor hallway window. It wasn't all nostalgia that pulled her from bed at this time in the morning to endure the frigid cold. Indeed, it would usually take a lot more to rouse her from her warm covers on a day she had no obligations to face. Well, no obligations in the sense of work and family. She had been jostled awake by her wristwatch, charmed to serve as a reminder to drag her lazy bones out of bed and imbibe her dose. The downside of marital fun and her subsequent appropriation of its responsibilities. Worse still, there was actually no need to wake for that dose at all, as consequence of several adult-only Christmas drinks offered around the of-age attendees of the Slug Club Christmas party that resulted in Lily out like a light the moment her head hit the pillow. And no matter how up for it they both, well, there was no going forward from there. Her husband had risen with the sun, before Lily had even roused for her unneeded appointment with the apothecary. His absence was felt in the chill of the mattress that Lily had stretched over, hinting at how early he must have set forth for a day that held no teaching responsibilities. It gave Lily the boost she needed to rise and face the early day. It was that happy decision that had her in the lower floors, just in time to send off the last of the leaving carriages. But with the majority of the student population off to spend Christmas with family, silence reigned throughout the halls. It was peaceful. In a manner of speaking, she could see why an empty Hogwarts appealed to save so, but the silence was melancholic. The school never felt like a school without its students. Walking from the window, Lily shook herself from her thoughts. That Christmas was only a sleep away did nothing to brighten her mood. In fact, it conversely soured it. The anniversary of her father's funeral had passed with this week, and it was difficult to think past it to the festivities. It was made all the worse by Lily's inability to visit her father's grave, owing to the worsening war outside these stone walls. She had sent a bouquet of flowers to his grave by owl, but that gesture felt hollow without her presence. The act of remembrance could be conducted anywhere, and it was something she simply had to keep telling herself as the sun rose and set upon the day and time marched ever on, unburdened by the significance of a moment's passing. Her second Christmas without her father. Her second Christmas spent with new family. That wasn't supposed to be a sorrowful thought, but the moment of nostalgia left a stinging bite. A thought Severus' presence had been able to ward off, with a warm arm around her in front of the fireplace, comfort offered in unwavering love, but returned in the pestilence of silence and solitude. As she stepped from the connecting hallway into the entrance hall, the great doors connected to the outside swung open, admitting the unmistakable form of Rubeus Hagrid. The great bearded man loosened the scarf about his chin, revealing a massive rosy grin that shone from his weather-beaten face. "Lily, good morning to year and season's greetings," Hagrid boomed as he knocked the snow from his hair. His coat was oddly lumpy down the front, lumpier than could be explained by his extra layers. Merry Christmas to you too, Hagrid, Lily returned earnestly, feeling her melancholy melt away with the introduction of company. With a swish of her wand, she swept the snow off Hagrid's boots and pant legs and exiled it back out the door. A muffled bark perked Lily's ears up and arched her brows as Hagrid's grin faded. He pulled open his collar to send a very unsubtle hush down his shirt front. Juice, a cough. All thaw, snow's getting termy, he claimed, making a show of rumbling coughs. You're rubbish at lying, Lily retorted with a sigh, teasing out a sheepish grin from the kind-spirited man. He glanced to and fro in a conspiratory manner before bending down to whisper to Lily in a way that would not dissuade attention. Juice, between yer and me, I darn got a cough. You don't say, Lily muttered back, grinning at the mischief that this was all turning out to be. Unwinding his scarf and pulling open his collar, Hagrid revealed the snout of Digger, his aging Scottish deer hound. The dog glanced down his long muzzle, his deep brown eyes framed by its coarse woolen fur staring down from Hagrid's collar in a manner that almost seemed wary. Didn't want him freezing by himself in the cold. Wanted I.M. to join us for some breakfast, 'cause it might be his last Christmas and all. The man suddenly blew into a handkerchief that materialized in his saucepan-like hands. Digger can even walk about no more without hardship. Lily met those dark, soulful eyes of both pet and blubbering owner and gave a stiff nod. Your secret's safe with me. Not that it would be an easy secret to keep with the wiggling potbelly Hagrid was pretending to cultivate, especially when an errant tongue would inevitably appear from his collar and catch the crumbs that fall into the shaggy man's hanging beard, and how Lily would feel compelled to pass a rasher of bacon up to that searching, snuffling muzzle. A treat for the senior dog drawing to the end of his days. She had always wanted a pet, magical or mundane, but circumstances conspired against her, like how she seemed to possess zero affinity for most creatures big or small. She had yet to meet a cat that would choose to sit on her lap in a room without any other contenders. There was something about her that never clicked with animals. Dorcas once offered a theory that it might be owing to Lily's proficiency with unwanded magic, causing an aura of wild magic to follow her like a halo. Most creatures that were quite proficient with sensing danger and gathering storms wouldn't be able to ignore the magic rolling off her like a beacon. Digger, however, seemed to take Lily in his stride. Perhaps it was because that dog was old and wise in years, but he treated the girl with a respectful caution, rather than the wide-eyed distrust she got from most creatures. Reaching up, Lily reached up and rubbed the snout that poked through the groundskeeper's bushy beard. She would miss this old, mild-mannered canine. Hagrid's smile crinkled through his beard. Yer always liked animals, Lily. Why not get one pet o' yer own? I dunno. I like animals, but they rarely like me, Lily returned with a heartfelt sigh, drawing back to give the gargantuan man some room. Not that he minded. Hagrid was very generous with his personal space. Digger likes ye, Hagrid stated with a hearty pat to the front of his jerkin, concealing his canine companion. And I reckon you be good with a pup. Dogs are friendly creatures. Good for a Gryffindor such as yourself. This one's given me dozens o' happy years. The man's black eyes misted as he gave one loud sniff. Lily gave a sympathetic pat on the elbow as Hagrid emptied into his tablecloth-sized handkerchief with a trumpeting honk. A tongue flicked out of the collar of his jerkin, licking up the tears that were dampening his cheek. Ah, ye're a good boy. Aren't you, Digger? Hagrid muttered to his dog, wriggling in his coat. Lily grinned at the pair, feeling the love between the two. He is a good boy, Lily was all too happy to concede. I could only wish for a pal like him, but I doubt Severus would appreciate a pup. Or any pet, really. Professor Snape's not affable with dogs, Hagrid asked, so innocently ignorant. I don't think Severus is affable with pets in general, Lily conceded with a sigh, which was a shame because she thought Save might at the very least get along splendidly with a cat. They could spend all day alternating between ignoring each other and glaring pointedly at each other from across the room. Besides, Lily conceded with a sigh, I don't think we can afford another life form in our lives right now. Not with, she trailed off. Nobody needed to mention the obvious. The uncertainties in their lives, with the war hanging over their heads and Severus' uncertain future. None of which weighed on her as heavily as they did now, in the dead of winter, with her father's death day passed without appropriate regard. The troubled thoughts always came all at once. Hagrid frowned, staring down at the girl whose top of head stood level with his elbow with big concerned eyes. "Is something matter?" the gentle giant asked, perhaps sensing her wallowing mood. "No more than usual," Lily replied, leaning into her winter's mood. Hagrid gave her a steady pat on the back, almost knocking her off her feet. "Yeah, welcome down to me hut for tea and rock cakes. Nighttime ye feel, ye here," the groundskeeper stated with a kindly smile, complete with a snuffling snout poking through his curtain of beard. "Thank you, Hagrid. I appreciate it." Lily followed Hagrid into the great hall, past the one table in the center of the hall set up for the small number of students that elected to stay. Most were young faces, their eyes wide with festive excitement at the prospect of their first Christmas at Hogwarts. The few older ones stood out, but having not attended a Christmas at Hogwarts since first year, Lily had no way of knowing if they were usual stays. But one face she knew well to have been a Christmas regular, only he sat at the high table. Severus was at breakfast, sitting in his regular professorial seat and sipping daintily on his bowl of gruel. Lily slipped away from the company of the gingerly waddling groundskeeper, pulling up a chair right into her husband's personal space. He whipped about as if startled, relaxing when he met those green mischievous eyes. "Good morning," she greeted as she reached over to brush at her husband's thick hanging hair, tucking it behind his ear. He never tied any more, not since he lost his hand. Understandable, considering the difficulties taming those coarse locks with both hands fully functional. But even with the return of his magic, he had chosen not to put up his hair, allowing the thick strands to fall about his ears and to veil off his expressive eyes. It was his way of hiding, Lily had come to realize, and with that realization came the heartache of knowing how brief his life had been unburdened, how fragile it all had been in the face of machinations by fate and wicked men. Even knowing now what she did about it, she felt unable to raise a whit of it from his shoulders. Even as she met his eyes now, she couldn't help but wonder if that smile he offered was genuine. But that moment passed with a furious shake of her head, a confusing spectacle, no doubt. "Sorry, just trying to wake up," Lily answered that unasked question, patting her cheeks. Severus' smile returned, gentle and kind, no shadow of the sadness she had thought she had seen. Her own melancholy was coloring her perception. "Fantastic. How do you deal with it?" Lily asked, meaning the stress of frustrated emotions. She usually knew how to deal with it, having dealt with her mother's passing in a far healthier manner than the rest of her family had. But it was the stress of all the changes that had happened, all the tragedies that compiled all at once, that was turning this minor issue into an earth-shattering problem. Of course, Severus took it as a question about early morning starts. "Coffee," he answered, gesturing to his cup half drained of that smoky black liquid. "Fill her up," Lily commanded, pushing over the mug that appeared alongside her dining plate, despite how much easier time she would have with making it up to how she liked it, or with the coffee pot in general. But that point seemed moot in the face of Severus' efforts. With a simple flick of his wand, he levitated the coffee pot, pouring it with expert magical precision. Nor did he forget her tastes as he flicked in 2 sugar cubes, followed by a hearty dollop of cream. Lily sighed over the steam as she pulled close her cup, hoping he'd take a huff as appreciation for this bitter brew that stood up quite well with sweeteners and creams. "So what got you up so early in the morning?" Lily asked after a tentative sip, feeling a smile slip back onto her face. Perhaps her funk was largely down to early morning fatigue. Severus' smile waned, seeming to hesitate on the answer, immediately piquing all of Lily's suspicious thoughts once more. But his eyes never left hers, seeming to beg her patience. Slowly his smile returned, his dark eyes flickering out into the spanning hall. "Perhaps a practice in optimism," he answered, his words strangely evasive. "How so?" Lily asked, interest piqued at his man of mysteries act as she slid a couple of eggs onto her plate, alongside kippers and toast. Severus took a deliberate sip of his black coffee, already half drained, before answering, "I'm setting up for a project, and I have reprised a lab in the dungeon to do so." Lily whipped about, eyes wide. "You're brewing." "I am," Severus confirmed so calmly, but not without assistance. He tipped his head in a subtle motion, directing Lily's gaze down to the student's dining table. "I have a student who will be assisting me." "You're brewing a potion, and I'm not the first person you thought of as an assistant?" Lily asked, laying the aghast on thick. Severus met her eyes, his brows arched questioningly. Here I thought you were enjoying your time away from work. From early wake-ups, not from laboratory work, Lily returned. Not exactly working out this particular morning. I'd love to work on a potion with you again. I miss the way you can work all the nuances of an ingredient. She had never appreciated it before, but since working closely with Horace Slughorn for the past couple months, she had grown a new perspective of appreciation. A smile worked its way upon Severus' lips. I must keep that in mind for the next time. This time, however, I must apologize, but I have a promise to keep. Ah, promises, a word that held no greater weight than when uttered from Severus' lips. Saving another Slytherin child. Lily asked as she applied jam to her toast, unable to fight the smile that came to her lips whenever her husband shrugged on that mantle of noble mentor. Not this time, was Severus' baffling reply. He answered Lily's quizzical glance, with a gentle nod down to the one long table where about a dozen students sat, mostly young faces, for they were the only ones with the vigor and enthusiasm to drag themselves out of bed so early on a holiday. However, among them, there was one young man from the older years, eyes not bleared with sleep, a mousy blond boy wearing blue-trimmed robes, sitting with an empty plate and sipping a cup of morning pumpkin juice while casting furtive glances to the high table. A too familiar face to be so mocked. Bartemius Crouch, a fellow student body leader that Lily had only really known for a year, and even then it was a vague impression. The Ravenclaw prefect never really socialized, meeting all his requirements as a student body leader, not begrudgingly, but with the bare minimal investment. Lily doubted the Ravenclaw had any real friends to speak of, having never seen him among casual company. Though that note on his character did not seem in the least out of place for someone hailing from Ravenclaw, a house renowned for their scholars and their oddballs. A clatter from the top of the table caused Lily to whip about. Digger had somehow wriggled loose from Hagrid's collar despite his best efforts to contain the canine. No doubt, the discomfort of weathering a warm hall in 3 layers of coats was too much for even that mild-mannered pooch. Severus scowled as Digger padded lamely down the high table, evading capture from Hagrid's clumsy swipes to limp down to where the tray of eggs sat steaming. The dishes grew legs and leapt out of the way of the pursuing hound, saved by the quick wand work of McGonagall, whose lips were pursed so disapprovingly it looked like she was sucking on a lemon drop. Severus snatched up his plate as the old hound shuffled past, intent on the delights piled high. Lily, however, couldn't help but join in on the laughter that rose from the student tables. Come here, Digger. She attempted to entice the dear old pooch with a bacon rind. Severus was nowhere as subtle as his wand emerged from his sleeve, and the dog found himself quickly on the underside of the table, unharmed but quite confused as to where his hard-earned prizes had fled. See me, Digger. Hagrid's gruff voice sounded over by Lily's ear as Hagrid knelt down beside her to reach under the table. Darn, bother the professors. See me. Ever the obedient pup, Digger shuffled his way from under the table, brushing up against the knees of Severus, dark robes as he passed, and leaving a trail of loose white hairs and into the waiting arms of the gentle groundskeeper. Predictably, Severus looked less than pleased as he brushed off the fluff with a wave of his wand. I gather this isn't a good time to bring up the possibility of pet ownership, Lily asked, mostly jokingly, but only mostly. A look of aghast was Severus' response. You witness havoc, and your immediate response is to join in. Gryffindors, am I right? Lily replied with a cheeky grin. If you're after a companion, I can help. A friend o' mine down south in the lowlands says he's avin' a litter of cruppies soon. I can put in a good word if you're keen on one, Hagrid offered as he gathered his own furry companion in his arms. Though ye do need a license to own a crup. Legally, I mean. And the ministry's more likely to approve with ye newts in care o' magical creatures. Oh, course they're still likely to reject ye if ye have a bad record with magical creatures. Speaking from experience, Severus stated more than asked, looking less than enthralled by the idea. Lily's couldn't help but be a bit curious. How do I go about applying for a license? She asked, prompting her husband to whip about with disbelief. We're not considering it, he barked. Lily quipped back. Unilateral decision, is it? It had always been Lily's intention to reject the offer, but her rebelliousness was roused. Withdrawing back into his seat, it seemed Severus was at least wary of the prospect of an argumentative Christmas. Between children and beasts, your envisioned future will bring about white in my hair. At least that'll lend some contrast to your all-black ensemble. Am I going to have any input in this? As the dad, I sure hope so. There wasn't anything mean-spirited in their back and forth, but Hagrid's nervous clearing of his throat brought Lily the realization how argumentative the two of them sounded. But before Hagrid could say a word, a pointed scowl from Severus silenced him. A glower not dissimilar to the dagger's McGonagall was glaring down on the groundskeeper, rendering him sheepish upon notice. With haste, Hagrid hoisted his not insubstantial dog as if he were naught but a sack of feathers, and retreated from the hall. Platters resettled themselves on the table, little legs retreating back into the silverware. Before the lively hall was given time to settle, the morning mail arrived upon wings of feathers and hoots. Severus, morning paper landed by his coffee cup. The owl who bore it gracefully followed it to a cleared patch upon the table, talon held out for the nut that awaited it. Other owls were less professional, dropping packages and letters onto plates and into tureens, knocking over goblets wherever they landed. One such owl found its way before Lily, though in her case she could swear the bird did it on purpose, especially since she knew this owl personally to have a skewed sense of humor. One day Marlene's gonna replace you with a more sociable owl, Lily warned the bird, who hooted back in defiance before flying away, somehow ensuring her letter was left safely upon the table while none of her cutlery remained. Marlene and James want to meet us for drinks this afternoon. Do you think you can make it? Lily asked, doubting her chances. Even if I could, that sounds like a ghastly activity, Save answered, stowing away his paper into his robe belt. He never read his paper alongside his meals, choosing to read it in the staff room during his breaks. He would even commit to his chosen leisure with the utmost discipline. Lily sighed, expecting the answer, "You know, kids need breaks." "And I'll ensure that he takes them throughout the day," Save answered, before taking a long draw from his coffee and setting down his drained mug alongside his empty bowl, elf magic whipping it away into the ethers. Punctuality was a quality Snape valued, but found too few able to emulate, especially from the student body. Which was why it was such a surprise, when he arrived at the laboratory 5 minutes ahead of his appointed time, to find Bartemius Crouch milling awkwardly in wait. "Professor Snape," the boy greeted as he scrambled to right himself from his slouch against the wall. The aforementioned professor nodded in greeting as he unwound the locking spell that sealed his laboratory. "I noticed you come prepared," Snape stated with a pointed glance to the pewter cauldron and standard kit of ingredients by Crouch's feet that the boy quickly hefted as if to prove its ownership. Yes. I just thought. I mean I bring this along to every class, so Boy fumbled awkwardly, as if unsure his efforts were appropriate. Without a word, Snape held open the door, gesturing for the boy to step forth before him with a sweep of his maimed hand. And with similar silence, the boy complied, albeit with a nervous air about him. He stepped to the bench, hesitating as if uncertain as to whether or not to heft his possessions onto the surface, as if the act would be somehow violating the sanctity of another man's private workbench. Snape spared him the conundrum. "Place your things in the corner. You do not need any of that today," he ordered, causing the sandy-haired boy to grimace as he did as he was asked. Then a set of words fell from the boy's mouth, giving Snape unexpected pause. "Sorry," Crouch uttered, unexpected as to why. "For what?" Snape pressed as he strode in after the boy. A furtive glance over his shoulder, those nervous grey eyes met Snape's dark pits, for making an assumption. "I hadn't realized I wasn't supposed to bring any of my gear." Snape frowned, unable to detect any sarcasm in those words. It took a moment for him to realize that perhaps he had implied criticism he did not mean. "Do not take my words as chastisement. I appreciate your preparedness." Indeed, preparing of one's own equipment and materials was a habit of any good potioneer, perhaps the only good habit Snape would ever credit Slughorn for teaching. "It's just today's agenda is to brew a potion with the purpose of supplying my class. And as such you will be using the school's supplies, not your own, on a potion well above the standards a simple standard size 2 pewter cauldron could provide." With a flick of his wand, he summoned a great brass cauldron that dwarfed the standard size. "That is why I ask you to put your equipment and supplies away. You're brewing for more than just yourself." Even as those words left his lips, he saw a brief smile flicker across the boy's face, a slight squaring of his shoulders as his chest puffed reflexively in pride. A reminder to Snape to keep his temper and tongue in check. There was power in his voice to work or wound the boy, and Snape knew not why his opinion would hold such gravitas. Drawers opened in the cabinets surrounding the table. Ingredients, loose, bundled and pickled in jars, flew out from their drawers and cabinets, assembling themselves upon the table. "We will just be preparing the ingredients today, as there is a quantity to get through. I trust you are prepared to do this monotonous work." Bartemius Crouch nodded, his lips set in determination as he set out the equipment provided to him. He slipped from a drawer and workbench cabinet the stirring rod, the silver knife, and the mortar and pestle, and various other tools most commonly required, laying them out upon the polished surface of his bench. Having never taught Crouch in this subject, Snape hadn't known what to expect of him, but it was gratifying to know that the boy was at least well-schooled in potion etiquette. "The potion we are brewing today is the draught of waking nightmares," Snape began as he conjured himself a stool, setting himself on the opposite side of the bench to his young assistant. "You start by separating the root from the stalk and stems of the wormhood and setting it aside. Then split the remaining plant down the middle, dropping the halves into a jar of pure spring water and making a toxic infusion. There are several ingredients in this brew that are quite toxic, fatally so in some doses. I expect your utmost focus and care in both action and comprehension of my instructions." Crouch appeared to pale a fraction as worry flickered across his face. "I've not learnt this one," he uttered inanely. "I would be surprised if you did, for the recipe for this potion exists beyond the partition of the restricted section. This is dark arts you're dabbling in." Snape was well aware of how suspect the wisdom of teaching these skills to a child known for his dabbling, or eventual dabbling of the dark arts was. He had spent the evenings leading up to these holidays deliberating on the very issue. It's a potent brew that strikes its imbiber with a terrible sensation of dread and helplessness. A way dark wizards without legilimency choose to psychologically torture their victims, sometimes without detection, for it is a simple matter to spike another's drink with this odorless and mild-colored liquid. Today we're brewing a far less potent adaptation, in a quantity so that every member of my Newt's classes is able to taste the effects firsthand. There was reason for choosing to fly so close to the dark arts. But as reasons go, wishing to know how deep the darkness had already rooted itself into a child, barely come of age, seemed less and less like a legitimate one, especially in the face of arming a potential Death Eater, the likes of which brought about the second reign of death and terror. But juxtaposed against this nervous, eager child, his eventual fate just seemed so odd a conclusion of his life. If darkness held his heart, then it had not made manifest in any signs Snape could recognize. By all intents and purposes, Bartemius Crouch seemed just a zealous student, too eager to please, a common symptom of a Ravenclaw. Why the boy had chosen the path that he did just felt more and more the mystery, especially how he reacted now to Snape's revelation of the dark nature of what they were concocting. A grimace touched the boy's face as he frowned uncertainly at the ingredients set out before him. Reluctance, perhaps. "Is there a problem?" Crouch started. "No." "Not at all," he claimed, not at all convincingly. Regardless, the boy wiped dry his freshly washed hands and reached for his silver knife. Snape placed his one hand upon the desk in a show of patience. "Speak now, or I may chalk your unenthused response to an aversion with the work involved." "It's not that," Crouch quickly assured, bringing his hands up as if to wave the accusations away. "Well, out with it," Snape gently urged, gently for his standards. The boy's lips twisted as if struggling with his answer, his veiled eyes bearing no answers from his troubled soul. "It's that my father's always told me the dark arts are as vile as they are seductive, and that I should never be tempted to dabble in it. This is, entirely unexpected." That would be how Snape would choose to end that hanging sentence. "Do you fear your father?" Snape asked, feeling his way around what should have been a familiar topic. Painfully so. "Not fear, no." Bartemius answered, wiping away any confidence Snape had with navigating with this topic. The professor frowned, unable to comprehend what the boy was saying. I don't understand. You went to elaborate lengths to avoid your father this holiday season. The boy flinched at those words, words he had given willingly to Snape. It's not that. I just didn't want to be around him and his constant disappointment. And he would have gone on about missing Christmas the next time I returned home had you not given me an excuse. Snape glanced away, thinking on what this all meant. Then, what was it you hoped that would change in this brief intermission? Crouch gave a tight grimace. Nothing, I expect. He'll just ignore me, I expect. Nothing I do is ever good enough for him, if he even has the mind to think of me at all. The only thing he sees when he looks at me is how many steps behind I am to the schedule he has set. The boy's tone turned bitter as a scowl took hold, resentment touching those suddenly cold grey eyes. Always telling me what I should be doing with my life, how I don't measure up, telling me what to think and never giving me the time of day for anything. He scowled at the ingredients set out before him, at the equipment he had laid out. I'll brew this potion, he suddenly declared, curling his fingers about the handle of his silver knife and setting off every alarm bell in Snape's mind. In an angry motion, Crouch swung down the silver blade, running the tip down the delicate stem and splitting apart the plant, surprisingly proficiently for the angry motion. I ask you pause a moment and calm yourself, Mr. Crouch, Snape bade in a calm voice that betrayed not his caution. I am calm, the boy muttered, his tone still as toxic as his eyes despondent. Snape took a steadying breath, but not for himself, at least not entirely. One rarely gets to choose the family they have. As those words passed his lips, he could not help but think how strange it felt for bitterness to no longer taste upon his own tongue. I cannot claim our experiences were the same, but I can attest to an unloving father. A dark smile touched the boy's lips. Yeah. You have reason to hate your father as well. A fact Snape had shared with the boy, one he loathed to share with any soul. Even his wife never prized it from his lips, not until he could hide it from her no longer. But his soul had since changed, his world less painful, and those old antipathies no longer chained his heart. I hated that man, Snape confessed, his words soft in the silent chamber. But beyond all my expectations, he helped me when I needed it most. I would not be alive had he not provided me refuge and medical aid when the Death Eaters came for my family. He suppressed a scowl, remembering that harrowing night. Gratitude was slow to form, but he felt it. It was the only time he ever felt his father had ever done right by him. I don't hate him anymore. I don't forgive him, but I don't carry him as hatred in my heart. It's a burden I no longer care to bear. You made peace with your father? Crouch asked, his grey eyes drawing distant. Disappointment, perhaps. His hands not stopping his task, splitting the plant as he was bade with efficient strokes. Snape leaned forward, coaxing the boy to meet his black eyes. The alternative is self-destruction, and that is a path I will never tread again. A lecture was not the path forward. Those grey eyes dropped, his shoulders rounded, his expression neutral but disappointment palpable. Snape could feel the metaphorical wall erect itself, veiling off the connection they had. Was there still a path forward? You are skillful in this craft, Snape declared, as he watched the boy work in silence. Watching his knife tip work its way down the plant's stem with clever efficiency. An honest appraisal, but uttered with dishonest intentions. Does your interest lie in potioneering? No, Crouch answered sharply, but the smoothness of his blade stroke spoke otherwise. For one did not gain such delicate skill in potioneering without practice and passion. In Snape's lifetime, he had known this young man had grand talents. A year spent undetected under the eaves of Hogwarts, under the noses of men such as himself and Dumbledore. Brewing of polyjuice, a potion as finicky as it was demanding of time and talent, and able to produce each successive batch with consistent quality. No doubt he, too, was the person responsible for the potion that restored the Dark Lord to his power and form. It certainly could not have been brewed by the likes of Pettigrew. All this, and to have been able to subdue the likes of Mad-Eye Moody, even if the grizzled aura was past his prime. Snape had no doubt Bartemius was talented, more so than the boy displayed, whether willingly or otherwise. There was something chaining his heart, clipping his wings. He was not afraid to speak up in class, but his confidence was a ruse, for he deflated quickly in the face of challenge. afraid to champion the fruits of his mind in the face of opposition. None of the bold-faced cunning he was able to display under the rule of his darkened heart. "Then what is it that drives you?" Snape asked in a soft voice. His hand rested gently upon the edge of the bench. Those grey eyes flickered up once. "What does it matter?" "It matters," Snape replied, struggling with bridging that breach between them. "If life cannot be lived without purpose, then all that's left is to be endured. I do not wish a purposeless existence upon you, Mr. Crouch. You are too talented to be wasted. A compliment, sly and manipulative, for that was what those uncertain in life craved, to feel accepted, that someone appreciated them. Those grey eyes flickered upwards, rounded and bled of all their defensiveness. It was those eyes Snape had met, and in a voice silky with ulterior motives the professor uttered words that were once uttered to him. "I can see the potential in you." The flurries that kicked up with the holiday student exodus died by the following morning, allowing the sun to peek through the clouds upon the snow-laden landscape. It was the day before Christmas, and Lily took this break in the weather as an opportunity to set forth and find a little holiday company. Severus was not an option, not with his holiday schedule keeping him busy all day and his evenings occupied with scheming sessions with Dumbledore. She had once thought alchemy was the driving reason for the frequent consultations between headmaster and student, and afterwards the pressures of working as a newly hired professor. But since learning of the truth of her husband's origins, she knew the reasons for those meetings extended well beyond the mundane. Secrets of a war, gained from a life spent upon the other side. How could anyone look at that wealth of potential and not be immediately struck by its utility? However, Severus had been visiting the headmaster far more frequently of late, almost nightly. When dinner ceased, Severus would excuse himself from the high table and disappear until often past Lily's weekday bedtime, certainly well past his own. She sometimes felt the only time to find any time with her husband any more was on a lucky weekend, perhaps even then far later than she'd like. Lily sighed into the frosted air, watching her breath puff and float away on a passing breeze. Taken by a melancholy not fit for the festive season. Her only family spending this time away in the dungeons, working on a project of no doubt great importance. But all the same, Lily only wished he could find a little time to spend with her. Holidays were never as important to him. His mind probably didn't even register that anything was different. It was understandable that the association between holiday and family was not a natural connection for him to make, considering his home life. Lily had always intended to overcome this with love and patience. She just wished it could happen faster. Snow crunching under her feet, Lily headed down the hilly path and stepped past the entrance gates. But as she passed the school gates, Lily could feel the protective magic slip from her, leaving her feel suddenly vulnerable and unprotected. She stopped in her tracks 4 paces from the gates, fighting the sudden, overwhelming urge to turn on her heels and run back. She had not set foot in the world outside of Hogwarts since that fateful Halloween. She had not thought much of the decision, having no real reason to leave. Even the thought of visiting the graves of her parents had been abandoned without debate to better wisdom. Now she wondered if part of that had been fear. When had the world outside of this magical school seemed so terrifying? "Waiting for me, Lily." A voice sounded behind her, causing the girl to almost jump from her skin. Lily whipped around to glare at James, who looked quite sheepish at the alarm he caused. "Sorry, didn't mean to sneak up on you." But Lily was only too relieved to find company for the short walk to the village. She was beginning to contemplate making an excuse for herself and ducking back into the castle. "I had thought I was meeting you two at the bar. Not that I'm complaining." James had left at the start of the school break, along with most of the non-essential staff and professors. Last Lily heard he was down south, setting up his new family home and caring for his sick parents. She hadn't expected to see him back in the castle. "I brought back some shortbread cookies fresh from Marlene's mum's oven. Left them on his desk. It was a happy accident that I caught you here," James replied, falling in step alongside Lily. His presence dispelled the apprehension that rooted her, leaving Lily feeling rather silly as she strolled by her fellow teaching aide and soon-to-be best friend-in-law. If James had noticed her struggle, he made no mention of it. "Marlene will be a while longer. We were down at her mum and pop's for Christmas lunch. She's spending a little more time with them, since she's their only child left and all. James trailed off, grimacing at the dark topic he accidentally stumbled into. Lily, too, deflated at the thought. It was only 2 summers ago, the second Christmas spent without the McKinnon boys. She felt the loss of her own parents keenly, but she could not imagine the pain of losing a sibling, or Godric forbid, a child. I just wish Marley would think of her parents, James suddenly said unprompted, his voice bristling with frustration. Even if she doesn't care what I might think, why can't she think of them? The silence that followed that outburst caused the boy to grimace, realizing the dirty laundry he had aired with that outburst. Sorry, you didn't need to hear that. Still fighting about that? Lily asked, pitying James' predicament. Not long ago, she was at odds with her own husband over the very issue, how tragedy puts things into perspective. I just wish she would see reason, James trailed off with a sigh. Lily turned his words in her mind, understanding his concern but feeling too keenly the double standard he seemed to miss. You know you're an only child, too. Yeah, but it's different, James replied, so breezily that Lily doubted he put any thought into what she had said. How? She persisted, feeling her own fights once mirrored in this quarrel. Do you think your parents would be less sad if you died? Do you think she would? Well, someone has to fight. And she thinks the same. I know, James suddenly relented, his teeth grit in grimace. I know, she's as brave as any Gryffindor. Stubborn as any, too, Lily added, prompting a smile to gleam through James' weariness. For a moment, only the gush of the wind and the crunch of snow underfoot sounded. A clear blue sky hung above a frosted scene. Scottish winter at its best. It was difficult to imagine that just beyond the horizon, terrible things were happening under this very same blue sky. For the longest time, Lily had felt a coward for choosing safety for the sake of her husband, for not doing all she could to fight that evil that was only gathering strength by the day, that all the death and atrocities committed hung about her neck for her choice in passivity. But since everything that had happened, since she had almost lost her husband and watched him crippled by that personification of evil, Lily could not shake the terror that gripped her that day, that all-encompassing shroud of hopelessness. What could she have possibly done to make a difference in the world? How could she have possibly thought she could fight against something that could bring so much ruin and hope to win? A Gryffindor's folly, indeed. The smell of wood smoke beckoned Lily welcomingly from her heavy thoughts. The approach to the wizarding village of Hogsmeade was like stepping into a picturesque greeting card. The quaint little stone houses built cozily into the snow-capped landscape, their little chimneys smoking cheerily. Merriment and cheer poured from the open windows of the Three Broomsticks. Warmth washed over Lily. The smell of butterbeer and hot salty chips tickled her nose as she pushed through the entrance. The tavern was packed to the eaves with patrons, its taps flowing for beer of both the alcoholic and butter varieties. A hand shot up within the crowd, followed by Marlene's unmistakable loud holler. Lils, Jamie, what took you so long? I thought you were staying longer with your family. James stated upon approach, his tone mocking his thoughts obvious. Marlene grinned and gestured to the 2 empty glasses by her elbow. Needed to get a head start on the festivities since we'd be leaving for your parents' Christmas dinner in a couple hours. I'd appreciate you not to be blind drunk when we get down there, James murmured, sitting himself beside his indulging fiancée. Marlene shrugged, sipping on her third drink in hand. Well, how else are you supposed to reserve a table in this madhouse? She replied matter-of-factly before turning her best friend, wide grin wide upon her face. How on earth have you been, Lily? I haven't seen you in months, not since Halloween. Lily thought to herself, swallowing a lump to her throat as she replied. It's been too long, Lily uttered, overwhelmed by this sudden taste of familiarity. 2 more ales, Rosie, Marlene called out to the cheery landlady behind the bar. 2 tall frothing glasses floated over in due time on a wide serving platter. Madame Rosmutter was usually the type of owner who took time out of her day to interact with her customers, but it seemed the Christmas rush was even too much for Madame Rosmutter to grant personal attention. So what's the go, Mr. Life of the Party coming? Marlene asked, with such emphasis, it was as if she was worried her sarcasm wasn't thick enough. Lily sipped her beer, finding the cold bubbles dancing upon her tongue with a pleasant, light, heady flavor. He's not coming. What a surprise, Marlene muttered with a shrug. Allergic to fun, that one. Lily would be inclined to agree. He's got a very different definition of fun. What do you guys even do together? Marlene asked, as if unable to envision two people coexisting without sharing hobbies. Apart from bedroom stuff, you mean? Lily asked in an innocent tone, causing James to cough up his first sip of beer and Marlene to physically wince. Thanks. Thanks for that mental image, Lily's best friend groaned, face buried in her hands. Lily fought a blush, and yet it's perfectly acceptable to say that we're trying for a child. James, still wheezing, asked with a shocked inflection, "You're having a child?" "No, no, I didn't mean it like that," Lily quickly recanted. "You sure?" James asked, a baffling question in itself. Lily raised a bemused eyebrow. "If I wasn't, I'd have questions too." James grinned sheepishly. "Right, yeah, silly question." He rubbed the back of his neck, tousling the back of his messy hair. "It's just that Slughorn seemed to think something was up when he met me on the way to the office. He seemed to be picking my brain on how to make the dungeon more stimulating to an exceptional baby sluglet. Goodness, Christmas hasn't even begun yet, and he's already well into the drink." Lily muttered. Horace had always made his wishes for offspring from the union of his two favorite students very clear. Never more so than when he imbibed a few. "Yeah, I suppose it doesn't mean anything coming from seasonal Slughorn?" James asked with a sheepish grimace, quite embarrassed. Marlene took that moment to express her opinion on the matter with a heartfelt sigh. "See, Jamie boy, this is what happens when you've got baby on the brain. You've got plenty more years to think about it." "Oh, are you two thinking of having children?" Lily asked, eyes wide with delight. "Just Jamie, I'm afraid," Marlene replied, taking a cool sip of her drink. "Hey, come on," James beseeched, his face contorted in bemused annoyance. "We agreed we'll decide after the wedding." "Yes, because I'm sure by that time Alvaldi would wrap it up and call it a day." "Marlene," Lily hissed, feeling the hairs on the back of her head stick up at a mere brush with that name. Those terrible, cruel eyes would never fade from her consciousness. James gnashed his teeth in a grimace of frustration. "A long-standing argument, no doubt. We can't let life keep us from living." "Which is what I said to Save," Lily added, feeling her cheeks burn at the admission as both her friends turned to her. "We've been talking about kids, but he's adamant we wait after the war." "See, smart," Marlene stated, draining the last of her drink. She downed one faster than Lily could sip the foam off the top. "Right. Agree with him when it suits you, why don't you?" James muttered darkly into his own glass as Lily followed suit, albeit nervously. She'd had too much experience being a third wheel in a couple's argument and had decided, quite wisely, that silence was the best input she could give. Another drink flew to the table, needs sharply anticipated by the good barkeeper. Marlene took to it too with an air of indifference, cluing Lily in that this might be a well-worn argument. "What's been happening with the rest of the marauders?" Lily asked, just for something to talk about when caught as a third wheel in a well-worn argument. "Is Remus well? I haven't seen hair nor hide of him in months." A ripple of discomfort flitted across both her friends' faces. "Neither have we," James answered in a voice hush with worry. "They said he's fine, though," Marlene quickly supplied, laying a hand upon her fiancé's forearm. "But they're not letting us contact him," James returned, his voice ringing with an anxious edge. Marlene's hand tightened with a comforting squeeze. "If we do, we'll endanger him." Lily had not expected the weight of the conversation. She had known Remus was sent to do some dangerous work behind enemy lines, but she didn't expect his closest friends to be left in the dark about it all too. She felt sickening worry claw at her, anxiety peaking again, knowing there was nothing she could do. "How about we order a bit to eat?" Marlene suggested, quickly changing the topic with about as much tact as could be expected from her. Responding to her suggestion, a menu materialized on the table before her, merrily singing the specials of the day to a catchy jingle that was almost drowned out by the cacophony of a full bar. Lily leaned forward, willing to concede to this distraction. "Some Scotch eggs might be nice. Seeing we're in Scotland and all, do what the locals do." That wafted away the dark cloud hanging over the table, or at least all three of them silently agreed to tuck it into the back of their mind. Marlene pitched her thoughts eagerly. "If you want to do what the locals do, order up a side of haggis." "Ugh," James grimaced, making his opinion on the matter clear. Marlene glared, but this time with an air of exaggerated exacerbation. "Ya put it on thick when you told Mum you loved her Christmas haggis, huh?" "Well, I wanted her to like me," James admitted with a lopsided grin. "Well, then guess what Mum's insisting on cooking up for the menu at the wedding?" Marlene warned coolly to her fiancé's look of comical horror. You don't want Mum to think you hated her haggis, do you? James buried his face in his arms and groaned, evidently not thrilled with the prospect. Marlene, after a long draught of beer, appeared to take pity on him. I told Mum not to worry about it. That we hired catering elves for the function. Don't worry. I know you too well to allow haggis at the reception. James lifted his head, meeting her eyes with such a grateful smile. For all their fighting, they loved each other. That, no matter how different their lives had turned out, it was for the best. Whereas when once he and Lily might have had a life together, a child together, and love, the knowledge that they had both found their happiness on different paths set her at peace with the choices she had made. A peace she knew Severus struggled to find. A silver hand shimmered where his true hand once was, form elegant and enticing, but so false in every way. Snape strained to move his magical limb, trying to remember what flexing fingers felt like. But that shining imitation stood stubbornly static, utterly ignorant of what the flesh and bone equivalent of itself should move like. Snape glared hatefully at this mockery of a limb, only elegant in its form. An aesthetically pleasing prosthetic, but no more than just that, and less than functional. Does it feel? Dumbledore asked as he peered from across his desk, a wand in hand. Before him sat his tome, the leather binding new but the parchment worn and well-thumbed, and dabbled through thoroughly with ink and quill. Behind him, Fawkes ruffled his feathers and gazed lazily on, no longer bound by its animalistic curiosity after the weeks of similar attempts. Snape brushed those stiff fingers across the wood of the table, brushing against the scrolls and tomes that littered the table and finding no discernible tactile effect. Nothing, Snape muttered with a disheartened scowl. Those blue eyes dropped to the tome before him, skimming quickly through his parchments of notes. Pages upon pages of sketches flicked past as he thumbed through his notes, so complex in appearance yet so elegant in scribe. Allow me to attempt this again, Dumbledore requested, but upon his clear blue eyes there appeared no breakthrough. Snape watched as the silvery conjuration dispelled, revealing the scarred stump that was now his arm. A heavy silvery mist formed about his stump, pooling about as if a glove pulled over his non-existent fingers, but those faux fingers remain unmoving. Nothing, Snape muttered in barely a whisper, his frustration mingling with an ever-growing sense of helplessness. The taste of hope when it was turned to dust. Dumbledore gestured for Snape's conjured hand, taking it in a tight grasp when offered and tapping his wand down the form, eliciting small clinks where the tip met the stone-like flesh. I recall the initial limb I conjured had at the very least the capacity to be moved, Dumbledore stated, as his piercing blue eyes lifted not from his subject. It appears my methods are taking us further and further from the solution. The initial conjured limb could at the very least be moved, but it was ethereal and formless, and was no better than giving form to the soul that existed in the realm of the Death Stone, the spirit's world, as it were. I wonder, Snape glanced up as the failed limb crumbled to glowing dust. Albus Dumbledore wielded his wand. In his offhand was the Death Stone created in exact likeness of Snape's own. With a slow, deliberate motion, Dumbledore traced the silver back onto Snape's limb, only this time roiling whips of magic, contained within that magical shell. Slowly, his silvery fingers flexed, a feeling so light and abstract, a feeling he had long forgotten. Dumbledore held out his quill, feather side offered. Snape grasped the end without prompting, and his breath caught when it did not fall away from his ethereal grasp. Within his conjured fingers, he held an object that held form and mass, held within fingers that flexed and moved to his will. He released his hold, watching the quill flutter to the floor, reaching eagerly for his wand. But then that spell broke, shattering that silvery hand and sending his wand clattering to the floor. My mistake was thinking of the spell as a replacement for the body. Rather, it is an avatar of the soul. Dumbledore mused, his sharp blue eyes peering over his half-moon glasses. Vessel for a spirit displaced, a spell no doubt devised by the man when he himself was vanquished from his corporeal form, a spell from a mind twisted enough to fear no consequence with meddling with something so precious. Those blue eyes affixed Snape with a piercing gaze, his own soul seemingly laid bare, the sort of gaze that elicited Snape's mind walls to react, but he felt no foreign touch of another mind there. Instead, the headmaster raised his wand, tracing Snape's form with the tip of his wand. I believe this too answers the question of your ability to fly, Severus. For this stone you created is the proof that your soul was the only part of you that you brought with you to this life in its entirety. Those blue eyes did not turn away, peering at some unseen thing that only one holding that death stone could see. His lips pressed thin in an unsmiling line. He did not simply augment a soul with his magic, but also carved a piece of his will into you, to enchant the soul as one might an object. Few could hold the essence of self less sacred. As grim as this concept might be, Snape felt none of its gravity. His heart sat at his throat as his throat clenched, no words able to escape his lips. He could only stare at the twisted flesh of his dismembered limb. That fleeting moment set a yearning in his heart. The term he had come to with his disability was shattered by a moment's hope. I think that will be all tonight. He felt more than saw the headmaster stand from his seat and stride to the phoenix stand, stowing away his wand to reach out to stroke the crimson crest of the creature. In that moment, Snape felt an irrational flash of anger. You can't end it here, not when we're so close. His mouth was dry, a deep dark desperation gnawed at his heart. Seemingly unmoved by Snape's desperation, Dumbledore merely shook his head. I must have time to think on this concept. I cannot forge on recklessly when the canvas I paint upon is your soul. I do not care. Do it, Snape hissed. His patience was strangled by the insidious grip of hope, nor the terrible despair of its waning. Silence fell, inviting the despair that threatened the young professor's grasp of emotions. Anger clawed at him from within, furious at the headmaster's cowardice. There was a solution. There was a possibility to repair him, make him whole again. He needed this. Please, Snape whispered, unable to return to the peace of ignorance. Help me. Perhaps sensing the unrest in the young professor's heart, Fawkes gave a sudden shrilling melodic cry. The sound of the phoenix cry bolstering Snape's courage and anointing his shaken spirit. And perhaps, too, the headmaster's. Those blue eyes finally turned back, not cold or uncaring, but weary. I have not given up, Severus. Rest assured. With a gentle caress, he stroked down the length of those crimson feathers. Fawkes ruffled his feathers, dipping his beak to nibble gently on the headmaster's outstretched fingers. But I don't believe we should resort to such methods. This is, after all, your immortal soul we speak of, not some cheap trinket or jewelry. I'll not be the man who cleaves your soul in two. Give me time. Give me patience. I'll find another way. Snape turned away, glowering into the darkness, hating how much sense those wise words made now that his spirit no longer shook. Hating his own weakness for how easily he succumbed to his fears. How sweet that hope had tasted, how bitter the following despair. Chapter 75. A Colossal Misunderstanding. Chapter text upon an army of owls, the Christmas cards descended. Munching woozily through her breakfast toast, Lily sorted through the stack she received from her friends close and abroad. Bleary-eyed and rather fatigued, she barely had the will to drag her sorry butt out of bed after all the drinks she had. Christmas Eve had been a lesson in overindulgence, and by the time Marlene and James had left by flu powder, Lily had well and truly hit her limit. She didn't even spare two thoughts about the walk back to the castle, a far cry from when the initial step out of the gates had made her philosophical. She was in bed as quickly as she could kick off her shoes. She couldn't find the will to drag herself downstairs for dinner with the rest of the castle, but thankfully, bar food had her cared for in that department. However, any and all Christmas plans with her husband ended with those ill-measured drinks. Severus had been returning home rather late each evening for several weeks, and with the school curriculum and Lily's sleep schedule as it was, she had not been able to enjoy his company in any significant way. She was well overdue for some tactile affection after weeks of only meeting during meals and in the occasional passing through the hallways. Any and all affection restrained by the decree of public decency and appropriate staff conduct and behavior. Students didn't know how good they had it. At the very least, in the privacy of their own room, staff were not bound by any such rules. It was the only advantage she could boast over the youth they presided over. But even then, students could find ways to circumvent the rules when their significant other wasn't a 16th century prude. That was what Lily had planned for Christmas. In her mind, Christmas Eve was not going to end until she and Severus had spent some quality time together. She had the evening marked on an internal calendar well ahead of time, and she was willing to stay up as long as it took to enact it. The present she had purchased for this very evening sat at the back of her side of the closet, gathering dust. Predictably, Severus hadn't been the least bit curious as to what that might be. Anything on Lily's side of the closet might as well have been a mysterious artifact of feminine denomination. This morning it had taunted her from that very same spot, reminding her of all her plans that her overindulgence had ruined. Worse still, Severus never came to bed. Lily woke up to an empty mattress and a neat pillow sitting where Severus ought to have slept. She found him sitting on the lounge that morning after she awoke, sitting in the dark as still as a gargoyle. She assumed he had slept the night on the couch, perhaps driven from the room by the aroma of hop and barley beverages that must have followed her back. But it wasn't hard to imagine him sitting stark still for the entire evening in that brooding darkness. That foul mood of his still followed him, even now at the breakfast table, and Lily could only think of one reason that dark cloud lingered so. Sorry, I shouldn't have drunk so much. Save did not respond, prompting Lily to think he might not have heard. But before she could try again, he slowly shook his head. Ignore me. My mood is not aimed towards you. Lily's eyebrow. When you say things like that, you know I have to ask. You are incredibly nosy, Severus muttered, but without any real exasperation. Lily grinned, feeling the mood at the table ease marginally. You know what you signed up for, mister. Though Christmas could be felt in the decoration down every hall of this magical castle, it really only reached the banquet table at lunch. Breakfast was much of the same fare, but with the added twist of wizarding crackers offered in large clay bowls, set intermittently across the table. Down the other end of the high table, she could see Professor Slughorn offering to play the professors beside him at a cracker. He was in oddly high spirits for a man who, just the other day, had reputedly drunk himself into delirium by mid-afternoon. Lily could barely pick herself up just after the handful she downed. In the throne-like chair, Dumbledore reached over to take the jovial professor up on his offer, tugging on his end and causing half the hall to jump amusingly at the resultant sound of cannon blast, one of many during this seasonal festivity. Lily glanced forlornly at the Christmas cracker bowl by her plate of ham, eggs, and toast, knowing Severus would prefer she not try to tempt him with one, and personally, she would rather not interrupt his meal so he could spare a hand to make the meal more festive. He ate little as it was. Instead, Lily laid out her Christmas cards, reading the loving sentiments transcribed within from friends near and far. Mary sends her love, from some place called Phoenix. She paused, wondering if she read it right. Or she could mean some place in America with phoenixes. Do phoenixes come from America? Africa, Save answered, not even glancing up at the colorful card of greens and reds. Another static card sent by her well-traveled friend, no doubt picked out from one of those adorable Muggle craft stores. Lily scanned through several more, noting that Pandora never seemed to grasp the concept of a greeting card, having picked one with a basket of moving kittens rather than one actually seasonally themed, and that journalism had really changed Susan's handwriting for the worse. Surprisingly, there was one too from Petunia, or really it was a card with a Christmas theme that was less about the seasonal greetings and more a lecture about choosing cards with a less obscene backdrop. Lily supposed it wasn't the best idea to send Petunia and her husband a card with a herd of sleigh-pulling reindeer, some of which would stop to nibble on the mistletoe leaves decorating the borders of the card. Or, how cute, a joint card from James and Marlene. A family photo with the McKinnon family, with the engaged couple at its center adorning the face of the card. The scene made Lily feel a pang of longing for the family scene she once had. It wasn't Severus' fault he did not subscribe to the festivities, having had very little to do with it throughout his childhood. She just wished he was at least available, but even then, that wish came with the knowledge that he had his own reasons for not being there. Lily glanced sidelong at her husband, watching him sip his dark coffee with a slow, deliberate draw. When he noticed her eyes, she flicked him a quick smile and offered a random card from her pile for his attention. Oh look, we got a lovely card from Professor McGonagall, and another from Hagrid. Goodness, this one seems to be made out of actual reindeer. Lily grimaced as she set the furry card aside. At the same time, Severus reached for his newly delivered newspaper, tucking the article into his robe as he sipped on his coffee, but in doing so, revealed one last card Lily had not noticed. This one was addressed to Severus first and foremost, and Lily by the title of plus wife. It could only be one person. Your father sent something, Lily exclaimed as she fumbled for the seal, only to discover it had already been edged open. It's just a seasonal greeting card, Severus stated without an inflection of emotion. One might have thought him unaffected by his tone, but Lily knew him too well to think that could be the case. Severus' relationship with his father was a troubling litany of abuse and neglect. It was impossible to believe a lifetime's scars, never mind two, could simply disappear. Lily tipped out the card from the envelope, careful not to stain it with the grease on the table from some spilled eggs. It was a plain card with a simple candle painted on the front and the words "Merry Christmas" printed below. Inside was written nothing more than the words "To Severus and wife" above pre-printed seasonal greetings. Underneath that, the sign-off was more telling than anything else. Black ink scratched out the first attempt, but it was not enough to disguise the intention. From Dad it would have read, but it was now signed T. Snape. Lily glanced sidelong, watching Severus drain his coffee and trying to gauge his thoughts on the matter. "Do you want to keep it?" she asked, a gauging question. Severus pushed away his cutlery, allowing them to be swept away by elven magic. "You keep it. It is addressed to the both of us," he said, before making to stand. Lily's hand shot out to grasp his hand, looking up expectantly, a little starved for affection. But after an unspoken squeeze of his fingers, she simply released him. With a small smile, she waved her husband away to his good deeds. His smile was gentle, but said not a word more as he swept out the hall to carry on his solemn duties. Lily wondered how much of his reluctance for public affection was down to the insecurities she had always known him for. Their lives had changed, and his insecurities were no longer as they had been, but the result stood the same on public affection. A kiss or a quick hug was allowable among married staff. Horace had assured her as much during one of their tea and brandy slug club sessions, though history had few examples of such incidences. But to convince Severus to concede even that much was an uphill struggle at the best of times. She watched him sweep out of the hall, oblivious to the green eyes that watched after him. But Lily's wasn't the only pair of eyes trailing after the professor from table to door. That Ravenclaw boy stood from his table, his breakfast bowl blinked away by the housekeeping magic of the elves in the castle. With a hurried step, he followed after his professor, unfettered eagerness springing in his step. It had once been so hard to imagine Severus as a professor. It was now impossible to imagine him as anything other than one. The creaking of Severus' vacated chair announced Slughorn's arrival, wearing a paper crown and holding a bouquet of vibrant flowers won from his tug-of-war with the headmaster. "For you, my dear." The old professor offered his bouquet that suddenly burst into song, their buds dancing by their stalks. "I'd rather play you for one," Lily counter-offered, taking a cracker from the bowl. Slughorn obligingly tugged on his end, sending forth another cannon-like boom. Along with a paper crown, a goblet fell out of Lily's end, decorated gaudily with gems that changed depending on how light struck them. Lily immediately tested it out by the rigorous means of pumpkin juice and found the gems would stay a beautiful amber orange. "Well, that makes one wonder what marvelous colors would come out of a classic Bordeaux red," Slughorn mused rather tellingly. "Well, I'll more than gladly offer this goblet for such noble curiosity." "My schedule is clear for the day," Lily offered, eager to have some activities lined up for the day, though this time in moderation. Before Slughorn could respond, McGonagall suddenly interjected from up the table, her brows set and stern. "Horace, what is this I hear about you offering her drinks?" Lily was taken aback by the den mother's sudden, stern appearance. She felt like a chastised student caught making mischief. She mumbled, wrapping her mind around the objection. She was 18 and well past the legal age of adulthood in wizarding culture, yet she could not find the voice to defend that fact. Slughorn found his voice first, but surprisingly it wasn't to defend her. "Dearie me, you're right, Minerva. How have I mislaid such an important point? No, Lily, my dear, I shan't be uncorking for you. Tea, perhaps, some scones." "Well, I won't say no to scones," Lily replied, a little taken aback by the unexpected dual opposition. She didn't think she had been drinking so much as to require an intervention. Then perhaps we two can sit down to a cup, McGonagall unexpectedly offered, then added rather ominously, "We have much to discuss, Lily." Slughorn, however, carried no such weight in his words. "Wonderful. What say you and I have a cuppa after lunch? I'd offer you morning tea, but alas, Poppy has been hounding my heels to restock her supplies." "Would you like my help?" Lily offered. "Oh, would you?" "That will be sweet of you," Slughorn agreed quite readily, conjuring a scroll from thin air. Always so very sharing with his responsibilities. "Poppy's sent down a list. If you can give that a good crack, I'll be forever grateful." Eager to have something to while away her morning, Lily accepted the scroll, tucking away the matron's orders into her robes. "I'll have it filled by lunch." McGonagall, however, rather than applauding her diligence, fixed her with another stern glare. "Do not overexert yourself, Lily. Illness lurks in the cold and draughty depth of the dungeons." "Oh, pish. The dungeons are completely indoors. I think you'll find they're the least draughty part of the castle," Slughorn waved off dismissively. "As too, we must acclimatize any young Slytherin to their dungeon home." "Horace, I think you'll find that Gryffindor lays equal claims," McGonagall uttered bafflingly, a confusing allegory that Slughorn seemed to be in on. "As much as Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw, I'm sure. Regardless, I think we can all agree that it is in Lily's best interest to wrap up warmly before descending," McGonagall insisted, turning back to the dumbfounded Lily, her protective den-mothering rivaling the mother-hen that was Severus. Oddly, rather than double down on his territorial assertions, Slughorn appeared to take the side of his rival househead. "Yes, yes, I agree. Do wrap up, Lily. Not have you catch your death of the cold. How about not have her tackle your tasking?" McGonagall snipped, her stern eyes fixing a glare upon the less than industrious potion master, to which Slughorn waved away, utterly unaffected by the scorn. "Oh, pish! Nothing wards away the cold like a warm fire under a cauldron." A drop of blood splashed into the surface of the lacquered bench-top. In an urgent motion, Snape snatched his student's bleeding hand and yanked him away from the simmering cauldron. "Careful, boy," the professor hissed to the wide-eyed Crouch, releasing his hand back to him. Snape did not have enough hands to tend to the boy's injury while holding him steady. "Hold steady," he ordered as he fetched his jar of dittany and unscrewed the cap with a tap of his wand. With another swipe of his wand, he applied a yellow smear of the paste across the still-oozing wound across Crouch's palm, sealing it closed instantly. Pale and wincing, Crouch reached for his dropped knife, its tip stained with blood. "Sorry, I wasn't careful. I spoiled the batch," he murmured, priorities as shaken as he was. "It is not the brew I held concerns for, Mr. Crouch," Snape retorted, siphoning up the blood from the bench and his student's hands. "Ingredients we have aplenty, as too do we have time and further opportunities to attempt this brew. It is your health that we do not have in wasteful surplus. Expose not an open wound to the vapors." Crouch cast a wary eye to the simmering cauldron whose fire Snape had extinguished, allowing the deep azure brew to curdle in the cold. A morning's work wasted, but only a portion of the prepared ingredients spent. This potion we are brewing comprises of various toxic components, exposure to any combination of which would require an extended revision of Galpalot's third law. "I assumed that's why you set out the bezoars," Crouch remarked, gesturing carelessly with his still healing hand to the row of small brown stones set out upon the shelf. Snape's lips twisted, though he endeavored to suppress the scowl that threatened at the thought of how once such measures would have been utterly unnecessary for a potioneer such as he. It would be remiss not to plan for the worst. "You assumed that I'd royally screw up, huh?" Crouch muttered, not even attempting to hide his own displeasure. Snape bit back the retort that was forming, his acid tongue threatening naught but hurtfulness, a lifetime of unpleasantness left to unlearn. Or perhaps it was my own ability that I cannot trust, and that I would rather not risk the worst of the one eye asked to take on work that I am already no longer capable of. Crouch glared despondently at the cauldron in the sink, his hands curling up into straining fists, his frustration palatable. "Do not feel yourself a failure. This is a difficult task asked of you," Snape assured the boy gently, far gentler than he might have ever done in the past, but no longer unusual to those he now taught. "This potion is not one I would expect a student to easily brew, even under instructions." Those fists loosened, as too did those tense shoulders drop. "I feel a failure." That confession slipped from his lips so softly Snape might have missed it had he not learned to listen with the intent of a spymaster. Vulnerable words from a vulnerable soul. Yet I do not feel you the failure for not being able to produce perfectly a potion that no student should have exposure to, Snape reassured, a sentiment the potion master believed. For all the skill of a potioneer, one was still vulnerable to chance and simple mishap. Lily had proven as much with one ill-fated weekend on Wolfsbane. Crouch stared a moment in silence at the chunks of curdled potion swirling in the flowing sink, eye glassy as he watched the drain suck the gelatinous chunks into the belly of the plumbing. Those grey eyes slowly met his, some unspoken anguish seeming to shimmer upon their surface. The youngest professor in Hogwarts history, a known alchemical and potioneering genius, and slayed a basilisk to boot. And you're barely older than I am. What do you know of failure? More than you know. Crouch dropped heavily onto his stool, teeth gnashing in some familiar emotion of strife. Greater than what he had spoken of. Greater than he might be willing to speak of. Snape could attest for how personal these battles could be, and how lonely it was to fight alone. Does your father make you feel the failure? A question, asked gently in a tone so cardling soft, yet causing the boy to flinch as if those words were screamed into his ear. His lips parted, but no words came. Grey eyes wide, no longer hooded in his own misery. Snape's words parting that veil, making so vulnerable a soul that did not expect to be seen. You once told me he makes you feel very small. I do not pretend to know what that means, Snape continued, making clumsy attempts at empathy. Nor will I pretend to know better about this perception you have about your measurement of success and failure, but I can tell you this truthfully. As far as potioneering students go, you are no failure. Right, 'cause you've taught a lot of potions students to compare with, Crouch muttered with a great deal of skepticism and bitterness. Not that the boy knew, but this was one assertion that Snape could make with a great measure of authority. One does not get to be so known as a prodigious potioneer and escape the burden of tutoring one's peers, Snape attempted, wrapping his truth in a veil of a lie. A craft he was as expert in as the topic they were discussing. I can assure you my words are not just empty platitude. You're no failure. Snape only had a day's worth of observation to go on, but that was enough for him to form an opinion. From the decades of students that passed through his classrooms, few could be considered skillful enough to be mediocre. Too few students possessed the patience and dedication to be truly great at the craft, and fewer still possessed a drive for its perfection. That Bartemius Crouch's knowledge of the craft was up to date with Snape's standard of seventh-year curriculum was success enough, and that he did so in spite of his teacher being Slughorn was just all the more so. Furthermore, there was confidence in the boy's motion, his hands swift in preparation of ingredients, and his knife precise, his accident notwithstanding. He followed instructions, his inquiries clever and never obnoxious, lessons learnt by one trial needing little further correction after the first prompt. Care taken and care given to a craft that required care in spades. The only kind of student that could succeed in the meticulous craft of potions. Perfection is a slippery slope, Mr. Crouch. One whose path lays atop, not below, Snape said, meeting the child's insistent eyes. Though a noble pursuit, impossibility is a fight the wise do well to avoid, as two are impossible standards. An unexpected ripple of laughter sounded from the boy's throat. You make it all sound so easy. It wasn't. It never was. Your father's sway must hold you intently. But it wasn't fear that held him, at least not fear as Snape understood it, not the same fear that once held the heart of Snape's childhood. You appear to fear the disappointment of that man. Another chuckle sounded, a weary sound, followed by a sigh, then silence. Snape waited for the words to follow, as he knew they must. Shoulders sagging, too worn to resist, Bartemius Crouch obliged. I wouldn't even tell him that I'm brewing a potion remotely considered dark magic, even when I know there's no real mens rea to my action. That's how terrified of his opinion I am. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Crouch was known for his straight and narrow views, and his low tolerance for anything that strayed from that path. Yet the irony was of bitter humor, when that man's one great legacy had been the fate of his son. A fate so many questioned as to how it came to be, when nobody was any the wiser of the darkening of this young heart. What will you tell him our project is about? Snape asked softly, watching the boy, trying to understand. Antidotes, probably. Well, actually, I already told him it's about antidotes, Crouch murmured, his face flushing a dark hue in some unspoken shame. And yet all he had wrote back was a rebuke, such a simple thing to need all holiday to accomplish. Was it accolades for my skill in potioneering, or punishment for my lack of? His eyes downcast, features darkened as if shadows fell across. I wonder what he would say if I told him it was a dark potion I was brewing. Would he be angry, horrified? Would his perfectly ordered world crumble beneath his feet? Was this the reason of it all? Do you have rebellion in your heart? Crouch glanced up, darkness fleeing from his eyes, his smile sudden and rueful. I must sound like some silly, willful teenager. It was an entirely absurd concept that one could fall so far simply because of just a small, irreconcilable piece of their life they could not fix or find peace with. But it wasn't so ridiculous, for Snape had once walked that very path and cast himself into that same darkness for reasons just as ludicrous. But that was simply how the darkness took them. That insidious seductiveness that preys on a void that most knew not they carried. Whatever trauma the boy was carrying, whatever resentment he was nursing inside him, it had not yet reached a point where it parted him from his sanity. The darkness that was slowly wrapping its tendrils about this child's throat had not yet begun to strangle him. In this moment, it wasn't another lecture Bartemius Crouch needed. Not another rehash of the obvious, of the importance of not giving in to that darkness. The boy didn't need another to bear the rhetoric of his father. The words he needed was not guiding wisdom, but affirmation. "You are permitted to be a teenager, Mr. Crouch," Snape spoke, his voice soft as the tone he thought kindness must take when judgment was without. The clinking of vials echoed calamitously in the narrow passages of the dungeons, an ear-splitting cacophony spurring Lily onwards into the fresh air and the snow-tinted sunlight of the world above. Emerging into the entrance hall with her levitating boxes of freshly brewed potions, Lily paused to huff a deep, chilling breath. There was something about the air after emerging from the dungeons that just seemed a little sweeter. Christmas lunch had just started, and with it came the trickle of students that filed through from the nooks and crannies they hid in, mostly from the snow-touched outdoors if the slushy tracks across the stone floors were any indication. If the scowl on Filch's face could melt snow, spring would have already begun. The caretaker worked a mop down the thoroughfare, grumbling loudly about every mark of that wretched mess that marred his floor. Even as Lily tiptoed by, as quietly as her rattling boxes would allow, the dark glare from the curmudgeon caretaker drew to her presence, as if she had somehow summoned the hordes that stampeded through without wiping their feet. Even as a fellow staff member, Lily did not seem to make much headway with the caretaker. With only a few brief meetings in the staff room to even attempt to build relations, Lily blamed it all on lack of opportunity and bad timing, what with how recently Lily had come out of graduation. Filch seemed to naturally hate all students, but even that too wasn't strictly true, as that grumbling caretaker appeared well at ease conversing with Severus, even before he had graduated and donned the robes of a professor. In the end, Lily chalked it all down to her being a Gryffindor, the natural enemy of anything orderly and tidy. Running footsteps preceded a gust of biting wind, prompting furious squawks from the long-suffering caretaker. Lily paused by the stairs as small bodies dashed past her, seemingly oblivious to the precious load she was ferrying. But there was no denying a first year's blind excitement. Lily doubted that at that age she would have paid heed to anything other than the new and exciting world around her, especially with magical Christmas assaulting her senses from all directions. Christmas carols rang from every direction, those magical suits of armor singing at passers-by. The smell of lunch wafted from the great hall, beckoning louder than any lunch bell could. Lily pushed on forward up those stairs, promising her rumbling stomach she'd be dining shortly. Footsteps from above warned Lily to brace as another two youths rushed downwards. First years at a glance, and already adjusted enough to the rhythm of the school to know which steps to not trust. Little flashes of red announced the passing children as Gryffindors, and not a glimmer of recognition passed between them. Where once, as a student leader, Lily knew personally every young lion under her charge, as staff it was a different beast. She kept in mind every name and face that passed her care, but she was no longer a significant mark on their lives. They were still willing to speak to her, and quite eagerly so. The discovery of her shared surname with their strictest teacher raised a few eyebrows among them, having heard more than once the question of whether she and Severus were actually married muttered between them, as if the possibility of the two being related were as likely. But slowly the truth was learned by all, as to the realization that beyond a surname neither temper nor tolerance was shared. Then the questions began, little curious souls seeking stories, and always exclusively about Severus. It made Lily proud to know what a profound impact her husband had on the students both old and new, so many young souls inspired by his growing legend. But this pride brought with it a small twist of jealousy whenever those seeking stories about Severus wore robes marked with red. He was a mark upon their world now, and she was but a footnote. The hearts and minds of her little lions were no longer hers to guide. A low draft blew through the hallway as Lily stepped off the first-floor flight, the bracing cold beginning to prickle at her skin with its tiny winter teeth. But even the wind was wise enough not to trespass on the territory of the school matron. Madame Pomfrey had ensured all the windows were secured against the blustering winds and any possibility of contracting the sniffles while under her care. Lily made to announce herself when she stepped through the door, but seeing the matron busy with a patient, Lily thought better of it. As unobtrusively as she could, Lily ferried the boxes to the entrance of the storage room, stacking them on a little bench set in front of the door, and waited for the matron's attention. Since every vial had been meticulously labeled, there technically was no need to flag down the matron's attention, but Lily honestly never passed up an opportunity to have a little chat with the matron, not when certain pats on the back were deserved. When she had agreed to take on Horace's to-do list, she hadn't realized the scroll curled back in on itself. On it was written a selection of relatively simple tinctures in such quantities that her morning was but a fleeting afterthought. Madame Pomfrey noticed her arrival with a glance before returning her attention to her charge. A young Ravenclaw with sandy blonde hair sat by a bed with his hand held firmly by the school matron, her once fellow prefect, Bartemius Crouch. Dittany closed the wound, and a healing spell has eased away any remnants of a scar, Madame Pomfrey observed as she ran her wand down the boy's open palm. Even from where Lily sat, she could see his skin stained yellow with some type of ointment or balm smeared across a quickly fading scar. Even healed, your skin will be irritable for a period, especially to the toxic agents in a potion lab. You'll be giving today a rest from brewing. It was devastating news, it seemed, for the young Ravenclaw's face fell. But the professor expects me back. The matron hushed that notion away. Then I'll send him a message not to wait with such bated breath, and to give his students a break on Christmas Day for Godric's sake. But rather than looking relieved, young Bartemius Crouch looked all the more frantic. But this is my project. Professor Snape is counting on me to brew this before holidays end. I need to be there. I need to brew. Well, Barty, I'll give Save an earful if he doesn't give you the time off you deserve, Lily interjected with a smile, and in response Bartemius Crouch almost jumped out of his skin. One would have thought the ear-splitting rattling would have given her away. The young Ravenclaw quickly recomposed himself. Madam Snape, I did not see you come in, he uttered as he stood from his seat. A seemingly respectful gesture had he not just snatched his hand from the matron's caring grasp. That formality wiped the smile off Lily's face. She was not so used to the formality, not when she herself had just been a student and walked these very halls alongside these same fellows. To Severus it was a piece of cake, what with how formal he had treated his fellows in his day-to-day life, not even counting how used to the whole concept of acting the professional, detached professor he must have been, having transitioned into this life straight from the role of one. How have you been, Barty? Lily asked, poignant in her informality. She hated the barriers that being part of staff had erected. Friends she once made in the lower years now seemingly held her at arm's length, more so than they ever had when she had been head girl. I hope my husband's not been working you too hard. He asks a lot, sometimes too much. He doesn't seem to realize his hobbycraft can be somewhat challenging to the rest of us mere mortals. Lily offered sympathetically, knowing exactly what sort of potion master her husband had once been. Not at all, Crouch replied, before quickly backpedaling. I mean, he's setting very challenging work. but I enjoy it. It was strange to hear such a notion from the lips of another, when Lily had been under the impression that Severus had little patience for suffering fools when it came to his most lauded art, as narcissistic as it was for her to believe. Everything he'd revealed to her since about his tenure in that very role did nothing to dispel that notion. Made Lily all the more curious about these little private lessons Severus had arranged. If the stories she heard from the first years were anything to go by, he could give the mother lion herself a run for her money in terms of strictness and stringency. Before Lily could enquire any further, Madame Pomfrey bustled forth between the two, charming away the rattling boxes Lily had hefted up from the dungeons. Trust Horace to do everything to circumvent the need of hefting himself off his behind. But that he'd send you to bring these up in his stead. Now, this is a new level of laziness on behalf of the man. Oh, it's not that different from the norm, Lily replied, not quite sure if what she had just said sounded more like excusing the dear old potioneer or in support of the matron's scathing reprimand. She quickly added, to be certain of her words, I mean, it's fine, really. I brewed the batch, I might as well bring it up. Excuse me. Madame Pomfrey blinked, her expression entirely too stupefied for how much of the status quo this entire arrangement had been. It wasn't the first time Slughorn delegated the task of stocking the infirmary, and personally, Lily thought she had done an admirable job each time. Certainly well enough to not warrant such barefaced aghast. The matron flung open the lid, rifling through the vials in a motion that was almost a panic. Skeelgrow, too. Horace made you brew Skeelgrow. I know how to make it, Lily offered weakly, uncertain as to why there was such an outcry. The potioneering assistant had proven herself capable in far more difficult tasks in the past. Pomfrey seemed not in the least reassured with this assertion, instead pulling the girl by the hand. In equal alarm, Bartemius Crouch hopped to the side as the matron deposited Lily into the very same chair that the young man had just vacated. How do you feel? Madame Pomfrey asked, her voice oddly tinged with concern. A little confused, Lily admitted as the matron swept her wand up and down as if an artificer examining a particularly odd trinket. Understandable, we do not teach as much about the contraindications of tonics at Newt's level. I did not expect you to know Skeelgrow is a powerful teratogen, but as a master-class certified potioneer, I expect more of Horace. Lily blinked stupidly. What's a teratogen? My point exactly. How irresponsible of the man. Matron muttered, relentlessly waving her wand about the confused girl sitting in her charge. He was so excited that one might have thought him the grandfather. To think he wouldn't even take the time to take one iota of responsibility for your baby's health. Be baby, Lily started, but as shocked as she was, those words of surprise had not been uttered from her lips. Bartemius Crouch stood by the door, eyes wide, and staring at some point at Lily's midriff. Professor Snape's going to be a father. In one instant, the world went utterly topsy-turvy for Lily. Ha! Was all she could weakly utter. I'm pregnant, she asked stupidly, a horrified blush threatening to envelop her, before realizing she could not possibly be the last one to know. Seemingly under the belief that the conversation they needed to have was a no-boys-allowed affair, the matron glanced sharply at the equally stunned boy. Well, if you're all better, then off you trot. After the initial startle, the Ravenclaw prefect could not disappear fast enough, with Lily only too guiltily grateful that the young man was too isolated a soul for idle gossip. Lily, I know this is no fault of your own, but you're responsible for more than yourself now, so you must make an effort to seek all the advice you can about the things you don't know about. Her eyes softened, as to her tone, but I recall that your mother had tragically passed during your school years. I don't know what other maternal figures you might have in your life to call on for advice, but I can offer you what I can as a healing professional and a grandmother of two. Thanks, Lily muttered, struggling with everything that was happening. But why do you think I'm pregnant? Why, I heard it from Horace, dear, Madame Pomfrey gushed. And I'm sorry if it's not meant to be public knowledge, but we're all so happy for you. Goodness knows we all need a little good news these days. So it was through word of mouth, and not some matronly secret knowledge, that had the woman convinced, which came as a relief and a touch of rebellious disappointment. Suddenly, the conversations with her colleagues this morning began making a whole lot of sense if this was the rumor going around, as well as the unexplained excitement tittering about behind her. Meeting the eager eyes of the old motherly matron, Lily internally winced. To Snape, Free time had been an unwelcome luxury. Too much time alone with his thoughts invited no good to his mental welfare. Like so many sleepless nights he had struggled with, nights where all he could do was sweep the halls and surrender to his dark brooding. Time too much to dwell. The silence, too, did little to help his world, nor did the solitude. Yet that was all he had wished for. That was all he knew of peace. In that other lifetime, he had even gone so far as to hope that his life, should he have survived the war, would have been simply allowed to be lived out in such a manner. Silence and solitude, as he faced the curse of time. Though he no longer feared the shadows of his mind, he still loathed any sudden abundance of time when he had nothing prepared. He had his newspaper, but that had always been read alongside his afternoon coffee. On a school day that meant during the 15-minute break between classes in the afternoon, when anything productive such as lesson preparation was not needed. Usually this meant skimming through the headlines, articles filled with the grimmest of news, the progress of the war outside these walls, a pulse he needed to keep a finger on. He ordinarily hadn't the time to read the articles throughout, and honestly, he hadn't any desire to. Unfortunately, free time was all he had today. On orders of Madame Pomfrey, Crouch had to take the day off, putting their project on hold. An issue Snape had anticipated since the silver blade slipped this morning. He knew too well how tender newly healed skin could be, and how little he trusted the magically healed skin to hold its integrity against the variety of potentially toxic exposures. It was always safer than not to give the flesh time to regenerate naturally on top of magical treatments. But even so, accepting that this was the best course of action, Snape could not help but feel cheated by the sudden gift of time. Because of how sudden it came about, he hadn't the opportunity to prepare himself for a void in his schedule, both mentally and practically. The only company he desired was that of Lily, but she had no idea this gap in his timetable existed. Frustrations elicited through the headmaster's refusal to follow through with his breakthrough led him to a sleepless night. A breakthrough that could relieve no shortage of burden from a young man facing a burdened lifetime. All Snape had wanted was the company of his wife. It was a comfort she did not know he needed, not that he would ever admit to it. Snape had initially planned to meet Lily at Christmas lunch and suggest some leisure time be spent together. But having found her absent from most of the meal, her presence through his ring placing her someplace on the floor above, Snape wondered how occupied her day must have been for her to miss a meal she venerated as much as Christmas lunch. When Lily had finally entered for her meal, it was in the company of the school matron. Both ladies settled at the far corner of the table, deep in discussions of what appeared to be an exasperating matter. Even though the young professor desired to keep his wife's company, he committed himself to not to be a burden on his wife's time. This was how Snape ended up at the table in the staff room, coffee cup charmed for instant refill, his newspaper spread out before him for ease of handling with the one hand he had. Terrible news decorated the headlines, tragedy and disaster spread throughout the pages, but too soon true news dissolved from the pages to make way for the inane articles. It was perhaps the editor's way to balance the heavy news they must deliver with something light lest they overwhelm their readers. But to Snape, it was not but unnecessary padding. What did he care about the runt of a croppy litter finding itself crowned best herder in some ridiculous Muggle county fair? Snape sighed internally over the remainder of the paper, having little else to do but dreading having to dedicate any mind to the prattling opinion columns. Yet, despite that, Wizarding World News was head and shoulders above the gossip rag that was the Daily Prophet. If nothing else, it was a peaceful afternoon spent among silent peers. Professor Carroll sat by the fire, silently entranced by the pops and crackles in the lively embers, and in the chair beside was the ghostly form of Professor Binns, deep in slumber and floating half a foot off the cushion of the seat. A gentle, rhythmic clack-clack sounded from the corner as a pair of knitting needles worked away at a basket of colorful wool. Already, a variety of baby mittens and colorful onesies lay in a pile on the floor. A charm no doubt left machinating by one absent-minded professor or another, and mostly likely intended as a gift for someone's niece or nephew or relative. Like with all public spaces open to the presence of the more rambunctious houses, the silence of the staff room could not last. Sprout and Kettleburn were both of Hufflepuff in house and in nature. They entered the room, immediately dispelling peace with their jovial back and forth chattering. But upon sighting their youngest fellow, they both fell silent, causing Snape a sudden rush of self-conscious discomfort. "Good day, Severus. How goes everything?" Kettleburn asked, his teeth bared in an all-too-hearty smile. Snape glanced up from his paper. "The day is passing slowly," he answered, cautious about being too familiar in conversation with people he knew as co-workers for a bare handful of months. "Are very understandable that you should be counting the days. Why, the hours must be positively sluggish." Kettleburn nodded sagely, despite his words making not an iota of sense. "Why, it reminds me of our majestic Abraxan mare foaling for the first time last year. A tense 12 months, to be sure." An unexpected jab of the elbow from Sprout silenced her magizoological counterpart. "Hush, Sylvanus. As majestic as a winged horse might be, I don't think that's the best comparison for the young man's wife. Yet I feel Lily would be nothing if not flattered to be compared with one such creature. However, I'm afraid I do not understand the reference to her," Snape said, easing into the small talk. Though this was not how he planned his afternoon, conversation was not unwelcome with his fellow professors. People he had once respected, and was respected in turn as colleagues, now a rapport he needed to rebuild. Of course, of course. She's a darling and means so much more to us all," Sprout fussed with confusing enthusiasm. "Well, yes, I suppose," Kettleburn agreed. "But a thoroughbred Abraxan is nothing to sneeze at either. How many of those majestic beasts do you see this side of the English Channel?" I didn't know who was more excited, me or the paddocks Porlock. "A dozen if you count those galloping through your head," Sprout retorted. "Far less than the number of expecting mothers we have on staff, or children to be born within these castle walls." A slow, numbing chill of implication gripped Snape's heart. "Excuse me." "Well, I mean, of course you probably want your child born at a proper hospital," Sprout retracted, oblivious to her colleague internal horror slowly unraveling before her. Kettleburn waved his prosthetic clawed appendage. "Oh, pish. A poppy is equal to the best of the healers at St. Mungo's. Worst comes to worst, I've delivered young from puffskins to hippogriffs. How hard could a human young be?" "Oh, no," Sprout rounded on a fellow Hufflepuff professor. "You're not going anywhere near a baby with your butterfingers and butter claws." "Baby," Snape uttered hoarsely, his mouth suddenly dry, his mind reeling. "What do you mean?" "Oh, were we not supposed to know yet?" Sprout asked in a fluster, yet ever so good-naturedly. But Snape only had the mind to gape wordlessly as his voice had suddenly left, and for a moment his mind was blank and void of all thought and critical thinking. Then slowly the cogs began to turn. Lily's face loomed to the fore of his mind, sullen and withdrawn of late. Realization on how she seemed to surrender to sleep well before the hour she usually took to bed, of how she had attended Christmas lunch late in the company of the good matron. How just this morning she had caught his hand before he left the breakfast table, her eyes meeting his with some unspoken inner turmoil. Everything clicked into place in a terrifying way. "I'm so sorry for discussing this so openly. I know you're a private young man, Severus," Sprout offered in a kindly manner, but Snape no longer had any mind for any more discussion. The door was behind him before he knew it, his ears deaf to all explanations or protest. His anger came, rushing up with the flush on the nape of his neck. This wasn't part of his plans. This wasn't supposed to happen. Lily had promised him. She had promised. But the responsibility had been his as much as hers. Since the loss of his hand, Lily had to take the onus of the potion and its application entirely upon herself. And like a lazy fool, Snape had been too happy to relinquish all responsibility. Her memory was not like clockwork, and with only one mind to remember, there was no failsafe for her to fall back upon if she were to forget. A knot of anxiety and self-blame sat in place of his ebbing rage. Snape swept down the hall, followed the one singular pull in his mind, the beckoning of his wedding ring to where stood his wife, and perhaps his unborn child. The source of the rumor had been Hagrid, because of course it was. An unfounded rumor that spread like wildfire. It could only have come from a man with lips as loose as the groundskeeper. Well-meaning as he was, he had a terrible concept of secret, and even worse, it seemed, with rumor. Slughorn had been the intermediary between Madame Pomfrey and Hagrid. He didn't last long under interrogation. He was well on the way to intoxication already when Lily called on him after lunch, having followed him down to his office from the great hall. Not willing to endure his favorite student's ire, he rolled over on his sauce like a sack of potatoes. A little powdering of snowfall coated Lily's head and shoulders by the time she had reached the towering doors of the gamekeeper's hut. Lily announced her presence, and in some part her displeasure by the firmness of her knock, and it wasn't long before a cheery voice answered. "Carmen, gimme a sec." A clatter could be heard beyond the door, followed by a low canine whine. The door opened a crack, exposing the gentle giant's red-flushed face. "Ah, Lily, what are ye doing here out in the cold?" "Well, waiting to be invited in for one," Lily replied with a tired smile. She wasn't angry, not really. That wasn't why she was here. Pulling the door a little wider, Hagrid beckoned her in urgently, closing the door so quickly and suddenly behind her she thought him cooking a secret inside. And something must have been cooking, for the entire cabin felt 100 degrees. "Hagrid, what is with the heat?" Lily gasped. She immediately stripped off her scarf and cardigan. Lily was geared up in her muggle winter wear, as she hadn't bought any wizarding outfits that could weather winter in Scotland. She kept meaning to visit Gladrags and purchase herself a set of woolly robes and cloak, but those grand intentions went the way all ideas go when waylaid by laziness and forgetfulness and poorly planned Hogsmeade trips. With a quick gesture, Lily blasted a cold spell throughout the hut, bringing the temperature down to a milder volcanic simmer. "What's with the heat? Are you hatching a dragon egg?" Though she meant the question in jest, some part of her always believed the giant, bearded fellow with a proclivity for things with fangs and venom might very well think a fire-breathing, man-eating five-cross, rated dangerous beast would make an excellent grounds-keeping companion. "I juice, Don, want Digger to catch a cold," Hagrid replied, as he picked up the quilt his aging hound had struggled out of. With a slow waddle, Digger picked his way around the well-meaning groundskeeper to sit at Lily's temperature-adjusted feet. Lily had never managed to learn how to make the cold stick to her skin like Save had. As a result, her best attempts at temperature spells resulted in an unstable shell about her that occasionally sprung a leak and billowed chilled air with a sound generously likened to Peeves blowing a raspberry. "I think Digger is offering an opinion on what he prefers," Lily said, as she bent down to stroke the old dog around his ears. Digger let out a low, appreciative whine as he snuggled closer to Lily's legs and into the path of the cool air flowing about her form. After banking the fire a smidge with a shovel full of ash, Hagrid dropped into his armchair with a dejected thud. "Yeah, right, Lily. I'm smothering him," Hagrid relented as he wiped his soot-stained hands on his already quite soot-stained apron. "I juice get so overprotective o' him, with him being a grandpap in dog years and all." The old canine answered with a low whine as his tail waved to and fro. He was so readily forgiving, rarely holding anything against anyone. "I get that," Lily murmured, suddenly thinking of her dad again, of how little warning she had of his passing. Misty-eyed, the girl glanced down at the old hound at her feet, running both hands through the good boy's scruffy coat. "Where are me manners? I've not offered ye a cuppa." Hagrid bustled over to the stove and proceeded to heat the kettle by his non-magical means. The groundskeeper had been expelled during his school years, resulting his wand being snapped in half and forbidden from overt use of magic. Hagrid never spoke of why it happened, but all Lily knew was that the ruling had recently been overturned. Severus knew why, but of course in usual Save fashion, his take on the matter was, "It's not my place to speak of other people's private affairs." With the clink and a clatter, Hagrid shuffled over with tea tray in hand and two massive mugs of steaming hot tea. Never one to refuse a cup, no matter how unwieldy, Lily gave the aging pup one last loving pat and accepted her bowl-sized tea and saucer. With a low whine, the hound set his snout at the witch's feet, content to enjoy her temperate aura. Hagrid glanced lovingly at his hound as he sat in the armchair opposite with his bucket-sized mug. "I juice. Hope he lives long enough to meet ye little one. Know when the tyke is supposed to be born." Lily was pulled from her sentiments jarringly by the sudden reminder of why she was there in the first place. "I'm not pregnant, Hagrid," Lily stated in what was not exactly her gentlest tone. Hagrid blinked several times before his dark eyes drawing wide. "You're not?" "No, I'm not." Lily stated, trying her best to set her bubbling annoyance aside. By the way gossip spread among school staff, this was bound to take a lot of follow-up with the faculty to set the record straight. "Oh," was all that Hagrid managed, as he blinked his dark, beetle-like eyes. For a moment it seemed the good groundskeeper was at a genuine loss for words, as red creeped up across his cheeks from his bushy beard. "How did you get it into your head that I was?" Lily asked, with a tone of mild exacerbation. "I don't think I've even mentioned anything about the topic. We've certainly not had a conversation about it." Hagrid muttered into his beard, so abashedly. "I juice," thought. "At breakfast, you were talking about Snape being the so I thought." Lily blinked, feeling red creep up the back of her neck, realizing exactly how this misunderstanding came about. Light-hearted teasing over breakfast, taken out of context. Then the giggles came. Such a ridiculous situation it was, for such a small off-handed comment to be taken out of context and blown so totally out of proportion. A relieved smile peeked from Hagrid's bushy beard. "You're not mad." "Not mad," Lily gasped between her bubbles of laughter, wiping away the tears that beaded in the corner of her eyes. Old Digger lifted his head curiously, but soon laid back down, placing his snout gently at the girl's feet. "Didn't mean to tell anyone neither. Juice, Horace and I had a Christmas drink together. I must. We somehow mentioned it," Hagrid muttered sheepishly. He took a long draw from his bucket of tea, seeming to use that time to shake off his embarrassment. "What a silly thing to have come about through such a small misunderstanding," she finally muttered, her breath sounding a sigh of exhaustion as her laughter died away. "Help me set the story straight, all right. I've already explained things to Poppy and Horace, but it seems the grapevine's taken over the entire vineyard." Hagrid was quick to nod, upsetting his mug of tea held in his saucer-sized hands as he did so, but seemingly oblivious to the near-scalding liquid spilt onto his trousers. "I'll make things right. I'll make sure everyone knows you're not got no buns in no ovens." "Appreciate it," Lily replied, returning to her own cup for a relieved draw of her own tea, relieved that things appeared to have been resolved in an apparently painless fashion. But it appeared she had counted her luck too soon. As thick as the heavy oak doors to Hagrid's hut had been, the knocks that rained upon it were enough to cut clearly through the low, muted howl of the blustering winds. Knocks forceful enough to paint the similarly gale-force emotions behind them. There was no doubt who would step through when Hagrid unlatched the deadbolt from the door, even without added confirmation by a magical wedding ring. Severus stood in the swirling snow, his poignant nose noticeably reddened by the biting cold and stirring winds. It seemed he had been in such a hurry to stalk out into the winds that he had neglected to swathe himself warmly in his proficient magical warmth. His black eyes scanned the hut, no doubt struggling against the dimness of the firelit hut after stepping in from the blinding white of swirling snow. But when those black eyes met those of Lily's, she felt a chill prickle at her neck that had nothing to do with the windy draught or her own inexpert cooling charm. Though he wore no discernible expression on his face, his eyes could not mask the heavy emotions raging within. He had heard, and she knew that he heard, the moment he stormed to Hagrid's hut in such a fluster, a scenario she had hoped to avoid and reasonably thought that she might owing to his own less than sociable personality. Lily reflexively shirked back at Save's approach, expecting to be met with rage. Though none of this was fault of hers, if he believed what was said, then he would believe she had betrayed another promise to him. A promise no longer meant what it once had to Lily, for she had learned its true weight from her husband's truth, a devotion that she could never hope to live up to, but one she could never again knowingly betray. Lily had expected anger, justly placed or otherwise, but what she got was anything but. Severus knelt before her, his breath coming in heavy as if he had run his path to find her, his presence jolting the dozing hound from his resting place at Lily's feet. His one hand laid upon hers to hold her tightly yet tenderly in his grasp. His black eyes peered upwards to meet hers, even when she turned away by instinctive yet unearned shame. But when she met those eyes, she saw no anger held within, instead an earnestness that made her heart flutter. "This wasn't how I wanted this to happen," Severus muttered, his voice soft, but without accusation. "I wanted our child to be born in a world where he could step outside without fear of that evil that marked our lives. I did not want our child to be born into this world of uncertainty." "Sorry," Lily apologized, an automatic response despite not owning a whit of fault in any of this. Perhaps warned by his exertion, or the emotions no doubt roiling within, Severus said not a word more of conflict or strife. Instead, he took his hand from hers, a moment that seemed too poignant with disappointment, only to have him lay that one hand tenderly upon her still flat belly. Their eyes met, his black eyes hard in the glow of the orange firelight, as fierce as the promise they held. I will care for this child, and be the father you expect of me. Lily felt tears well up in her eyes. This was the man she had married, this earnest, caring, and all too noble man. And if it weren't for Hagrid awkwardly standing by the door, staring in awkward horror at the mess he created, Lily might not have come back to her senses at exactly where they stood on the matter. Severus was in the midst of unbuckling his cloak, a movement he had gotten proficient with using one hand and slung it about his wife. With a wave of his wand, he levitated away the cumbersome cup and saucer and dispelled the cold charm from Lily's midst. The dozing hound at her feet whined unappreciatively, already annoyed at having to share his proximate space with the new intruder. Not knowing even where to begin to rectify the situation, Lily stood as she was bade, led towards the door. Hagrid was all too obliging, holding the door open wide despite the flurry of snow he let in and the soon-to-be wet mess that he would have to deal with. The sheepishness that radiated from Hagrid glowed like a lit match. At the very least his cheeks certainly did. The groundskeeper silently mouthed, "I'm sorry," as Lily stepped past, no doubt extremely contrite for his role in this absurdity. Lily, in return, could only grimace. Chapter 76. Victory of Reason. Chapter text, humiliating, was the only word Snape could describe this entire misunderstanding. On their trudge back to the castle, Lily had conjured a magical bubble to shield them from the raising winds. With her voice not fighting to be heard above that not-so-subtle howl, she had dropped the truth unceremoniously upon Snape's head. "I'm not pregnant." And from there, the mortifying explanation came about. The insidiousness of hearsay and its equivalent reliability. "Wait, Save," his wife called after him as he stormed through the front doors into the entry hall, bringing with him a fresh burst of snow onto the no doubt newly mopped stone floors. Snape didn't slow. It wasn't just the embarrassment that refused to relinquish him. His heart had a jumble of mixed emotions that had formed at the start of it all, and that revelation only served to knot it further. He thought he'd be relieved with such news. Perhaps she thought the same too, but it seemed his emotions were far more complicated than the either of them could have predicted. He stopped only when Lily stepped before him, her hands braced firmly upon his chest. "Stop, Save, talk to me." He hadn't said a word since they stepped forth from that gossip starter's broiling hut. "Look, I see that you're disappointed. Disappointed." Snape rasped, unable to hold comment about that ridiculous assertion. How could he be disappointed? He never wanted to bring a child into the world, especially not one like this. But try as he might, he could give no better label to his black mood. That knot of emotion in his heart now was also threaded with that of confusion. He did not understand why he felt as he felt. To have balked at the thought of a child as he did, yet to feel no catharsis at its dismissal into inexistence. A hypocrite of a heart. "You're mistaken, Lily." "I'm simply relieved," Snape uttered, too eager to shrug aside this conversation and pack away his own uncomfortable thoughts. If Lily was in any way convinced, she did not show it, although she no further attempts to intrude. She withdrew, her hands moving down his torso and slipping from his person. "I'll be up at the staff room, okay?" setting the record straight. Snape felt a twist in his heart, as to his lips as he allowed a smile to show. "I appreciate it." The smile she returned was easy, so generously given. She stepped forward again, this time with intent behind it, one that Snape had learned, as to the heart behind it. He leaned forward to meet her lips, accepting her need for affection as she had accepted his need for distance and time. There were a few stern words about gossip Lily would have liked to give, and she would have if the object of her ire were her friends. As it was, these people were her workmates, all of which not 1 year ago had been her teachers and role models. As such, when Lily stepped into the staff room, she felt far more inclined to give the diplomatic approach a go. But as the Muggle saying went, the best of plans rarely survive the first encounter. As it was, Any thought of stirring up the hive fled Lily's mind the moment she stepped past the threshold and saw the small gathering of professors by the fireplace, comforting a member among them. Minerva McGonagall, the professor who had once comforted Lily by a similar fireplace, was now sat sobbing in a heartbreaking echo. Flitwick sat on the couch beside her, feet dangling off the floor with a hand laid upon his co-worker's knee in empathy, while Kettleburn fussed over a pot of tea, his prosthetic hand clinking against the fine china as he braced it to pour from a kettle held in an equally unsteady hand of flesh. Lily's eyes flickered to the ethereal form of a mournful-looking Binns floating by his suffering co-worker's side, and to that of Sprout, sobbing loudly into a handkerchief. It didn't take much for Sprout to cry, for she had always been an empathetic crier, but it was an apocalyptic effort that could anchor that narcoleptic spirit so firmly into the world of the conscious. Standing frozen by the door, Lily was caught by the moment, fearing the worst. "What's happened?" Lily asked in a choked voice, strangled by shock. Every set of eyes flickered up to meet her, but few settled for long. It was Kettleburn who explained, his back turned to the girl, his voice soft as he steeped the kettle with unnatural focus. "Family tragedy," he uttered in explanation. Lily's heart seemed to still where it beat, feeling her lip quiver at the empathetic thought, then drop with horror at a sudden suspicion. "Pandora. My niece is, thankfully." "Fine," McGonagall uttered aloud, her voice laced with the tears her downcast eyes shielded. "But her uncle, but Robert, my brother." "No," Lily breathed, tears spilling from her eyes. She stepped forward, gliding over to her beloved head of house, her den mother. "I'm so sorry, Minerva, I'm so sorry." First names with her professors still felt foreign on her tongue, and by their insistence she had been learning to interact by first names. But today no struggle ensued in the face of tragedy and humanity. Lily knelt by the couch, taking the grieving woman's hand, resting upon the armrest, into her own. In the other hand was grasped a letter, one that was almost crumpled in the distraught professor's grasp. Suddenly, McGonagall made to stand, but her legs gave way, made unsteady by her distressed emotions. "I must tell Eamon. He'll have heard the news on the radio and want to know his mother and sisters are all right." Eamon McGonagall was a first year who, like most of his year group, had stayed the Christmas. A quiet boy with a love for the radio. He was often seen traveling class to class with a portable, yet still cumbersome, radio box in his hand, with one channel or another chattering at a respectable volume. Needless to say, he was on Madame Pince's watch list. He was the second student Lily had met to bear that name, but unlike his aunt or cousin, he had been sorted into Ravenclaw as more befitting his bookish nature. Once upon a time, Lily would have been unlikely to have anything to do with a shy soul from across the house borders, but that was before her own leap across the border into the teaching side of Hogwarts. And there was no escape from the members of the House of Curious Minds. Lily had once written to Pandora about the amusement of having been taught by, having studied with, and now teaching a McGonagall. In true Pandora fashion, the young McGonagall sent back a letter explaining away any irony or amusement by revealing there were a fair few more McGonagalls lined up and ready to attend to in the future, namely her nephews and little brother, who was almost a whole generation younger than she was. Flitwick stood from his seat, bracing his fellow professor's knee in a gesture more than any type of physical support. "Peace, Minerva. I'll tell him. He's of my house, and therefore my responsibility." He did not give his fellow head of house the chance to protest as he hopped off the sofa and strode to the door as quickly as his short legs would allow him, already conjuring a set of dancing sparks that whizzed off to help him seek his student. Kettleburn finally approached, floating over 4 cups of tea to the couch, and set about setting one before each sobbing witch before taking his own to the seat Flitwick had vacated. "Were they after you and yours, then?" "No, no, they were, Robert and Malcolm. They were staying out of the war, they had families. They had too much to lose," McGonagall uttered in a breathy voice as she muffled another sob. "But those Death Eaters, those fiends, this was a Muggle village. They were there for sport, for the Muggle families." "Oh, poor Dougal, and his wife and children too," another sob tore through, followed by a fresh wave of tears. Lily's blood ran cold. Her heartbeat sounded in her ears as anger bubbled forth. "This is horrid," Lily gasped, her eyes filling with helpless tears. "I'm so sorry, Minerva." Families who had nothing to do with the war, torn apart by such utter and senseless violence. What was the point of it all? She couldn't sleep that night. Though darkness steeped the room, in her mind's eye she could see her breath form before her in harsh white puffs. She hadn't stoked the fire that night. She hadn't cast a heating charm. The cold nipped at her nose and cheeks, seeping into her eyelids, into every part of her that was not curled up under the thick covers. But despite the cold, her body burned. It wasn't her family and friends they destroyed. It was people she had never heard about, never met, never known. But in that moment, when she saw one such as Minerva McGonagall rendered to utter desolation, someone that had always been, to Lily, an utterly enduring figure, she didn't know how long she lay in the dark like that, mentally and emotionally exhausted, but firmly anchored in the world of the waking. But it was long enough that she heard the distinctive click of a key in a lock, followed by the rasp of a moving wall. She closed her eyes, willing herself to focus on sound of movement, willing her mind to fold the sorrow away, behind this moment that was physical and real. The sound of boots carefully slipped off and stowed away, the rasp of meeting leather, and the gentle clink of a boot buckle against stone. A harsh whoosh of flames, coming to life in the grate she had neglected, and subsequently banked as the pops and crackles died to a murmur. The sound of softened steps slipping softly into the room, a soft orange glow of candle fire brushing against her eyelids from the grate facing the feet of her bed. Footsteps exited the room, followed by the click of a shutting door and the sound of running water. Lily breathed out slowly, willing her tightly wound thoughts to release her consciousness. Even as the pitter-patter of running water ceased, Lily's roiling heart refused to be as cooperative. Surrendering to reality, Lily rolled onto her back, eyes open, and turned to the open bedroom door and waited. When Severus finally stepped in, trussed up warmly in his bathrobes, she cracked a smile and startled him still with her unexpected consciousness. Save's untamed mane hung about his shoulders, evidently dried with heavy-handed, hair-frizzing efficiency. His black eyes glinted in the candlelight, the source of which he held aloft in a holder he set onto his nightstand. The orange light was soft and unobtrusive, unlike that of the harsh, cool white of a lit wand. That was perhaps why he chose to enter by candlelight, for fear of waking his slumbering wife. "I thought you were asleep," Save muttered, stepping to his armoire and unfolding his sleep clothes from their drawers. Lily watched in silence as he loosened his bathrobes with his one hand, a motion made quick and clever with practice. Lily felt a smile peek her tired visage. How comfortable he had gotten with her in their few short months. Clad in his black shorts, Severus stood for a moment, with his far-shortened nightshirt in hand, appearing to be locked in consideration. A decision seemingly reached, she watched him twist his wrist, folding the garment back into a workable imitation of how it came out of the drawer. Lily's smile turned lopsided with knowing as Severus slipped into the covers, torso uncovered and obvious intent glinting in his shadow-cast eyes. "I've missed you," he murmured stiltedly. For all their months together, he still had no idea how to initiate subtly without coming off as awkward. "We just saw each other this afternoon," Lily returned, being obtuse on purpose and enjoying the blush that underlined his glare. Lily reached up to run the back of her hand down his cheek, feeling his sharp cheekbones and rough peaking stubble. "You mean you miss other things, don't you?" He shifted over, his body weight braced upon his one wounded limb, no longer wrapped in its layers of linen and cloth, scars of his trauma no longer hidden from her sight. Save leaned over her, his lips finding hers, intent in its slow, insistent motion. But he paused, breath on her lips, brows pinched into a frown over his black eyes. "Something is bothering you," he stated so astutely that Lily had to recoil by reflex. "Now, I know you're a Legilimens," Lily uttered defensively, unexplainably offended by the mere thought of an intrusive touch, despite the knowledge that nothing she kept would not welcome his sharing. But even as that thought reared, it quelled under the reassurance of his nature, that he had promised her mental sanctuary, and a promise to Severus was sacred. She felt his hot palm cup her cheek, his long fingers trail into her hair flowing down her spine. "Your kiss is stilted. And I know we have not been so long without affection that you have forgotten your passion. What is it on your mind that pains you so?" Lily felt her lips twitch into a mockery of a tired smile. "It seems you're not the only one that wears their thoughts on their face." She felt his thumb trail off her cheek, her hand finding itself enveloped in warm fingers. "Is it about children?" Lily rebelliously replied. "What if it is?" Severus withdrew instantly. He could not sound more worried by the thought or more struck with dilemma. He must be debating with himself whether pressing any further tonight would be a prime gamble. Goodness knows Lily hadn't made a good impression of herself with the topic of promises, and that was an image that did not sit well with Lily in the least, not after everything she knew about Severus. It's not about children, not. Directly anyway, Lily muttered, burying the side of her face in her pillow so her words came out somewhat muffled. And don't think I'll just trap you. I've promised you, okay? And I'm trying to equal your word. A smile touched his thin lips. You put my heart to ease. Lily sighed, drawing the hand that held hers around her waist. He obliged, sliding closer in bed so she could nestle in his hold and press against his torso. An invitation she did not turn down, drawing comfort to the rise and fall of his bare chest. "Just had a bit of bad news in the staff room," Lily murmured after a moment's hush, her hushed voice lancing through the silence. "Family death, Professor McGonagall's family." Severus shifted, still on his side, pulling her in under his chin, his one mangled arm tucked faithfully under his body so that he would not make any accidental contact. Though he had learned to weather her sight, he took all lengths to avoid her conscious touch, but in doing so caused himself much discomfort. She had seen him more than once stretch out his shortened limb painfully in the morning, having no doubt cut off his circulation by the way he slept. None of her family's in the Order, none of them are in the war. Why did it happen to them? It shouldn't have been. Lily huffed under her breath, stemming her tears by her force of will alone. She huffed, a sound like a sob mired in frustration. Everything's going wrong. Remus has disappeared, nobody's seen hide or hair. Nobody knows if he's even all right. I get that he's on a dangerous mission, but I'm worried sick. They won't tell us a thing. It's not fair. Life's not fair. Those words slipped from Save's lips. He grimaced, as if he had not intended his words, or at least the concise way he had delivered them. Lily's fingers clenched upon his back, instinctively grasping for the fabric of his shirt. The motion must have tickled him, because he squirmed, suddenly repositioning himself such that her fingers were no longer right where the small of his back had been. But in doing so, his mangled arms slipped between them, brushing against Lily's belly through the thick fabric of her winter pajamas. Severus tensed, as did Lily in response. Save tried to quickly withdraw his limb back beneath his body, sheepish for that accidental contact. But Lily, feeling raw and exhausted by the day's events and night's elusive embrace, placed a hand upon his amputated arm, feeling that smooth flesh of foreign texture under her fingertips. He flinched so harshly Lily thought her touch had somehow caused him pain, but he didn't pull away. Lying there stark still, dark eyes glinting from the shadows of his angular face as Lily's fingers rested upon the desolation of his limb. "I'd give anything to take this back," she whispered. "That trade would not be yours to make, Lily," Severus muttered, finally pulling his invalid arm from her grasp. His other hand, his whole hand, came up from the covers to brace against her cheek, his fingers training through the thick of her hair. "Because that price is my life, huh?" Lily asked with a sigh and a lopsided smile, pressing her hand against his and nuzzling her cheek against the palm of his hand. Where once his hand had been covered in scars and calluses from working with blades and various grass roots, the months of separation from that field had worn away the rough skin. Severus leaned close, pressing his lips against her forehead, planting a tender kiss through a short scratching of whiskers. "I have lived already in a world without you. I would not endure it again." "It's weird to think that you're from the future," Lily muttered, her green orb slipping from his shadow-cast eyes. "Some days I still can't believe it, but some days it all just makes so much sense," such as how he reacted to the idea of fooling back when they were both still students at Hogwarts. He was more mentally a professor than he would care to admit. A thought occurred to her, one that slipped from her lips before she gave it proper thought. Did Minerva lose her brother the first time around? Silence was his reply, and the realization slowly dawned on Lily that not only must he have known about this unfortunate passing, but every subsequent death to come. Her own death had been his entire race and data, an hourglass of inevitability that hung above her head, and every day she could only be thankful that she never knew the exact date it would come. Lily could not imagine having that knowledge hang above her head as it did his, and how desperately he must rail against that fate. Tragedy in knowing, and to be unable to prevent it. A single stone standing against the inevitable, and knowing each death that passed him by was one he had known was coming. Gently, she brushed her fingers through his hair, trying to soothe the roiling she knew had to be behind those shadow-hidden eyes. He blamed himself too easily for things outside his control, and though he had made decisions worthy of his guilt, he had long proven himself by his actions as a man greater than his mistakes. There wasn't anything you could have done for him, for any of them, Lily whispered, stroking her husband's brow. He said nothing, and the shadows thwarted any attempts to interpret his expression, but she felt his fingers tighten about her waist. "Couldn't I?" he finally asked, a question whispered into the darkness. Lily felt a twist of sorrow, one she had been nursing since the beginning of this month. She knew him too well to think this thought hadn't crossed his mind as well. "Well, unless you could have transfigured my dad a new heart. He was always doomed," she offered with a wry smile. Her father would have appreciated the humor, dark as it was. Severus rolled back onto his back, his eyes turned upwards, allowing that candlelight to diffuse from behind him and chase away that impenetrable shadow. "You forgive me too easily," he muttered, pulling back his one good hand to gather up the blankets about him. "And you don't forgive yourself readily enough, especially for things beyond your control." Lily drew close to him, encroaching upon his space. She laid one hand upon his blanket-covered chest, kneeling over him so he had nowhere else to look but directly into her eyes. "You do not hold the power over life and death, Severus, and I know you too sensible to have a god complex." She felt his hand cup gently the side of her face, his black orbs still lost to the candlelit shadows and depth of his sunken eyes. "I have to believe that I can," he whispered in a voice low, his meaning clear. "For once, I wish we could have a romantic evening without you reminding me of my impending doom," Lily quipped jokingly, wishing she felt as brave about that thought as she pretended to be. Shadows grew long upon his face in a way no candle could cast. Severus tried to glance away, but Lily's hand upon his cheek held firm. "I'm sorry," she murmured, not so much for the flat joke but the needless reminder. She knew how much it pained him before she even knew its significance. Her death was his heart's regret since the day he breathed his first breath of a second life, long before that even. Another fault he carried too closely, but one he could call his own, and one that he was railing against the world to prevent with every dawning breath. She leaned forward to lay a kiss to his lips, to chase away his foul memories. A promise she had made when she knew nothing, but now weighed upon her as heavily as the responsibility of the truth itself, that she would remind him every time he would forget that she was alive and by his side. A wry smile peeked through Severus' facade, chasing away those dark thoughts from his expression. "You're sorry when I ruined the romance. You can't take all the credit," Lily replied, her own smile tugging on the edge of her lips. "Plus, I've a bit to be sorry for too. I didn't manage to set the record straight today. With all that's happened, I'm not blaming you." Lily slipped back to her side of the bed, settling under her covers already chilled by her brief absence. With a shiver, she gathered the covers about her, snuggling close to her husband, enjoying the warmth radiating from his skin. Severus rolled over to tuck his injured hand under himself so that Lily would not press herself against it. His good hand instinctively snaked around her waist, pulling her tightly against him. She did not know when sleep took her that night, but she slipped away upon the wings of a dream and into the fold of a restful peace. The morning started on an odd note, with the boy wishing Snape the best with fatherhood, a situation Snape had been quick to deny. "That's a shame. I thought you'd have made a good father." That comment had been unexpected, not to mention uninvited. But offered in earnest by a young man in the midst of issues with his own father, it presented a rare and unobtrusive opportunity. "What forms that opinion?" Snape asked quite reluctantly. He did not wish to even think on the topic, much less converse about it. Crouch's eyes dropped as he shrugged before he turned away to his prep work. But Snape insisted, as he was too much of a Slytherin to allow an opportunity to pass, no matter the discomfort it brought. "My own thoughts on that matter is that I'm yet too young to fit that role." "Right, you're just 2 years older than me. I forget," Crouch muttered, still refusing to look Snape in the eyes. "A commonly forgotten fact," Snape agreed as he had settled in the stool opposite. Crouch glanced up from his set-out tools, regarding his professor with an appraising expression. You just seem far older than you are. For as long as I've known you, I've thought that. There was good reason for that, not that any reasonable person should guess. You too are mature for your age, Mr. Crouch, Snape had remarked, which was true in its sentiments, but false in contrast. Bartemius Crouch was mature for a child of his age. That part was true, but he was not immune to his need for approval, just as every other child under the sway of house point allocation. I wish my father was of the same opinion, Crouch had muttered as his expression turned sour. And there was Snape's opening to pry. Your grades put you above your peers in intellect, ability, and hard work, and you are a prefect on track to becoming a head boy. What more, may I ask, could your father possibly ask for? Crouch's lips twisted as if in distaste or uncertainty. My father had been head boy. My father had graduated the top of his class, and then at least one student a year after him had that honor. The achievement I've made is neither rare nor unique, Crouch replied, his lips curling as he spoke, reflecting a telling root to his state of mind. Your drive is admirable, but I cannot say I agree with his view on ordinary achievements. Crouch gritted his teeth as if angered by those placating words, glancing up from the cauldron of water he had levitated in from the gargoyle faucet. And yet you're achieving magical firsts with barely an exerted effort. After a moment's pause, Snape replied, carefully gauging the boy's reaction. I think you'll find that I respect what is achieved through hard work far more than natural talent, neither of which you are without. Crouch fell silent, his hands stilled upon the tools he laid out upon the bench. For a moment that silence stretched, but Snape made no move to dispel it. He watched the boy carefully, gauging his reaction as he trod lightly on the fringes of the boy's mind. Despite knowing that no son of any member within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, much less the head itself, could be left without a clumency training. Old habits died hard. Results are all that matter, according to my dad, Crouch finally said, after a long, drawn silence. My achievements discounted as merely expected, and my failures held above my head like a placard of shame. To my father I am but a lesser copy of him. A shadow passed across Crouch's face, a shadow that stoked the embers of a worrying familiarity. I sometimes wonder what would happen if I turned the other way. What would the scandal do to the head of magical law enforcement if his own son were to rebel? He trailed off, his brow pinching together as if the thought itself was physically painful. Rebellion. Was that the start of it all? Was that the reason for which this straight as an Arrow student would court the darkness? Was this one small frustration of childhood what wrought so much destruction to this young man's life? But Snape knew all too well how childhood trauma could set one down this path. How easy it was to give in to the seduction of glory and riches promised, of recognition and respect that had been what this young man had sought, passed over by his father, ignored and belittled. His step into the darkness might have been little more than a spiteful stab at his father, and one that quickly led to a sharp and slippery fall. A precipice passed that he could never return from. It was too easy to fall, too difficult to return. And had it not been for that one spark of light left in Snape's heart in the form of a love that had been the best of him, there was little doubt in the professor's mind that he too would have never looked back. I too hated my father. I cannot even begin to describe how much I despised that man, a muggle who could never find anything to appreciate in his son. Snape's black eyes dropped, his careful facade marred by true shame. But my choice of rebellion against him was to join those who mocked him as a lower life form, and unthinkingly, I had endangered the most precious person in my life, a foolish venture that had marked me for a terrible loss. Snape knew what he meant when he spoke those words, but Bartemius Crouch knew no better. The boy's grey eyes drew to Snape's severed hand, a mistaken inference that Snape did not try to correct. Perhaps it is not my place. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous of me to say. But whatever it is you have fantasized as a strike at your own father, perhaps step back from a rash decision. Don't let your dark fantasies blind you to the pain you may cause to those you love. Don't let your choices take from you your future as they have mine. Glass clinked heartily in the vile box that Snape levitated before him as he ascended the grand staircase. A morning's successful brew yielded a product the professor deemed satisfactory. a tall compliment for a moderately complex potion sporting untested modifications to its recipe and brewed by a young potioneer who had never attempted its like before. This time, the potioneering process ended without a hitch. A viable product had been made, one made in accordance with Snape's altered recipe to ensure the potion was a far weaker version than its original form. The reason being, as to not cause irreparable psychological trauma to the children he planned to have imbibed it. An offer for a taste of fear, as it were, as harmful as a meeting with a boggart, but with little one could do to soften the trauma. Though initially wary of Crouch, Snape had not wished to commit subterfuge against the boy who he personally knew to have potential for great darkness. There was little point in trying to stop the boy from learning his way into dark potioneering books regardless. The Crouch that Snape had first met was a man well versed in the craft, well versed enough that he was able to brew a regenerating potion so powerful it brought a cursed and twisted husk of a man back from the brink of non-existence. A draught of waking nightmares would not even stand upon the bottom rung of this ladder of difficulty. With the potions completed, Snape could no longer use project work as an excuse to keep company with young Crouch, but he sensed he had touched upon the tipping point of the boy's life. Though he had not the hubris to believe that he could make the difference, Snape felt an invested responsibility all the same. All the same, asking the boy to lend his, for a student, considerable potioneering abilities to help restock Snape's personal potion stores seemed a tad contrived. Not that Crouch refused the request. On the contrary, he positively jumped at the offer. But that eagerness only cautioned Snape to his own personal conduct. Though Snape ultimately was comfortable his actions were morally right, as the end result would be to prevent a tragic end to all involved, he could not shake the distaste it left him with. He knew the manipulation game he was playing with Crouch, preying on the child's feeling of worth. Snape held no illusions that he was building himself up to becoming a guiding figure in the young man's life, for that had been how Lucius impacted upon his own. His own tragedy of fate served as a reminder of how foul that deed had been. In an attempt to foster something real, perhaps to placate his own conscience, Snape had chosen to share with the student some truths about himself, truths that he had never willingly revealed to anyone else, and seldom ever discussed with to those who found out regardless. A decision, perhaps, inspired by the gift of memory from a certain headmaster that not even death could silence. The power of a snippet of truth, even hidden among a mountain of lies. But that honesty was a double-edged sword. A brief morning's conversation had left Snape still feeling drained well into the latter half of the day. With the potions rattling within their magical transport, Snape headed to his office, intending to store it away and seek silence and solitude to center himself again before keeping his appointment with Dumbledore. He had already missed lunch and had planned to forego dinner for a quieter elf-catered plate. His absence since morning would be a disappointment to his wife, he was certain, for they had already spent too little time together this holiday period as it was. But any chance for a quiet afternoon of solitude was dispelled the moment he pushed open his office door and saw a shock of uncombed hair peek out from behind his desk. James Potter, lounging insolently in his chair, playing with a small golden snitch in much the same way he once had in fifth year before the toy mysteriously vanished when it met with a magical accident involving a high-speed train and a window. Out! Out of my chair, Snape growled, slamming the levitated box down on the table a little too hard. The bottles rattled with protest, but thankfully no telling clink of broken glass was to be heard. To his credit, Potter scrambled up to his feet as he was told, but much of that could have been credited to the startle. The snitch slipped from the man's fingers and began zooming about the room, rattling against the jars of preserved plant roots and animal parts lined on his shelf. An aesthetic that Snape preserved from his potion master days, and one that no longer held any practical use since the loss of his hand. Snape reached across his body and drew his wand from his sleeve holster, pointing it at the offending object. Impedimenta, he growled, catching the golden pest in mid-dash across the room. Potter didn't wait to be asked. He leapt up and grabbed the snitch hanging midair and quickly secreted it back into the folds of his robes. "You're getting good at flinging spells again," Potter offered, an utterly uninvited observation. Snape scowled, already irritated by this uninvited intrusion, and attempted malicious damage. I do not need your idle comments. No, really, I really do admire your tenacity, Potter continued, not seeming to get the message. I can't even imagine where I'd be if I'd lost my dueling, quaffle-throwing, snitch-catching hand. Out of a job, for one, Snape muttered uncharitably as he unpacked his box of fresh brew into a specially stasis-enchanted storage crate, one bottle at a time. Snape had not yet felt confident enough with his spell casting to charm the bottles into their spots, having no longer possessing the finesse of spell casting to handle delicate glass. Here, allow me, Potter offered as he stepped beside Snape, and with both hands began to unpack. Snape didn't even have the energy to rebuke the man. What are you doing here, Potter? I had been hoping it'd be another week before I had to see you. Yeah, I really hadn't planned to visit again this holiday break, Potter agreed, making short work of the task and snapping shut the lid of the enchanted trunk without even being asked to. But you know, I heard word of what's happened to Minerva. I'd thought to come by to give my condolences. That doesn't explain why you are in my office. Potter grimaced, then kicked back into Snape's seat with a sigh. I just needed a place to sort of hide out for a bit, you know. I've never seen McGonagall so upset. Perhaps the reason is that her brother has just died, Snape uttered dryly, causing Potter to flush as if realizing the stupidity of the direction of his pondering. Yeah, I get that. I know why she's upset, and she's got every reason to be. But she's always been solid as a rock, you know. And I've never seen her not solid as a rock. Potter trailed off, no doubt unable to process the direction of his own ramblings. He suddenly sighed with a hint of finality, collapsing back in his chair, falling into an uncharacteristic silence. Snape stood awkwardly by the door for a moment, trying to find a polite way to voice his sentiments. If you have already delivered your condolences to Minerva, I do not see the reason why you should still be hiding in my office when there is a perfectly serviceable flu network connected to my fireplace. And yet, for what Snape would have once replied to Potter's grievances, this was positively civil. Yeah, Marley and I are gonna have a good cry about it tonight. For now I just need to recharge between people, you know, Potter muttered, burying his head in his hands. I've just got a bit much on the plate at the moment. The war, I haven't seen Remus in months. I don't even know if he's alive or dead. The wedding, planning's been a nightmare. And my parents, they're dying, you know, Mum and Dad. His voice cracked as he spoke, sending a jolt of discomfort through Snape as he watched. This was another fate to be, the ending of the Potter bloodline. The reason why the only blood relative left to that orphan child of another lifetime was to be petulant Petunia. I still don't see why you're bothering me. Not when your precious Black is still available and utterly unengaged with his miserly contributions to the war. Enthusiasm was all that man was good for. That, and another body to throw at the enemy. Potter straightened in his seat, his eyes staring through his fingers and his slightly askew glasses. You know, you're right. I can go and offload all this on Sirius. He's heard it all from me before. I just thought maybe that you and I, you know, were past this. We're not friends, came Snape's automatic reply. Potter sighed, leaning back into Snape's chair. No, I suppose we're not, he uttered, sounding almost defeated. Snape hesitated by the door, intending to step out and leave the boy to his sulk, but against better wisdom he felt compelled to stay. Empathy was a new tool in his Slytherin bag of tricks, but there was honestly no reason for him to apply it to one such as Potter. No reason. Your wedding should not be in that list. Excuse me. Potter lifted his head, his expression so blank Snape actually believed he might not have caught what was clearly said. I said, your wedding should not be on that list. That list of stress and angst in your life. Potter frowned, but the corners of his lips lifted into a meek smile. It wasn't stressful for you. Snape paused, his brows knitted together, remembering all the second-guessing he had done for himself all the way up to the altar, and beyond even. Perhaps then, I just wished someone would have told me that there was nothing awaiting me at that altar that deserved so many nights of lost sleep. That tired smile turned cheeky. Perhaps that should have been Snape's first warning, a comment on your love life. But that cheeky smile was wiped straight off when Snape turned straight for the door to leave. Okay. I'm sorry. You set yourself right up for that one, but I'm sorry. I should have resisted, Potter offered apologetically. And you're right, I love Marlene. It's just a special day, you know. I want everything to go right. You're talking to the wrong person about perfect weddings, Snape muttered, remembering how destitute his own had been. Potter grinned, perhaps remembering too under what circumstances the head boy and girl had tied the knot. Potter sighed, leaning back in the chair, the corners of his lips upturned in a tired smile. Thanks, Snape. Decent of you to give me a pep talk. Don't make a habit of needing one. Especially not from me, Snape snapped, utterly done with counseling duties for the day. The smile on Potter receded as a contemplative shadow fell over the young man's eyes. You're not a bad person at all. I honestly don't even remember why I thought that you were to begin with. Prejudice against Slytherins, Snape answered flatly. Potter's head dropped as he chuckled into his chest. I was a real arse, wasn't I? Rhetorical, Snape jibed, but with a softened point. No longer was malice the driving force between them. Their relationship was no longer that of nemesis or rivals. Instead, it had transformed to a discomforting unknown. Another tired smile flitted across Potter's face. My wedding is in just a couple weeks now, Snape. I'd like you to come. Because adding one more into the catering list on short notice is absolutely another stress you're all too happy to moan about, Snape muttered sardonically. But Potter did not even blink at the notion. I'll personally ensure there's a spot reserved for you. I haven't agreed to anything. Regardless. A moment passed in silence. Snape struggled to find a rebuke. He turned away unable to find a way to rebuke an invitation offered so sincerely, nor able to understand why he cared. But even as his hand rested upon the handle of the door with every intention of escaping this discomfort, he paused, feeling obligated to offer an answer. Then I will come. Snape waited for no response, striding forth from the room and fuming with his inexplicable decision. But the mystery was only in his own stubbornness, for he knew the reason why. Time that once refused to wash away his guilt had worn his heart weary of its bitterness. It was not the sins that time could heal, for no past could be rewritten, but forgiveness was not the wound, but the stitches. Snape was done picking at those scabs. He was done gnawing at his wounds. His own pride had bled him for long enough. Time had its own flavor of mortal irony, and though Snape could still find no forgiveness for himself, he found no fuel left for his hatred. There were far greater atrocities in his world left to haunt him than the actions of a boy long since paid with apologies. And though, like time, apologies did not wipe away the debt of sin, that debt was not one that Snape cared to pay with bitterness any longer. With the most difficult brew behind them, so too did Snape's excuses for engaging in his wayward student's company. Though appointments were set for a few simple brews for Snape's personal cabinets, Snape had run out of reason to engage the young Crouch daily, lest his already far-fetched excuses bordered on the suspicious, or even worse, the needy. With paper in hand, Snape had thought to retire to the staff room to catch the last of the west-setting sun. His own office and board were located in the East Towers, and thus were suboptimal for afternoon lounging, especially in the light-poor months of winter. Part of the reason, too, was the chance of encountering Lily, for she was naturally drawn to hubs of social interactions. From the conversations they'd had during meals and what brief snippets of time they'd managed to find to spend together, Snape understood she had spent a majority of it socializing with the denizens of the castle, getting to know the lay of the land and relearning her old professors as co-workers, a problem Snape knew quite personally, for he had spent his 2 lifetimes flipping his mind from student to professor, oftentimes in rather rapid succession. Turning his way of thinking had been far easier at the cusp of his new life. With his full arsenal of well-practiced skills in espionage, Snape had been able to condition himself rapidly to the mindset of a student. 2 years on, and occasions that needed mental fortitude were few and far between, and his decline in adaptive discipline showed it. But concession to his abstract familiarity was far more preferable a reasoning for his distance. For the truth was in his final year of life, after usurping the seat of the headmaster, he had felt he had lost his right to kinship. This was not because he felt any blame for his own actions, for he had long absolved himself for doing what he had to for the sake of protecting the school and those in his charge. But still, he could not shake off the memory of the despise upon faces of those he had once considered friends. It was easier to think of them as strangers than those that thought him a traitor. There was a silence in the staff room today, a silence that usually only came from a room with few souls seated within. It was not uncommon for school staff to take a break from school grounds during the holiday period. Many professors took this time to visit family and friends or take brief respites abroad. Few teachers were needed at the school, for there were fewer students to supervise. The ones who remained were those professors who had no families to return to or with circumstances where they could not leave, such as Kettleburn, who was, quite happily, overseeing the incubation of a batch of moke eggs. They had been laid rather too early in the year to be expected to survive without assistance and required expert care lest they got overlooked when they shrank and slipped through the straw in their nesting box. Often, though, it was only the heads of houses that stayed, save perhaps Slughorn, who might contrive one reason or another to flit away to a warmer part of the world. Professor Kettleburn sat in an armchair by the fire, his wooden legs tucked under him lest they wander too close to the grate. On his knees, an orange cat curled up, comfortably dozing against the stroking of his obliging hands, one of the many that had laid a claim to a member of staff in the castle. Hovering by another chair was Binns, haunting the spot that he died, a commonly observed occurrence among spectres that Snape had long chalked down to some ghostly obligation. The only other soul in the room sat across from Kettleburn, a book in hand, a calico-patterned cat in her lap, and a tabby curled up by her side. Minerva McGonagall had an affinity for cats, as if her animagus and patroness forms had left any room for doubt. A number of the felines on school grounds belonged to her, at least 7 by the time Snape had taken up residence in the headmaster's office. But given the early days of this lifetime, her numbers were within the realms of sanity. 3 seemed an approachable guess, given the number of furry bodies currently in attendance. Cautious sunshine streamed through the frosted window, white sunlight mingling with the orange glow from the roaring fireplace. Snape sat himself in one of the armchairs a space away from the Gryffindor head and her pile of cats, his newspaper grasped in his one hand as he hesitated. He had not yet given his condolences, not a calculated act on his part, nor one he had actively remedied. Before this lifetime, Snape would have never dreamed of broaching upon another's mourning, just as none would have expected of him. Empty words, that was all they were, pitying remarks by one who shared not a fraction of the pain. But he had once offered his condolences to Lily. He had justified his stake in her pain, and took to heart her father's passing, for he felt keenly his own negligence upon the man's death. But Lily had never asked him of his reasoning, never rebuked his offered words, for that was all they were, and all that he could give. And to her, it seemed to give a measure of comfort, a social norm that most subscribed to, and one that Snape had never before felt compelled to join. But for Minerva McGonagall, he felt condemned by his silence. Though he had never considered her a friend, or indeed anyone in that lifetime, she had been a colleague he had deeply respected during a time he had rarely respected anyone. "I heard of what happened to your family, Minerva. For what it's worth, I am sorry," Snape offered, his words stumbling from his lips awkwardly, not quite sure exactly what he was apologizing for. He hadn't known her brother. His death meant little to nothing to Snape. How then could he even begin to speak of her loss when he knew not even enough to conceptualize it? McGonagall's eyes raised from her book, meeting his own. "Thank you, Severus. I appreciate the thought." Because a thought was all that amounted to be, acknowledging words that were so utterly meaningless, for no one could know even a fraction of her pain. But perhaps that wasn't entirely true. Snape knew the pain of loss keenly. That the loss was felt by another for another should not render the pain any different. The memory of that pain still clenched his heart, but the thorns no longer pierced so deeply. Wounds upon his heart he had thought would never heal. They ached, but pained, but no longer so sharply. No longer the ruin of the man that he was. "If there is anything I can do for you, just ask," Snape offered, in a voice muted but sincere. "I will do what I'm able." McGonagall smiled as if somehow appreciating Snape's clumsy condolences. "Thank you, Severus. I'll be certain to think of you should anything come to mind." "Something comes to my mind," Kettleburn uttered suddenly, bringing his clawed hand pointed upwards as if in inspiration. "We have one furry guest present in need of a lap." The cat in question raised his head as if somehow realizing its comfort was up for negotiation. "Do you mind animals, Severus?" McGonagall asked in an utterly serious tone. This did not feel like an ideal time to be brutally honest. "I don't dislike them," he lied through gritted teeth, already cringing at the thought of cat hair. The new year was on the horizon, and with it was ushered in the year of 1979, the year the momentum of the war would shift in a violent way. This was the year the Order lost the bulk of its fighting force, and the Ministry would fall to chaos by treachery from within. But pessimism for the future was not what tonight was about. This was a night of rare joy, a night that could not be eclipsed by the fear of what was to be. It was 1 year to the day Snape had joined his life with his one love, and for all the practical lack of sentimentality Snape boasted, he would not allow this day to pass without note. He planned his day around a small reprieve in the evening, a dinner date for two, a simple gesture to mark the date as remembered. He had even dropped in a note to the kitchens to have a meal sent to the room, along with a fresh bouquet of out-of-season flowers, enchanted beyond a question. Simple gifts, for her tastes were not extravagant, and he knew little of the beauty or function of gems and stones. But there was one meeting he could not reschedule for the night. As dinner wrapped up, Snape excused himself, quoting his nightly appointments with Dumbledore as his reasoning. He saw his wife's face fall, disappointment painted upon it, but understanding as well. Their brief moment together tonight was all he could afford between his vying duties, one to the future of a soul fighting to stay on the path of light, and another to himself, his duty to pursue any hope, no matter how slim. With a gentle kiss, Snape excused himself, his tone apologetic but his heart holding nervous hope. As weeks leading up to this evening, hints of a miracle were starting to peak in results. And tonight, too, that hint came from Albus Dumbledore himself, sent by way of house elf. A parchment had been delivered to Snape as he sat for his evening meal. On it was scrawled only one sentence: "I have found a solution." Chapter 77, Whole Once More. Chapter text: There was a taste of anticipation in the air, one almost indistinguishable from the powerful magic that thrummed through the circular office in which Snape sat. Snape braced his elbow against the dark mahogany wood, his arm braced upon a cushion-laid perch, so the twisted flesh upon the end of his arm angled upwards. The wound had long stopped aching, the closed flesh resulting in a mess of white scarred tissue to round off the end of his shortened limb. The phantom hand that taunted Snape whenever he would reach out unthinkingly with the limb tingled even more tonight. Anticipation manifest. The headmaster sat bowed over a tome, its white pages thick with black ink. Carefully, he drew his wand across the page of his tome, magic curling the edges of the paper inwards. With his trailing wand tip, he lifted an image affixed to a page with a ritual of magic etched in ink. A skeletal form lifted from the page. A hand stripped of flesh, lovingly crafted to perfect measurements and likeness of its true counterpart. Images that had been exactingly transcribed from medical tomes from the Muggle world. Snape had found this decision to source knowledge from the Muggle world to be queer, but Dumbledore felt nothing of the sort. The headmaster had explained that though healers too had their own knowledge of anatomy, it was far less in depth than that of their Muggle counterparts. Those unfortunate souls who compensated for their lack of magic with diligence. They delved deep into the sciences behind the world so that they could form rationalizations that allowed them to explain the arcane away. Of all his eccentricities, one could never accuse the man's thoughts to be lacking in reasoning. That skeletal hand affixed itself to Snape's maimed limb, dangling without rigging and support. Then the flesh began to lace itself onto the fixture, muscle fibers and ligaments weaving a form around that skeletal scaffolding before a shimmering likeness of skin covered that meticulously replicated faux hand, one that had been slowly stitched together by weeks of trial and error. But where those attempts had failed, Snape felt a difference this time. He felt it before the spell had fully taken anchor. The sensation of movement felt in a limb long thought divorced from that sensation. With an impossible ease, Snape watched those silver fingers curl into a fist, moved by not but will and the flexing of muscles in his forearm seldom used in recent months. He drew back his arm along the perch, feeling the sensation of the cushion's softness crawl slowly up his newly formed forearm, up his wrist and across his palms. His silver fingers trailed lightly across the object, tracing the form with such relish. "You did it," Snape whispered under his breath, hardly daring to believe. The headmaster gave a soft nod, but his eye was bereft of his twinkle. Without the need to carve it from your soul, this conjured hand encases it, giving it a place to nest once more. The magic was designed to bridge the soul and this magical manifestation of the physical. Dumbledore set aside his wand, exhaustion seeming to take him. He removed his half-moon glasses and ran a hand across his eyes, as if trying to dispel the weariness. My finest achievement in the field of transfiguration, and my only contribution to the noble vocation of healing. And sadly, the only goodness in the world to have ever been born of Tom's brilliant mind. Snape did not comment. His eyes would not leave his conjured limb, his silver fingers curling and flexing to his will. Though its motion was clumsy, and its sensation was dull like it had been dipped in a numbing solution, it was a sensation long thought forgot. I will need to rebind the spell once a week. Precautionary, for now, until we find out how long a conjuration of this complexity lasts, Dumbledore instructed, his blue eyes hard as crystals as he peered through the glasses he replaced onto the bridge of his crooked nose. There are still 1,000 improvements that could be made, 1,000 possibilities to explore, but alas, no time to delve. There is one last task to be done before I commit to the final push. A soft smile appeared upon Dumbledore's lips. The end of this war is but one Horcrux away, provided no more is created, and we both know one more is possible. Snape's mind drew back to the present, his silver conjured fingers curled up with the tension those words conjured in his mind. Have you yet found a solution? I may have, though it brings me little joy, Dumbledore uttered, his voice softened, hushed, almost as if the very thought bled joy from his world. Snape drew himself up in his seat, bracing himself for the burden of his debts. What do you require of me? But Dumbledore merely shook his head. I have asked you to sacrifice much, Severus, over 2 lifetimes. It is my turn to face my own burdens. Slowly, the headmaster stood and turned, reaching out to stroke the crown of his perched phoenix. The crimson creature bowed his head into the headmaster's touch, a low trill emerging from its throat. Lush tones that stirred fires within Snape's heart. Courage has always been the emblem of Gryffindor. Dumbledore uttered so quietly he might not have intended it for anyone but himself. Will that my own be worthy of that creed? Lily wiped away the fog from the surface of the bathroom mirror with a muttered cast of a spell and a wave of her hand, revealing to herself the sum total of her new nightwear. This is so risque. A nervous giggle escaped from her lips, both aghast and giddy at how brazen her attire was. A boudoir set ordered from a sensual shop in France, one of a less than reputable nature. Racy brazier and knickers adorned her form, a ruby-colored set barely hidden under an equally colored lacy chemise that stopped short at her upper thigh. Clothes that covered just enough to toe the line of definitive nudity. Lily had originally ordered this to wear as a Christmas gift to Severus, but after the initial unboxing of the attire, Lily's audaciousness faltered. This style was so out of step with her norm that she immediately shoved it all back into its packaging and banished it into the back of her closet, only toying with the idea come Christmas and being spared the decision by way of inability to hold her drink. But with their anniversary and Severus, surprise in the form of that oh-so-sweet dinner date, Lily's thoughts turned to what she could contribute. And lo and behold, her mind turned to the saucy underthings she had hidden in behind her racks of hanging robes. Tendrils of steam seeped into the winter's night air through the lacy red fabric she wore. Her skin, flushed from the near-scalding bath, was fully visible through the semi-opaque material. Outside, a flurry billowed against the shuttered windows, its frosty draught cutting through the heavy steam and prickling her heated skin. It's too cold for this, isn't it? Muttered to herself, trying to convince that was the reason she was losing her nerve, and not the embarrassment that was prickling at her cheeks. As bold as she was in the bedroom, there was just something unreasonably lewd about hopping in dressed like a rent girl, not to mention how little Severus appreciated the comparison. No, this really wasn't going to work. But just as Lily came to that conclusion, she heard the grating sound of moving wall announcing the poorness of her decision-making and their timing. "Who is it?" Lily called, scrambling for her bathrobes and cursing herself for not bringing herself a change of fresh, regular underwear. There was a pause in movement beyond her door before humour answered in the form of her husband's voice. "Were you not expecting me to return?" Lily emerged from the bathroom in a puff of steam, her blush mercifully hidden by her still flushed skin. Well, you didn't exactly give me a time frame. One of the reasons her little voyeuristic venture turned out to be so ill-timed. Severus stood by the door to their bedroom, hovering awkwardly just beyond the frame. Lily paused too, a little confused by how Severus was holding himself. "Is everything all right?" Lily asked, taking a hesitant step towards her husband, feeling the cold keenly around her bare legs. She couldn't quite place why it struck her as so odd, but he looked as if he was trying to hide his wounded arm behind his back, despite his black cloak still slung about his shoulders, shielding most of that arm from sight. A strange smile touched Severus' lips, like he was privy to a little secret that nobody else knew. "I have something I wish to show you, but first I'll need you to close your eyes." Lily did as she was bade, curiosity tugging at her eyelids. "Don't peek," Severus admonished as she felt him stepping close. She felt his palm brush against her cheek, the coolness of his wedding band pressing against her still-flushed skin. She felt his lips on hers, a soft kiss, almost playful in its motion, his fingers trailing playfully into the still-damp hair tucked behind her ears. "Something to show me, huh?" Lily thought to herself as she smiled against his insistent lips, feeling quite playful at this obvious misdirection. But a second touch shocked that smile from her face. A cool brush against her hand, what felt like fingertips stroking the inside of her palm. Lily almost leapt away, eyes wide in disbelief, but found her hand caught in a grasp, an impossible grasp. Holding her own was the silvery form of a hand, replicated in perfect proportions to what once was Severus' true limb. Silver fingers curled around her own, fingers upon a hand that should not exist. "Is that a prosthetic?" Lily breathed, her eyes wide, and unable to be torn away from this miraculous apparition. "A gift from Dumbledore," Severus said by way of answer, as he pushed up his sleeve and showing Lily where the scarred border of his flesh ended and where the silvery apparition began. He released her hand, curled his fingers into a ball before unfurling and flexing them, showing the breathtaking mobility of this foreign limb. Lily reached out to grasp a hold of it with both hands, turning it in her palm. It glowed a soft, silvery white, painting her palms with its fey light. His glowing skin felt cool against hers, its form firm but malleable, like flesh, but also unlike it in every way. "Is this a conjured hand?" Lily asked, wincing at how stupid that question sounded, for there existed no such thing in the realm of transfiguration. But even as she stared at its form, as she felt its unnatural texture paired with its flesh-like consistency, she could think of nothing else it could be. But then his fingers moved in her grasp, brushing his fingertips gently across the palm of the inquisitive hand she held him with, a touch that sent a tingle up her spine. "There's more," whispered Severus into her ear. He stepped back, slipping his ghostly yet corporeal hand from hers. With a slow, deliberate draw, Severus' wand emerged from his sleeves, held between those silvery fingers, aloft in that impassible hand, poised so expectantly. Expecto Patronum. That silver doe, their love molded to the form of that graceful creature, bound forth and swept through their room. Powerful magic cast by a hand she thought no magic was to ever grace again. Lily felt her heart shudder. Joy prickling with a myriad of emotions took her heart. Heart tears prickled her eyes as she leapt forth to take her husband in an embrace. Severus, her Severus, was whole once more. The life she had feared taken from him by the cruelty that excised in this world was once again his own to make, more of a miracle than she could have ever asked for. She laughed a husky laugh, so breathless with unfettered joy. She felt both his hands wrap around her torso, his newly formed fingers pressing into her back, causing the yet-to-be properly adjusted straps of the barely existent bra she wore to cut into her shoulders. She flushed from that sudden reminder, a blush she could not dispel from her cheeks when Severus pulled back to meet her eyes once more. His smile faltered, his demeanor changed, perhaps misinterpreting the color in her face for a change in mood. With his glowing hand, he lifted her hand to his lips, gracing the back of her fingers with a gentle kiss, his intense eyes never leaving hers. Lily couldn't help the small smile that escaped onto her lips. Coupled with her growing blush, she was sending off entirely the right signals to him, it seemed. His hand left hers, his shimmering fingers brushing her damp hair behind her ear, causing the strands to light up with a fiery glow. Are you thinking about how these fingers might feel against your skin? He asked, stroking those fey fingers down the back of her neck. She shivered, blushing harder. Well, now I am, she uttered, unable to fight off a mischievous smile. With a flick of his hand, the one made of flesh, he threw off his cloak in one attractive motion. He leant forward, pressing both hands to either side of her face as he took her in a kiss. Lily pressed forward, eager for the affection, but her hands flew nervously to the knot of her bathrobes. She murmured nervously when the kiss broke, not quite knowing how to subtly excuse herself from this situation to go change and still return to the same atmosphere. But Severus seemed oblivious to her internal struggles. His wandering hands drifted down her body, playfully teasing her fingers away from the knot of her bathrobes. I should warn you, I'm not decent under here, Lily muttered, flushing as she spoke. Severus pulled back, his black brows arched. I would be disappointed if you were. That earned a giggle from her and loosened the knot of self-consciousness in her stomach. But a metaphorical knot was not the only one loosened. Though evidently unpracticed in its motion, Severus' fingers were still nimble enough to undo Lily's loosely tied knot. As he met her lips once more, she felt the robes slip from her shoulders and the cold air hit her body. Nothing she was wearing protected her from the cutting chill of winter. His hand fell upon her waist, no doubt expecting to find flesh, but instead the feel of unfamiliar fabric gave him immediate pause. Severus pulled back, eyes widening as he set them upon her. She felt his hands travel down her thighs, his eyes following suit, his lips parted but no words came. She felt his fingers slide up her body, pressing against the cloth so it trailed up along with it. Happy anniversary, Lily offered with a shy smile and burning cheeks. Those black eyes suddenly met hers, burning so intensely she was momentarily caught off guard. She felt herself suddenly upon the mattress, his lips finding hers in eager passion. Giggles tore forth, giddy from relief and amusement. With that result she wrested control from her nervousness and his insistent hands. With one firm push she broke their kiss. He drew back, black eyes still glinting in the candlelight as his fingers paused upon the hem of her frock. Two things, she whispered to him, words he hung on to with undivided focus. One, you're a bit overdressed. She breathed, her fingers tracing unsteadily a button upon his robes. Two, I'm freezing. Severus drew back, his brows arched. She giggled nervously as the tension popped, her fingers and toes numb from the cold. There were few things less sexy than shivering in a huddled ball. Morning brought with it only a trickle of murky grey light spilling from the crack between the thick curtains, mingling with the gentle glow of embers from the banked fireplace. But where that touch of light did little to dispel the darkness of the room, Lily's waking motions brought a release of a soft silver glow from within the thickness of her shared blanket. Lily stretched, rousing with the morning. She cracked open one eye, gazing across the bed at the still form of her husband and the soft glow that diffused from the gap in the blanket between them. It was a rare morning where she arose before Severus. Peeling back the blanket slightly, Lily stared at the gentle light emanating from within. Her bleary eyes stared at the conjured hand, its existence unfathomable. She had been so frightened the whole night was but a dream that she woke repeatedly throughout the night. But then she would find that gentle glow when she peeled back the blankets and feel all that much more reassured. She withdrew into the blankets as she observed his form, lit by the soft glow of his hand. His torso pale in the white light, more so than it ordinarily was. The gentle light that touched his skin reached only to his mid-chest and crept down to his dark shorts. He always insisted on wearing at least a pair of shorts as he slept, no matter the temperature or activities leading up to bedtime. Thwarted my chance to perv. Lily thought to herself with a stifled giggle. With a slow, softened motion, Lily reached for her husband's hand, pausing on the brink of contact. He slept so lightly, she was certain he would wake at her barest touch. She could never truly tell if he was awake or asleep, unless nightmares gripped him and he tossed and turned. In those moments, she would stroke his hair and whisper reassurances in his ear, reminders that she was alive, and quickly he would settle to his stillness. Surrendering to her morning ministrations, Lily arose from the warmth of her blankets and emerged grudgingly to a chilly winter's morning. With a silent wave of her hand, she beckoned the banked fire forth from the grate, eliciting a gush of warmth into the room. She shivered as her bare feet touched the ground, the cold air cutting right through the lacy chemise that did nothing to keep the heat in. Somehow, she felt more naked wearing it than not. Severus, it seemed, had managed to work around it so that it was the only piece she had on. He must be magic, Lily thought with a giggle. She shrugged out of the garment and made a note to discard it in the laundry basket stowed in the bathroom. Though the elves did not need a basket to tell them which clothing needed laundering, Lily had always thought putting the clothes together in one spot for them was only the neighborly thing to do. Not that any of the clothes from the previous night had found their way into that basket, yet they had still somehow found themselves laundered and folded upon the base of their bed. The thought of the state the elves must have found the room in was worthy of a shudder. It was as she was distracted by the thought that Lily felt an unexpected touch upon her thigh, one that sent her leaping forward in a half-hop. "Oh, Save, you startled me," she huffed as her heart raced a mile a minute. She turned to find Save sprawled across the bed, his silver hand reached out where he had touched her, but he had not turned his eyes upwards to acknowledge his lascivious touch. Instead, he stared at her hips with such intent she had to glance down to confirm she hadn't sprouted a tail. Instead, what she found was a bruise, dark and angry upon her thigh, its positioning, as to the finger-shaped bruises that trailed onto her rear, suggestive as to why it might have been incurred. "Overzealous, weren't you?" Lily asked, more amused than anything. Severus could not look more bashful when he finally met her eyes. His silver fingers curled into a tightened fist before unfurling again, no words passed his lips. "It doesn't hurt," Lily reassured him, before hurrying to her cupboard to find something to cover it. Shrugging on her thick woolen bathrobes, Lily grabbed a set of underwear, one that could keep out the cold and function as clothing. "Sorry," Save's voice lanced through the room. "My hand is new, and I had been without its use for months. I should have known better than to trust my grasp." "Oh, stop being over-dramatic," Lily answered with a roll of her eyes. She stepped forward and pecked him on the brow, brushing aside his hair so that their eyes could meet. "I appreciate your concern, though next time I squeeze your butt." She grinned so cheekily as she stepped through to the bathroom, knowing the exact look of mild scandal that would have followed behind. Lateness was commonplace for some, but so unusual for others that it was cause for alarm. Bartemius Crouch sat in the latter half of that assessment, such that when he was 5 minutes late to their appointed session, Snape immediately stepped to the door, ready to set out in search for him. But instead, he had found the boy standing framed in the door just on the other side, eyes widened in surprise, as if he had not expected the door to open before he was well and ready. Without a word, Snape stepped aside and allowed the boy to hurry inside. "I had expected you here 5 minutes ago," the professor chastised despite rationality telling him to let it go, but thought was unable to win over instinctive annoyance that always reared when his schedule was marred by the tardiness of others. "I didn't know if I was needed," came the mumbled reply. Snape's brow arched. "I had not been aware I had said anything to indicate otherwise." Crouch scowled as he unpacked his brewing kit, muttering under his breath. "What was that?" Snape prompted. Crouch, still unable to meet Snape's eyes, replied, "You have your hand now. Why would you need me?" Snape glanced down to his new glowing appendage. Evidently it had been hard to miss even from the students' gallery at the breakfast table. The professors had certainly noticed, as Snape had been forced to field a number of questions at the high table. Kettleburn had a particular vested interest, having been whittled down to his last limb, while Poppy Pomfrey demanded an afternoon appointment and refused to accept his protests. There was ardent staring when Snape deigned to wield a spoon in his right for the first time in passing months. The lifelike veracity of his limb was beyond question. Without even an upwards glance, Crouch trudged over to the table and began to unpack his equipment in a careless manner unbefitting the ordinarily meticulous young man. "If you take issue with assisting me, do not by any means feel obliged," Snape said with an edge to his voice. There was just something about a petulant child that brushed Snape all the wrong ways. Crouch must have noticed his professor's tone, because he glanced up before quickly averting his eyes again, his demeanor suddenly nervous. I don't understand why I'm here. You don't need an assistant. With your hand back, you're as good as Slughorn in potions." "Better, I would think," Snape uttered, a little incensed to have been compared to that slothful educator whose jolly teaching manner was all a show to mask his lackaday in the subject. But you are mistaken in one assertion. Snape raised his glowing silver hand and took Crouch's silver knife from his side of the table. This hand is not my hand. My hand I could control by instinct. This hand still fights my will. He took the blade to a sprig of lavender, paring off the flowers with a motion far slower than he had ever done in his life. His knife tip shook as he pressed it down into the stalk and split it across, wincing as the two parts came out skewed and uneven. It will take time for me to master the fine motions, but for the moment I am not half the potioneer I once was. I still require your assistance, if you would be so kind as to give it. Snape had expected to see pity in the boy's eyes. He had braced himself for that hated expression. But Crouch, instead, looked away. Shame, the only expression upon his features. He returned to his equipment, setting it up with far more care taken, not even glancing up when his silver knife was placed back in front of him, freshly cleaned of recent use. Snape braced his silver hand upon the desk, feeling the abstract smoothness of lacquered wood under his metaphysical fingers. The sensation of touch was muted. That was the best way to describe it. Pressure, heat, and cold were all present, though like looking at a scene through frosted glass, the sensation was somehow divorced from his reality. The movement in the limb, though perfectly adequate in terms of gross motor function, would tremble when finesse was required. But despite Snape's complaints, simply having a limb was already a vast improvement. Everything else could be learnt with time and patience. Qualities within the possession of a Slytherin. The fact was, the basic Wiggenweld potion Snape had tasked Crouch to brew for him would have been a good place to start. He would have been able to practice his fine motor skills on a potion that was difficult to bungle, and had an indicator of error distinct enough that, should he bungle it, he would not humiliatingly poison himself. Without any more preamble, young Crouch had the cauldron on the flame, the water slowly bubbling up to a workable temperature as he finished off prepping the relatively short list of simple ingredients that was destined to go into this stomach-settling tonic. The young Ravenclaw was efficient in his craft, able to juggle several proficiencies in the craft Snape could immediately pick and appreciate. I still believe your talents lie with the cauldron and the vial. Do you truly have no interest in this path? Snape asked, his assertions genuine if not the reason why he had asked. The whole point of this potioneering exercise was not about crafting these simple items for use. Snape's personal stores had been well cared for by Lily, who had taken her role as teaching aide in the potions department with as much dedication as Slughorn had for his drinks. Opportunities to converse became easier to find with potions that did not boil over at the bat of an eye. Though well versed in the art of conversation, having had to navigate a social scene of far higher class in his lifetime, those interactions had had purpose, every word carefully constructed and laden with double entendre. The game of the snake pit taken to grand fore. Before now, Snape had had little cause to learn the art of benign chit-chat, his initial conversations with Crouch displaying that fault distinctly. Especially on topics of home life, his own childhood experiences in his home life groomed an inexpert tact. Several severely awkward starts later, Snape had learnt not to lead with that topic, rather leaning into it if it emerged in the conversation by natural means. Thankfully, Crouch was not as evasive a soul as Snape was. He settled easily into conversation, almost inclined to share his thoughts. Eager, even, as if he had been waiting for a person to show the slightest interest in him. Crouch raised his eyes, a small smile tugging at his lips. I've been thinking about it since the last we spoke. I don't hate the idea. Well, that would be the first time Snape had managed to sway someone's thinking without any need of subterfuge. It's just not very glamorous. Well, that answer deserved several raised eyebrows. Is it fame you seek? No, not really, no. I mean not fame. There are famous potioneers after all. That's not what I was after. Crouch glanced up, his grimace awkward. I want to be an aura. Does your father wish it of you? Snape asked, for every oddity that spouted from that boy stemmed from that source. Crouch set down his silver knife and released his bundle of lavender sprigs as if centering himself for the explanation to come. No, not wish it. He's never said anything of that sort, and I'm not trying to impress him or anything. He trailed off. You wish to stand equal to him. Snape finished in an even voice. Crouch flinched. I know. It sounds stupid. It sounds like your frustrations with your father are spurring your decisions. The young man winced, ducking his eyes as if turning back to his work, but the clumsy fashion by which he handled his tools belayed the direction of his mind. But Snape had not meant his words as a chastisement. I would not call that stupidity. I'm not one to comment about such struggles, given what I had done rebelling against the memory of my father. A gentle nod to that far-spread misinformation about his own dalliance with the dark side. A cunning ploy to reinforce this shared association of their past, and an attempt that was not lost on the young man. Right. Yeah, I get it. I don't want to go that far. Then, take a step back for a moment and consider this for yourself. Do you actually want to take on the mantle of an aura? There is no career more seeped in danger, Snape urged, uncertain as to why he was attempting to dissuade Crouch from this path. Though ill-advised, the decision did not affect Snape in any way, shape, or form. You sound like my mother. Those muttered words fell from Crouch's lips unbidden, it seemed, for he blanched, realizing he had no way to take them back. Snape frowned, his silver hand curled into a fist unbidden. Ordinarily, he had a firm grasp of his tells, but he and his new hand had a lot to become acquainted with. So you have spoken of this with your family. Yeah, and Mum's not exactly thrilled by the danger, Crouch muttered, his one loving parent still holding sway in his heart. But she was not the parent Bartemius Crouch hinged his decision on. And what of your father? Snape asked, watching the sheepishness flicker from the boy's face and a low simmering anger bubble from beneath his blank expression. He couldn't give a Murtlap's arse, the young Ravenclaw muttered, barely able to suppress the scowl from beneath his facade. Not proud, not worried, just looked at me and scoffed, like he didn't think I have it in me. Belittlement. Snape knew the feeling. He knew what it was like to have a father that made him feel small. Do you actually want this path in life, or is your desire purely to spite your father? Snape asked, unable to stop his silver hand from tapping nervously upon the table. A tell that no doubt caught Crouch's attention, for the boy's grey eyes drew to the ethereal limb. It's one thing to pursue this path by your own drive, but spite will not be the motivation that will carry you across that difficult terrain. You don't think I can do it either, Crouch accused, his voice coloring with the anger that had been simmering. Taking a metaphorical step back, Snape recomposed himself. This was not the approach to take, not the right fight to pick. This matter did not involve him. Except that it did. Despite all that he knew of what this boy would become, perhaps due to it, Snape had found himself far too invested. That the boy might choose to enter the war on the side of the light should not have rung any alarm bells, but it had, and perhaps not for the right reasons. I don't doubt you could stand your ground as an aura. I know that you could, for a fact, do very well as one. Not in the least spoken with a hint of irony, knowing exactly how well the young man had passed off as Mad-Eye Moody, that he had somehow subverted the legendary vigilance of the aura and caught him unawares spoke volumes of the potential that he held. You have a quick dueling hand, and I know firsthand you have notable ability in both potions and defense. I do not stand with your father in my objection. I stand with your mother. I do not wish to see you wasted on a path you do not even truly wish for yourself, and one that leads too often to an early grave. The fight drained from the student's face, along with much of his color. In this moment, he was nothing more than a lost young man. A man barely past childhood, struggling with the expectations of the world, of his mother, of his father, and of himself. Snape could not see in him the monster he would become, yet he knew it lurked in his future. The boy's turn to the darkness could have been nothing more than an act to spite his father. Change had instilled in him far more hope than was wise. Perhaps I am speaking out of place, for I am not your family, Mr. Crouch. If the path of an aura is truly what you wish of your future, I will make no more mention of this. But if in any way your reason is more about your father than yourself, then I beseech you, take pause and think. Think long and hard about your future, and whether you're ready to throw it all away in rebellion. Your father is an inexorable part of your past. Do you wish for his memory to chart your future as well? Snape fell silent, unable to find any other way to drive the message in any harder. He had expected in the ensuing silence that the young man would return with his own rebuttal, but none came. Crouch had turned away, His eyes turned insistently to the bundle of herbs he had sat down before taking back up his silver knife. The silence that followed gave pause to any thought of Snape's to broach the topic once more. Empathy was a terrible thing. To know the future, but not whether anything he did made a difference in the least. To watch a bright young man set upon a path that led deep into the darkness and be unable to do a damned thing about it. Snape had found a brand new appreciation for what Lily must have felt. Irony, too, was a terrible thing. Chapter 78. Closing a chapter. Chapter text tugging up his high collar, Snape found himself cursing for the umpteenth time at the rash promise he had made. It never occurred to Snape that Potter's wedding would be set in the dead of winter, on the strike of the new year. It figured. Too impatient to wait for spring, yet still eager to set their date upon one that was notable. Gryffindors had a way of subverting sense. Never mind that Snape had just celebrated his anniversary mere days prior, proving he held just as little sense in these matters. "Your hair, Save. You don't get to kick up your feet just yet, mister," Lily ordered from in front of the mirror in which she sat, already clad in beautiful swathing red robes. She was applying those powders and paints again, obscuring the pretty freckles that smattered her nose and cheeks, and altering her eyes and lips in ways they did not need. He wouldn't say the process detracted from her appearance. Rather, Lily was already a beautiful woman, and nothing she did enhanced her appearance. All her efforts only served to alter her appearance in a way that caused Snape to instinctively avert his eyes, as he would for any attractive stranger, lest he be thought to harbor lecherous thoughts. Though Snape had never expressed this aloud, he had noticed that his wife took to her products far more sparingly. Whether it was in deference to her husband's neurosis or due to her own adapting style, Snape found this a comfortable compromise. Stepping towards the waist-high cabinet mirror, and one that Snape often avoided, he emerged from behind Lily's shoulder to tidy his hair into its bundle. Lily's green eyes slid upwards from her own reflection to grace him with a painted smile. "Well, look at you, Mr. Handsome," she chirped, as she darkened the borders of her already beautiful eyes. An ironic observation to make as he stood side by side with a stunning reflection. Unable to look at himself any longer, Snape stepped away and seated himself on the edge of his bed and resolved to wait patiently. His silver fingers worked their way around the light-colored does embroidered into his sleeve. A gift from Dumbledore, both limb and garment had been. A literal manifestation of the debts he had accumulated with every step of this life. Snape could not help the sigh that loosened from his lips. No doubt the prospect of wasting a day of his precious new life on Potter had manifested itself in cynicism. "Well, what do you think?" Lily asked, allowing her flowing red robes to swirl about her feet as she stood. Snape drew out of his misery to turn an obedient eye to her beauty. She had her crimson mane trussed up into a loose bun, its neatness offset by mischievous strands she had allowed to dangle on either side before her ears. He could still see her freckles lightly beneath her powder, her eyes drawn large by the thickening of the lining of her eyes. Her full lips painted a crimson that was only a shade darker than the silk of her robes. "Like a dream manifest," he finally answered, unable to fight the smile that threatened his day of planned misery. "Always have to one-up me in the poetics, huh?" Lily mused as she summoned her cloak with a gesture. She had bought a thick, fur-lined, red-hooded winter's cloak that Snape had thought looked rather Christmas-themed. Given her timing, he rather thought it was on purpose. Resigned to his fate, Snape did the same, summoning his black cloak with a flick of the wand he held aloft in his new limb, savoring the ease of the magic he evoked. A feeling he had once thought lost. He caught the cloak with his shining hand and swept it about his shoulders, fastening the clasp firmly as he did so, reveling in the nimbleness of motion he had regained. He felt a gentle touch upon those ethereal fingers, a gentle hand laid upon his, pulling him close. He acquiesced, drawn into her offered kiss. Her fingers gripped in his. Her thoughts lay with his own, as too did her relief. "Severus," he heard her whisper. He drew away to meet her wide green eyes, watching that nervous smile flit across her features. I just remembered. Makeup stains everything it touches so, Snape glanced to the mirror and scowled at his darkened lips, now painted askew, and reaffirming his long-held belief that red was not his color no matter the context in which he wore it. The Potter's estate was everything Snape had expected from the wealthy and spoiled. To have a housing estate with lands attached expansive enough to host a wedding and reception. Snape scowled down the ceremonial hall that could only have been conjured from the floor up for this very purpose, for surely even the Potters were not so ostentatious as to have their own purpose-built ceremony hall fitted to their land. The long gilded pews were slowly filling in around Snape, who was forced to sit alone amongst crowds of those he barely knew the names of. His wife stood at the foot of the ceremonial tier, across from that obnoxious black, both in conversation with a wizard in a ceremonial garb of white. Preparation for their roles as best man and maid of honor, an arrangement that forced awkwardness to Snape's already rather regrettable day. He tore his eyes from his wife, lest his stares became too needy. With a wary eye, Snape glanced about the decorated hall, all white marble floors and plaster of Paris walls. Stone pillars reached upwards to a ceiling that, for all intents and purposes, must have been modelled off the Hogwarts Great Hall, for the clear blue sky stretched forth, but winter's wind was kept well away. The winter in the West Country was several degrees less desolate than that of the harsh Scottish mountains. The snow that swathed the countryside could not have been more than an inch thick. Even so, no snow laid upon the grounds on which the ceremony was held. No doubt the result of an enormous effort by the swarming force of serving elves tending to the event. Even now, those elves dressed in little bedsheets tied and painted to look like tuxedos stood at the door to the venue. As the guests came in, the elves led them to pews on either side of the aisle, depending on whether they were family and friends of the bride or groom. It seemed the Mackinnons were a traditional Scottish family, right down to the size of their extended family. The bride's side of the hall had filled with the young and old alike, and tartan as far as the eye could see, spilling over to the groom's side. As a result, Snape was forced to sit on the side of Potter's guests, where his family and friends should have been. Potter's mother and father sat quietly at the frontmost pews, a bubblehead charm encasing their heads. The bubble itself had been tinged opaque, no doubt to obscure the ghastly green tinge symptomatic of their dragon pox affliction. Beside them were the more distant cousins of the Mackinnon clan, mostly the healthy adults who feared little of dragon pox's bane. Behind them, friends of the couple were arranged, most of which were shared between the bride and the groom. Pettigrew slumped behind a towering Scotsman, too timid to ask for a better viewing position. Lupin's absence was starkly evident in Pettigrew's isolation, and seemingly deeply felt by how often the rat of a boy would throw fervent, expectant glances sideways, as if to catch his friend making a surprise visit, by exception of this special day. Of course, he would be doing no such thing. Lupin had been sent to spy within the werewolf packs, his place bringing opportunities to hear snippets of rumors from within the ranks of darkness. But werewolves among the Death Eaters, as with all society, civilized or otherwise, could only exist among the fringes. Most of the intel that Lupin could gather would be fairly low-valued, as who would go out of the way to share anything with creatures they barely saw as humans. But in their ability to be overlooked lay Lupin's opportunity, if the boy had half the brains to make the most of it. As an adult, Lupin had been wise enough to capitalize on this fact. Snape had never been sure how successful the younger version had been. Snape ensured he sat a distance away from the marauder, placing as many buffering bodies between him and the sniveling coward as possible. Team members from their Quidditch days filled in the gaps, as good as strangers to someone as nonce-port-minded as Snape, and thankfully not interested in striking up conversation with those that haunted the library more often than the grass and fields. But Snape's peace and quiet could not last forever, especially when Marlene and Lily's mutual friends began appearing. "Hello, Severus. You remember me, right?" A female voice sounded in his ear as a body set itself down on the seat beside him. "I'm Mary, a friend of Lily's." "I recall," Snape answered politely, recalling the muggle-born girl from Lily's flock of friends, slimmer than he remembered and a whole lot more tanned. As she had always been polite and reasonable, Snape had never found a reason to dislike her. It wasn't such a bad deal to have her sitting beside him. "What's been happening with you and Lily? The two of you still good?" she asked, a vastly reasonable question and vastly better than doubting the alternative. Snape answered with a polite nod and words only meant half in sarcasm. I'm certainly not here for either of the Potters. Another voice sounded from further down the pew. They're technically not Potters yet, not both of them anyway. I mean, James is still a Potter. Pandora, Mary cried with delight, whipping about in her seat to pull her friend into an embrace. And you brought a date, isn't he Xylo? She paused in half-remembered recognition. Sorry, I only know him as Nutty Phileas. Xenophilius Lovegood. Good to meet you, the foppish blonde wizard greeted her, taking her hand in an exuberant handshake, as he did for many a confused wizard lining the pew. As eccentric as Snape remembered, he waded through the limited space between pews to personally shake the hand of everyone in the row, starting from those who weren't part of the current conversation. Snape internally cringed when the man's attention turned to him. There were 100 different reasons he did not wish to contribute into this man's character narrative, first and foremost being to avoid the man's fanciful notions that bordered on delusional. Ah, I see your hand has become infested by fluorescent bushwangles, the man uttered inexplicably when Snape refused to extend his glowing hand. They're a glowing parasite from the land of Australia, as if by way of explanation. I had been introduced to them on my trip to the Red Country. Found them darting the walls of a mossy cave, shy little things. In a rare show of tact for the younger McGonagall, she hushed her companion with a hand on his shoulder and a firm statement of fact. Severus' hand has been lost. I am doubtful they are bushwangles. Oh, so a prosthetic then, Lovegood nodded with a grating understanding. You have chosen a marvelous aesthetic for your misplaced hand. Mary whipped around, eyes wide in genuine surprise. What? What happened? Severus fought you-know-who. You don't get news in America, Pandora asked quite earnestly. They don't tend to televise much on European issues in America, Mary confirmed, but stared at Snape's silver fixture in concern. I hadn't heard. I'm sorry. Snape felt a flicker of gut-wrenching fear. Sweat prickled his brows by the mere grace of that memory. By pure habit, he tucked his conjured hand into the folds of his gilded robes and stifled the glow, hiding it as if he feared it would be taken from him again. The most socially savvy of Lily's friends, the muggle-born girl drew back, seeming aware that Snape needed a moment and willing to respect it. What does televise mean? Pandora thankfully interjected, her curiosity overcoming any misplaced sense of unwelcome concern. Mary, all too happy to turn her attention elsewhere, leaned into this new turn in conversation. Televise. It means broadcast to television. It's a muggle thing, a box with moving pictures. Oh, right. My grandfather's got one. He calls it the telly, though, Pandora mused with a knowing nod. Though I don't think you know who ends up on the telly over here, either. My bad. I used it in the wrong context, Mary said with a wry smile. I've spent a lot of time with nomads over the past year. It's hard to keep to track of appropriate lingo. Again, what's a nomad? The conversation had thankfully moved away from Snape. He flexed his fingers under the cover of his thick robes, feeling his anxiety flicker. To be under the public eye, to have his life known and scrutinized, that had never been his way, and to be sitting outside the castle walls, so exposed, in attendance to a wedding that could not possibly be anything but public. This was his nightmare made manifest. Snape pulled himself upright, forcing his breathing to steady. Across the room, those green eyes met his, concern held within. His discomfort was clear as day from the altar, it seemed, for even Black was shooting him quizzical looks. Snape turned away, willing himself to pull together. He had learned long ago that fear was infectious, and his wife did not need to suffer this day as he would. But his wife had always had a way of shrugging off the demons of the world. Fear did not stick with her the way it mocked him. Her vivacious heart refused any darkness that tried to cling to it. Perhaps that was the mark of a Gryffindor. That willingness to live life, despite the shadow that hung overhead. Snape forced his mind to return to the company at hand, pulling himself from the dark corners in his mind and focusing on the inane conversation. Really, they call muggles nomad, Pandora uttered with amusement to her tone. Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Americans always have to be different. They don't call them muggles either in Australia, the foppish Lovegood interjected. Both girls turned to him. What do they call them? Pandora humoured her date. Muggos. Pandora smiled again, oddly doting for a female of such grounded stock. Again, typical. Ooh, Someone's in Low-Ove, Mary crooned in a teasing tone that was so reminiscent of the teenage jeers that set Snape's teeth on edge. Though irritating, this was still 1,000 times more preferable than allowing himself to dwell on the trauma gnawing at his mind. What's this? Pandora's got a flame. Another female voice joined the chattering to Snape's eternal exasperation. Witch that stepped into view, however, was not dolled up like the other party guests. Alice Longbottom dressed in dark leathers as typical of her vocation. Her wand sheath was strapped to her leg, and the crest of the ministry was fixed to her breast. Official business, then. By her side stood her husband, the second doomed Longbottom, dressed too for battle rather than leisure. The Potters were not fools, it seemed, and certainly had the connections and coin to be able to secure an official guard for their function. The girls stood to embrace, jostling Snape, who was sat awkwardly between the parties. Alice, it's good to see you. You look well. That's because you haven't seen me with my collar down, Alice replied as she drew from the group hug. I got a curse scar on my shoulder that creeps up my neck. It's really unattractive. Nonsense. You're beautiful, Frank Longbottom insisted as he threw an arm about his wife and peppered her with kisses in an overt show of public affection. You people have no shame. A shrill voice sounded from behind Snape, gilded with humor. Misfortune had drawn all of Lily's school friends into seating positions around him, it seemed. He internally sighed at the prospect of being surrounded by tittering girls. Susan, Mary greeted as she turned completely in her seat. It's so good to see you. How have you been doing? If you got the Daily Prophet in America, you would know, Susan's shrill voice replied as the clamor of bodies beside Snape suggested the girls were back to their routine of overly tactile greetings. Mary's voice sounded muffled as she replied, as if she had done so mid-hug. Oh, honey, I wouldn't touch that litany of journalistic degeneracy even if it were available in the States. Oddly, Susan laughed, not at all wounded by such a pointed assertion. Believe it or not, since Skeeter's decided to do in-depth field coverage of the Death Eater movement, our factual integrity has been much improved. Or at least, we don't get taken to Weisengamot as often. Really, that blood-sucking gossip monger is doing real journalism. Mary dropped back into her seat, still turned completely backwards in her chair. I know, right. And guess who gets to fill the void left in the gossip columns? Somehow, Susan sounded proud of her title as the newly crowned gossip queen. The two auras who had been hovering at the aisle by Snape's side bade their goodbyes with another round of hugs. Got to get back to my post before old Edgar gets an aneurysm, said Alice. And who knows what Moody's got up to without Frank to act the voice of reason. Oh, he doesn't listen to me, I assure you, Frank insisted as he hovered awkwardly by his wife's side, as husbands tended to when submitting to socialization, not of their own volition. The thought of the likes of Edgar Bones and Alistair Moody being stationed at the site of this festive target eased Snape's worry by a fraction. Few could slip by Mad-Eye unnoticed. Fewer still could take him in a duel. Perhaps the only man that could was Edgar Bones, as disciplined a fighter as ever there was. Though the two auras snipped at each other like a married couple, there were few that could command the battlefield as they did. If their presence did not give any potential attacker pause, at the very least nobody could take the concourse by surprise. Seconds was all Snape needed to apparate his wife away from harm. The seat behind Snape creaked dangerously, followed by a curious silence from the previously chittering women. After a beat of silence, Susan spoke again. If embarrassment was a tone, her voice was laden with it. What? I was permitted to bring a +1. Snape felt a heavy tap upon his shoulder, as if from an individual who knew not how to pull his punches. Snape turned to come face to face with a man he did not immediately recognize until the man unstuck his wide jaws to speak. Snape, it is you. It's hard to tell with your hair all combed up neat. Mulciber. Snape's eyes widened with genuine surprise. Never mind his own grooming, Mulciber looked a different man with his full beard cropped close and neat as his hair. Though always on the heavy side, Mulciber leaned into his brutish build, it seemed, gaining more heft to his shoulders and belly. Off the rack, wizardwear evidently did not cater for his particular bulk, as his dress robe stretched tellingly in places. Wizards, more often than not, tended towards the slighter side. Snape stared down this irregular sight. Not just of the face-altering effects of a beard, but the sight of robes evidently not tailored. The Mulciber family were not that rich as pureblood families went, but they were proud, and they had means enough to dress as their lineage decreed. "You look like you've seen a ghost or something," Snape's fellow Slytherin stated with all the self-assured smugness of a man who knew full well he would get received with naught but surprise. Snape grimaced, too proud to smile and give away exactly how relieved he felt to not be cast adrift in this sea of Gryffindors. The Slytherin extended a hand, as if he expected a handshake, but his widening eyes told Snape that he was well aware of what a faux pas he had committed. Before Mulciber could catch up with his lapse of mind, Snape extended his silver hand to take the offered hand in a firm grasp. "Now who looks as if they've seen a ghost?" The pews that had lined the chapel vanished by means of efficient elf spellwork come close of the ceremony. The space was quickly and efficiently converted into a reception hall by industrious elves and the utility of magic. Snape had a brief respite in the company of his wife, while finger food rotated about their elbows, borne on platters held aloft by elves clothed in black-tie sheets. A lifetime of associating with the very rich had taught Snape that they tended to treat food as a form of entertainment rather than sustenance. The thousand things that could have gone wrong no longer hounded his mind. Once auras became visible among the guests. Most of the security force had stood outside in the freezing cold during the ceremony, acting as a lookout and a highly visible deterrent. With vows exchanged and the ceremony ceased, the numbers trickled in to line the doors, taking turns to soak up the heat and in some cases mingle. Even Bones stepped inside for a moment, partaking in a bite of sausage roll that came cruising by his elbow and a sip of warm drink before returning to his post. Moody, as expected, did not show his scarred face once among the festivities. The man made his own meals and did not trust food or drink that had so much as left his sight, much less prepared by another hand entirely. Etiquette dictated he congratulated the bride and groom, a testament to the cooling of tensions between them. It was not so long ago Snape would have wished the boy not but ill, but there was nothing ill upon Snape's mind this day. For the woman that stood beside Potter was not Lily, not this lifetime. Snape hovered by his wife as long as politeness decreed, but he could only keep up for so long with a practiced extrovert as she. As expected, a swarm of women swept her away, leaving Snape to breathe a sigh of relief as he peeled away into the background and away from over-friendly strangers. He dodged a close call with Xenophilius Lovegood, who was keen on telling everyone who would listen about this new cryptozoological creature that he had been told of, but had never seen himself. According to him, several unrelated Australian wizards had sworn up and down that they had encounters with a rarely sighted and poorly named creature called the drop bear, a species that seemed to solely exist within their thin, flammable forests to prey upon gullible travelers such as himself. After successfully avoiding contact with the crowd surrounding the beaming groom, it was a relief to find Mulciber mercifully bereft of a crowd. Out of all the evils, his company seemed by far the lesser. True to form, Mulciber was sat at a table in the corner, already 2 plates into what was sure to be a test for the wedding planner's logistics. Snape pulled up a chair that hopped over on its animated legs from the edge of the room. The space was made to be a mingling area with no set tables or chairs. Another daft idea born out of rich minds. Snape glared away the elf that attempted to approach him with platter in hand. Caviar and pate did not tickle Snape's fancy, nor did the rich rustic fare that was no doubt selected by those of a mind for Scottish cuisine. "Coffee," he barked to a passing elf, sending the little creature scrambling away to do his bidding. "Not gonna eat, nithing?" Mulciber asked, spraying crumbs in every direction. His table manners hadn't improved a whit, it seemed, and that thought was somehow comforting. "I'll have a sandwich when I leave," Snape grumbled as he tried to shut out all the light, noise, and merriment. A wedding wholly unlike his own, one that he could not give Lily, no matter the lifetimes he lived. Snape scowled at the extravagance of it all, feeling a sliver of jealousy that had plagued him in his youth. The riches required for the decorations alone put Snape's entire life's effort to shame, both times over. Potter's wedding was one where price was no issue, while Snape's own was funded out of the change in his wife's pockets. "You know the stuff's free, right?" Mulciber asked, stuffing another caviar-topped dandy into his mouth. "I'll thank you not to imply that I'm still impoverished," Snape hissed, incensed by his own mired thoughts as a cup of coffee appeared before him, served in a clear glass upon a crystal saucer. Mulciber scoffed, as if he thought Snape's rebuff was in jest. "I kinda get it now. Money and good money habits are important. Susan's dad taught me that, bringing me into his business. I'm a barman now in his pub." Snape glanced at him, his eyebrows raised. How middle-class of a choice in employment. What would your parents say to know that you're employed in a role of such low influence? "Can't be worse than what they'll say when they realize it's also a muggle pub," Mulciber said with a chuckle, acknowledging the humor, no doubt, for the odd situation. One such that Snape had never envisioned. But in introspect, this was no stranger than the turn Snape's own life had taken. How does a wizard end up serving spirits to the non-magical? Snape asked. Though having spent a good portion of his life living alongside such of their kind, Snape had never for one moment considered joining their world. Foremost of which, he realized how difficult keeping in line with the statute of secrecy would be when having to navigate around those who were forbidden to know. He never understood people of magical roots that held a perverse fascination in crossing that cultural barrier, not in the least because of the risk they ran in contravening magical law. Mulciber finished chewing before he spoke, a rare glimpse of manners from a boy who once, and still did, devour without sparing any space in his cheeks. "Magic's useful for running a business, you know. I could keep the dishes washed and the floors clean from spilt drinks without skipping a beat with serving drinks from the bar. And after a certain amount of drinks, the patrons won't even notice if their glasses disappear from the table without a wait staff and their ashtrays freshened. When produce and kegs need to be moved, no need to break a sweat." "What a cleverly indirect way you've been trained into a homemaker," Snape uttered, though not in malice or mockery. Mulciber chuckled in a rare display of self-deprecating humor. "I prefer the term businessman. Are you also magically able to balance the books? Hey, I ain't perfect yet." It was an odd feeling to sit across the table, conversing with a man Snape had once known very differently. A man who should have found his vocation and strengths in turning the minds of others against their wills. The imperious curse, counterintuitively, was a spell more commonly wielded by those of a brutish disposition. For they were the ones without the patience and cunning to turn minds by wits alone. "What about you?" Mulciber asked after a brief pause to devour another hefty bite. "You still teaching?" Snape bit back the grimace of annoyance that threatened. His skin was thin against any implication he was in any way less successful. "I've not been laid off due to my injury, if that's what you're implying." "Thought they'd just say the curse got you, and just call it a day," Mulciber remarked, his smirk painting his words as jest. Snape a chastisement in a half-sarcastic quip. "It's a jinx, not a curse. Learn the difference already. You're not my professor." This had never been how Snape envisioned any of their futures would play out. To be sitting across from one another at a Gryffindor wedding, chatting like friends rather than conspirators. A lifetime ago they had both been bearers of that fanatical mask. Mulciber, already enshrined in the inner circle owing to his father's connections, and Snape, conspiring to reach the same heights. The irony being, Mulciber would never know how close to a doomed life he had sailed. "Well, Snape, glad things worked out," Mulciber offered, a sentiment most unexpected. "Your new hand's mighty fancy. Sorta matches your personality, all pompous and stuff. I'll not hear any accusations of pompousness from a son of the old blood." Mulciber actually winced. Even with his mouth pouched with semi-chewed solids, Snape could see he had unintentionally struck a nerve. "Yeah, well, son no longer. I've been disowned," he muttered after the food cleared his swallow. "It turns out my parents had a lot to say about my choices in life. This was news not unexpected. Regardless, I am sorry to hear that." Mulciber grimaced, but in a most good-natured way. "Oh, don't be. They weren't ever gonna like Susan being a half-blood and all. They don't even know about her yet." "Probably a good idea not to fill them in on it," Snape agreed, finally taking a sip of his drink. The dark bitter brew had a floral bite. Even the coffee served was too fancy for Snape's tastes. Mulciber waved over an elf bearing little cups of lobster bisque, then promptly took carriage of half the platter. "I'm still doing good by comparison. I heard Lester's moved to Africa with his parents, said visiting family, but he never got a return time. Similar from Avery." Hiding, but I don't got tabs on where he buckled down. Not much to say about Rosier. Not heard much from him. We've met since. He was there the day I had to choose between my wife and my hand, Snape muttered, his silver fingers curling at the memory. Mulciber winced as he emerged from his beard-involving sip of lobster. He didn't get away. He's old enough to know what he's doing, Snape returned, not in the mood to feel at all sympathetic. But it's still not easy, cutting ties to your family and leaving behind the only life you know. It was an odd age indeed when Mulciber was the more reasonable of the two of them. A woman in your life has softened you, Mulciber. Or business experience, you know. Gotta keep a level head when dealing with sloshed-up customers, he explained as he filled his plate with another passing of pasties. Speaking of leveled heads, you hear what Urquhart's up to? No, Snape's interest piqued as he glanced over to his conversation partner over the rim of his clear coffee cup. He's gone and joined the Auras, Mulciber scoffed. In the middle of this mess. Not exactly the most Slytherin of decisions, Snape agreed, his nihilistic conclusions forming within his mind. There was always a reason why Snape had never been close to Urquhart in his previous lifetime despite being purebloods, even if the latter was from a bloodline considered blood traitors. Even if Urquhart had been female, perhaps especially due to that fact, scandal would have rocked the cloistered pureblood community. Snape had always assumed that the reason he had no impression of this Slytherin youth equivalent of a duck out of water was because she had met a young demise within the chaos of the current political climate. Now Snape felt he knew for certain. Auras did not live for long in this era, and the young and inexperienced would soon die by droves. I would not have picked you for one to keep tabs on your friends and associates, Snape said, his memories of another lifetime. Of standing before a Mulciber from the inner circle who could not even give the time of day for the young man whose liberally shared homework had been the only reason the great oaf could obtain even scrape a few passing newts. Can't get away from it, considering who I'm dating, Mulciber offered with a short bark of laughter, quickly stifled with a bite of open-faced salmon and caviar pastry. The next person to comment about me in a dress will be hexed, Marlene warned when Lily approached, her smile lopsided and jovial. A cluster of girlfriends gathered about the newlywed, all titters and giggles. No doubt the sight of the unrepentant tomboy all gowned up and effeminate was a great cause of clucking among the hens. She was frocked up in a flowing white dress, all silks and satin, blonde hair pinned up and set upon another layer of her flowing locks. Her lips were touched with red, and her eyes touched by shadow, looks far at odds with her ordinarily unadorned appearance. You look beautiful, regardless, Lily couldn't help but offer quite sincerely. No makeup could hide the glare that elicited, though those red lips smiled paradoxically. I'd have worn a dress for your wedding, Lils. You lost your chance to comment. Try and stop me, Lily retorted, sticking her tongue out in a childish manner, but then breaking out into a fit of giggles alongside her friends. She hadn't realized how much she had missed her friends until she saw all of their familiar faces gathered. So too, perhaps, it was owing to her own self-imposed exile under the protective wards of Hogwarts. She hadn't seen the outside world in true for near on 2 months and counting. A day of celebration in a place she'd never been, meeting friends she had missed so dearly turned her inside out with joyous giddiness. "Hair girls, enjoying the spread?" James asked, strutting into the circle cockily with a ruffle of his hair, his hand immediately drawing about the waist of his newly-wed wife. "They can't be. None of them's got drinks in their hands," Sirius remarked as he appeared alongside his friend, a floating tray of champagne accompanying his appearance. Lily accepted a glass graciously alongside her pack of giggling friends, well and truly taken by the celebratory atmosphere. Black winked when Mary reached for hers, a little too suggestively. A seductive sentiment the outgoing muggle-born witch seemed to reciprocate with a long-drawn sip of her champagne funnel. "One for the happy groom, too," Black continued, handing a much taller glass to his best mate and clinking with his own equivalent drink. James grinned. "Sorry, Marley. Getting sloshed with the boys." "I'll beat you to it," she retorted, slamming her drink down in one gulp to the cheers of the girls in attendance. Lily sipped her drink as she glanced back at her own husband. He had found a quiet corner table to hunker down at. At the very least, he wasn't alone, finding his old schoolmate Mulciber to sit with. The introvert's corner appeared to be established. Lily doubted her husband would shift from there for the rest of the day. "If you girls don't mind, I'll be borrowing the man of the hour." "Can't have him stuck to his wife all afternoon when she already booked him for all evening," Black proclaimed with a lewd wink after draining his own glass. "I'll return him before the first dance, of course," he quickly reassured the bristling Marlene. "Mostly intact." Marlene shook off her embarrassment rather quickly for the normally sensitive girl. Nobody get killed. A gracious line to draw for a tent full of Gryffindors. As James disappeared into the body of revelers, Mary turned to Susan. "So, spill, Susan," she prodded with a vicious smile. "How did you and Big Al Mulciber hook up?" Lily didn't know what she expected from Susan, perhaps indignant spluttering, but certainly not a level-headed and unabashed reply, a testament to personal growth. "I just met him in the Prophet's offices in London. He was putting in an application for some menial roles there. We got to talking, and I found out his family disowned him for stepping out of line. It's the Gryffindor in you." "Couldn't resist a rebel," Marlene added as she downed a second glass. At least the second, as far as Lily knew. "Or a scandal," Lily added with a smirk, ready to rub it in as hard as she got. "A Slytherin, really." Susan sipped her glass daintily, as if tasting for flavors unknown to Lily. "Well, Daddy's always been asking me to introduce magical folk to employment in his bar. He likes the convenience of magic, and Mum can't keep being the only one to keep the place running. And I'm not setting foot in there, not with all those tasteless drunk muggles. Goodness, no." Pandora interjected quizzically. "Magic in a muggle bar, wouldn't that violate several sections in the Statute of Secrecy?" "Not if the patrons and workers never find out. Dad's got provisions since he's married into magic," Susan explained. "And if you're careful, it's easy to mingle magic and muggle without anyone finding out," Mary interjected. "They're quick to find explanations for things they don't understand and just as quick to dismiss what they can't explain. I had an odd job at a taco truck in California. They never found out how I could do all the prep work every morning just by getting there 10 minutes before opening." "What's a taco truck?" asked Pandora, always concerned about the important things in life. "Think of a restaurant on wheels with a much more relaxed take on the health code." The light of day was fading fast. Daylight hours were held hostage in the midst of winter's grasp. A rather inebriated James appeared by Marlene, supported on one side by his devil's advocate of a best friend. Marlene, unsurprisingly, still held quite firmly together despite the abundance of empty glasses she had tallied to her count. "I totally forgot. We were supposed tea dance," James said as he struggled to find his feet. How he had managed to spiral so quickly was a talent no doubt learnt from his poor influence of friends. "Wow, you cannot hold your drink," Marlene sighed as she watched her husband struggle to stand. Reaching for her newlywed husband's unclaimed arm, Marlene sighed. "Oh no, Jamie boy, you're in no condition to stand, let alone dance. Looks like we'll have to sit this one out." "What?" Susan uttered aghast. "You're the newlyweds. You have to lead the first dance." "Not with James like this, I don't," Marlene replied, not seeming in the least bothered by the idea her wedding might not go the direction tradition demanded. Marlene probably didn't want to try her luck waltzing in heels, having never worn them in all the years Lily had known her, and had been stumbling inexpertly around on them all day. A fact that had nothing in the least to do with the dozen or so glasses of alcoholic beverages that the newly wedded girl imbibed, attesting to her Scottish blood. "New Marley, I seen still," James' slurring words trailed off. Black bared a guilty grimace as he should. "Hey," he had the audacity to utter. "He's not dead. It's the maid of honor to the rescue, it seems," Lily uttered with an overly dramatic sigh. From her handbag came a bottle of violet liquid, one of several bottles she had prepared in anticipation for the day. "I knew there was going to be at least one casualty in need of sobering up." With a slurring cheer, James accepted the bottle, downing it like one of his many ill-thought-out choices. James' eyes immediately fell back into focus as, with a hiccup, he straightened himself and his bow tie and swept his frazzled hair with an expert sweep of his hands. Black grinned. "Can I reserve one of those for later? Not for the fun. For the hangover, you know." Lily gave a counter-offer. "Suffer." Black flashed his white teeth as he barked in laughter. "It's not just packing potions that the Snapes have in common." Marlene sighed as she took James' offered hand. "Let's get this over with. Don't sound too enthusiastic." James retorted as he magically smoothed away the sauce stains he had acquired down his front. I'm saving that all for later, Marlene said, with a wicked grin, not in the least abashed about having said it in public. James grinned his wicked grin, and with a wave to Lily he stepped forth onto the floor newly cleared of patrons. Save another bottle for us, will you? Lily tilted her head to indicate the human embodiment of bad influence standing among them. I'll give you the one that your best man wants. But if Sirius Black heard her words at all, he gave no indication. Rather, he was already busy chatting up Mary with another flute of champagne clutched in his massive paws. Almost as if this were the signal to disperse, Lily turned to find her friends gravitating to their significant others. Pandora drew away that oddball Xenophilius from his conversations, perhaps to the relief of the wizard on the receiving end. How the straight-laced Pandora had found herself dating a man that could only be generously described as quite batty was anyone's guess. Perhaps living her life, too, overly sensibly felt a tad droll. Susan, too, had floated away, picking her way across the room to where Mulciber sat. Another casualty of the unexpected, but who was Lily to comment? For who had been the first to take a leap of faith on the path of the unknown and taken a chance on a boy that no one else believed in? She learned of his boundless love and devotion, and how unjust life could be. Lily watched as Mulciber stood and brushed the crumbs off his dress robes. He stepped forward without hesitation, taking Susan's hand and stepping towards the dance floor, joining the slow waltz as the bride and groom finished their first dance. Across from Mulciber, the chair where Lily's husband should have sat stood empty. It figured. He had the patience of a Slytherin for anything but social obligations. With a sigh, Lily turned back, only to find even Sirius and Mary had left. They weren't headed for the dance, but goodness knows, Lily didn't want to follow where they were going. But through one reason or another, each of her friends had drifted apart, an allegory for their lives. But this was all expected. They couldn't stay as close as they were when they had all been sharing the same dorm room. They all had their own lives to lead now. Would you do me the honor of a dance? Lily gasped as a voice sounded by her shoulder, and a silver hand took her own and spun her about. Severus, she gasped through her surprised laughter. A smile came, easy to him now. Still shy, but no longer shrinking away as if the eyes of the world judged him for his existence. His silver hand held hers, its ethereal light glinting fiercely off her enchanted wedding band. A testament to the life they had forged together and the sacrifices he had made to keep it. Chapter 79. A lifeline he never had. Chapter text Albus. It's been so long. The raspy voice issued from the deep recess of a black stone chamber. The monochrome light that filtered from the shuttered and caged window carved shadows, deep and foreboding. The world of memories held no color, but it made next to no difference in the frigid black stone backdrop of Nurmengard. Snape watched on as Dumbledore stepped forward, a colorless doppelganger who looked no younger than the man whose memory he stepped from. It has been a while, Gellert. Headmaster stepped forth. Upon his hunched shoulders laid a wariness Snape had seldom seen. Snape gazed upon the decrepit form of Gellert Grindelwald, struggling to mentally align this haggard, balding man as the dark wizard who had once been on the brink of bringing all of Europe to its knees. The ancient wizard smiled, a smile more gum than teeth, his mismatched eyes the only familiar remnant of that dark soul. Time has not treated you kindly, old friend. A sentiment unrebuked, nor you. One might have mistaken this meeting as truly that of old friends, had it not been for the unspoken burden that laid between them unsaid. No twinkle touched those eyes, robbed of their blue. Perhaps their last encounter lingered in their minds, that fateful battle, or perhaps of more painful battles buried deeper in their past and in their hearts. Why have you come? Those words that passed from Grindelwald's lips seemed to shatter that stall in time. The headmaster's weary eyes blinked a fraction longer, perhaps to dispel the sentiments that dwelled with memories shared. I seek your knowledge on the dark arts. The skeletal wizard bared his gums in a grin. The dark arts do not suit you, Albus. You have never had the heart for it, and I did not succeed in granting you one. And had I been seeking an instructor, I would turn to no other than you, Dumbledore answered brusquely, far more brusquely than Snape was used to hearing from the man. But as it were, I seek advice. Grindelwald gestured for Dumbledore to continue, If the once scourge of Europe was in any way as rattled as his former friend, then he did not show it. What do you know of Horcruxes? The question this entire encounter boiled down to was the very same that started all this. Those mismatched eyes narrowed, as too did that toothless smile falter. You come seeking dark knowledge indeed. Is this just a general question, or do you have specifics in mind? There was a moment's pause. Even in monochrome, Snape could tell that behind the headmaster's eyes, his mind was weighing up his words, testing the risk of allowing this dangerous wizard a glimpse into the war they were fighting, and potentially letting slip information that would render their work undone. Is there a way to protect an artifact from possession? Dumbledore finally asked, giving up all pretense at subtlety he may have planned. Truthfully, Snape had never seen the great wizard's calm so shaken save for those glimpses into his memories. But even then, he had chalked it down to a disparity in age. The confidence that Snape had long known of the headmaster wavered in the face of this emaciated wizard who had barely the strength to lift his head and look his old friend in the eye. Instead, Grindelwald leaned back, resting the back of his head against the cold black stone, and watched with an unnerving calm. If you seek to destroy a Horcrux, then it is too late to seek protection for the artifact. Before Horcrux possession, however, there are few spells that can touch the soul, one of which being the very spell to create one's Horcrux. What curse would take upon Goblin Silver? Dumbledore asked, his eyes still piercing in these muted greys. That dark wizard laughed a horrible hacking laugh. Goblin Silver only imbibes what makes it stronger. Come now, Albus, you know better. If it could touch a soul, I doubt it would want to keep one that was maimed by dark magic. You cannot curse Goblin Silver, as impossible as passing back from the barriers of death. It is not done. A glimmer came to Dumbledore's eyes, but it fled before Snape could recognize its source. Perhaps you are right. Impossible things tend to stay impossible, don't they? The conversation lapsed as Albus Dumbledore appeared to turn away. In Snape's mind, that brooked the end of this encounter. A signal to cut losses in this unenlightening consultation and seek wisdom elsewhere. But he had not expected to see Dumbledore draw his wand, his eyes cast in steely darkness. One last request, he uttered in a hushed voice, wand gripped in a shaking hand. I am seeking an artifact, one that reveals itself only to those with the truest of Gryffindor hearts. Now, Albus, you know I've never attended Hogwarts, Grindelwald said softly, and even if I had, I would not be a Gryffindor. Oh, I am well aware. From within the folds of Dumbledore's robes bleached grey appeared a patched and dishevelled hat that needed no help from the filter of memory. A hat that had dictated more destinies than any soothsayer in history. With hat still clutched tightly, the headmaster raised his wand. Those mismatched eyes followed the motion, a tremor upon those dry, thin lips. Perhaps fear, perhaps anticipation, perhaps greed. For that wand had once been held in those fingers, rendered claw-like by waste and time. The elder wand of legends. There was no value in striking a defenseless foe, not to a Gryffindor. But then that wand fell from Dumbledore's grasp, a fall slowed by magic, and by that same merit it came to a rest by the dark wizard's bare feet. Snape could only watch on with horror as Grindelwald's fingers found the hilt of that dangerous wand with almost a caress. But when those mismatched, color-bleached eyes arose, it was not malicious intent that laid behind them. Was I the demon you felt you had to face to prove your Gryffindor courage, Albus? The fingers curled tightly about the cloth of that time-worn hat. Tension writ upon the form of Albus Dumbledore that his voice did not betray. Gellert, you were never the demon in my life. No, I wasn't, was I? Grindelwald stared so insistently. It was not me that you had feared to face, such that you would run and hide for so long. But suddenly, the intensity bled out of those dual-colored eyes. The insistent grip he held on that fabled wand slackened as his head dropped, his apparent lack of interest confusing the tension in the room. Slowly, those claw-like fingers turned the wand between them so that the handle was held outwards. I believe this is yours now, Albus. There were no questions or second-guessing when Dumbledore reached forth to reclaim the artifact. Only a muted silence that bode of unvoiced regrets. Be careful, my friend, whispered the decrepit wizard who had once been the darkness that threatened the world. That wand's heart is as fickle as my own. It betrayed me on my defeat, as it betrayed Gregorovitch when I stole it right from under his nose. It will betray a wizard as easily as one breathes. Know that it will betray you too, one day. One day, perhaps, Dumbledore agreed, as he turned the wand ponderously between his fingertips. There are a great many things that I am still blind to, you for one. I thank you for opening my eyes, Gellert. What a poor impression on your life that I have left that you would think that half a century could not teach me wisdom. Dumbledore's piercing eyes softened. Perhaps it was not you that I feared that wisdom would not grace. The dark wizard turned his eyes up searchingly, perhaps sensing this goodbye would be their last. Please, Albus, before you go, I wish to give you one last gift. Perhaps the only gift I have ever given you worth keeping. The dark wizard rose to his unsteady feet, pulling himself upright to his formidable height. In his youth, Gellert Grindelwald must have been an imposing man to be able to look the towering Albus Dumbledore in the eyes, even when age and waste had claimed him. It was me who struck that fatal blow, Albus. Her life was never on you. With those words echoing in that ghastly chamber, the memory dissolved into a mist of grey and faded away. With a gasp, Severus pulled himself from the pensive and shook off the dizzying shift in reality. Before Snape sat again, the same man who he had followed through that frozen castle of black stone, no longer outlined in grey. Those blue eyes, no longer muted by the filter of memory, peered at Snape through those half-moon glasses. His fingers knitted in patience, Dumbledore waited for Snape to gather his wits. You are right. Half a century did not teach you wisdom, Snape muttered through his clenched teeth. For what sort of fool would risk releasing a second darkness upon a world that can barely deal with the one? The headmaster had the audacity to smile. I sometimes wonder that myself. What were you trying to accomplish by handing him that damnable wand? With a mere wave of his hand, and not a word passed his lips, Dumbledore summoned the sorting hat from its perch upon the cluttered shelves behind him. Legend has it that this hat had once belonged to Godric Gryffindor himself. Perhaps the last item we possess that we can be certain belonged to that great founder. Perhaps this is why the sorting hat has the capability of granting the sword to a Gryffindor who calls for aid. Certainly, it is the only method that I know of. Was that your plan? To draw the sword from the hat and attempt to trade blows against a wand held in the hand of one of the most dangerous wizards alive. A soft smile touched Dumbledore's eyes, his words soft but heavy with implication. Perhaps that is the necessary risk to be taken. Snape felt his mouth go dry. Is that what needs to be done to find that sword? Life or death, Severus, Dumbledore confirmed in the tone of a man that knew he condemned another. A knot of fear formed in Snape's stomach. Fear of what he might be asked to do. His courage had been tested again and again, his scars accrued, both mental and physical. His silver fingers flexed, an involuntary motion beckoned by those terrible memories. He did not know if he could summon the courage to face it all again. A low crooning note from the phoenix upon its perch pierced the air, stirring the hearts of both who sat there. Dumbledore broke the silence first, clasping his hands as he stood to regard his pet with an affectionate stroke of its flourished crest. Nothing needs to be done just yet. There is a fair number of other issues to take care of first. Else we would have gone to all that trouble for something no better than elaborate bait. But I need to find it fast. No twinkle touched those deep blue eyes. Tom's grip tightens over the location of the final Horcrux. He searches desperately for the pieces that are already gone. I fear our time may be running out. Snape scowled, not in the least appeased by that answer. And you played dice with Grindelwald for a half-cooked plan. Perhaps that is simply the Gryffindor in me needing some air, came that infuriating reply. A thought touched Snape's mind. A flicker of realization of what was said and what was implied. The lengths he would go to for the sake of secrecy. There were certain people you simply could not obliviate. Those with a knack for occlumency for one, for they had the power and the skill to evade invaders of their mind. For a wizard with as dark a reputation as Grindelwald, occlumency would undoubtedly be within his realm of abilities. Tell me, Albus, is it still considered nobility when you premeditate another's death? Snape asked, his black eyes fixed and judging. Unable to fathom this leap in logic, when all his life he had been lectured, until his hair turned white about even thinking dark thoughts. Those blue eyes did not waver. Godric Gryffindor was a famed duelist from an archaic era. I believe his measure of nobility requires only that the challenge be agreed upon and made fair. Snape grimaced, not at all sated by that answer. You may think you have the measure of the situation, Albus, but one day you'll get it wrong, and there will be disastrous consequences for all. I know that well, Severus, Dumbledore said in a hush but steady tone, brushing his fingers gently through the down on the back of his magical bird. Not one day passes when I do not think of all the lives that hinge upon my decisions. You would know firsthand of such a mistake that I made and the lives that it cost. All too well. Snape closed his eyes to the unpleasant memories those words evoked. It was a reminder he did not need, for the pain still burned. His own fears born of selfishness melted away in the face of that devastation branded into his soul. With a gesture from the powerful old wizard and nary a spoken word, the pensive lifted from the table to settle back onto its holder. The memories flitted their way back to the mind that birthed them. Those blue eyes oddly distant behind those half-moon spectacles, his hands brushing the crimson down of his mythical bird. People can change. Whether by will or by serendipity, Dumbledore uttered without turning his blue eyes away from his phoenix. I never truly believed it possible for some. He shook his head, a slow, weary motion. Gellert had always been a man with a silver tongue and many masks. It would be foolish of me to believe his words or his actions. Even his choice to not strike me with his advantage could be construed to his shrewd and manipulative nature. Yet I feel heartened at his parting words. He had no reason to lie as he did, and I know that had been a lie. Those blue eyes turned to Snape as his fingers found that black stone upon the ring he wore. I had exchanged my words with Ariana and made my peace. I know the fatal blow had been mine. The sun set early in winter, and with the dying of daylight, so too went Lily's motivation. With a heavy sigh, Lily fitted candles in a brass holder. She set it on an end table she had moved near the window-side dining table, buried by her mound of marking, and lamented the natural light retreating behind the white-peaked mountains. As with most work throughout her life, she had left her marking a little too late. The new school term was only a weekend away, and she had only thought to put her quill to vellum now. It had been naive of her to gauge her holiday work as she had with her weekly load. Horace Slughorn held the holiday in a special place in his heart and took great pains to clear his work from his holiday schedule, the result of which ended up on Lily's plate, which she in turn failed to schedule appropriately. With bleary eyes, Lily turned her eyes from the monstrous pile of work to her considerably smaller pile etched with red ticks and crosses. A day's work amounting to but a scratch on the surface, marking her for her terrible habits adapted from her studying days. All she could see was midnight oil in her future. She only had one chance to make the deadline. Severus, you're finally home. Lily called out joyously as her husband's form slipped through the hidden wall that was effectively their front door. He glanced up at her as he slipped off his shoes, an activity made far easier by his restored hand. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware I was expected home sooner. Alas, I found the only mind reader in the British Isles who refuses to read minds, Lily jested as she charmed the kettle to put itself on the boil. I think you'll not find much enjoyment from the alternative, Severus muttered with a wry smile as he stripped off his cloak and handed it to the coat rack that reached out to take it. His wand flicked out into his silver hand in a motion so smooth that one might have been excused to believe the silver limb was part of his natural state of being. He took over the tea-making, magicking the measured quantity of leaves into the teapot and directing the whistling kettle to meet it. Within minutes, 2 steaming cups of tea sat on the coffee table in front of the couch, one black and one touched with sugar and cream. Lily slid onto the couch, taking to her cup with a grateful sip as Severus took his seat beside her. His dark eyes drew to her, then immediately over her shoulder, taking in the sight of the disaster building up upon their dining-room table. Then those same black eyes flitted back to her, which she met with a sheepish smile. I may have left things a little too late. One dark eyebrow arched dangerously. Then I feel casual conversation may not currently be the most responsible use of your time. Lily grimaced sheepishly. I was kind of hoping you could help, you know. Since you have such extensive experience as a potions professor and all. Lily, you've had all of 2 weeks to do this. Why am I only hearing about this in the last 2 days? His tone took on that of a disappointed professor, not all that surprising now. All right, I messed up, Lily readily conceded. With our anniversary and Marlene's wedding, it kinda just slipped my mind. I'm sure the school board will be pleased to hear. But despite his sarcasm, Save set down his tea and summoned a scroll from Lily's considerably smaller pile of marked work. I see Slughorn believes you're ready to take on sixth-year marking. Then he promptly scowled when he glanced to the remainder, as well as a majority of his holiday work. You see, I was at a disadvantage, Lily appealed. But Severus' dark eyes flickered to her without a shred of pity held within. A professor is ordinarily expected to handle the entire workload by themselves. Though a sizable portion, this is still just that, a portion. If becoming a professor is your end goal, then you are expected to do as much and more. Okay, I get it. I messed up, Lily huffed, feeling thoroughly chastised. Those dark eyes flickered back to the scroll held in those mismatched hands, black eyes scanning down her comments scrawled in red. Using an outdated marking rubric, too. I expected nothing less from Slughorn. I cannot believe this paper could get a passing mark. With a grimace of annoyance, Save allowed the scroll to roll back up and returned it to its pile, then returned to his tea. Finish your tea and we'll go through it. I'll take half of the marking off your hands, no more than half. Lily smiled, visibly relieved. Dad was right. You're all about tough love. Must be the old cranky professor in you. Don't make me feel our age gap, Save muttered into his tea. With a giggle, Lily drew up against her husband and brought her hands about his torso, almost unsettling his tea in her grateful squeeze. His tea and saucer settled back on the table as his hands found their place about her, his silver hand bracing against the small of her back as his flesh and blood pressed against her shoulder. She could feel his warmth radiating through the thickness of his winter robes. She could not help but smile at the thought. Intimacy was no longer a mystery between them, yet Save was still at the mercy of a loving touch. Did you want to take an extended break first? Lily asked innocently, feeling her husband heave a sigh in her grasp. Priorities, Lily, Save muttered, but made no motion to untangle them. His automatic response to her teasing was no longer that of embarrassment. We take tea, and then we get to work. If we can get through a decent portion of it, then we think about indulgence. No one could ever fault him for his self-control. With the new school term upon their doorstep, students and staff alike were making their way back to the grand castle. The pleasantly quiet castle slowly filled with childish chattering and laughter as children reunited after a small separation, ready to exchange stories about whatever inane happenings they considered newsworthy. Snape's hand drew attention, something he knew he could not avoid. Eyes followed him wherever he walked, voices trailed behind. How he loathed the attention and the prickly memories the whispers invoked. Had Snape not the need to put out spot fires, both metaphorical and literal, that popped up in the recently repopulated Slytherin dormitories, he would not have strayed out from his private quarters. Finding his feet back into the fickle world of alchemy was difficult enough without having to drop his work mid-stride. Ordinarily, the alchemical table was snugly tucked into the corner of his living room, formed by the thick fireplace-lined wall separating the living room and the bedroom, and the outermost wall against which the square dining table was pressed. It had to be moved out into a more spacious position each time it was needed. Evidence of its usage by Lily in her newly brokered position as a potioneering teaching assistant was evident in the stains it had accrued upon its runic surface. Accidents were expected from a potioneer, but as Snape had never expected to find his way back into the complex world of alchemy, he had never thought anything of it. After a morning of creative applications of a multitude of cleaning spells, Snape had finally set himself up to give alchemy a shot before duty demanded his attention. Several detention orders later, Snape was striding quickly up the grand staircase. Adamantly wishing to avoid the intrigue from a pair of first-years that were descending from the upper floors, Snape turned from the stairs early and alighted onto the first floor. His intention had been to slip into his office through his expectedly empty classroom. Unfortunately, Gryffindors had a way of subverting expectations. When Snape pushed open the heavy oak doors to his classroom, he found Potter sitting at his desk, feet up on the table and rocking back on his chair, chatting away with Lily, who had apparently abandoned her efforts to recoup her half of her workload. So there we were in Spain. Not a lick of Spanish between us. and lost in the heart of a crowded Muggle town centre when Snape cleared his throat, causing both Gryffindors to jump. Some things didn't change no matter the lifetime or generation. Feet. Off the desk. Now, Snape barked, gleaning a sliver of satisfaction as James Potter did as he was told. Snape then turned to his wife, dark eyebrows arched dangerously. And you, don't you have work to do? Especially when Snape had effectively and graciously cut her workload in half. He had even helped her set up and organize her work in his office so that she might set to task with fewer distractions. I was taking a breather, Lily replied sheepishly. She's almost done, Potter promised, though Snape was exceedingly doubtful he knew enough about marking to know what qualified as almost done. Snape hadn't set him any significant holiday tasks for that very reason. Potter stood from Snape's desk, offering it to Snape as if he was inviting him to join this unwelcome waste of time. I was just talking about my honeymoon. 5 days in the Mediterraneans. Food, wine, and a close encounter with a hippocampus. Great time. Thrilled, Snape muttered, not in the least emulating the word in any shape or form. He purposefully refused to step forward and entertain any notion of joining this wasteful misuse of time. Now, if we're done here, I would rather return to my work. That was not entirely true, for Snape had well and truly finished his new term preparation within the first week of his holidays. Lily had complained bitterly about not seeing hide nor hair of him, but in the end, he was not the one pulling his hair out trying to play catch-up. Not in the least dissuaded, Potter stepped forward from Snape's desk. That's kinda what I wanted to talk to you about. Your hand's good again. I still have a job. You do realize you're still under contract, Potter, Snape stated, and had I the mind to terminate that contract, that's not my decision to make. An odd smile flickered across Potter's face. Or, you're not of a mind to terminate my contract. That is not what I wanted you to derive from my statement, Snape muttered, not at all enjoying the beaming smiles his unintended words had elicited. Snape turned away, irritated, but in no mind to burst any bubbles. His antagonism to Potter had long since been outweighed by his love for his wife. And that there was a time that it was not the case had long since been an epiphany of where his mistakes had laid. Snape motioned to the steps, knowing full well if he left Lily to indulge in her idleness, that she would never meet her deadline. He had no issues assisting her when she required it, but refused to perpetuate a bad habit. He understood that Lily was a different sort of creature to him and needed her company, friends, and conversation, and a holiday spent as a teacher at Hogwarts had starved her of all three, but she also needed to shake her Gryffindor attitude of procrastination and a last-minute scramble of lackluster work, especially if her ultimate goal was to step into the role of a professor. There were certain habits she had that she simply could not afford to keep. Lily, too, seemed to concede his unargued point. He liked to think she knew full well and was making efforts on her end to meet that ultimate goal. With a sigh and a grimace, she turned to Potter and said, "Well, break time's over. Nose to the grindstone. See you at dinner, then," Potter offered, and Lily waved back as she climbed the steps and slipped through the doors to Snape's office. Snape turned to Potter, who stood as if expectant of the conversation to come. "Well, I assume you're here to drop off the first-year assignments I tasked you to mark." Evidently not by how the young man blanched. No, I forgot to bring it up. I'll get it to you before their first class on Wednesday, promise." "A whole 2 weeks, and you leave it all for the last few days," Snape muttered scathingly, a trait he always knew was disappointingly common among Gryffindors. "I'll hold you to that promise." Potter grinned without a hint of shame before that smile withdrew into an expression more thoughtful. "Hey, Snape, have you thought about coming back to the Order?" "Who said I ever left?" Snape muttered as he paused by the stairs. He wanted to give his wife a moment more to get herself comfortable in his office before passing through. She was easy to distract, as it was. Potter, however, seemed to take Snape's lack of a hasty withdrawal as an indication that conversation was welcome. "Well then, there's an Order meeting tonight at the Hog's Head. I'm hoping you'd consider coming." He paused before adding, "both you and Lily. Should there be any pressing items on the agenda for a castle-bound member such as myself, or a non-member such as my wife, I expect you shall be more than sufficient a messenger." Potter grimaced and shuffled awkwardly on the spot, as if he was internally debating the matter on his mind. Finally, Potter straightened himself, or at least it seemed that way simply because he took his hands out of his pockets. I get it. You two have been through a lot, and you don't owe the Order anything. You've stuck your necks out enough and just want to lay low. I get it, the Gryffindor quickly said, as if he understood even a measure of the burden. The Order's just. We've had a few bad losses. You don't know how much the sight of you walking back in with a hand did for us, those of us who saw you at my wedding. It did us a world of good, just knowing neither of you were beaten by what happened to you. Snape did not answer. The refusal had been upon the tip of his tongue. He had never found his place in the Order useful. Even now, when his position among them was no longer a tightrope between two deceptions, he found himself in no place to contribute. His position was one that had no discussion points nor made any wider impact to the war on the surface. But as with many facets of his new life, his existence had become more symbolic than practical. I have work to do, Potter. Though I'm sure you have your own interpretation of your job responsibilities, I know mine have a little weight to it. I have no intentions of spending my evening in the secret attic of a seedy pub the night after so many are returning from a household of foul ideologies. But he relented, his tone a touch softer. But I don't speak for Lily. I'll leave that decision to her, and how much work she has yet left, Snape finally conceded, eliciting a smile from his rival. Where once Snape might have feared Lily's recklessness incensed by the news she heard, he would have adamantly shielded her from that world. Lily was no longer the innocent youth that she was. Trauma had a way of robbing that from people. He no longer feared her Gryffindor nature would get the better of her. She had learned the hard way that reality was not a fairy tale. As if beckoned by the mention of her name, her head popped through the door. If Snape hadn't known better, he would have thought the Gryffindors had planned this, but Snape did know better. Gryffindors were not planners, and it was not an uncommon notion for Lily to be simply pressed up against the door, for she was a notorious eavesdropper. But she wasn't grinning as he expected over minor victories won. Worry touched her brow as her voice called out in a hushed tone, as if trying to be discreet. Save. A student's here to see you. She paused before adding, it sounds important. Without a word, Snape strode up the staircase. Lily sidestepped quickly and allowed him through, peering curiously after him through the door. But as soon as Snape stepped through the door, he knew Lily's presence was not welcome. Not for the secrets that would be spoken, but for the fact that these secrets were not Snape's to give. Lily, go down and speak to Potter. Have one more day to finish your work, but I believe tonight your presence may be better spent elsewhere. From the frown that touched Lily's brows, Snape knew he wasn't fooling anyone, but she said nothing as she retreated from the door. With a flick from his wand, Snape had the door shut, and the room encased in a silencing spell to thwart eavesdroppers, not that he didn't trust his wife. She did not have the best track record of honoring that trust, if he was to be honest, a folly of youth more than nature. But this conversation was not something Snape could risk reaching unsavory ears. Turning his dark eyes to his charge, Snape asked, Mr. Black, what can I do for you? Regulus Black, the legal heir of the entire Black family in both fortune and ideals, stood in his office, his face pale and clammy, his ordinarily neatly gelled hair in disarray. He said nothing at first, his grey eyes cast to the floor. Snape could see behind the boy's normally shrouded mind a chaos of emotions and doubt, questioning if what he was doing was right. But an image flashed past and held, clenching his wavering heart about it. The image of a wretched house elf, the very same that would haunt his household long after all members of the household would be dead and gone. The creature was held in his arms as it writhed in pain, but no injuries marked its form. Those grey eyes turned to him, that image of that wounded elf burning like a red-hot brand in his mind. You once said that if I ever decide this path I walk is not for the man I wanted to be, that you'll help. Do you still mean that? I do, Snape answered, sweeping away the fear from the boy's roiling mind so all that remained was shame, regret, and hope. Chapter 80, The Unseen Hope. Chapter text. It was with great excitement and a measure of trepidation that Lily approached the headmaster's office that evening. Having been invited to an order meeting and going so far as to have got her husband's blessing to go, Lily approached the matter with the air of a nervous child preparing for her first date. Not that she really knew what that felt like. Severus, was the bundle of nerves in their relationship. Lily had by far been the more confident of the pair. Confident in her looks, confident in her desirability, confidence in how well of a grasp she had of her best friend. It was all funny in hindsight. She had come to know he was a different soul entirely to the boy she had known, shrouded with so many secrets that even now she knew she did not have his full measure. Though his greatest secret was given to her freely, he was by no means transparent. He spoke little of his machinations, but in the years she had known the new him, she realized that very few of his actions came without good, though rarely spoken, reason, such as this decision that sparked him to go so far as to encourage her to attend this meeting of the Order, a request so at odds with his previous zealous stance, preventing her from dipping her toes into even the fringes of this war. But then his turning around and telling her that he wasn't coming along was the rug pull of the century. It wasn't like she didn't know he had his own duties to perform amongst his Slytherin students, what with it being the end of the holidays, and many of their lot having returned from homes with unhealthy mindsets. It took a bit of work from Severus to settle them back into the rhythm of Hogwarts life and slowly chip away at the dark ideas they may have been steeped in during their brief period away. But Lily was still of a tender mindset, even after 2 months, about the idea of finding herself in the wide world again. Hogsmeade was only a stone's throw away. Under the light of day, and accompanied by rambunctious friends, it wasn't a rattling prospect to face. Even James and Marlene's wedding had all the guarantees of a well-fortified castle. With the Potter's wealth and the willingness of the Order to provide, there were few places more defended in all of Britain that day save for Hogwarts itself, or perhaps the Ministry, though recent news would cast doubt to the security of the latter. But that fateful night, the world had become a far more terrifying place, and one that she could no longer find the courage to face alone. This was why she insisted James meet her at the headmaster's office. Even the thought of hopping off to the Hogs Head Inn by flu rattled her. She was ashamed by how fearful she had become. A trait that Severus had tried to convince her was caution born of wisdom and not barefaced cowardice. The gargoyle leapt aside for her as she approached, James beckoning from the inside of that hidden stairwell. "Come on, before Edgar blows a cauldron over our tardiness." Lily rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling a lot braver in company. "If he does, we'll just say we had a teaching emergency. It won't work if McGonagall's there," James said as he stomped up the staircase. But Lily, pacing herself up the tightly wound steps, knew better. "McGonagall's going to be busy tonight, or have you forgotten she's the head of Gryffindor?" "Nah, Lilass, Sirius and me have graduated. She won't be that busy. As an ex-prefect and head girl, I guarantee you she will be." James slowed a step on the top flight, conceding a grimace. "You're right, of course, but I'd still like to take some of that credit for setting an example to follow." With a quick rap on the door, they entered to a blast of welcoming warmth. Dumbledore stood by the grate of that roaring fire, hands clasped behind him, as if in thought as his eyes stared distantly at the writhing flames. "We ready to go, Gramps?" James asked. He had affectionately called the headmaster by that moniker since their first years as Gryffindors. He used to boast that his parents were friends with the headmaster due to their frequent association as alchemy aficionados and long-term investors into the field, and that, as a 4-year-old, he was introduced to the headmaster as Grandpa Dumbledore. Even so, James had known better than to call the headmaster thus to his face, and as he grew up, had used that nickname less and less even amongst his friends. Dumbledore didn't even blink at the disrespect James felt comfortable parading. He simply smiled as he turned from the flames, the shadows of deep and ponderous thought wiping away from his visage such that Lily wondered if she had seen it at all. "I'm afraid I've become unexpectedly engaged tonight. I trust you can lead the meeting without me." "Me? Well, of course. Leave it to me," James attested, not giving the explanation a moment's more thought. Perhaps it was due to having lived so closely with a Slytherin in the past year, or since learning that there was more to the headmaster than his kindly exterior would like her to know, but her curiosity was piqued. "Who are you meeting tonight?" Lily asked, as boldly as James had been with his shenanigans. To that the headmaster's blue eye merely twinkled as if sharing in a jest. "I'm afraid Minerva is not the only one with their hands tied by the antics of students." Snape pushed cautiously into the headmaster's office. Despite receiving the message that Lily and Potter had already stepped through the fireplace, he didn't trust the timing of Gryffindors. "Rest assured there are no prying eyes, Severus," Dumbledore's voice rang through the office. "And please, make our guest feel at home." Snape scowled, pushing the door wide, and motioned for Regulus Black to step in after him. The boy's eyes were wide, his face pale. It seemed the gravity of his actions was ticking through his mind, as it would any good Slytherin's. He was about to commit high treason against the Dark Lord, and it would be foolish of him to ignore the gravitas of his actions. The tea kettle appeared upon a silver tray, floating across the room with 3 cups on offer. Exotic scents wafted through the room, reminiscent of another Slytherin who had once sought another path. Buckwheat tea. "I hope your palate is adventurous," Dumbledore remarked as he had the teapot pour out 3 cups. Snape didn't mind this flavor. It was mild and didn't pretend to be a dessert. The young Black, on the other hand, barely acknowledged the porcelain cup that set itself before him. His grey eyes seemed to be unable to raise beyond the table's edge, thoughts unspoken but apparent in his distant gaze. Though both Dumbledore and he were Legilimens, Snape at least would not broach upon the boy's mind. This decision could have grave ramifications to the boy's life, and was not one to be manipulated, but one to be respected. A far too familiar moment to a man who had once walked that very same path back towards the light. If that same weight weighed upon Albus Dumbledore, he did not show it. He sipped calmly from his tea in an unchallenged silence, those blue eyes peering kindly through his half-moon spectacles, so seemingly patiently, waiting for an answer rather than asking the question. Snape had not been nearly as patient with the young man, quizzing him at length in his own office, after he learned his wife would be preoccupied with the thought of spending her evening moonlighting as a member of the Order, and not with an ear to the door. Snape extracted as much information as subtlety would allow, and the boy provided, venting his frustrations of the injustice he perceived in the way that only a teenaged boy would. This was all over his elf. That wretched elf that would as soon poison a man as he would pour his drink. Yet in the eyes of that boy, this creature was some precious pet whose mistreatment stirred his heart with rage. The Dark Lord, it seemed, had borrowed the creature, brought it with him for a task, and had it suffer for a reason only known to that madman. It was difficult to find words to console the boy when the matter had seemed so trivial to Snape, not to mention that the elf had survived the ordeal, mostly intact. But then the boy called to Snape's office that wretched elf, who blinked into Snape's office, still struggling to stand. Its ratty toga was stained by a bright green stain that seemed a lot fresher than any of the yellowing filth that dotted his rags. "They can't know he survived. Please let him stay." Though Snape doubted any pure blood would care enough to inquire about the elf's continued existence, Snape conceded a step. "I will do what I can. Master Regulus, creature does not wish to stay." "Creature wishes to serve," the wretched elf had croaked. Black knelt before the creature, speaking to it in a soft voice of a man soothing a child. "You can serve me here at this castle, creature. Just stay here with me at the castle. Don't go back to Grimmauld Place." "Hold, Mr. Black. I make no such promises," Snape cautioned, causing the young Black to whip up as if in fear that his request could possibly be refused. "I said that I would assist, but the last word does not end with me. I can get you before the headmaster, but the final word ends with him." This was the reason Snape had given the boy for his appearance before the headmaster. The reason he had given the headmaster, however, was quite different. There was information to glean, and though Black had come to them seeking refuge, both he and his elf afforded an opportunity too precious to pass up. "Would you introduce me to creature?" Dumbledore asked in a gentle voice, after allowing the silence to stretch uncomfortably long. Slowly, the young Black pulled himself upright in his chair and did as he was bade. "Creature, come." His voice rang out clear, and with a pop, the elf whisked into existence. Dumbledore stood and strode over to the hunched, cowering creature, beckoning it forward with a gentle sincerity that only Albus Dumbledore could bring. "I understand you have suffered terrible treatment, creature." At those words, Regulus Black appeared to visibly relax. He even met those blue eyes when Dumbledore turned his attention on him. "Understand that this elf had been tortured by some dark means. I wish to observe him to ensure that darkness is not lingering." To that statement, the young Black was only too eager to agree. his concern for his pet elf being seemingly genuine. He stepped aside, allowing Dumbledore to stoop to that decrepit elf. Snape brought his wand to the creature, who shrank as if expecting a blow or an unkind word. Snape watched the headmaster slowly sweep the creature for indications of lingering curses or jinxes, for surveillance spells, mind control, or anything that the darkness could inflict upon the school with an elf set to infiltrate. The tip of his wand, however, paused upon the green stain upon the elf's ratty clothes. "What do you make of this, Severus?" Dumbledore asked, stepping aside to allow Snape to approach. With one pass of his wand, Snape understood why this piqued the headmaster's interest. "A drink of despair. Why were you made to drink this?" Snape demanded of the elf, causing it to cower by the demand of his tone. Snape was unable to fathom the Dark Lord's thinking. A brew that used the imbibers passed against them to afflict anguish, wearing down their mind. An effective tool for a Legilimens against a mind unwilling to break. An elf would not offer up such resistance, mostly because their minds worked so differently that there was little value in wearing them down. Their minds were protected, not by their strengths of will, but by how differently their minds worked. Less of a barrier to break through, but a mire of nonsense to wade. Even the prospect of inciting anguish in the creature for fun seemed unlikely. The torture of a creature of servitude seemed a bit beneath the Dark Lord's standards. Creature shook his head in a manner that made his pointed ears flop about his head. He looked as if he were unwilling to answer. Regulus prompted his elf in a gentle voice. "Answer the professor, creature. He's here to help." Slowly the house elf turned his eyes up to Snape, his wrinkled face slack and beady black eyes wide with remembered trauma. Creature asked the Dark Lord not to. Creature begged, but the Dark Lord just made Creature drink cup after cup until there was no more left in that basin to drink. The drink made Creature so thirsty. "Why did he make you drink?" Snape demanded, turning these words in his mind. Creature does not know. Creature did not ask. Creature only saw him reach into the basin and put inside a locket. The Dark Lord left. By that same boat he came on with poor old Creature. Left old Creature on that island in that dark cave. Creature was so thirsty, but when Creature went to the water to drink, dead hands reached for Creature. In Fairy, the hairs had stood up on the back of Snape's neck. He exchanged glances with Dumbledore, whose blue eyes quickly flicked back to the boy. The significance of that moment did not pass by him. The final Horcrux was expectedly a locket passed down from Salazar Slytherin's hand. What Creature described could only be such an item. It was by no mere coincidence that the Dark Lord was seeking the safety of the vessels that contained his soul. The final Horcrux had found its resting place. If it is dead flesh made a puppet, then you speak of Inferius. How did you survive, Creature? Snape had demanded, desperate to understand the obstacles that stood before him. To that the house elf merely answered. Creature was ordered by Master Regulus to return when he was done serving the Dark Lord. Creature obeyed. Creature left to return to Master Regulus. Blue eyes met black as the significance of that statement dawned on both headmaster and professor. It was inconceivable that the Dark Lord would forget to set an anti-disapparition jinx as part of his Horcrux defenses. But not for house elves, it seemed. You are a very loyal elf, Creature, and though Hogwarts will be delighted to house you amongst its elves, I understand that you are still part of the Black family, Dumbledore uttered suddenly, causing a sudden brush of trepidation to come to the younger Black's face. But thankfully, he has family amongst the student body still. He may stay, Mr. Black, but with you. I will have a room conjured in the Slytherin dormitories so you may house him. Elf sighed. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Black blurted, visibly relieved. "I owe you so much. What you owe me is a promise that you will not enact the vengeance you are planning." Black paused, as did Snape. He did not glance into the boy's mind, but it seemed the headmaster had not been so gracious. It seemed he had been foolish in his holding back and his naivety. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes piercing despite his still soft tone. "Your intention to strike out at him by stealing that trinket from under his nose and replacing it with a replica is not a line of action I would endorse, Regulus. That plan could only end one way, and death is not a fate for a man so young." Creature's eyes swiveled upwards towards his master, his pointed ears lying flat as if in horror at the thought. Black flinched at the accusation, but his dogged refusal to meet his house elf's eyes spoke keenly of the truth. You're a Legolimens too, he muttered, gritting his teeth against the anger that was no doubt brewing beneath. Snape felt the need to interject. Damned be your pride, Black. None of this is a game to play hero at like some clumsy Gryffindor. You think this is a game for me? Black demanded, suddenly incensed. I believed this. I believed in all of this. I admired the Dark Lord and all he stood for. But this, to harm a creature that only exists to help and never to harm. He glanced to his house elf, his eyes softening to held-back tears as he met the pleading gaze of that wretched creature. What he did was not the actions of a great man, but a monster. And I could see it. I was beginning to realize. I should have. I should have known better, creature. I shouldn't have let him hurt you. Master is good to creature. Creature does not blame master, the elf croaked. But master must not do anything that endangers himself. Creature will not forgive master if master were to die. A small smile appeared on the young man's face. Snape glanced away, a little humbled at the display, over something so trivial to him at that. I hate him for what he did, Black muttered, more to himself than to his elf. I just want him to feel that pain, even a sliver of that pain. So you believe taking that trinket that he so closely guarded is the best way to do so? Snape surmised, understanding this turn in Slytherin thinking. After all, vengeance is a very Slytherin trait. I cannot fault your reasoning. But Dumbledore glanced up sharply, as if in warning. I disagree. Mr. Black, you are still young. You still have much to live for. Not when there are other ways you can strike at him, ways that will not break your poor house elf's heart. Perhaps the headmaster believed Snape's words were of subtle encouragement, to lead the boy to finish his dirty work. But such dark plans were never Snape's intention. To chastise was simply not the way to turn a teenager's mind. And it is a foolish and short-sighted plan. You strike out in anger and deliver a glancing blow. What then? You die a pointless death. He would ultimately win. Is that a satisfactory conclusion to your ears? A brief scowl and a quickly averted gaze was Black's answer. A truth that no Slytherin wanted to hear. That their efforts were pointless and ultimately brooked little mark on the course of history. Perhaps understanding Snape's intention, Dumbledore appeared to step back from the conversation, turning his attention to the phoenix that fluttered down from the perch upon the back of his high chair. Do you know why patience and subtlety are a Slytherin's weapons? Snape asked, his voice suddenly soft as he coaxed that stubborn young mind. Why we deal with information, threats and measures considered underhanded by those of rash dispositions. Those grey eyes flickered upwards, a calm haze to his gaze. He knew the answer, as would all those of true Slytherin in heart. A wound struck in silence and left to fester will always cut deeper than one detected and allowed to heal. You do this and die your noble death. You will leave this world with a greater monster to face. You are Slytherin enough to know this, and so is he. Black stiffened, his grey eyes flickered away. Shamed by the thought, perhaps, but Snape knew better than to glance in to confirm. Epiphanies and self-reflection deserved a private moment. But unbeknownst to you, you have already struck him a lingering blow, Snape continued, his tone silky. For you carried one vital piece of information to his enemies. That, and the means by which to strike. Snape's gaze drew down to the elf who clutched at his master's robes. Creature's ears laid flat in fear, but his old wrinkled eyes set in determination. Creature will do what he must for master. Creature will die for master if he must. Creature's not dying, Regulus snapped, more to Snape than to his house elf, but the sentiment was felt. No, Creature won't die, Snape agreed. Nor shall you, Regulus Black. You have both already done your part, now leave the rest to us. Those grey eyes held his for a long moment. A ponderous expression when the shadow of anger had cleared. Do you need Creature? Only if you would trust him to us, Snape conceded, allowing the balance of power to tip into the court of this young Slytherin, trusting the sense of nobility being fostered by his sense of right. There was no immediate agreement. I'll think about it, was all the commitment Black would give. But Snape did not begrudge this answer. A good Slytherin did nothing without thinking on it. Whether for good or for ill, Black had regained a measure of patience. Had his plan been to take a gambit on his own life, out of spite if little else? That he should now hesitate spoke much of how calmly he now was weighing this thought. It was Snape's turn to be patient. The grating of the stone wall announced Lily's return. Snape glanced up from his alchemical workstation to see her red hair follow her through the bathroom door without as much as a "how do you do." With a glance at his pocket watch, Snape conceded to the conclusion of his evening. He turned his attention to his alchemical reagents, setting one more transmutation into motion before he called it a night. Though he had no obligation to continue the practice, Snape found himself drawn back to this science. Perhaps to relish the magical complexities he was able to achieve with this gift of a hand to replace his lost appendage. Upon the mantelpiece sat the silver doe, born once more from his wife's silvery memories. A doe that had disappeared with the dispelling of the charm Snape had cast upon the bottle to pour the contents forth into a pensive, a charm he would have never dared without command of his magic. The creature that stood within the crystal vessel blinked back at him with lifelike craftsmanship, his returned magic breathing life back into the gift that began everything his life was now built upon. A physical manifestation of the miracle of his magic returned. The lack of practice wound back his skills, but that did little to discourage him. After spending 2 months as an invalid struggling to match the skills of some of the students he had to teach, to find himself in the familiar struggle of the legendarily complex field of alchemy was honestly liberating. A piece of copper sat upon his table, light as a fleck, but as pure of a nugget as one could possibly exist. It was back to basics, but it was a skill he relished the journey to relearn. It was a game of precision rather than one of magical might, an exercise that assisted in his rehabilitation more than the scroll of exercises Madame Pomfrey demanded he adhere to. There were only so many wrist flexes he could endure. Setting aside his spent materials, Snape cleaned off the table with a flick of his wand, shut away his focus stone in his small locked cupboard, and set his ruined table back in its assigned corner with magical ease. Lily's return was his indication the evening was at an end. More for his own sake than anything else, it was too easy to fall into the trap of an unhealthy sleep schedule. Though Lily was not much better at keeping to appropriate waking hours, Snape found more success in following her as a benchmark of when he should retire for the evening. Sleep was never a discipline he had mastered. Snape returned to his room to change into his sleepwear and endeavored to wait out the sound of water. He had showered earlier in the evening, usually the first thing he would do when he returned from his daily duties. It was only oral hygiene that he needed to tend to, but even so, he hesitated to intrude into an occupied bathroom. Though Lily never locked the bathroom door, not seeming to mind being intruded upon, Snape was a man of a different psyche. He could not find himself leaving that same door unlocked when he knew he was alone in his living space. He heard the sound of the water cease, then silence for the longest time. Snape turned to the bedroom door, confused when her form did not slip in through. Snape drew himself off his seat and stepped to the living room, feeling the steam cling to his skin as it wafted from the open bathroom door. There he saw his wife sitting on their living room couch, trussed up in her woolen bathrobes and gazing despondently into the fire crackling in the fireplace. "Lily," he uttered softly, stepping forth to brush aside the door. Snape slipped in quietly, settling himself beside her in silent confusion. She pulled back as if snapping from a trance. "Oh, Severus. Sorry, I completely spaced." Snape watched her intently before he took out his wand to sweep her for charms or dark magic, his paranoia and technical mind winning out over any emotional intelligence he had gained over the course of this new lifetime. "Oh, stop that." Lily swatted at his silver hand with a smile that peeked through her tired facade. "So just tired then?" Snape asked, stowing his wand away as he was bade. Lily sighed, her smile disappearing into a grimace. "I'm just—" She paused as if weighing her words. "Are we winning, Save?" That had been an unexpected question. Snape hesitated, unable to make heads or tails of it. "I don't know what I expected when I left for that order meeting," Lily continued with a wry smile, as if exacerbated by her own nativity. "Somehow, finding out about what was happening out there was not it." Snape glanced away, the realization finally dawning on him about what must be eating at her. Reality was harsh for a gentle soul, and Snape had long lost perspective on that. They say a squad of magical enforcement patrolmen had been lost on the Isle of Man. Wizards and witches going missing, Order members going missing. She shook her head, looking defeated. And nobody would say anything about Remus. They say it's safer for him if we're in the dark, like we'd sell him out or something. Not all betrayals are intentional. Snape knew better than most. Lily glanced up at him, her green eyes softened as her words fell silent on her lips. Snape braced one comforting hand about her shoulder, feeling her lean into his chest, her arms about his torso. They sat there for a moment, locked in that embrace, the numbing silence punctured only by the crackles and pops of the roaring fire. Finally, Snape spoke, his voice low yet clear. "We are not losing." Was that a statement or wishful thinking? Lily asked with a light tone that indicated attempt at humor. Snape paused a moment, turning his thoughts upon his tongue. There was little he could truly speak of, for the very same reason that the werewolf's welfare was held so secret. Lily's mind was an open door for any with the talent and withal to step through. "I don't think you realize how different everything has become," Snape finally uttered. "A dozen lives with a stake in this war have changed, dozens more whose future would have intersected with ruin's path. Because of you," Lily concluded with a proud smile breaking through her aura of exhaustion, her fingers loosening from about him so that she may sit back. "Not all directly," Snape muttered, flushing slightly at that grand notion. "Minerva was never meant to be a member of the Order during this war." Lily perked right up. Really? Her natural curiosity drew her from her gloom as easily as a string dangled before a kitten. Snape gave a curt nod, appreciating her lightening mood. "I had shared my knowledge with Albus Dumbledore. The wheels have begun to turn on several matters. I'll say no more on it, but know this. We are in a better position than we had been in another lifetime." He paused, feeling his words weigh upon his tongue. "Or at least, the Order had, for I, too, am on a path differently trod. And the world is better for it," Lily said and fell silent. Snape turned away, sensing more that lay between them unsaid, but unwilling to provoke the conflict that may arise. He knew what discontent must stir in her noble heart. But silent he stayed, fearing the conversation that might arise. With a soft kiss to her brow, he stood from his seat. "Sleep now. School starts tomorrow, and you'll need your rest to deal with the headaches that children can bring." The new year signaled the start of Hogwarts life with the bustle of student bodies in the school halls. The ancient castle was full of life again, and Lily, for one, had missed it. Not so much the stacks of work that came with it. Not that she had any right to complain, of course. Save had helped her mark most of her holiday work, not just the half that he had originally agreed to. Scrambling to finish her marking, Lily found her scrolls arranged neatly in a box, each and every article thoroughly corrected with red ink and comments, leaving Lily with no doubt as to whose experienced hand had marked them. His thoughtfulness made her heart swell. He never said a word about it. He was well and truly out the door by the time Lily had even turned her thought to the work she had remaining. That was just his expression of love, a thoughtfulness he rarely reserved for anyone else. That left Lily with the free period she had initially planned for her last-ditch marking well and truly free. Yet, rather than whittle it away pointlessly on indulgence and procrastination, Lily took to brewing out the yet-to-be-posted fill order for the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey conveyed requests to the potions wing twice a month for potions she wanted made up, and before Lily came along to assist, she would have been lucky to receive half of the list she sent down. At the very least now, Lily took to that responsibility. She wouldn't dream of flubbing the responsibilities, especially now that she knew Severus once took on this very role. It was hard to imagine him being anything but thorough in his work, and utterly indignant at the thought of his wife applying herself in any way less. Though this fortnight's scroll of orders hadn't yet been sent down to the dungeons, Lily marked up a box of brews that were commonly requested, and based on her own very recent experiences as a student in this very institute. Pepper-up potions lined half of her box in preparation for the coughs and colds that would sweep the halls come spring. Calming drafts took another good quarter in preparation for the assessments and exams peeking over the horizon. And of course, there were a few vials of that ever-important contraceptive brew. Lily was coming to terms with how frequently that order was needing to be filled, and honestly, she didn't have any right to be all that surprised considering how she harangued her own husband when they were but newly married teens. Wiggenweld filled out the rest of the space. Like Dittany, a major component of its make, it was a brew used to heal minor injuries. and one didn't grow up a Gryffindor under the mortars of Hogwarts without being well acquainted with this particular potion. No doubt there would be more requests to come in the form of more prescriptive potions, ones that hardly saw use except in selective circumstances, but a bulk of this fortnight's work was done and dusted. Lily happily floated her morning's work up to the first floor alongside her, feeling all pepped and productive. The sounds of teaching wafted down the halls that Lily walked, evoking an odd nostalgia in her heart. She was far too young to look back on her school life with such reminiscent eyes, especially when that life wasn't even a year ago. Hardly hindsight. Hardly any students wandered the halls during the period, even if they had it free. If they were old enough to have free periods, they were close enough to exam periods that they could hardly afford to spend it frivolously. The calming drafts were likely to become highly appreciated in the not-so-distant future. Approaching the entrance to the hospital wing, Lily could see a figure in the bed within. Ordinarily, it was not at all odd for there to be students under the matron's care at all hours of the day, but one would think the first day of holiday would be her period of grace. What she hadn't expected was that it was Professor Kettleburn propped up in a bed. Oh no, Professor Kettleburn. Lily gasped as she rushed to his side, her box of potions rattling dangerously as her floating box rushed to keep up with her. "Oh, Lily," the professor moaned, his one good eye screwed shut in a pained wince. "Oh, Lily, they've taken my legs." He stuck one stumped leg, severed at the knee, from the blankets, then wriggled it about to Lily's horror. But then a grin split across the professor's face, and a jolly belch of laughter rang out. "You should see the look on your face." Lily blinked stupidly for a moment before realizing she had been had. It was then that she realized there was a pile of prosthetic limbs on the bedside table that she would have ordinarily seen adorning the good professor. "Don't scare me like that," Lily proclaimed, feeling her heart settle. "I've taken your classes for long enough to take delimbing quite seriously." "I'm sorry, dear girl." The jest was in poor taste, Kettleburn proclaimed, yet his mischievous smile was decidedly anything but sorry. It was honestly sometimes hard to believe the less-than-safety-conscious teacher of care of magical creatures was a Hufflepuff and not Gryffindor. "I'm actually here because of your husband," he continued. Lily glanced about in surprise, half expecting to see Save lurking in a corner, scowling away at a joke that would no doubt be abrasive to him. Kettleburn laughed again heartily at Lily's confusion. "I did not mean that literally. I meant for the same sort of limb-restorative treatment he had." With that, he brought out his left hand, ordinarily sporting a claw-like appendage, but now adorned with a silvery replica of a true hand much like that her husband wore. "They've fixed your hand." Lily gasped, tickled at the thought. For so long she had known the professor, he had been more woodwork than arms and legs. It was well known the professor had lost them years ago plying his dangerous craft. He lived long enough with his disabilities to never seem the least inconvenienced or dispirited, yet it was with such giddy excitement he seemed to relish this limb he had lived so many years without. The professor wriggled his silver fingers in what appeared to be an affirmative. "My hands, and soon my feet." Lily blinked at the leg that was still hanging out the covers. "When are they going to do it? Can I watch?" she asked, absolutely taken with the prospect. It was one thing to see the miraculous results, but a whole other thing to watch the miracle in progress. Was it possible to learn? "I don't see why not." Albus had just stepped out for a moment, but absolutely. "Please do," Kettleburn proclaimed with an air of a man offering an invitation to take tea. With a flush of excitement, Lily turned to find a seat to pull up, only to run face first into her floating box of potions. That reminder of her responsibilities ended that daydream rather quickly. Reality literally slapped her in the face. Third years are brewing wide-eye potions next, and though the prep's done, I'm still needed to run stock from the supply room for the unexpected accidents and spillages, Lily said, with a dejected huff. "I can't exactly skive off as a teaching assistant." "You never have as a student at that," Kettleburn seemed to agree. "But with the state of Severus, I would never consider the exploration of necessary skills to be an example of skirting your duties." "Nor would I," agreed a deep yet gentle voice. Lily turned, bracing the box of potions that rattled as she bumped them for a second time. Professor Dumbledore stepped into the ward with Madame Pomfrey at his elbow, a small hoard of scrolls following them in on a multi-layered trolley behind them. Those blue eyes twinkled as the headmaster spoke. The magic will inevitably fade from Severus, limb like all conjurations would. I cannot think of a person more suited to administer and maintain that spell for him. Kettleburn chipped in cheerily. Considering that you were the one who cast it, Albus, I doubt that would be needed any time soon. Madame Pomfrey took to setting up by Kettleburn's bed, drawing out a scroll from her trolley and setting it upon a helpful silver tray that had floated over. Upon the unfurled surface of that parchment were inked some truly horrific sketches of a deconstructed foot set out in intricate detail. Lily couldn't help but grimace as her spine tingled with the absolute willies at the sight. She was reminded of those anatomy books her father had in his study, and some of the disturbing imagery of humans in various states of deconstruction depicted within the pages, but the sight of the macabre had never bothered Lily as it had now. There were reasons aplenty for her not to choose the path of a healer, and squeamishness had never been the main. But that was before the sight evoked the nightmarish memories. The sight of Severus, ruined limb as he clung to life by inching breaths. With a small shake of her head, Lily dispelled the memory. Her mind ticked in funny ways since that fateful night. She wasn't always affected, but at times, unexpectedly, she would feel on edge. Her brow would prick with sweat as tension would take her unexpectedly. But there would be no danger to speak of to justify this morbid feeling. If one near-death experience could run such ruin with her sense of security, she began to understand the constant caution Severus had swathed himself in. "Do you wish to watch, Lily?" Dumbledore asked gently, but his eyes seemed to ask a question to the concern she did not voice. Perhaps a brush with the legilimency she now knew the headmaster to possess. Those blue eyes peered at her, seeming bereft of judgment, yet touched with some unspoken intent. There was no doubt in her mind. "I do want to learn," Lily said, shaking off that moment's falter. She had once promised herself that if there been a way to make Severus whole, she would pursue it with every fibre of her being. Squeamishness was not going to make her lose her nerve. Those blue eyes twinkled seemingly approvingly. "I'll send a message down to Horace that I would borrow you for the rest of the day. I'm sure he'll understand." Chapter 81. A War of Compromise. Chapter text, message from Master Regulus, came that now all too familiar, raspy elf voice. Snape glanced up from his student markings, barely spotting Creature's stooped form from over the edge of his office desk. With an air of inevitability, Snape set aside his quill to give his attention to this inanity. "Gibbon and Wilkes have taken an interest in dung bombs from Zonkos. Their stash is kept within a trick wall by the fourth corridor in the deeper dungeons," it read. Snape glared over the desk at the Creature, who glared right back at him. "Noted," Snape said, and the elf took that terse response, quite rightly, as a dismissal and whisked off without a trace. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate what the young man was doing, feeding him information about the goings-on among his students of darker alignment. A constant stream of banalities was the result of that endeavor. They were small infringements on matters of discipline that would bear little weight on the grand scheme of things, transgressions he was forced to care about owing to his position as the teacher and head of house. Black had initially offered far more lucrative information from within the Devil's Maw. Machinations from within the inner circle that the pure-blood boy had a position within, but Snape had shut down the offer the moment it emerged from the boy's lips. Snape knew better than most that spy work from within the ranks of darkness was not a game to be played, and not one he would task a young man with so heedlessly. Having the young black report to him the misbehavior from within his house was more a negotiated redirection of the young man's zealous nature. Regulus Black did not defect by halves, it seemed, and the boy needed a task to vent his vengeful energy. Of course, the result of his benign request was no end of annoyance, as the boy's house elf would haunt his personal hours, regularly appearing in Snape's office to convey some pointless piece of dormitory insight or set a scroll on his unoccupied desk. Snape would regularly return to this room to find it piled high. Snape sighed as he set the note aflame with a dip of his wand. Though he was in no mind to discourage the child's eagerness, neither was he in the business of chasing down disciplinary issues that did not have the Gryffindor carelessness to wander into his sights. With a muted sigh, Snape stood from his desk, intending to refresh his coffee cup. Stepping through the trick wall into his private quarters, he locked eyes with his wife, who had set up her own paperwork on the dining table. Snape never felt it quite right that they did not have a desk for Lily to call her own. He would always find her cramped on that tiny dining table, making the most of her space for juggling her scrolls and writing resources. It was in these situations that the Muggle equipment for writing held a distinct advantage over the inkwell and quill setup. Snape personally still greatly preferred the quill and ink method, if nothing else because the feel of the quill felt a familiar fit in his hand, even one that had forgotten the weight for the passing months. Lily, it seemed, shared the sentiment, for even in those cramped conditions, she would still choose to laboriously set out her inkwell. Snape measured out enough water for 2 cups and set the kettle on the boil. There wasn't any need to ask if Lily fancied a cup. He had yet to see her reject one. With cups and saucers floating before him as if set on an invisible tea tray, Snape directed the cups before him so that he might sit opposite his wife. Lily glanced up when he set down her cup and saucer on the sliver of table still visible under her scrolls. She beamed him a grateful smile as she reached for her tea, which was topped with sugar and cream. Snape glanced about the scrolls piled high on her table, curious as to their content, when he realized the inkwell was black, rather than the red ordinarily associated with rendering judgment on the drivel from students. Upon the parchment Lily had unfurled before her, she had scribbled unfathomable sketches, accompanied by equally chaotic writing. Likely attempts to render the likeness from the far more proficient rendering of a static image upon the page of a thick tome she had propped open by her elbow. That lifelike image of a human hand, disassembled and labeled meticulously in a print font that no wizarding word press would use. "It's a Muggle medicine book, much like what Dad used to read from," Lily answered his unasked question, no doubt noticing his stares. Snape needed no confirmation of that fact, for he had seen the very same book bookmarked on Dumbledore's table as he took to his limb-conjuring experiments. He took a low and slow sip from his cup of tea, his quick mind drawing conclusions as his black eyes flickered past the silver glow of his hand to meet those soft green eyes. It didn't surprise him that his wife would find her way into exploring this newly created branch of magic, but her enthusiasm compensated little for her lack of background and experience in this field. After all, not everyone could be as naturally gifted as Albus Dumbledore, to be able to dabble in a field they had little experience in and generate an entirely new branch of magic. Naturally, Snape assumed the next in line to assist him in the maintenance of his magical appendage would be Poppy Pomfrey, a woman well entrenched in the world of healing. By comparison, Lily could barely prove her hold on the basics in their 7th-year Transfigurations class. "I know what you're thinking," Lily muttered with a sigh as she, too, took a draw from her cup of tea. "I don't have any prior healing knowledge. How could I possibly be trusted with something as delicate as conjuring your hand?" "I thought no such thing," Snape quickly lied, wondering yet again if his wife held some ability with the mind arts. The little upwards twitch of Lily's lips seemed a little too knowing for Snape's liking. With a wave of her hand over the scroll she had been working on, Lily dried the ink. "Learning the physical form of the limb is the most important part of this spell. Did you know that?" she asked as she handed the parchment to her husband. From further away, everything had appeared a mess of poor art and confused nonsense, but upon closer inspection, he could see the method in her madness. Especially so when she held up the Muggle healer's tome so that he could see their illustrations better. Snape glanced through the little squares, circles and rectangles she had drawn as her attempts to illustrate the carpals and phalanges that made up the skeletal structure, attempting to make sense of the twisting mess of lines that seemed to web their way around the bones in a chaotic yet exacting pattern. "I have never studied the topic of healing myself, so I struggle to understand what I'm looking at," Snape confessed as he glanced up from her sketch. "Good to know you're only human," she chirped, seeming a little too pleased by his surrender. "I was learning the anatomy of the hand, starting from the bones and the nerves." Snape glanced nervously at her rendition of the alleged limb, his own bare understanding of the subject matter not making him any more confident in his wife's ability to master it to a standard he would be confident in wearing. This was his wand hand, after all, and he hesitated at the thought of entrusting upon a novice the vessel of his magic, even if that novice was the woman of his affections. "Are you sure it's supposed to look like that?" he finally asked. Lily snatched the page back, her smile taking on a sheepish tinge. "I'm not exactly an artist, okay? And I just started. Cut me some slack." Snape brought his free hand back to his balanced teacup. Free-hander, that was a concept he hadn't held in a while. With a slow draught of his tea, he watched his wife take one last sip of hers and return to work, slicing off another swathe of parchment and turning her already filled sheet over. Slowly, she began to fill the page with those clusters of circles and oblong shapes. He set down his cup and saucer on a tea table he had conjured for that very purpose and began to rifle through the rolls of parchment piled high on her table. In it were those same scribbled lines, practiced ad nauseam at varying degrees of proficiency. "Was this what you have been doing all day?" Snape asked, scrutinizing one particularly abstract iteration of what must have been the same illustrated appendage. While reading his paper in the staff room, he had overheard Slughorn talking about Lily taking a personal day. Had Snape not assisted her in her marking, he would have assumed that was what this was all about. Lily didn't look up from parchment. "Yeah." Nose to the grindstone. I spent the first half of the day watching Poppy and Albus trading turns, practicing on Sylvanus' missing feet. He seems the perfect soul to model the spells, what with having so many limbs to practice on. He's got a sweet patience, too. He's even offered to let me try my hand on his when I get the hang of the basics. That was a relief. Though Snape trusted Lily like he trusted no other, that only extended to as far as her intentions were concerned. He by no means thought little of her ability or dedication. He simply doubted her caution, and the healer's field was one that required caution in abundance. Snape had once thought to learn the spell himself, so that he would no longer be bound to his dependence on others. His sense won out when he understood what went into the spell. This wasn't a simple prosthetic, but a mimicry of a true hand, an in-depth construction of what flesh and blood should be. A complex network of constructed nerves, bones, and tissue conjured in its function and connected to the end of his arm by what remained. The nerves were the most complex part, the heart of this magic. A biological concept Snape had not placed any effort into grasping before this experience. These were what allowed the limb to be regulated by the same impulses that governed flesh. Magic was able to mimic the movement of muscles and the structure of bone, but for magic to mimic the will of its wearer, it needed a connection to their mind. This required a true connection with what nerves remained in his mangled arm, a connection that thankfully did not require any parting of his own flesh. Several fractions of a millimeter's worth of skin was hardly a barrier to spellwork, but this complexity surrounding nerves was exactly what gave Snape pause. It was by these delicate tendrils that the possibility of this spell working at all existed. For him to prod at it clumsily with his own left-handed attempts would be to invite ruin upon himself should the possibility exist for him to burn those delicate biological bridges. What he didn't understand scared him, and the healer's magical field was one he knew in his heart of hearts that he lacked. A task best left to professionals. Snape had thought to himself, and the likes of Albus Dumbledore. There were few who could claim mastery of a subject as complex as healing after several months of intensive study. Dumbledore was a rare breed of genius, able to pick up concepts that took his fancy and delve as deeply into them as he saw fit. By comparison, Snape was a master of few, and Lily was the epitome of the jack of all trades. A natural skill in magic, and a rapidly changing focus on a variety of interests in a vast number of studies, she rarely ever delved deep enough to reach the heart of a single topic. She had her heart set on charms in school, and barely a year out, she already had a hand in enchanting and another in potions. Healing was not a path she had ever considered or even held a passing interest in or a talent for, if Snape were terribly honest. But watching her now, he could not deny her dedication. Lily had penned the image of the skeleton of the hand in her own abstract way and proceeded to label the bones, not by name, but by function. Then, stroke by meticulous stroke, Lily penned out the functions of each of these lines, giving names to their imperfect portrait. He felt his critical thoughts silenced by that of gratitude. The self-reliance he had once taken for granted had become the privilege of a time that only existed in memory. He had learned to trust Lily before he had even learned what trust was, and all too quickly he had to learn to trust more than his past life had ever allowed. So much of his life was no longer his to control. He was not a risk-taker at heart. That was a Gryffindor's game, but he found doubts silenced on his tongue. He leaned back in his seat, content to sip his tea as he watched his wife toil away on this complex endeavor, knowing every second spent she did for his benefit. He parted his lips to thank her, but found the words too caught on her tongue. What words could suffice? Lily's gift to the world was more than just her raw talent. Her gifts to him went further than just mere companionship, and that she was willing to give more was a gift in itself. Sylvanus Kettleburn was ever so a good sport. Even with his limbs restored by the magic of professionals, he was expressly willing to have his hand dispelled to risk the practice of an amateur. But as gung-ho as the professor was, Madame Pomfrey was contrastingly hesitant. Wisely so, perhaps. The very fact that Kettleburn only had one limb left spoke most loudly about his take on risks. The professor was living proof that you didn't have to be Gryffindor to flirt with death. Perhaps Severus was rubbing off on her, but Lily found herself favoring the safer route of study and compromise. She did her job during the day, but in the evenings it was all hers. Sure, she had marking to do and readings to keep up with. One didn't make the potions masterclass course without some elbow grease. At the very least, the little flower bulbs she had been growing in the bathroom needed little attention, preferring to sleep out the dry, cold winter in their little magically sheltered pots. Severus, however, needed a little more love than a winter-bound plant, and she, too, by that extent. Lily's father once said the hardest thing about his early years as a doctor was the sacrifice of time. There were not enough hours in a day to allocate to every task that needed doing. That meant something important in life needed to take a backseat. Those had been the years before he had met Lily's mother, so for him it was friends and fun during the prime of his life. For Lily, it meant time spent apart from the man she loved. Time he, too, would choose to spend on toil, for his work took him beyond that of a simple professor. She would see him occasionally at dinner, occasionally at bedtime, occasionally striving in their own separate spaces in their living quarters. Perhaps a soft touch when the candles burnt out. Striving for lofty goals was a lonely experience, and it was little wonder that Slytherin children found it difficult to find solace in others when ambition was their driving force. Madame Pomfrey was so kind to offer her lessons on healing whenever she was free. This branch of magic was a lot more complex where basics were concerned. There was so little she understood about how and why healing spells worked, and that, she realized, was the reason she never took to the skill as naturally as other walks of magic. And the only remedy there was to apply herself. But it wasn't easy for the good matron, with students coming in and out of her doors at all hours of the day and night. Lily knew of no others qualified in this field so specialized. Perhaps those that tended the wards of St. Mungo's could claim greater achievements within the craft, but among those in Hogwarts, perhaps the only person who could claim to be her equal was the man who invented the spell that no healer in history had dreamt of. This was why, when Lily received her invitation to the headmaster's office, she had thought it all had to do with the direction of her education. She had thought the headmaster was going to take it upon himself to personally bestow upon her that precious spell. The great circular office seemed smaller than she remembered as a prefect. Perhaps she had been smaller then, but she doubted it. Her mind certainly had been, at least to the knowledge of what was truly happening in the world around her. When she met those clear blue eyes behind those half-moon spectacles, she could not help but feel the gravity that lay behind them. The weight of the war that pressed upon that vast and fathomless mind, that far-reaching weight of consequence she had seen all too many times before in eyes as black as pitch. "Lily, so good of you to come." His voice was light, calm, devoid of that weariness she had thought to expect. A voice no different from the headmaster she had known before the world became that scary, unknowable place. "Well, you invited me," Lily replied, more calmly than she felt. She didn't know why she felt anxious. Perhaps it was the knowledge that she stood before the man within the heart of the war. Yet, despite the weight of the world pressing upon him, he could find it in himself to stand with shoulders straight. "Had you told Severus that I asked to speak to you?" he asked, an odd point to make when the note never mentioned save. No, I didn't. Was I supposed to? Lily asked with a grimace. Those blue eyes flickered away for a brief moment, as if in consideration. Perhaps I had hoped that you wouldn't, not before I said my piece with you. His blue eyes met hers through those half-moon glasses, impressing upon her that measure of gravity behind them. But I will ask that you share with him what we discuss. I had no intention of keeping secrets from him, Lily replied, feeling a little flicker of relief at the thought that she was not being asked to be deceitful. With a gentle smile, Dumbledore beckoned her forward, gesturing for her to take a seat across his desk. She obliged, perching upon the leather-backed chair that materialized upon her approach. The headmaster laid a piece out before her, a small rectangular object crafted in silver and inlaid with an intricate pattern. As Lily perched, she glanced quizzically at the object, not quite fathoming the significance. This is my work. He slid the silver object forth, which Lily obliged to pick up. Enchanted with a spell of my own creation, its core a focus stone created from my memories. She turned the object in her hands, her fingers feeling the smooth inlays upon its surface. Her finger found a button and pressed down, feeling a click before the candle that sat upon the table extinguished in a ball of light. Lily gasped and fumbled the artifact, almost dropping it, realizing that it was the very same object that she had seen the headmaster show her during their little talk in the courtyard. With a prompt click, she sent that orb of light right back into its wick. It is my deluminator, Dumbledore explained as Lily began to click the artifact, pointing it at different light fixtures about the room and snuffing them out. She wouldn't admit it, but ever since she had seen its simple use, she had felt a childish desire to play with it. Its heart is a stone made of my own memories, a privilege I enjoy as a dabbler of both alchemy and enchantment. With a click, Lily sent all the light she had stolen from about the room shooting back into their holders. Those little orbs of light dancing in faily as they settled snugly back into their braziers, coaxing back the warm golden glow of firelight. As her eyes met with those of calm blue, the first question she was met with was not what she had expected. "May I see your ring, Lily?" Lily set down the deluminator and then hesitated on that precious piece of jewelry, her mind briefly glancing upon that soft and subtle connection with her husband it granted. Barely noticeable in her day-to-day life, yet so impossible to ignore if they so much as stepped a foot out of range. Like the pop of a bubble, she felt the magic slip from her as surely as she slipped that ring from her finger. He, too, would have noticed, for it was in his nature to keep track of her in his heart. The headmaster held up her wedding band, turning it in his expert fingers, allowing its soft, silver surface to catch the orange glint of candlelight. "I understand this was your first attempt at enchantment." "Yep, while I was in 7th year," Lily confirmed, unable to keep the swell of pride from her voice. Her previous employer, Selina Swelly, had taken every opportunity to assure Lily of how miraculous it was to have found success in her first attempt at enchantment, never mind doing so without any kind of formal training. "Its heart is an alchemical focus stone, I've heard," Dumbledore continued, his blue eyes fixed upon the ring he was turning in between his fingers. "It is. Save made it," Lily confirmed. Those blue eyes met hers. "And what memory did he use, if you don't mind me asking?" Love," Lily replied, unsure if Severus would appreciate her spilling on him. A twinkle touched those deep blue eyes. "A memory not foreign to you, I presume." He did not give Lily time to form her indignant response. "Among alchemists, it has been widely thought that a focus stone was most effective in the hands of a person who shared the memories that created it, a theory that I have only recently confirmed." Those blue eyes fell upon that ring once more, gazing on it with a distant pondering. In the hands of an alchemist who had never felt love, that focus stone would be nothing but a pebble, a magical pebble that he could not move. Conversely, an alchemist who knows true love might find use in that stone as effectively as its creator. This is the same for non-alchemists. He paused in thought, turning that ring between his fingers almost absently. Lily could only stare, not grasping the significance. Dumbledore took pity on her unspoken confusion. In the hands of an enchanter who shares in the experience enshrined within that stone, this focus stone would make a mischievous core, playing havoc with the material as well as the magic. It is not a core a beginner should ever expect to find success, never mind to the extent you had. I have no doubt your natural affinity to wandless magic played a part, but that alone would not have guaranteed you success with the fickle reagent. He handed to Lily back her wedding ring. Dipping her head to keep the garish pride off her face, Lily slipped the piece back on. She felt the sensation of that link between her and Severus slip about her, like being enveloped in the arms of a familiar friend, which was a most appropriate analogy, come to think of it. Those blue eyes were upon her again, piercing as if peering into her soul. A request upon his tongue she did not expect. Lily, there is an enchantment that I need done before this war can be won, and it is one I cannot do myself. And you think I can? She asked, feeling utterly perplexed and more than a little overwhelmed. In what world could there possibly be a skill that she had that the legendary Dumbledore did not? Blue eyes met green. I do, came the answer, more confident than Lily truly felt. Once upon a time, she would have dove right in without a second's thought or doubt. Her confidence lay shattered upon that fateful night, beneath the weight of learned mortality. Her willingness to help ward with the weighty promise to keep herself from the war that so very nearly took that choice from her. But beneath these chains of learned wisdom, her spirit strained against these bonds. Breaking a promise to save was something she could not do in good conscience, but to hide from the war and allow others to sacrifice on her behalf was not something she could live with. I won't keep this from Severus, she stated, a compromise struck within herself that still did not sit comfortably for the worry she knew she would cause her husband. Those blue eyes twinkled again, and I do not expect you to. She felt that much more absolved about her decision. What do you need me to do? She asked, trying to feel as capable as Dumbledore seemed to think she was. All the while feeling the excitement build within her, a freeing elation at the prospect of being able to contribute in some small way to the war effort. A strange smile came across Dumbledore, and strangely enough, we have hit upon the very point I cannot make. Lily's apprehension gave way to a quizzical brow raise. Dumbledore continued, with a smile of a man fully aware of how contrary his words were. There is one thing I need you to do before I can even make this request of you. Those blue eyes met hers, holding it. I need you to learn occlumency, and there is only one man I would trust to teach you. Snape's narrowed eyes peered across the headmaster's oaken desk. One did not simply make the request for occlumency to be taught without an agenda, especially not when the request made of Snape would be to teach his own wife. Lily had approached him with such coyness that Snape's suspicions were instantly piqued. He had never known his wife to be shy, let alone shy in the privacy of their own rooms. When she wouldn't even speak of what wore on her mind, insisting that he speak to Dumbledore, Snape did as bade. Without any prior appointment, Snape found himself in the headmaster's office with a cup of tea already awaiting him. Behind the desk sat the man who had made the request, sipping his tea, seemingly nonplussed. A zesty number, one that Snape did not care for, but he accepted its offering nonetheless. Though Snape had never found a tea among Dumbledore's collection that met his palate, the act of taking tea was a tradition he had found with this iteration of the headmaster, and one he found himself loath to break. At the very least, why did you not come to me first? Snape finally asked. Those blue eyes were upon him, a pause, almost contemplative, because it would be impolite of me to assume you as her keeper. The help I sought was from Lily. It does not behoove anyone to make a request through a third party. I told you. I don't want her involved in any of this, Snape growled, tasting his frustration in his words. But Dumbledore calmly reminded him. That choice was made long ago, when your life met with hers. She is already involved, whether you like it or not. Reality was not something Snape had come into this conversation expecting to face, nor was it something he was willing to accept. You know what she means to me. There are few things in the world that I know with more certainty, Dumbledore replied with another sip from his tea. Snape's eyes narrowed. Does the task you have framed for her in your mind bring her into the path of danger? Snape expected a straight response. Though Dumbledore rarely dabbled in simple answers, so too did he rarely reveal the heart of his thoughts. Perhaps today was to be a rare day among many. We have one Horcrux hidden within that pendant, but that is by no means the last one. There is still one Horcrux within Voldemort's soul. As we draw towards the end, he may be spurred beyond his ego to forge into a Horcrux we have not prepared for. For that, too, I have a plan. one born from the properties of the stone you created, and a sword lost to legends. Those blue eyes did not falter as they met his. For this task, I need Lily's assistance. I plan to ask her to draw the properties from the deathly focus stone you created into an enchantment. The danger is all to do with that task. Snape's black eyes narrowed, not understanding the implications. He had never feared Lily's ability. She was a natural at the wandless arts. He trusted her ability to discipline the magic that would writhe raw and formless on the experimenter's table. Enchanting was not his strength, and to a comparative degree, neither was alchemy. He did not understand. "Do you know something that I don't?" he asked, meeting those blue eyes that hid so much from him. "If I knew the absolutes of its danger, I would not hide it from you, Severus." "Nor Lily," answered Dumbledore in a tone sincere. "My only certainty I have is that the stone misbehaves greatly in my hands owing to the memories I borrowed from you. And though there are others in this field that are proficient and certainly more experienced, few are among the trusted in our circle. Fewer still I would burden with the secrets we share. In this matter, your wife is uniquely situated." Black eyes bore holes through those half-moon glasses. "You seem to have made up your mind, and I am only grateful that you have not made up yours." Snape's eyes flashed, but no words of rebuttal passed his lips. The fears that Snape held about this venture were little to do with the dangers of experimental enchantments, for she had the wild, formless nature of magic well leashed beneath her natural talents. It was the precedent it set that Snape feared, to hand to her occlumency, to allow her to step into the dangerous world that surrounded the conspiracy between himself and Albus Dumbledore. He did not wish for Lily to mire herself in this war and take upon herself the responsibilities and burden of life and death. But the moral high ground upon which he had once made such decisions on her behalf had dissolved beneath his feet. She was not ignorant of the truth any longer and knew the stakes at play. Permission was no longer his to give. Only the practical barrier of occlumency separated Lily from the machinations of the war effort's heart, a barrier that Dumbledore could have remediated, for Snape was not the only master of the mind arts. But he hadn't. A token of respect to afford Snape the choice to induct Lily into their scheming. Snape ran his fingers across his eyes, steeling himself for the conversation he would be bringing himself to face. "I will speak to her, but I make no promises," Snape uttered as he stood to leave. The headmaster sipped again and set his teacup down. "That is all I ask." Perhaps confident in his knowledge at how set a Gryffindor's heart can be, because Severus knew that stubbornness all too well. The truth of the matter remained that, as they allowed the war to progress, the luxury of choice might become no more. Seated upon the couch, Lily stared holes into the book resting upon her lap, taking in not one word written upon the page. In her mind, she played out various points she would be prepared to put forth in support of this arrangement. But when the grating of the hidden wall sounded, Lily glanced up from her unturned tome, trying her best to rearrange her face to one that did not radiate anxious expectations. Save stepped through and set his eyes upon her, his eyes seeming to soften upon meeting hers, perhaps an illusion cast by firelight. He stood for a moment, averting his eyes in wordless thought, before stepping towards her. Lily shuffled across the couch, leaving him the side he traditionally would sit on. He was a creature of habit and would feel immediately out of sorts if he sat on the wrong side. He would insist, of course, that he was adaptable and could make do around her spontaneity. But home was not just about her comfort. He perched upon the seat, straight back and tense, not at all the posture of a man at ease. Lily might have chalked it down to the quirks of a man displaced in time, but then she was reminded that he did not spontaneously change the moment he revealed his origins to her. His discomfort was entirely the thoughts that rolled within. "I take it that you disapprove," she broached with a nervous smile, those black eyes averted, so hesitant to speak the truth. Sensing the truth, her heart fell. "I guess not," she muttered, turning away. Frustration clawed from within, that inescapable suffocation of uselessness. She understood why Severus was how he was. She got it. But he must realize why she was how she was. Those black eyes touched upon hers for but a moment, a flicker of hesitation reflected in those fire-touched orbs. "I am not as familiar with enchanting as you are. I do not understand it, and it put me to ill ease," he began in a soft voice. "Please explain to me the risks and dangers of this school of magic." Tell me what you risk in dabbling with its unknown elements." Lily paused, not at all prepared for the question posed, for it wasn't the negatives of the issue she had considered deliberating. There was no denying there were inherent dangers in the craft. Lily really only learned when she attempted to take a professional path into the craft. No doubt Save's own ignorance of the matter was the only reason he had never objected to the entire venture. "Well, there's explosive magical expulsion, just like charm weaving could risk," she conceded slowly, trying not to wince as those dark eyes fixed upon her. "But often with the added risk of shrapnel, since there's also a physical object to factor in. Then there's always the possibility the completed enchantment manifests in a way unpredicted and dangerous. Accidental cursing, it's called. Not to be confused with true curses, which, in some ways, are far safer than the ones that manifest accidentally, simply due to unexplainable processes owing to how difficult the curse breaking could be." She paused and grimaced, realizing how bad it all sounded when she uttered it aloud. "Look, Save, don't freak out or anything. I'm just talking about, extreme cases. I mean, you can't really expect any form of magical craft to be without its risks, right? And I'll be working with Albus Dumbledore. I mean, if anything would go wrong, he'd be the best person to have overseeing it. Not that anything would." Severus held out a hand in a gesture to halt, and Lily's rambling ceased on her lips. She glanced away, so mired with frustration. So flustered by the unexpected question, she framed her response in the most unflattering light possible. She didn't have the suave eloquence that Severus possessed, a trait he no doubt gained through his own infinitely more risk-laden role as a spy. This was a double standard she had never called him out on. She knew better than that. He had flirted so willingly with death in his first lifetime because he had little else to live for. He took risks sparingly this lifetime, never unless required. He was a man of wisdom tempered with courage, but his courage faltered when it came to her, refusing to risk her, even when that choice ultimately was not his to make. But nor was she willing to deny his wishes, knowing what she now knew about their entangled lives. But she couldn't live her life wrapped in cotton wool. It was not her nature to hide from the world, not even for him. She was willing to compromise, and in her mind, the idea of taking on a non-combative role was compromise enough. "What is it going to take?" Lily asked finally, making no efforts in hiding her weariness from her voice. Severus met her eyes, his face blank but so transparent in his thoughts. His concerns, his doubts. "I don't doubt your abilities, but you doubt my intentions," Lily interrupted, unable to stop her voice from raising. She could not keep the calm that her husband emanated in his silence. It was all she could do to keep the tears of frustration from her eyes. "Why is it so hard for you to believe me when I say that I won't get myself killed? Because that isn't up to you," Severus replied in a voice tempered with an unknowable gentleness. "But it isn't up to me either. I cannot protect you from everything that might come, and things will come for us as long as this war wages on. We are marked. You and I." Those black eyes drew away as an introspective silence fell between them. The implications of his conceding words hung heavily. "I have come to a realization, Lily. The only way to survive is to end this war as quickly as possible. And to that end, we need your help." Lily's heart skipped a beat. When those black eyes met her again, they held a steely weight. "If you still determine upon this task, I will teach you occlumency." His words had not finished upon his tongue before Lily's arms found themselves about him. "Thank you," she whispered, feeling the tears that had welled out of frustration, spilled forth in a catharsis of emotion. She felt his arms envelop her, felt the vibration of his deep voice through his firm chest. "Don't thank me for something I have no control over, and no right to try to." Chapter 82. Tightly Held Memories. Chapter text. There were several rules to set for the teaching of occlumency, not least because Lily always found the ways to bring out the most outrageous side of him. For one, he had always regarded legilimency to be an intrusive ability, one not to be wielded against allies and those he wished to keep the trust of. Lily, however, treated it like a game she had just learned the rules of. Lily had shown herself reasonably adept from their first lesson together, having successfully buffered her mind from Snape's skimming touch. Already far greater a success than his previous attempt at teaching this particular branch of mind arts. The resemblance between mother and son was nearly non-existent when it came to their natural affinity with magic. but few could claim such a natural talent. "Try me now," she would say, having only had one lesson in true since their agreement to set upon this course. The pressures of life left the both of them very little time to hash out a formal schedule for such lessons. Perhaps that was why Snape had been so malleable to Lily's blasé approach to the mind arts. But all it took was one misjudged foray for Snape to drill some semblance of discipline into proceedings. "What am I thinking?" Lily had asked one evening in a strangely low-pitched voice. Perhaps that should have been Snape's first clue. Sitting by the cozy fire lit within his chamber, with his nose buried between the pages of the Wizarding World News, Snape had missed the playful lilt of her voice. Ever so obligingly, Snape didn't think twice about testing his wife's mind with a probe of his own. She didn't even try to hide her thoughts this time. He immediately snapped from his paper to find his wife standing by the sofa, robed in a dressing gown, yet he was so absolutely aware what she wore beneath. "Happy birthday, Save. I remember how much you like this lacy number," like it he did, without reason or explanation. That form-fitting garb that seemed to accentuate her already vivid appeal. His basest instincts evoked by the mere brush of a thought, then pressing on for naught but the seeking of pleasure. His own mind grasping hers, refusing to release until well past the point of what was appropriate, and seeking pleasures that were not his to know. After that night, Snape no longer trusted himself with a liberal approach to the teaching of defensive mind arts, despite what Lily seemed to believe herself okay with. She knew little of the liberties she was surrendering if she allowed her husband to do such things with the sanctity of her mind and will. Rules were set in place so that occlumency lessons were to be only pursued in a classroom setting, in his office or her laboratory. It was a private affair to deal with, but one that should not cross with personal boundaries. For a man who valued privacy and whose very life once depended on the sanctity of his mind, legilimency was not a tool to use between the trusted and the loved. Lily, however, had no such reservations. Treating each broach of her mind on her own invitation without so much as a second thought. But she was a different person to Snape entirely. Where his heart was full of self-loathing and misgivings, hers was bright and vivacious. Light touched every thought he did, even thoughts pertaining to himself. But even though her heart was light, he still touched upon moments he knew were not for him. Her mourning of her father, a sorrow meant to be carried in private. And her loneliness, which he did not know how to even begin to remedy. His own being dispelled by her mere presence, yet finding his own presence insufficient for her. He feared to delve too deep, feared what he might find there at the root of his place in her heart. All of this despite overwhelming evidence that his place there was secure, that her heart had set upon him and never shifted. Legilimency came naturally to Snape, but with its ease came his natural understanding of the limitations. Legilimency was an ability that from its inception had been wholly reliant on an ignorant or unprepared victim. Most would be able to keep a probing mind at bay with control and dogged resistance. Even talented legilimens such as Snape found it difficult to delve successfully into the mind of a prepared adult who had some notion of occlumency. In that, Snape differed greatly from the Dark Lord, who made sport of shattering minds. But should Lily be in a position where she had to defend her mind against one such as the Dark Lord, then mastery of occlumency was the least of her concerns, and Snape's. As expected of a heart as open as hers, progress was slow. None of this was unexpected for Snape, having prodded around a heart similar to hers. An open heart swirling with emotions, but with one distinct difference. Where Harry Potter had once loathed Snape, the extent of which the aforementioned was unsurprised to find within the boy's unshielded mind, Lily had no such reservations. When he would pierce her rudimentary occlumency, where he expected to find anger or frustration within the mind he invaded, as he once did with the child that no longer existed, he found an assault of colors and titters of amusement. Unlike her would-be son, Lily did not fight him every step of the way. In many ways, that was the least ideal reaction to the exercise, a heart unburdened by genuine resistance. The point of occlumency was to oppose the invasion of one's mind. Lily's comfort with her thoughts and his intrusion made for a poor basis from which to learn this craft. Despite it all, she was improving. Perhaps it was her perseverance even going about the craft in entirely the wrong way, her skills were improving at a steady pace. Or maybe she was simply more talented than that boy who was entirely reckless bravado and little sense. Or perhaps her emotional maturity was her true advantage in this gallery. Emotions being a source of instability to the Shielder Clumens would attempt to erect about their heart. That was one ability Snape could never boast a natural affinity for. His world had always been tinted by a haze of emotion. The rage that had followed him through childhood ended only when his spiraling despair began. All of this he pressed behind his occlumency, his will resting it all in place. A writhing seethe contained beneath the powerful walls of his mind. For Snape, it was his natural blood ties with the mind arts and a titan will that fostered his skills. Though his heart was never truly made tame, that mattered little against the strength of his resolve. The Potter child had never understood that measure of discipline, and perhaps that was what had driven Snape to such annoyance. The constant lament of what was unfair and unjust, measured by a boy who was born to wealth and the adoration of all. To not have the basic strength of character to pursue something that he was not naturally gifted at with hard work. In this respect, Lily fell somewhere in between. She had a strong grasp of hard work, but possessed too great of a Gryffindor soul for any true measure of discipline. Her passion, instead, was her driving force, her will to get up in the morning and place her mind to purpose. Nobody could say Lily did not have a driving passion for this task, least of all Snape. Every time he happened upon her, whether in the peace of their chambers, the ruckus of a classroom, or even the bustle of a general hallway, he would find Lily with a nose buried in a tome or a scroll, not always pertaining to the mind arts, for he knew she was still working herself to the bone to learn the basics of everything that made up his conjured hand. But enough for Snape to notice the difference each time he delved into her mind, how he had to hurt her now to pierce that barrier. Lily winced as Snape delved into her mind, her pain rattling him through and through as he felt it from within. He immediately withdrew as if stung himself. He caused no lasting damages with that one sharp jab of his legilimency, this he knew. But all the same, he felt a terrible pang of guilt for that hurt he rendered her. Despite consent, despite the purpose of their exercise, Lily, by comparison, had already shaken off that smarting glance. She was quick to smile, quick to forgive, quick to want to try it all again. Just one more try, Lily begged, holding up her finger to demonstrate the digital representation of that number. Lily, you may have the next period free, but I have no such privilege, Snape muttered as he gathered his tomes from his office shelves. Lingering blood curses and how they are passed. A theory-heavy lesson with nil demonstration taught to fourth years late in the school year. He had little hope in controlling wandering minds in those, except the most studious. Lily pulled a face, though whether it was commentary about Snape's reluctance to subject her to legilimency or the general idea of theory, Snape could not tell. In many ways, potioneering was for her, for there was never a theory which you couldn't demonstrate by practice. With a point of his wand, Snape snuffed the fire out in the fireplace, and with another he gathered his tomes and the barks of his marked homework. Lily didn't think twice, following him out of the office and down the staircase into his classroom. "You've got 5 minutes, just one more try," Lily begged as Snape set the items down on his desk. "This is hardly a task to take in a public setting," Snape replied as he tasked a stick of charmed chalk in etching up the study plan. But honestly, they might as well have been the only ones there. Most of the Ravenclaw students had already found their seats despite, as Lily had mentioned, that class was 5 minutes from its start. Most of them with their noses pressed into tomes, not even noticing another soul within the room. Some, however, took to their pandering natures for the mere whiff of the prospect of a complimentary remark. "Professor, Professor, I have my homework ready right here." A foot and a half on Darcy's, and their habitat and behavior, came an irritating proclamation from the front seat. But where else would that attention-seeking cretin of a boy Gilderoy Lockhart sit, except front and center of every class? "I expected as little, Mr. Lockhart," Snape replied bluntly, biting back the scathing remark that threatened to follow. He held much dislike for the boy and his boasting. Reminded him too much of James Potter, as Snape darkly remembered him. Even had he not known the utter fraud he would grow up to be, his constant peacocking and cajoling for the limelight was not something that invited Snape's best regards. I even added another foot and a half about the properties of darksea venom in a potioneering sense, he stated, as if expecting it to impress those listening by any small amount. Unfortunately, Snape was not the professor for such wide-eyed pandering. As I have only set a foot and a half on the creature's ecology, you better hope your valid points are made in the first half of your 3-foot essay. The vain boy blanched. Bebop, Professor. I'm a genius potioneer and soon-to-be alchemist and master of the philosopher's stone. And isn't defense against the dark arts a craft that makes use of every discipline, too? Genius potioneer. That's stretching it. The future that Snape knew did not bode well for this child's bloated ego. Well then, come 5th year you may choose the subjects that you wish to study. Until then, I expect you to follow the guidelines of your homework question, Snape returned, exasperated by that grandiose proclamation. Eyes rolled throughout the classroom as the chairs filled up, Lockhart's fellow students sharing Snape's prognosis. Turning a nasty shade of beet, Lockhart spluttered. His grandiose sense of self was not at all receptive to the judgment of others. Around the boy, snickers arose from his peers. It seemed even among overachievers, Lockhart's pandering was viewed with contempt. "Oh, you want to be an alchemist? That's wonderful," Lily suddenly proclaimed. "Your Professor Snape's somewhat of a prodigious alchemist himself. Maybe he'll show you a thing or two." Snape internally sighed as the boy's eyes lit up. Lily seemed to have gotten the idea into her head that he was actively gathering strays by how pleased she looked with herself. No doubt she thought herself to be helping. There was honestly no helping anyone that in love with the image of themselves, that they were willing to sink to the depth of deep fraud for the sake of that pretense. "I will see you this afternoon, Lily," Snape spoke to her in a firm voice that suggested no room for negotiation. And honestly, the minor pre-class discourse had whittled away what little time they might have had. The seats were slowly filling up with the hardworking souls within Hufflepuffs as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the grand staircase. Lily didn't debate. For all the Gryffindor in her, she was seldom one to argue a lost point in public, and for that Snape was grateful. Without a word, she stepped forward to lay a kiss upon his lips in front of too many watching eyes. When she retreated from the classroom with such a loving smile, it left Snape's heart at jarring odds with the red face she left him with. Snape could not help his self-consciousness. As used to Lily's affection as he was, he could barely manage a chaste kiss among his adult peers, let alone before the flawed sensibilities of children. Snickers and grins irked him from every corner of the filling room, even some odd soft sighs from a cluster of whispering girls. Not doing any wonders for Snape's grasp of dignity. This was why professors seldom found love among staff. It made for poor discipline. It was one of those rare moments in life that Snape felt relief for the arrival of Potter. Ever tardy, he at least grew in his sense of morals and maturity, and was no longer likely to feed upon Snape's embarrassment. The man glanced around at the cohort of grinning children and grinned back in kind without any hint of mockery or malice. A rare thought to have about the boy he once hated as bitterly as the darkness of his own soul. Lightly packed, the bespectacled man sat up in his corner of the room by the blackboard, despite no longer needing to assist as a scribe. "Herr Snape cracked a joke," he asked as he unpacked, evidently missing what started this chaos, as if that were likely. "Homework," Snape barked fiercely, taking rein of the unruly class with heavy-handed measures and willing his displeasure to drown out his embarrassment. And if a single assignment is handed in under the length of a foot and a half, the entire class will find their weekend without the luxury of spare parchment. Potter jumped too, trading each student's marked work for their newly completed scrolls. Efficient at the only task he didn't fail miserably at in the setting of the classroom. A nervous hand arose in the corner. A Hufflepuff boy whose smile had well and truly fled murmured sheepishly, Sir, I seem to have not placed it in my bag." Snape's glare was immediate and dire. "Well, Mr. Tybalt, you had best hope you are a quick study of the summoning charm. I knew you weren't actually going to bury them in homework." Potter uttered once that hellish class had ceased. Snape scowled as he set himself back behind his office desk. Potter brought up the rear, levitating with him the boxes of newly gathered homework and the heavy tomes back into their shelves. If the man was no good at marking or scribing, then the only thing he was good for in a theory-based lesson was heavy lifting. Against the betterment of my judgment, if you believe otherwise, Snape muttered as he stowed away the newly gathered, unmarked fourth-year homework. With a flick of his wand, Snape summoned forth the box of fifth-year homework, marked and ready to dispense. Potter gathered up the offered boxes, balancing one on his hip and levitating the second. The man didn't have the agility of mind to juggle two spells at once, it seemed, or at the very least, placed far more value on his bodily strength than Snape ever had. "Snape, I've been meaning to ask," Potter began slowly, a caution well-earned and deserved, for casual conversation was still not a common ease between them. "How is your hand now?" Snape flexed his silver fingers instinctively. "If you speak of my hand, it is rotting somewhere on a forest bed. This silver one is merely its replacement, not as dexterous but fit for function." A grimace flickered across Potter's face. "Then how are you feeling?" he concluded questioningly. Snape's eyes narrowed. "What is the purpose of your questions? Tell me so that I may answer it and be done with this pointless exchange." "Concern, Snape," Potter replied with stilted smile. "It's a human thing. You might not understand." A grimace flickered across Snape's visage. He had no right to feel so much the petty child for rebuking the man. "Your concern is noted but not necessary. Any feelings I have for my new hand have thus far all been positive." His smile lost its tension. "I'm glad. I really am. It's hard to watch friends face hard times." "We're not friends," Snape answered, an automatic reflex by this point, though his heart was less and less in his rebuke. Whatever happened to his suffocating hatred that not even death could shed? Potter's smile faded a touch, the silence indicative of the young man's dejection, though Lord knows why he still felt so strongly at such a rebuff, or why Snape cared a whit how Potter felt. Curse his weathered heart, no longer secure in his convictions, no longer comfortable in his hatred, too aware of his own hypocrisy. "Potter, have you any grasp of the animosity between us?" Snape asked, rather more bluntly than he had ever known himself to be. Potter appeared momentarily sheepish, his lapse in concentration evident in the dangerous wobble that touched his levitated box of marked homework. He set the levitated object down, though not the one he hefted one-handed. His brawn well exceeded his magical might of concentration. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit too soon to forget." That was but only one stone weighing in Snape's heart. The humiliation, the persecution, the stains of trauma upon Snape's heart. And that he coveted Lily and won her. That this boy, who was born with the world at his feet, saw fit to take the only thing Snape had in his life. "I'll be the first to admit, Snape. I mean, it wasn't a secret that I liked Lily, and you, well," Potter paused, hefting his box as if the negligible weight bothered his athletic frame. "I was in the way." Snape finished the trailing sentence quite bluntly. Potter grimaced as if struck sheepish by the very thought. "Yeah, I guess." He shook his head with an expression akin to aghast. "I can't believe what a shit I had been. It was only 3 years ago, too. 3 years to change." A thought that struck Snape strangely, for Potter had always been this static spot of darkness within Snape's mind, a corner of hatred within Snape's darkened heart that was blessedly assigned not to himself, a hatred that had remained a lifetime unchanged. "I'm not going to make any more excuses for myself, Snape. I did wrong by you," Potter continued solemnly. "All for a girl who never looked twice at me. It was always you and Lily. There was never really any room for me. I never really had a chance." "No, you didn't," Snape lied, knowing keenly the true irony of it all. Potter grinned, seeming to take Snape's response in the good humor it was not intended. "Well, I'm glad it worked out. For the both of us." The sincerity by which that sentiment was given incensed Snape so inexpertly. "You seem to have made peace rather quickly. Did you love her at all?" Potter blinked, struck silent by the pointed and no doubt unexpected question. And to Snape it was equally baffling, though for different reasons. To meet a man whose heart could come to terms so quickly with his losses struck him as utterly disingenuous. "What was I supposed to do?" "Pine," Potter finally answered, grimacing as if the very thought seemed ridiculous. "She liked someone else. I moved on. I found someone who would actually love me." "A novel thought, to be sure," Snape replied dryly. Their lives were different, their circumstances different. Her absence from Potter's side had been but a footnote in his blessed life. To Snape it had been the extinguishing of the only flame flickering in an eternal night. The only joy in Snape's life had been taken by a boy who could make do without. A galling thought, though one that Snape had always known. A thought that no longer had the power to incense Snape any further. For what it's worth, Snape, I'm sorry. But in this lifetime, this same boy's perspective ended with their hurtful exchanges. He never knew the victory that Snape carried as such bitter defeat. The weight within Snape's heart was not equal to the history they shared. The heinous things they did to one another were a burden neither could escape, but the past was a shackle Snape was slowly learning to shed. I accept your apology, Snape muttered, glancing away so he didn't have to meet Potter's astonished eyes. I am willing to start back at the beginning. Then can I call you Severus? Potter asked, his voice unreasonably hopeful. Snape permitted few to call him by his first name, his family, his closest friends, and those to whom he had no power of say. Potter was none of those, yet he presumed so. But after finding in himself to pluck out that one last thorn in his heart, he no longer felt so strongly. The sound of bustle could be heard from beyond the door. The sound of children's feet striding by Snape's office, a whole floor above where his classroom would be filling by some of those very same children. No one begins as friends, Snape finally replied. He said not a word more as he gathered up his charts. But we can begin on first-name basis, James. Snape glanced back not once as he headed for the door in his office that led to his classroom. Not yet ready to meet those bespectacled hazel eyes he had held with hatred for so long. They said time healed all wounds, a falsehood known all too well by a man who bore his wounds though even death. But heal he did, pieced together by a greater force than time. The fire was roaring merrily in the grate of the cozy staff room. Though quite fully occupied, the bustle in the staff room was minimal comparatively to that of the Gryffindor common room. Adults seemed to have learned their indoor voices. Severus would sit in an armchair across from her by the fire, newspaper in hand. Rarely did he ever speak to another. Merlin forbid he did some socializing. At the very least Lily had a reading partner, though if it were up to her, she wouldn't have leafed so quickly, and without note through the article about the dragon trapped in the basement of a tavern in London, devouring beer kegs like the average Londoner. That sounded absolutely hilarious. Lily sighed as she set down her unwieldy tome of mind games, a comprehensive guide to defending against the mind arts, and sunk into the overstuffed armchair. Her head was spinning from all the reading and occlumency practice. It was coming to the point where her contractually mandated duties as a teaching assistant were becoming a welcome rest. The lunch break was soon to end, and afternoon classes were all that separated her from another exhausting bout of occlumency exercises. Lily bared an unsightly yawn too quickly for her to conceal for politeness' sake. Taking on two enormous branches of study on top of full-time work was taking a toll on her rest. Straight after her duties in the dungeons were complete, Lily spent her afternoons assisting the good Madame Poppy Pomfrey in the hospital wing, where she would spend upwards of an hour learning at the feet of one of the medical world's finest. For Lily, learning was always better done by practical means. In recent days, much of that learning had been directed to treating the epidemic of sniffles that ripped through the student body. Luckily, Lily had never slacked on filling out the infirmary's order of brew, and the pepper-up potions continued to outlast the onslaught of pervasive sickness. After weeks of study, Lily was still leagues away from even touching the magic that made manifest the miracle that was a conjured wand hand. She could only look on with seething jealousy as Poppy, as Lily knew her now, applied the incredible magic to Sylvanus Kettleburn's left limbs. Dumbledore had conjured the right leg as an example for Poppy to follow and learn from while she took on the responsibility of care and maintenance of the remaining left leg and hand. The maintenance of the conjured limbs had initially required daily visits to the hospital wing, a schedule Sylvanus attended faithfully. There, Lily had witnessed the mastery of a craft. Poppy took that time to study the magical decay of her conjured limbs before dispelling and painstakingly recreating them for the sake of practice and perfection. After a while, she got comfortable enough with her newly acquired magic to order Sylvanus checkups reduced to a weekly appointment. Oddly, throughout that period, Sylvanus' right leg decayed at a far slower rate, almost as if Gamp's sixth law of elemental decay in spellwork did not apply. So rarely did she see the decay constant dip below its saturation limit that it seemed the magic from the headmaster's wand knew no mortal limitations. Is Albus a healer? Lily had absently asked Poppy one day as she watched the matron weave together a beautifully crafted hand. He's not, came the unexpected reply from the only healer Lily had ever known. He's got an impressive list of achievements, but I'm afraid a stint in medical meddling was not in his resume. Sylvanus agreed from his seat in his hospital bed. The answer only opened up more questions to the expectations forming in Lily's mind. Her question left her lips before she could more tactfully word it. How did he master such a spell if he didn't have any healing know-how? Sylvanus answered that one, happy to weigh in despite the topic being one that did not involve those with wings and claws. Well, I wouldn't say he didn't have any healing in his repertoire. Live to be 100, and I'd imagine you'd become a jack of all trades, and have a mind like Albus, and you'd be a master of more than a few. I believe you're holding the idea of healing in your mind in a far more complicated light than it is. Poppy agreed as she had been affixing the conjured leg to Kettleburn's thigh stump. Healing is but a branch of highly specified transfiguration. Just like defense against the dark arts is simply a very aggressive form of charms, Sylvanus interjected helpfully. Poppy kept in her stride, constructing the complexities of a hand without breaking conversational stride. Think of healing as human transfiguration with magical decay, slow enough that the body's own natural healing mechanisms would tend to the wound as the magic fades. Practice is what you most lack, but without a basic knowledge of the body you plan on practicing your magic upon, you will not be permitted to practice. Finish the tome I lent you, and after that we shall see. St. Mungo's Aid. The Comprehensive Guide to Basic Healing was a book that spanned over 500 pages. Finishing that hefty tome of very technical chapters was no easy feat, especially not on top of her pursuit of occlumency. Lily would read well into the night, between classes and meals, somehow still miraculously finding time to keep on top of her mandated marking. With her time whittled away, she barely found time even for Severus, though he took her sudden scholarly focus in stride. With the both of them engaged with their respective works, it wasn't uncommon for their day to pass in silence, except for those brief moments where he would allow her to test her middling occlumency skills against his time-honed mind arts. She had even forgotten her birthday when it loomed on the horizon without so much as a footnote to her mind. Severus, however, did not, and made the fatal mistake of asking her what sort of gift she wanted for the date. Lily hadn't even thought on it. It was the same time every year, yet it just seemed so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Instead, she made a game of it. If you find out when digging around in my brain, tell me, she had joked. Not that he'd ever agree. He showed far more restraint than any mind reader had the right to be, far more restraint than she could ever show. Save had been silently supportive since Lily's decision to commit to the headmaster's task, a task she still had nothing but imaginative speculation on. One that he knew the truth of and held deep and troubled thoughts about. He spoke little of it at all, or anything, really, when they set to task together. She could see his worries brewing behind his eyes. Seldom did he speak of anything other than technical points, yet she could sense a tension arise each time he tested her mind. Each time she improved, each time she pushed back harder, his brows would crease all the more, his fears worn upon his face so plainly for her to read, who needed legilimency. But it all made her heart ache to know how much he feared for her. She understood it did not come from a place of unfounded anxiety. In his lifetime, she had invited the ire of the Dark Lord, and her life had ended upon the tip of his wand, a target unintentionally painted by his hand. This lifetime already brought them close to a similar calamity. Severus would forever carry the cost of surviving it, but Save was ever the rational soul. He knew, better than most, the longer the war wore on, the greater the power of who would grow, and the less likely that any of them would survive. That he placed no more resistance to Lily's place in this war spoke volumes of his faith in his own faltering confidence in the war's end. Whatever this task awaiting her was, it truly was something critical, for she could not think of her husband relinquishing her to this risk for anything less. To that end, Lily could only forge ahead to the best of her ability. Anything less would simply not do. Exhaustion was gnawing on her in a way she had never experienced in the past, for it felt as if she had taken upon herself the study load of her 7th year on top of a far diminished availability of time. Every day, if it wasn't work, food, hygiene, or sleep, it was study. Two tasks she took upon herself, one chosen and the other appointed. But if she were completely truthful, both took equal importance in her heart. Tasks she had to pursue with focus and haste, and of this she reminded herself each time her eyelids grew heavy. With a sigh, Lily blinked away her murky thoughts. With her break time whittling away, daydreaming was a luxury she could ill afford. Wearily, she cracked open the textbook, finding her place among the minuscule ink-scribed words. Across from her sat Minerva, a similarly technical book cracked upon her lap in a similar fashion. The professor sat reading with one hand trailing down the back of a dozing tabby cat in an almost absent manner. Not once had she glanced up in distraction, as Lily was unable to stop herself from doing. "How do you do it, Minerva?" Lily groaned out of the blue. "I can hardly keep from going cross-eyed from all this reading." Minerva glanced from her pages, her fingers pausing upon its rhythmic stroke upon her feline's back. Its ears flickered back with annoyance, but it made no attempts to unfurl itself. "I need no encouragement to read, Lily. The pursuit of learning is a noble thing." "Figures," Lily sighed. "Dogged determination is the only way." Minerva pursed her lips, an expression Lily had long learned was not meant for disapproval. "Am I to understand you are not reading through the restricted section for pleasure?" Lily winced. Even though she was a member of staff and not subject to the restrictions a student had, she couldn't help but feel caught out like a naughty child. No. I mean, it's interesting," she quickly assured as she hefted the heavy tome up to better show off the title. "But really, the reason is to learn occlumency. You know, for those reasons." She didn't need much more than that to catch the meaning between the lines, or much prompting to exercise discretion. The secrecy of the order was intended for the attention of the ministry, as well as the forces of he, who must not be named. Lily had never realized how much political discourse was bubbling in the background of this war, not until Minerva had joined. Minerva's history derived from that very ministry, having stepped from the offices of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. She had transcribed her work with the iron fist of the law into her strict and fastidious style of professorship. It was from her that Lily had learned that though most had no name for this faction, it was known that opposition to the Dark Lord was sprouting up among the civilian populace. But the noble actions of the Order and the conflicts they undertook were viewed by most as vigilantism. The true threat of the Death Eaters was not yet fully realized by a world content to bury its head. The Order's efforts were not afforded the appreciation they deserved. Most still believed the only true way to stamp out radicalization was wholehearted faith in their ministry. Minerva was one of those believers. Unbeknownst to Lily, and to likely all that were not privy to precognition, Minerva had been spending her nights upon the prowl. Her feline form, though known through the very public Animagus registry, had been enough to disguise her presence when listening in on secret meetings within the magical urban sprawl. This information she then passed on to her old comrades in arms, protecting the auras she had once supported from the offices of the courts. Her destiny was to serve out this war in that role. But with a confidence that only came from knowing the future, Dumbledore had approached Minerva with the truth of the ministry she served with such faith, the truth of how deep the corruption had seeped, how those she sought to protect had their good intentions subverted by villains who were poisoning the well from within. A harsh truth to learn for a valuable ally gained. "First of all, you must find a teacher who is a skilled legilimens," Minerva began after a moment's contemplation. "The mind arts is a rare skill to cultivate, rarer still among our allies. Albus has a grasp of the skills, and thankfully the control to not abuse it. Well, actually, Severus is a legilimens. Albus had been getting him to teach me," Lily stated, and immediately second-guessed the wisdom in her admissions when Minerva's lips pursed again, this time with a frown. "Legilimency is a difficult skill to learn for those without the natural affinity." "Oh, he's got natural affinity," Lily quickly offered, realizing a little too late why Severus may not have been so forthcoming with the extent of his abilities. But Minerva was far from satisfied with that. Even then, one would not easily gain exposure to the knowledge under the curriculum offered at Hogwarts. Due to its alignment with dark magic, the tomes are kept strictly in the restricted sections. He's a quick study, Lily muttered, her defense bleeding dry. And even then, I've not heard of one so young finding a firm foot in this complex magical specialization. He's got a 40-year-old soul. Minerva frowned, taking the comment in the jest it was only half meant as, "You know, Lily, there is something about Severus that I've been meaning to ask about." Her grey cat-like eyes fixed piercingly upon Lily's. "I don't suppose you know what I mean." "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Lily quickly dismissed as nonchalantly as she could possibly manage. Minerva did not question her assertion. "That makes me all the more concerned, Lily." A lapse of silence answered. 1,000 words in defense lay unspoke on Lily's tongue, held by the knowledge that Severus would not appreciate any more compromise of his secrets. "Albus trusts him," she finally uttered. The words she had learned that had once washed away the dark, blood-soaked stains of his past in the eyes of his peers. "And so do I," Minerva's expression softened, a softer heart than those stern eyes below. "Now, I know Albus knows more than he's willing to share. Am I right to think that you two have things you will not speak of?" "It is not mine to share," Lily relented. The worry that lined the professor's face faded a touch. "Then that takes some burden from my mind, Lily. I trust Albus' judgment, and yours too in matters of friends, kin, and loyalty. If you believe Severus' secret is one that needs keeping from even those that are allies, then let us depart from this topic." Lily offered a small smile. "It really is. Thank you." Minerva managed a tight smile. "Well then, were we not speaking on occlumency just before we gone off on a tangent?" "Oh yes." Lily hurriedly grasped for the offered olive branch. Minerva folded closed her book, a motion that startled awake her feline lap companion. "Learning from a legilimens is all well and good. They know best how to enter one's mind and have natural affinity in the defense thereof. But given that teaching has been my lauded territory for the better part of 2 decades, might I venture a suggestion?" She paused, peering over her square-rimmed spectacles. "I find that those with natural proclivities to a talent fare poorly when teaching them. They find it difficult to empathize with the struggles of those otherwise talented." A bell sounded, a clear ringing from the bell tower in the courtyard. A sound magically threaded through the hallways of the school such that no matter where one stood within the castle, they would always know the moving time of a school day. "I do say, where does the time go?" Minerva uttered as she stood, stowing her book away into the nether space with a flick of her wand. Take it from a witch who had once worked in a branch of the ministry where secrecy was not just encouraged, but policy mandated. If we were to only wait for the naturally talented to walk through the doors, we would never be able to keep positions filled. Minerva stepped to the staff room window, cracking it open a sliver. With a tilt of her head, she directed her feline towards it, and without so much as a meow in protest, her feline companion hopped up onto a nearby shelf and slipped through. To that end, the ministry had designed exercises to the very purpose of teaching one to defend one's mind. A process that I am rather familiar with. If you are interested in learning, then my office door is always open. Chapter 83. The Task for the Enchanter. Chapter text. It felt like her time had come when the invitation came from her dear husband to see the headmaster alongside him. That her time had come, and so, too, her place in this war. Minerva's remedy for Lily's learning was a regimented approach she had assured was developed specifically for the training of the various minds that would take positions within critical branches of the ministry. What Lily had expected was some grueling military-style technique. What she got was lessons in breathing and unreasonably long silences akin to religious exercises practiced by muggles from the Far East. Though strange the effort might be, Lily could not deny the effectiveness when her mental fortitude grew to hold off Severus, probing for longer and longer, simply by mimicking the breathing exercises she was taught. But true to her form, she hadn't quite mastered the mindfulness aspect of the exercise, or indeed understood what it meant. As a result, her wandering thoughts gave way to weak cracks that Severus would inevitably find and penetrate. Though not quite in the realm of sufficient occlumency mastery, Lily still couldn't help but entertain a sliver of hope that what she had was enough for Severus to concede her to the awaiting task. But she knew something felt off when Severus led her that evening. not to the gargoyle that shared the second floor with his office, but towards the grand staircase. It only took a moment more for her to realize they were headed to the hospital wing, a path Lily had grown rather familiar with over the passing weeks. "Are you finally letting me practice conjuring you a hand?" Lily asked, mostly jokingly. "No," Severus replied, not even entertaining the notion with polite doubt. Lily chuckled at the abrupt reply. It was understandable why he was so particular about who was allowed to tinker with his maimed limb. Albus Dumbledore, mostly. When the most powerful wizard of the age offers his services, you would be a fool to turn it down. Lily had already assumed that of the time her husband spent in meetings with the headmaster, only a portion was truly used on discussing the discourse of the world. The rest was likely spent on maintaining his conjured hand. Or perhaps they could talk and magic at the same time. Who truly knew what went on in there? For all Lily knew, they spent the entire time gossiping over high tea on the latest fashion trends to pass through magical Paris. Lily had already learned quite well the drawbacks of this newly created spell. Not even the creation of the mighty Albus Dumbledore could stave off the ever-present march into oblivion that was Gamp's sixth law of elemental decay. A soft sound of voices drifted down the hall, perking Lily from her wandering thoughts. An unusual sound at this time of the evening when curfew peaked. She soon realized the voices sounded from the hospital wing and that they were distinctly familiar. She stepped into the ward, immediately drawn to the cluster of souls standing by the bed in the far end of the ward. Her pace quickened, as to her pulse, when she picked out the form of Peter, Black, and James standing beside the headmaster, crowding the end of the bed. Laying within, she saw a familiar face that she had not seen since the beginning of it all. "Remus!" Lily gasped as she broke into a run, ignoring the glare of disapproval shot at her by the matron for her level of noise and disorderly conduct. The marauders parted, allowing her a spot at the bedside. Relief came quick and freely the moment she saw smiles greet her. "I'm fine, Lily. Just." "Tired," Remus murmured, barely able to crack his eyes open, as if the candlelight was a glare he could not overcome. Or perhaps the swelling bruises that surrounded his eyes were the more likely culprit. "And concussed. Don't forget concussed," Black chipped in an oddly proud tone. Lily winced as she traced the sight of bandages bound about the bed-bound man's head. "What happened?" "It's a long story," muttered Lupin dismissively. Black, however, was more than eager to answer. "He told Greyback to shove it." Lily gasped, shaken by the implications. Severus, too, appeared sympathetic in his own way. In that he hung back one step away from the cluster of Gryffindors and stayed silent, despite no doubt having all sorts of opinions regarding spywork. "I guess you're not welcome back, huh?" James asked with a hopeful lilt in his tone. Remus grimaced, a tired look of surrender. "My cover's fine. I just need a break." "They just do this to mates, do they?" James asked, concern palpable in his voice. Remus sighed, edging his eyes closed. Lily grimaced, glancing away. Her eyes met those piercing blue shielded behind those half-moon glasses, causing Lily to instinctively delve for occlumency. She felt no touch on her mind, but saw a small knowing smile touch the headmaster's lips. Those blue eyes flickered away, glancing across the cluster of friends at the foot of the bed before resting upon their injured friend. "I do not believe your services as a spy are required any longer, Remus." Three sets of eyes set upon the headmaster, hope shining unadulterated from the cluster of friends. Remus prized his own swollen set open, staring up with bleary exhaustion. "Have we found another friendly werewolf to replace me? Or maybe we don't need werewolf spies anymore," Black said unreasonably bluntly. "We've had a few animagi prowling behind enemy lines. Can't imagine you'd hear any more than they do." "Are they going to be able to keep tabs on the pack?" Remus shot back. Because of course that's what he had been doing. Integrating with the werewolves was not going to bring valuable war-changing intelligence. It was to warn of the movement of a socially disillusioned rabble bearing a dangerous transmittable curse. "Your last missive has suggested they are moving away from targeted night attacks on ministry members unfavorable to Voldemort's cause," Dumbledore began, his words indicative of a wealth of conversation shared with Remus when his friends had barely heard a whisper. "That's only because you've foiled each attempt without fail. I'd rather not say what they've replaced it with." Remus winced as if the thought was somehow physically painful. "Albus, smile faded like a shadow had fallen across his face, but that expression flickered for only the briefest of moments. His smile was light once more when he turned his eyes to a spot beyond Lily's shoulder. "Ah, Poppy, I apologize for the noise." Lily glanced back to find the school matron standing a pace away, her face stony and untouched by the annoyance she usually regarded noise with. "Dumbledore, I believe this is our cue to leave the bedridden to rest." Almost on reflex, the Gryffindors turned to argue. Their protests, however, were silenced by a single sharp look. It didn't matter if you were no longer a student or resident of this school. Madame Pomfrey's dominion over these territories was undisputed. James, always the leader of the group, braced a hand upon Sirius' shoulder as the boy stepped forward as if to argue the point further. "Thank you for letting us see him together. We'll let him rest." Lily, too, had made to protest, but James' level-headed response yanked her quickly from her childishness. She felt a hand upon hers as her husband stepped to her side, having stood and watched in silence. With a gentle tug of her hand, he led her from the hospital wing. Lily glanced back once to her wounded friend, resting soundly and safely in the matron's care. Albus stepped from the hospital wing and fell in step alongside the couple. "Will you see your friends off, Lily?" Behind him, the three marauders trudged, their emotional turbulence expressed by their uncharacteristic, slumped shoulders and silence. Without a word, Lily nodded, the heaviness in the air stifling her speech. They ascended the staircase that spiraled upwards from behind the second-floor gargoyle. It was only when they stepped towards the fireplace, as the flue powder was produced from an ornate snuff-box summoned from the headmaster's desk, did Lily finally find her voice. "Stay safe out there," she whispered as her friends, emerald dust clasped in hand, prepared to step through the flames. "We will," James promised her. "It's those Death Eaters that should fear," Black barked, his cockiness refreshing in the current mood. "You stay safe too," added Peter, who likely forgot Lily was not leaving from Hogwarts, the safest place in all of Britain. A forlorn silence followed the three prompt whooshes of magical fire. Her goodbyes felt so inadequate to friends she knew were facing the dangers of the world that she was so starkly reminded of this night. Severus stood silent, eyes gazing far off in contemplation, in a tension that was so unlike him. Perhaps the memories of his own time as eyes behind enemy lines was nipping at his mind. It was her turn to reach for Severus' hand. She felt him grasp hold as he turned his distant eyes upon her. She felt his mind suddenly press upon hers, and instinctively she pushed back. Off guard and unprepared, he overwhelmed the defenses of her mind and broached, withdrawing with the briefest brush against her ponderous thoughts. "She's not ready," he barked suddenly and unprompted, turning back to the watching headmaster. "She has to be," was the impassionate reply. Lily glanced between the two, the situation dawning on her. "Am I finally going to be in on the plot?" Save glanced at her, his dark eyes filled with more uncertainty than she had seen of him since their unorthodox courtship. When he finally looked away, he did not speak. That he did not immediately protest her question was an answer in volumes. "Please." "Sit," Albus invited as he stepped behind his desk, one hand gesturing to the two chairs that materialized opposite his. Lily took her seat without an ounce of trepidation. Severus settled next to her, his dark eyes watching her in distant thought. "I believe it astute to first speak to you of the importance of secrecy in this matter," the headmaster began. "I get it, fate of the world and all." It was a jesting reply, one that Save didn't appear to appreciate, but Albus Dumbledore's smile did not falter. He did not even blink. "Quite," Albus uttered in a tone so light that he might as well have been speaking of the weather. "And I think you know rather well that your husband is no stranger playing these stakes. You, on the other hand, Lily, have not yet walked that road this lifetime. This is why I believe it beneficial that I lay it out plain for you." Lily glanced at her husband, finding his dark eyes bore into hers, as too did those blue eyes. "We are resting upon the edge of victory, a victory that might unravel completely upon a single misstep." Lily felt her smile falter. Ominous words. It was one thing for her Save to be all doom and gloom, but when doomsday missives were delivered by the shining beacon of hope, such as Albus Dumbledore, 1,000 tendrils of fear and doubt sprang up in its wake. Albus continued with his dire message. "This is a secret that cannot find its way to the enemy, no matter the reason. And for reasons I believe you must understand, you will be required to confine yourself to this castle, where the truly talented in the mind arts cannot set foot without my knowledge." Those blue eyes seem to flit towards Save. There are a few among the children with fledgling skill, but none will achieve true grasp of it before graduation takes them away. Our very own Professor Snape had assured me of such. Lily glanced at her husband, his black eyes boring into her soul. The gravity of Severus, silence draped over her like a shawl, his misgivings and worries palpable in the words unsaid. "This will be hard for you, Lily, and I can only guarantee your safety to a certain point," Albus continued, his voice suddenly straining under the sway of a weary sigh. "But the war will not end without solving this one final puzzle. One that requires you to put it together." "No pressure," Lily muttered, intending good humor but finding herself unable to keep a tremble from her voice. She felt Severus' hand take hers, steadying her with his firm but gentle grasp in his cool, ethereal fingers. "Are you ready?" he whispered. Lily grimaced. "Sure, how hard could it be?" A small twinkle shone from behind the headmaster's half-moon glasses. With a beckoning gesture and a powerful display of wordless and wandless magic that Lily could wholeheartedly appreciate, he summoned from his cabinet the pensive. Lily grimaced as the object set itself upon the table, wondering what other significant details of her life she might have been made to magically forget. Seemingly as a reply to her thoughts, a possibility she was astutely aware that was entirely possible, Albus Dumbledore said, "These are my memories this time." For no copy of this plan exists in writing. Only in mine and Severus. Mine does it exist, and soon yours. There was an end in sight to it all, a plan to defeat the greatest evil to threaten wizarding kind, and this plan involved Lily. She felt as if she were walking on air since she awoke that morning, greeting the sunlight streaming through her frosted window with unabated joy. Hope had a funny way of painting the world in sunshine and honeydew. Seeing James at the breakfast table was not an unusual event. What was unusual was seeing him enter so early in its service. Lily found him already seated, gulping down bacon and buttered toast sandwiches while rifling desperately through a long trailing scroll. "Your mouth racing your eyes," Lily jested as she took a seat beside the young man. Potter whipped up from his book, as if genuinely surprised that the high table would be populating despite this being a school day. "Oh, hey, Lily." Severus okay today? The question wasn't what surprised Lily. She already knew he was taking a day off. It was the fact that Save was referred to by his first name. Yeah, he's good. He just had some work he had to take care of. That work being the brewing of the wolfsbane, as Severus had taken it upon himself to start preparing it 16 days before the next full moon. Though Severus had grumbled that his intent had entirely been to ensure that beast is placed on a leash, he had committed to a 38-hour potioneering feat of attrition. Lily didn't know why she was being vague. It was not like this part was a secret of the dozens of secrets she had learned of the previous night. A taste of the war of subterfuge her husband had been waging for the better part of his own lifetime. For Lily, her task appeared relatively simple. To assist on a task she had vast amounts of natural talent for, and not a lot of knowledge or experience. Thankfully, the true mastermind behind this enterprise had wealth of experience enough for the both of them to craft an enchantment to bridge the world of the living and the dead. A task that Lily did not quite grasp the significance of in the grand scheme of things, but she understood it to be of grave importance that what little she knew did not fall into enemy hands. A small taste of the subterfuge her husband had been all too used to playing. Due to the nature of his battles, he seldom got credit for his efforts. "He's taking care of Remus, you know. He's pulling an all-nighter and taking a personal day to get the wolfsbane done in time," Lily said, determined that not all of her husband's good deeds would be hidden away unnoticed. James cracked a tired smile. "Well, I can't be too mad at that. I'll even forgive him for leaving me stranded high and dry teaching these theory classes today with such short notice. I can't understand half of his lesson plan." "It's just what we learned last year," Lily offered unhelpfully as she gathered her bowl of oatmeal. Save's breakfast traditions were rubbing off on her. "Learning and teaching are a little bit different," James grumbled through a mouthful of bread and meat. "You actually have to know the content to teach," Lily agreed in a rather cheeky fashion. James chortled, risking choking with his mouth full. Guilty as charged. His laughter died as he returned his eyes to the parchment. Severus, curricular outline upon closer observation. But more than that, I don't feel I measure up as a teacher, James confessed unexpectedly. Severus teaches like he was born for the role. I'd be lucky to know which side of the blackboard to write on. Well, he's had a bit of an unfair advantage, Lily thought to herself with dry amusement. It wouldn't be his first secret talent, Lily said instead, almost apologetically. No, it wouldn't, James agreed. At least he's crap on a broomstick. I'll always have that over him. A sudden bubble of curious commotion drew Lily's attention away from the conversation. The chattering among the student body took a turn for the distinctly conspiratory. Eyes were on the high table as they nudged each other to attention. Lily glanced over to where their eyes were pointed and saw Professor Dumbledore walk through the rear hall doors, accompanied by a diminutive woman wearing a musty grey shawl and somewhat frumpy robes. But what was most distinctive upon this woman's face, framed by her frizzy hair, was the pair of glasses sitting atop this woman's nose. They were of such size that they claimed at least half the real estate of her face. "Who's that?" James asked, indicating towards the thin young woman that was glancing squirrely up and down high table. Lily picked her brain, trying to remember a face from years past. I think she might have gone to school with us. She was quite a few years above us and in a different house. The headmaster seated her by Professor Carroll, the divinations professor, just to the other side of James. Good morning, Sybil. Good to see you return to this school in this new capacity. Good morning, Professor. You have always been my favorite, she returned solemnly, and I will carry on your grand teachings with the best of my abilities. Don't speak as if I'm already retired. I still have 6 months and 3 dozen students, he replied quite good-naturedly before turning to the headmaster. Albus, I thought you once claimed an intent to discontinue teaching my mystic subject once I choose to step from this lofty mantle. I have reassessed my previous decisions, Albus politely replied. For it would be a tragedy to lose a long-revered branch of magic, such as divination. I have taken your assessments to heart and invited Sybil Trelawney to our faculty so that she might learn your craft. Not many possess the sight, but those that do must have a wise mentor to coach them through its interpretations, Carol told the young woman, then sighed as if pained by those words. But my time as mentor appears to be slowly trickling by, for I find in my old age my sight is beginning to fail, as too is my mind. While where most seers find their powers sharpen with the wisdom of age, mine demand that I retire. I have not had a clear premonition for the past 3 years, and most everything I had seen before then had been proven incorrect by some margin. And yet your teachings have been invaluable in cultivating others with the sight, Dumbledore returned gently. You will be missed in your retirement. Let us not count the days. I've got a class of 13 that I'll need to guide through their newts. Carol huffed a sigh. But at the end of this teaching semester, even my waning sight can see that retirement will be a welcome change of pace. Possibly somewhere tropical like Hawaii. You should start thinking of such things yourself, Albus. You're getting a bit on in the century. The two professors drifted off topic, their discussions turning to coconuts and seaside sunsets on beaches. A novelty in Britain, to be sure, for the sun rarely made it clear of the clouds for long enough to be admired in its setting. The young woman, Sybil, seeming to sense her place in the conversation was over, turned back to her breakfast. A bowl and glass materialized before her, awaiting her selection of morsels, but somehow she had managed to knock both over in one fell motion as she reached for the pitcher of pumpkin juice. Only James' quick reflexes saved the pitcher from joining suit. "Oh, pardon me," she proclaimed, seemingly flustered. "When did those get there?" "The pitcher's been sitting there for longer than you have," James replied a little snappily. "He means hi, his name is James," Lily quickly said, "and my name's Lily." "Nice to meet you. I'm from the potions department, assisting Professor Slughorn." James immediately grimaced as if abashed by his sharp tones at this already nervous young woman. "Sorry, a bit stressed this morning." The strange woman peered at him with a seemingly wide-eyed fascination. "Why, more than that, you have an alarming dark aura about you." James grunted, barely containing his eye roll. "Must be the defense against the dark arts jinx rubbing off on me. Why, that must be it." the woman exclaimed, seeming elated to be proven right. My sight is ever clear. It only goes to show Professor Dumbledore has made the right choice hiring me to guide others to their second sight. Yeah, must be, James muttered with a bemused grimace. He always was a bit of a skeptic. Though he by no means doubted the existence of prophetic magic, he doubted those who claimed a proficiency in it. How did you wind up getting recruited? Lily asked, wanting to divert away from the topic before a debate rears its ugly head. The new staff member peered past James in a way that made Lily doubt those thick glasses were adequate to correct her sight. It was Providence, my dear. The good professor heard tale of my powers and came to recruit me. True, I had to leave a marriage to be here, but I think it was the best for the both of us that things came to an end. Lily was rather taken aback. That's a shame. Couldn't you have worked something out between schedules? Oh, my getting employment had nothing to do with the frictions between us, Sybil huffed. Oh no, he would have loved if I could find employment, even as some common circus act. It didn't matter of the status of my powers if I couldn't turn a dollar on it. Had I taken his name, I might as well have joined a circus. Higglebottom, what a ridiculous surname. I wouldn't be able to be taken seriously in any Sears circle with such a demystifying surname. Why couldn't he understand that? Lily withdrew to her seat as the woman trailed into a rant. Evidently, the topic had hit a nerve. James turned to Lily with a tired glare, unable to hide from the tumbling rant, as Lily had. His morning plans to cram a day's worth of classroom content foiled. Lily was no stranger to the workstations of an enchanter, but Albus Dumbledore's eccentricities manifested themselves overtly in his. A fire roared in a grand stone fireplace, sending warmth awash the cozy workshop. Though the firelight danced fiercely, casting its light into the circular room, not a speck of soot escaped its obviously enchanted grate. A grand window endowed the far side of the wall, its clear panes evidently enchanted for no ice or steam built up upon its panes, despite the fury of the snow that pelt upon its heat-touched panes. On the side opposite, the fireplace was a large, gilded, ornate desk that seemed to glow without the touch of sunlight, and crafted so that its geometry compensated perfectly for the curvature of the office. Its intention was telegraphed by the equally gaudy cabinet shelf that fit the wall beside it, stocked with tomes and scrolls. Where that shelf ended, the workshop began. Great shelves that seemed to be carved from the very stones of the castle walls themselves, lined with tools and trinkets of various shapes and mysterious utility. Most notably was the small basket of bright crimson feathers, gathered into a neat standing bundle like a pot of quills. A handy supply of phoenix feathers that would no doubt prove invaluable to any professed enchanter or alchemist, of which Albus Dumbledore was both. The centerpiece of the room was a large circular table of deep mahogany, its wooden surface appearing to glow and thrum with magic in ways Lily could not describe. I've never worked on a bench like this before, Lily commented as she laid her tools out on a softly glowing work surface. It appeared outwardly to be made of lacquered hardwood. The edge of the table was carved with runes, treated with silver, similar to ones carved into Severus' alchemy table, decorating the work surface. Albus set out a shallow basin upon that table, again inscribed with those same patterned runes. These inscriptions are to ensure the magic we imbue does not escape into the table and manifest in unexpected circumstances. I've never had to take those precautions before, Lily muttered, thinking back on the days she made little wooden ducks waddle down a plain old boring bench. Why is it needed? This is a precaution necessary for alchemists who alter the physical properties of the world on a whim. Ordinarily, an enchantment is only devastating to the world around it in only purely physical ways, in that it is likely to explode or combust. But the branch of magic we're working with is one never before explored outside of the Department of Mysteries, and given their safety record, I wish to approach this experiment with every precaution. Quite wisely, Lily agreed, remembering all the stories she heard about that enigmatic branch of the ministry, none of which inspired one to aspire to that branch as a career. It was a wonder how they ever recruited anyone into their department. So, how does it work? A twinkle touched the headmaster's eyes. Goodness, I have been so long removed from the classroom that I've forgotten what a joy having a bright and curious student brings." Lily could not help but blush with a little undeserved pride at that compliment. Enchantment, funnily enough. Enchanted silver spun from alchemy eggshells, threaded through the fabric of an ordinary non-magical bench. The magic that forms the heart of the enchantment is none other than a shielding charm. Albus set a row of smooth pebbles onto what looked like small egg cups labeled with numbers, like those found in a river, except impossibly perfectly round. "I find circular stones the best vehicle for the crafting of magic, not yet fully conceptualized. They are naturally resistant to anything but the most deliberate of spellcasting, and when magic is taken within them, they express it uniformly. There is a reason why ancient wizards work their crafts on rune stone." "Don't we have to break them down to enchant them, though?" Lily asked, trying to imagine putting the stone back together into this flawless shape. Albus beckoned with wandless magic to a beechwood box, allowing it to set itself unopened on the spacious table. "We are not up to the enchantment phase, Lily. We are crafting new spells. There is no spell in any magical archive that can do what we need it to do." "No big deal, huh?" Lily jested. Though she had never crafted spells before, she did not feel daunted by the challenge. She had always wanted to try her hand at it, but was dissuaded by the lack of employment opportunity in this field. Albus opened the box, revealing a stash of jagged stone so similar to the one Severus kept within his wand holster. Lily watched with fascination as the headmaster carefully removed one and set it upon the middle of the glowing bench. Severus had explained that this was a focus stone, but Lily was unclear about what it did. Apart from its apparent mystic properties from holding a memory save carried across from another life, Lily did not know much more than that. It didn't help that she didn't understand the concept of focus stones and alchemy in general. "Is this the core of our enchantment?" Lily asked, feeling silly at her needless question. Of course it was going to be the core. Why else would it be here? Albus, however, like a true veteran of the teaching craft, answered without an ounce of impatience. "It is. Nothing in this magical world represents life and death quite like the crystallized memories of a man who has seen the other side and returned." Lily felt a chill as she stared into that stone. Though she had pondered long on the life Save had lived, this was the first time she had really thought about what existed on the other side of death's doors, or knew that she was looking at the physical form of such memories now. Oh, what the Department of Mysteries wouldn't give for a glimpse into Save's head. With his tools and materials set out, Albus sat himself across the bench from Lily. "Are there any more questions before we begin?" Lily nodded enthusiastically. Just one." "Why is the desk all gold and glowing?" A soft smile touched the headmaster's eyes. "That is what one would call personal taste." "How is she taking to the task?" Snape asked as a point of greeting when he emerged into the headmaster's office that evening. A daily occurrence for the past week, since Lily had begun her impromptu enchanter apprenticeship under Dumbledore. "Like a kelpie to water," Dumbledore replied, taking his seat behind his great oak desk. His phoenix was perched behind him, feathers prickling in a rather odd display, as if the cold was actually getting to him, a bird whose life cycle included a phase of bursting into literal fire. Snape took his seat, glancing towards the staircase that he knew led to the headmaster's private quarters. "Is she still here?" "She just left, taking a pick of my private library with her. She has a truly curious soul," Dumbledore confirmed. By library, the headmaster would have meant his personal study. Snape knew intimately of the layout from his time reigning from this very office. The study was one of 3 rooms to adorn the headmaster's quarters, among which was also a workshop and a tea room that was equipped to be a little too bright and cheery for Snape's dour tastes. Snape muffled a sigh, not of relief or of any particular suffering, but of relent. "It seems we have both tied ourselves to your war, Albus." "Do not pretend this is not your war too, Severus," the headmaster returned in a soft tone, "or hers." The young professor bit back his retort. "Don't mistake me by my shortness on the matter. I am aware of why this needs to be done, and I am grateful of all that you have done already to keep us safe." "You worry," Dumbledore stated understandingly. "You have faith in her abilities, but that is not enough to stop your worry. That is human nature, Severus." Snape scowled, not liking being read like a book. Snape hadn't asked for Trelawney to be hired before her time. He knew all too well of the budgetary pressures the headmaster would be facing in light of his string of new hires. He could believe Albus Dumbledore was making good on his promise, and for that he was eternally grateful. After a slow sip of his tea, the headmaster spoke. "I believe it is only a matter of time before we achieve what we have set out to." Those piercing blue eyes fixed upon Snape's, which is why I believe we need to speak of the last piece we must procure. The infinitely elusive Gryffindor's sword. To this day, Snape still had no true idea how the sword had come to be in the hands of a 12-year-old boy. If it had happened the way the child had described it, it had simply fallen from the sorting hat with no better explanation than Gryffindor willed it. "How do you plan to proceed?" Snape asked cautiously. Life and death was likely the answer. Those piercing blue eyes peered over those half-moon glasses as if sensing the thoughts Snape held. "The sword of Godric Gryffindor will answer a true Gryffindor in their time of need. I cannot think of how to emulate a time of need without putting a soul in mortal danger." Snape's eyes narrowed. "I will do what needs to be done, but I suspect danger to me is not what you refer to." "No," Dumbledore agreed, infuriatingly calmly. "Not unless your heart has changed the weight it places upon the values of Gryffindor." Snape scowled, feeling dread nip at his heart. "I will not be asking this of Lily," Dumbledore offered to quell Snape's anxiety. "I know," was Snape's reply. "A Potter had once drawn the sword from inexistence. Using anyone else would make little sense." A smile touched Dumbledore's lips. "It moves me so that you would worry for a man you once proclaimed to loathe so." Snape's scowl deepened. He didn't like being called out on his inconsistencies. "Stow your smugness, nor do you protest it," Dumbledore uttered almost fondly. "It is most refreshing to see such old grievances laid to rest." Snape's embarrassment creeped as redness up the back of his neck. Those blue eyes met his, all mirth fleeting. "Then this makes it all the easier to ask of you what I am about to ask. Within the forest of Dean hides a creature of lethality approximate to that of a basilisk. You wish for me to play squire to Potter as he embarks upon this risky and likely fatal mission." Snape grumbled, already dreading this as he had through that entire basilisk affair. If only he were able to kill two auguries with one stone and draw that damnable sword out at that death-defying instance. But then his eyes drew to the shelf upon which the hat ordinarily sat and found it empty. His mouth grew dry, and those blue eyes simply peered calmly back. Perhaps more a shadow.